Oh, there, friends and family. We've got challengers today and tomorrow. Playoffs, baby. Season 2 is very quickly coming to an end as we get ready to watch all of the action unfold, of course, in Dallas for open number 3. My whole shift with me, I've got visions today for this lower round 2 starting action in playoffs for Europe. And look, the thing about this, every single season we say it, I almost feel like every single time I come in the air, I have the same intro, but it merits to be said that this has been a very unpredictable season worth of EU challengers, and the teams that we have left are really in the mix when it comes to trying to fight their way into the possible grand final.
Yeah, I like that word, in the mix, right? Still some upsets potentially that could come through, especially down in that lower bracket. So I'm with you there, brother. There's a lot that could end up shaking up today, as much as we have kind of maybe our favorites set in stone. In our minds, that might not be what actually makes it through to the top 3. So we'll have to get through the day, man, and see where things take us.
Going to be an interesting one without question, but of course with that there's also a lot of money on the line. We've got our final 6 teams remaining, and that's the breakdown of how all of the money is going to be shared out across all 12 of our teams who made it to Challengers Elite. Of course, for those that did not make it to playoffs, it's not just the fact that they only walk away with $1,000. They will have to also re-qualify going into season 3. Whereas the teams in the top 8, the prize pool gets dramatically bigger as you go up the standings, going from 2,000 for 8th to 20,000 in 1st. But the other thing that's really important to mention here, Austin, is the fact that those top 8 teams do not need to requalify going into season 3. Penn don't make dramatic roster changes.
Of course, yeah, you can't change the whole roster, keep one player, and then hope to hold on to that spot going forward. But also got to say, this is one of the cleanest graphics I've seen in a very, very long time when it comes down to our prize pool. This looks absolutely great. So you shout out to the graphics team in production. Wait, you said it. A lot of money to play for here, Alan, and we're going to see what teams are going to be able to cash out where, at least some of the spots for today.
Indeed. So now we look over the bracket to see how our teams have gotten to where they are right now. Our broadcast today starts in the lower bracket, but we will have the winners finals today, and that's going to be an absolutely insane one. You can kind of list now as Affiliate Esports EU. They have been dominating in their lower half of the bracket. 3-0s all over the place, but the same could be said about Awobabobs, who they came into this season, with a lot of high expectations, and I won't say they didn't live up to them, but they've really come into form here after that 3-0 versus Notorious, which was a huge surprise. They will be facing up against Orgless later.
Without a doubt, I think everybody looking at, Team Notorious coming into playoffs thought that they would be the team, also kind of replicating the 3-0s or maybe just doing a lot more than what we had initially expected. But Awobabobs is putting them down with that 3-0 in the best of 5. I think that was certainly surprising. So they're back on playoff form, which, is good for those boys, because coming into playoffs, I was certainly having some questions.
Yeah, that's very true, but they've came with a lot of answers so far, at least in just one day, keep in mind. That was a week ago. A lot can change. Sure. And that also applies to the teams that find themselves in the lower bracket, still trying to fight their way back in to try to see a grand finals. And this lower bracket has been really interesting because going into this season, it was kind of hard for us to put a full tally on what was going to happen maybe outside of the top 3 or 4 squads. Yeah. And really up until our first lower round matchup, we didn't know who was going to want it more to continue to burst through this bracket. But with the Map 5 win over Noctem, Retirement Pending find themselves up against Team Notorious there. And then on the bottom side of the bracket, La Nave del Mysterio looked much better in their matchup versus Signs. They actually will play up against Notorious on the bottom side. The logos are a little backwards, but the names are correct.
Right, yeah, that'll be a very interesting one, I think, for La Nave, because a lot of people just have their eyes on La Nave right now for just how strong are they, can they reach the ceiling that they had, originally set for themselves when I think you looked at this roster as a full set coming in, but a lot of work to be able to take down that squad without a doubt. Don't want to be, I always say it, I don't want to be in the lower bracket, but I also wouldn't want to be in the upper bracket right now either, so there's going to be a lot of tough matches, a lot of gruelers without a doubt going into today and tomorrow.
Without question. So for lower round 2, the first matchups that we have on par for you guys, there are 2 going on at the same time. The one that we're going to be focused on here as our primary focus, though, will be the Originals versus Retirement Pending. These are 2 squads that found themselves in Group B during the regular season. They had played each other once before, but for the Originals, they definitely looked like they were the more advanced team throughout the group stage. And I think there's definitely some arguments to be said that going into this anticipated matchup, that should still hold true in this instance of the match, but that is not necessarily the case. And we kind of left last week talking about the fact that these teams that are in lower round 2, it never feels good to have to make a long lower round bracket.
Yeah.
But you have a week to pick up on the things that you've been missing out on and to prep for this matchup to try to possibly extend the run a little while longer.
And that's always the big factor that we talk about and the big difference when we talk about the opens and stuff like that too, right? Where you're going from match to match, you just have to kind of, adapt on the fly. But when you have time to kind of go back, maybe even with coaching staff to kind of break down, okay, this is what they were doing. This is how we can maybe shut them down, stop one of their key players from making really big influential, plays on the map, just tracking him more maybe in the kill feed. There's little things that I think you can always do against these strong teams to be able to shut them down and maybe get the leg up on them. But we'll have to see if, that will even happen against this roster because, man, Originals they're a tough beat. I'm surprised that they lost the series that they did, in 3-0 fashion in the upper bracket, but I still expect these guys to bounce back hard.
Yeah, that's, I think, the biggest expectation because it's a very veteran roster on both sides, which we'll have a chance to kind of look at those here in just a moment. Lots of familiar names, not just over the course of what we've seen in the last year and a half overall through EU Challengers, but a lot of the members that we're going to get kind of on screen here are long-lasting Challengers career-based players that I think at a certain point you wonder what else do they have to do besides get a visa to possibly be in the CDL. But before we jump into that and we really set up this match, want to get you guys at home involved. Make sure you're getting on social media and tweeting at WeAreClutchGG using the hashtag ChallengersElite for all of your anticipations, maybe predictions, maybe some hot takes, or just your reactions for a chance to be shown here on stream. So get on social, start tweeting it up, and maybe, how about this? Go ahead right now, give us a prediction on why one of these 2 teams is going to win and who you're looking out for as we introduce the rosters for both of these 2 squads. Again, lots of anticipation built around the Originals and the history that they've been able to build. But the interesting thing about this team here, Austin, is the fact that there has been a little bit of a roster move that's kind of gone on with what was that Elevate team breaking up into halves. So now you've got Henry, Furious, Lucky, and Gizmo to make up this group of 4. And like we mentioned, they've been playing really well.
They have been playing really well. I think a lot of people, wanted to see how Lucky and Gizmo were going to be able to fare as the backline now coming on through. Of course, you're losing out on Gizmo's, longtime teammate, not going to be able to have Harry in the mix, at least on this squad. But I've been very impressed, I still think, with what we've gotten out of this team. Strong in the S&D, strong across the board. Again, not a team that has too many weaknesses, which comes back to a point where it didn't really feel like we got that same original squad that we saw during the regular season. They didn't really come out in playoffs, at least with that same flair, but they might be able to do so today with this lineup. You can never count them out.
No, not at all. And again, the history that we've seen out of players like Lucky and Gizmo in particular don't really need to be mentioned, but we will. Obviously, Gizmo has shown himself as a London Royal Ravens. Obviously, we all know kind of what had happened last year, although, again, I still think the perception around his year was way more negative than it should have been.
Oh, yeah.
Lucky, who, of course, was a big part of that Heretics roster, and then after that, obviously, kind of riding the bench in the first year of Modern Warfare, but he still looks like a really major threat. And then Henry and Furious, I mean, there may not be a better come-up story in Europe over the quick amount of time than those 2 players in particular. But on the other side of things, looking at Retirement Pending, I think the name and the team says a lot about how long these guys have been playing. But in particular, I think you look mostly at the 2 guys on the right, Dave and Defrag, coming back into COD this year. And, well, I'll tell you, Dave is looking like he's back to, like, Modern Warfare 19 form. He's looking real nice at the moment.
Yeah, I think I said it, like, last week or maybe the week before, but, you know, anytime you give Dave a game where he gets the lock in the iron sights and hold the lane, he's going to have a lot of fun. He's going to find you a lot of kills, and that has certainly been the case. You mix in someone that, you know, still very young, like a Mythics into the mix, that you can really learn a lot from a Dave and Defrag to be able to grow and improve as a player. And then Rafi, I feel like, has just been one of the star players on this roster. You can't not talk about this team without bringing up Rafi. He has just been in MVP form, I feel like. And he has been one of the driving factors this team picks up the S&D wins that they do.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about it is this is probably the first year where he's not just been hard duoed up with Grad.
Yeah.
So, like, it's interesting to kind of see him away from that duo and learning to play, not necessarily with new players, but, you know, I think you get where I'm going with this conversation, where it is different to see him kind of off on his lonesome, so to speak, getting into the mix of things. So, you know, it's definitely curious. And, well, with that, I think he is kind of one of the most focused players that we could possibly keep a spotlight on in this matchup, because the matchup and the head-to-head that he is going to have finding the same role as Lucky is going to be extremely important. And most notably, I think it just comes down to, will anybody be able to shut down Lucky in Search and Destroy? He has been a menace with the sniper rifle in hand.
He is terrifying. And, you know, just to re-outline, of course, this is, you know, from their matchup in Season 2 between these two guys here. So it has been insane, I think, to watch these two go head-to-head. I talked about Rafi being one of the star players in S&D for this team. He doesn't show it, at least in that series that they played up against one another in. But either way, I still feel like he's going to have a great bounce back. And he's also been the driving factor for some of the control KD too. You can see it, 1.82. If there's anything you're going to learn from Rafi, he wins his ones, and he is going to be able to seriously put on some punishment if you are not ready to trade him out or put on a team push, just to take him out individually. He has always had that kind of influence.
Yeah, definitely one of those players that it just, again, feels like, why not him? Sure. For a lot of players that are out there. But let's take a look at our best of 5 map series layout, because we're getting really darn close to jumping into map number 1. And as the predictions in Twitch chat start to pop up for you to wager all your channel points, here are the things to keep in mind. Mercado Hardpoint was map number 1 when these two teams played before. The map 5 Mercado Search and Destroy was also the map 2, but when these two squads had played, this was back in like week number 1, it was a one-sided affair on those two Mercados in particular for the originals. Now again, things have changed since then, and this retirement pending squad has looked much better, and I actually like the fact that they're going back to Mercado to square off for map number 1.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, it's saying, listen, you know, we only got 123 points last time, but maybe it just was a couple of mistakes on rotation, maybe just a couple of mistakes on the holds that we're going to be able to fix and come into this matchup and just run it back. So I love that idea. The Mercado S&D, maybe I'm not too keen on, just because they got 6-0'd on it. It was not very close, so it could get very scary if this one does end up going to a map number 5, but they at least have just a couple of different map modes in the mix to try to shake it up a tad bit, even if map 1 doesn't go their way.
Yeah, I'm really kind of curious to see how the hotel control is going to work out, because I think when it comes down to opportunities for retirement pending to get this series under their own hands, it has to, I think, come by way of the control. Because the hard point has been so good for the originals. The Search and Destroy, you saw the numbers from the first time these two matched up. Lucky was a problem, but the control is definitely a winnable mode, and it was what was the win for retirement pending the first time that they had played. So I'm really interested, I think, to see what's going to happen on that hotel overall, but we've got a while before we see it. The Mercado hard point, you've already kind of mentioned it. Hey, it was a bad first outing when these two teams had played before, 250 to 123. But since then, retirement pending have corrected themselves and collected themselves on the map. They're now 2-1 overall on it, and they actually still hold a positive point differential, which is super impressive considering that you started with an opening loss on that map, 250 to 123. So they have definitely improved leaps and bounds on this map overall.
And that's huge. I mean, I just feel like whenever you go up against like one of our top squads, like a squad that you expect to be in the top 3, like you have to come away with that first map, right? Like you can't afford to go down very early in the series. Like you want to be in control of it. You want to put them on the back foot. And I think at least from what we saw in that, you know, winner semifinal is that the originals actually got smoked map when they played in Hydro. A little bit more of a snowbally map, I will say. But still, to only see them, you know, put up, I think it was like under 50 points or something like that, like just got blown out of the water. You maybe can come out in a map 1 like this and start the momentum to go in your favor. We'll see if it happens, but Ave and Team Notorious, this is our other match down in the lower bracket. They will be squaring off against one another a little bit earlier on. And Ave, how about it? Off to a pretty solid start so far, Alan.
Really solid start. This is a team that, again, we talked about Team Notorious throughout the group stage, like outside of 2 map losses to what was Orglis at the time, they were beating everybody up. Like, no maps were even close. So this is a heck of a start for La Nave del Misterio. If you want to watch the entirety of this series, it is happening as a primary focus over on the other Twitch stream at We Are Clutch GG. But while we're waiting on our alpha match to get kicked off, we will watch a little bit of this. There is nothing. I mean, the form was really nice there. I have to say, like, that was perfect freestyle strokes coming forward, but the rifle catches it, and now on rotation, La Nave del Misterio look like they're in a great position for P2 with Notorious trying to hit through ruins.
Yeah, they got a good read on it, and the kills are coming through. Sucre able to find a couple key kills in the back, but Weeman might have found an angle to at least pressure. He knows one player is sitting in dome, and Super will be there, put him down, and well, look at the kills. I mean, this is a different La Nave del Misterio that we're getting at the moment, and this is looking good for another full 60. That's going to really rack up their points here.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about this is you expect Super to be a monster, but maybe not to this accord, 20-8 to start. But how about the bounce up here from Sucre? A couple of times during the group stage, he was really lacking, and we were like, man, this Nave squad needs a little bit of extra help when it comes to what he's usually able to do. A great start for him so far at 20-17. It's kind of running around the map, but Team Notorious with the scrap time and a chance for Eric Boom to try to contest over towards New. He's got help around the back as well, tries to take the aggressive challenge in, but is shut down, and Nave will have a chance to hold with the spawn still in their favor.
Still looking good. Nave happy to give up that back 20 to at least get here first, but the kills haven't been convincing just yet. Now they're starting to light it up. Gonna get a good read on the remaining 2 players here. Are gonna have to now make an individual play happen. That's not gonna be, as Metal's the last one up, has to maybe hold his life. Almost a chance at a 3-piece as the spawns do kind of flip out into the back here for a moment, but it's still the Nave in the time, fighting for it. And now we'll see if Weeman can create a pinch.
Trying for it, but his teammates are kind of faltering from the front at least a little bit. Does eventually allow an opportunity for Team Notorious to get in for scrap time, but so far, just early on that we've been able to watch, the trends are still moving in towards the favor of La Nave. Great on rotation again here over towards Path. Maple up top, not able to secure the kill into Sucre, and will drop as Rencor's there to assist. That is a brilliant elimination. Look how much freedom that La Nave have in front of the hard point. You've got Super mid-map just watching for crosses. Everyone else is just kind of hanging out in the back while Super just gets to work.
Yeah, Super just getting a good read on where the hit's coming from as well. They're going to go for a long wrap through the back here. So Weeman might be able to surprise Yakko, but he doesn't finish off the kill. And now Super's there for the assistance, but Eric's able to find 2 from the front. Metal's also trying to get involved here from this push in the back, but they just cannot finish off Sucre, who will hold on to those spawns and will continue to play his life. I mean, this is incredible time for La Nave, and this is still a much different look from a team that we have not seen look this good so far this season.
Very polished, very clean. Everything is being watched. Great trades across the board as the hit was starting to come through for Team Notorious. And now all of a sudden, Nave have a chance to arguably get almost the full 60. Yakko a little confused on where the hit's coming from. Fortunately, Super takes care of Metals, who was inevitably going to find the kill on Yakko. And with that, how about the hold from Nave?
Wow.
198, give him 200 to 121. I mean, are you kidding me? This team looks brand new, fresh out the box.
Yeah, this is much different look. Maple, Sigs on your screen, still yet to really get involved in this game either. 6-20. And, well, if there's going to be any chance in Team Notorious holding this, you're going to need your 4th member to really step up. So, good moment there to catch Yakko through the side. Sucre, though, working through the back, will be sniffed out. The spawns, of course, back here. You got to be careful not to get spawn trapped now as La Nave.
It's so puzzling, man. This Notorious team has dominated squads on Hydro. On often, they've 3-0 in the map, but they usually win by over 130 points on average. So that's not going to happen, just based on the current score we've got. And it is very strange to see somebody like Maple not be able to get set up and kind of find his shot early on. Now the hit from Nave. Made a little bit softer by way of team name, but Rencor's on the way in. Tries to turn to find Maple, who does shut him down. And with that, the scrap time will stay neutral as Team Notorious start to make their way across mid-map to try to get a look at this first hard point.
We'll start to heat up maybe a bit. 4 in a row for him. Now down by just 30 seconds, so still doable, but you're going to be happy to take all this time right now as La Nave. Super just simply watching the pinch. He's got 1 player above him, I think. He's going to wait for this as his teammates are still doing a good job of staying alive on the time here. I mean, Notorious going to have to find a way in, and Metals might be the guy to do it. He finds 2 from the front. Metals actually finds 3, puts him on 4 in a row. He'll break it open. Now the spawn's in favor of Team Notorious.
That's just grit and determination from Metals. There's really no business for him to get 3 onto the hard point, but Some information from Super kind of keeps him pinned up in towards the bottom side of Dome. Never allows him to be a part of the play. Stun will assist Weeman at long range, but now Super gets to work again. Clears out the hard point. 221-81. And it looks like with Notorious spawning out with two members stretched over towards P2, they are going to be a little bit soft and maybe not even have anywhere near the numbers they need to try to even hold for P2 setup.
Spawns are there, I think, for them, but you got Eric coming up from behind. Oh, he
Whoa,
doesn't
no!
finish off Rancor. He just dives so deep under. I guess the bullets just stop connecting. Either way, Metals is here. He's found two yet again. Team Notorious, they're in, but still have to hold, and Sucre will break it open. LaNave, they are in for the time.
The Rancor staying alive right there is more than a surprise. It completely foils this setup for Team Notorious, but Maple, okay, he's arrived. 3 kills for him. Good help from Weeman to keep him alive. And the re-break is good. 233-200. Team Notorious feeling good about their hold at the moment or trying to stretch across the map. But as kills tally for LaNave, they could still hit this and really get close to 250. But once again, stuns connect on the bridge work. And that'll be enough for Team Notorious to lock the scrap. But with that in mind, they will be a little short-handed on this rotation moving to new.
Yeah, they're going to have to just try to contain Team Notorious across the map right now, but you're taking a look at Weeman. He's working all the way through, trying to influence those spawns and get them to the point. It's just 15 seconds for the win, though. You're going to have to do this quickly, and Yakko's timing. Oh, Yakko's timing, it doesn't matter. He's still there to snap on Weeman. The spawns come through in the back for Team Notorious, but Yakko is still here, and it's all white pouring into that kill feed, as that should seal it here in map number 1. LaNave looking different here in week number 3 as they grab the map 1 on Hydro.
I mean, the difference a week can make. That's the thing about this playoff tournament, man. There is nothing else like it in Call of Duty, where you find yourself in the midst of a lower bracket run and everything hits a pause for 6 days. And for you to be able to collect yourself and come out that much more improved is remarkable. And how about maybe something of the same happening here, as Retirement Pending is up big early through a couple of hard points, but the Originals do have the rotation here towards 10.
We'll be here first. We'll be here for some of the early kills as well. Mythic's trying to work an angle. Does a good job of finding one inside, but Gizmo, after the slow start at 1-6, is just now cleaned up 2. Defrag would have to just about do it all himself. Gizmo will put that to rest, as it's a strong 30 seconds and a great opening, and now Gizmo's starting to find some fire 4 in a row.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Old looking solid. Gizmo onto 5. Potentially more if anyone tries to scrap hit this, but it looks like they're going to give this away. Will Retirement Pending set up for new, or at least try to, but pressure's already on. Lucky moving very quickly. An unfortunate truck exploding in his face to kind of deny the opportunity to influence Barber a little bit further forward. But we've got ourselves a tie game here through the first 3 hills. And the Originals will have a chance to figure out what they want to do as far as a break setup is concerned, with a little bit of a spread across the map entirely from north to south.
They almost had a chance for a very early rotation to be won. Now have to break it through brute force and back alley and through the very back warehouse. Looks to be the way they're going to do it. Little 2-2 split. That's going to be a great nade. No trophy system down. And while the break comes through just like that, Rafi going to drop as well. Almost a little bit too fast, you feel like. Original's able to get in. They get a good read on the back. Lucky's got a huge 1v1, and he's going to win it onto Mythics. And now the Original's in firm control of Barber.
That's just an unbelievable break. I mean, that was all 1v1s. I mean, for the most part, you stretch the map like that, you try to hit everything at once. It's a lot of trust that you're going to win your ones and hopefully do it in a key moment that can either win you spawns or the hard point. Luckily enough, the Originals, it kind of turns into both. So 2 kills for Furious, cleaning up the scrap time. And the Originals now with their first significant lead that we've seen so far in the map. And Defrag's under pressure. He's got a little bit of help nearby, but there's no line of scrimmage here for Retirement Pending. This is all about just reading and reacting where this hit is coming from inside the hill. They're, technically speaking, not even inside the hill. They're behind the hill. And as the kills come out, the Originals have a chance to go scrap to initial, pending they win the next set of gunfights.
Oh, this is a tough spot for Dave with an AR right now, too. He's going to have to probably peek, making some noise. The push might just come right to him, but he is able to win that first one onto Gizmo. His teammate's not really with him to play for an effective trade inside, but Defrag is now back off of spawn, ready to try to attack this hill, and Rafi's doing a good job of opening up some space. But the pinch play, how about it? Henry just flies through 10, cleans up 2 in the back. The Originals starting to really rack up a lead.
Yeah, the Retirement Pending squad is going to look back on that and say, missed opportunity right there, when all it is, you know, you just kind of bunkered up in towards 10. no chance to read where the originals are coming from, and that lack of information is what causes the immediate crumble. And now Henry on 4 in a row has single-handedly won rotation for the originals, the topside Cantina, and Retirement Pending is a little bit stuck. I mean, you see the trophies that are down. They are worried about hitting this through back alley, considering all the nades that could come through, but none do come out. Henry from behind the bar stools is just trying to find any intros in towards this potential break attempt, but Lucky's crossing over through the middle of the map, and all the kills come through cleanly. Retirement Pending ousted from this break attempt.
My goodness, Henry! Oh! Just running at them and just absolutely taking them out. My goodness, the frag doesn't even want to chow. He's just holding, and Henry, you might give him the chow. You will, but gets caught on the timing of the dead silence. My goodness. Well, we joined in, and it was, what, 40 points in favor of Retirement Pending? Since that point in time, I feel like the last 3 hills have all been the originals, and Henry is once again off of spawn, threatening the rotation, trying to see if he can take out Rafi. The originals now well over 200.
And Furious is behind this play, but oh, he does get a little bit caught out from behind. Doesn't matter, he still gets the pinch off. Just great overwhelming pressure from the originals. The frag trying to do the exact same thing, coming through Barbershop, cutting off any reinforcements through these power positions in the alleyway. And he will have an opportunity for 1v1 and wins it versus Lucky, but on the opposite side, Furious stays alive in towards Warehouse, so still a potential scrappy battle. But as we move in towards parking, and with these eliminations from Defrag on 4, he's just getting everybody from behind right now. That will be enough for Retirement Pending to finally get into a hard point for the first time since we tuned in.
Yeah, without a doubt. It has been a very long time since we've seen them in control and get the first touch and then hold it. But a chance to at least get over 100 points. However, streaks starting to come through. And we're just going to drop it extremely slow. Try to keep everyone inside and even works for the kill. As the original's trying to fight for that back 18 seconds. Henry even going to throw another life at it to see if he can maybe make something happen by himself. And would be a 1v3. He's got every single player around him from Retirement Pending. He won't be able to do much. But the frag's starting to work on a spree. He is 15 and 11. Might be able to get a streak here. But the big problem here is starting to win some of these money hills. And there's a long way to go if you're Retirement Pending.
Yeah, and on the opposite side of things, it's getting to the point now where, yeah, Mythics has got a minute 13 in the hill, but he needs to start getting some kills. 7 and 17. The originals are just simply outpacing this Retirement Pending squad across the board. That has to change right here, right now. The frag's going to get overwhelmed from behind. Just full surround from the originals, who are back in 228 to 114. Retirement Pending all spawning over towards the last hard point at parking lot. And that's not where you want to be to try to get in towards this first hill, especially with the originals getting closer and closer to 250.
Long range shots. Furious trying to put it away here. It might just happen on P1. The kills are solid so far. Henry's still very much alive in the hill. Got some cover fire. Half to touch, half to break. Retirement Pending. They do manage to get in, but you can still end it here if you want to. And well, with that double from Furious, that should do it. My goodness.
Yeah.
250 to 114. It was close at the start, but my goodness, it just got away from them in the end.
Just being able to string together, what, 3.5 hard points?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not just talking like they got the majority of time. I'm talking like it was nearly full 60s in a row. And it's just one of those things that for Retirement Pending, you look at that and say, a couple of the key gunfights go our way in rotation. That doesn't happen. But when your objective player in Mythics can't really do much to lock in that initial time, you expect things like that to happen against a team like the Originals. So the respawn dominance that we kind of framed up at the beginning of this matchup definitely came to play. And unfortunately, for the side of Retirement Pending, the scoreline was almost exactly the same as it was the first time they played this map mode combo. So that's not good news if you're Retirement Pending. But that said, your opportunities in this series, I think, mostly lie in the 2-3-5 if you're going to find a way to beat this Originals team, because they have been so darn good in hardpoint.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult to beat this team anywhere but hardpoint, most of all. Probably the most difficult for sure. But man, I mean, certainly surprising. It's just like as soon as we're joining in, I think we're ready to swing the narrative of hold on a second. Like this team, it might not be as good as we thought they were. And then Retirement Pending just slowly let up on the gas. And like you said, I don't think they capitalized on their moments very well during that hard point where it felt like they were in positions where they could have used numbers. They could have taken aggressive chow to kind of break things open, but they almost kind of waited and were hoping gunfights would come to them in some of those scenarios, right? Especially around Cantina, you could really feel the pre-end coming in, hoping that someone would challenge. And well, everyone's so disciplined on the Originals, and you can see it in the scoreboard. Gizmo has that slow start. He's able to bring it back. And I mean, no one really, completely just pops off, right? Furious has a pretty solid game alongside Lucky, but it just feels like everyone just got involved through the entire game.
Yeah, it's one of those things that there's, you look at the hill time that's shared, that's a pretty good indication. The amount of objective kills that come through across the board, except for Lucky, who's the guy that is supposed to be going rogue. That's just, those are the stat lines that you want to see if you're Originals fan, I think, across the board. Not just on the overall KDs, but again, with everyone fulfilling their role, you could look across things like hill time, non-traded kills, highest streaks, assists for Gizmo, and those are all great statistics, I think, as far as how the Originals have been successful in the hardpoint in particular. So, okay, all of a sudden now you start to turn away from the hardpoint and into the Search and Destroy, where, again, last time these two squads had played in the Surge, they only got to play 4. Lucky was a problem. We saw it in the head-to-head player count. He had like a 4.0 KD. No one was touching with a sniper rifle, it felt like. And wouldn't you know it, we're going to El Cielo Surge, where you assume he's probably going to be sniping often, if not always. So that's, I think, where Retirement Pending have to be well prepared, is what do we do against Lucky if he's going to be sniping? Either do we match it, or do we just try to avoid it and try to overwhelm in different areas of the map?
I think what's like so crazy about that question is like, that he's gonna run the sniper, what you can do against it, but it still feels like teams can't deal with it, right? Like, it has been such a problem versus, a numerous amount of teams through season 1 and season 2. Like, it's not like he's just doing it in this season. He's just been so consistent with it, and when you're that consistent with a sniper rifle, my goodness, you are so scared to peek things, especially through the sides, so it usually forces you into the inside, which means that you need your subs to really be online. You need Mythics to kind of be that guy that's going to be able to entry in and be able to open up so that you can create some space on the attack, because working through the side lanes is very difficult when he is on. Well, he is, more often than not, he is always on. Let's see what happens into this one. Nice little first shot into a second, I think, as well.
Yeah.
I think Maple hits both of those last two as Team Notorious able to even us up early.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I talk about good sniper rifle gameplay. Probably no better to watch than this man on your screen. Siggs is quick with it, to say the least. So what, does that turn us to a 2-2 here as we look into our secondary lower round 2 matchup? Where, again, Notorious just slow out the gates on the Hydro hardpoint, which is a major surprise. The Mercado Search and Destroy, though, on the other hand, there really isn't much to say about Team Notorious here. Have not played it yet. Whereas for Nave, it's been one of their go-to maps. They're 2-1 on it. So you think, based on stealing away the opening hardpoint pick, Nave's in a good position for this series to potentially find what would, I think, be a pretty significant upset. Hit towards B. Siggs is going to hear a lot of this. He's going to call for help. Maple's on the way. Or probably Weeman's on the way to help Maple. Stuns and nades are not landing. And Siggs is in a really good position to just do this. Check to see if anyone's on for the plant, and then wait for more help to come.
Now you're forced to plant here, right? Eric, I think, might have been able to potentially spot him. Might be able to play the exit. Yakko's going to try to just cut right. Might be able to. Siggs. Oh, no! Yakko! How does he win that battle? Eric is there for the eventual trade, but it at least evens us out. 2 versus 2, 30 seconds on the clock.
Oh, and Weeman's going to have to just make a lot of noise, try to turn attention to him. And then maybe Eric can come through to help out. Super going to tag up Weeman. Eric around the back, shut down by Rencor. In the hopes of breaking down this post plant have gone out the window, and a lot of it because that little turn by Yakko off the plant. And I was right there with you, partner. I thought for sure that Eric had seen Yakko make the dive on towards the bomb, but that may not have been the case based on the timing of him getting to that corner.
Yeah, it might not have happened just through the X-ray. Maybe it looked like the timing was there, but no, not seeing the immediate chow, or maybe not even taking the shots as soon as he plants the bomb. Yeah, certainly leads you to believe that either way. Yakko. My goodness, what a kill that is. Enough to be able to put it away with Super's top control inside of Tin. And LaNave answer back. And Super's pulling out the scope here as well. He wants to maybe match what Maple's been doing as the stuns and nades all come over the top. Early control, of course, right inside of Cantina is there, but Rencor finds first blood.
Yeah, that's a nade over towards the backside of the staircase. So I think if you're Nave, you're thinking, oh, maybe we can still get into Cantina and contest this. Yakko will eventually follow up the bomb carrier down. Siggs on top with a scope, though! He's dangerous! He's deadly! A nice little quick scope. Locks onto Super. And in the same breath, Weeman also takes down a nuisance into Yakko. So now it's just down to Sukri, who is trying to challenge Maple with the scope on the other side. But this would be something different. Siggs has been able to pick up More traditional weapon, but Sukri, he hits. Oh, goodness. Now the 1v1, both players are the trophy carriers as well. This could get interesting.
It could. I feel like Sukri hears Weeman maybe running from there. He's holding the angle close like he could be pushing him. Weeman's going to have to grab this bomb. And, I mean, peeking tunnel now, knowing the sniper is in the hands of Sukri. Going to be a little bit scary as Weeman just waits for this potential peek to come through. And maybe he's looking across. He's going to reset the sprint. He's going to take the challenge head on with Sukri. He's going to connect. He's not missing those. Huge round to pull ahead 4-2.
This is an impressive shot. Let's watch it. Hello, sir. I mean, it's in slow motion, but in real time, that is an impressive shot. Wow. That is unbelievable. So we've got a barn burner on our hands over on We Are Clutch GG's Twitch account. So if you want to go check that out, you can find it there. But got to keep our main focus with what's going on with the originals. And based on that kill cam, looks like the originals have at least won one of the rounds that we've gotten. And such is the way it is. Lucky gets 2 in the round.
Like where your head's at, Al. But originals, we'll see if they can now build off of it. And man, I mean, we said it before. You got to say it again, right? A 6-0 in the map number 2. Of course, a different map that we saw when they played each other during the regular season. But just getting a round on the board early, I'm sure would be great for the mental here. But a matter of, like I said, working through the sides can be difficult when Lucky has the influence that he had. So working in the middle and, you know, getting aggressive from a Rafi or a Mythics is almost required in my mind to be able to break down this setup.
Yeah. That's a good shout. Lucky deep. Just watching for anyone poking through windows. Very passive angle, but he can reposition and still watch the cross in towards B. Meanwhile, Nade's going to concuss Furious close towards the A site. And I have to imagine the retirement pending know that stun connected outside of A. So this defense is not necessarily hard stacked on like the couch, for instance. Discussions currently. Oh, he gets the hit marker.
What?
I don't know. But all in all, it's the first blood for Mythics over towards A. I was about to say the discussions had to be underwhelming when it comes to, okay, how do we get over towards A? And as they do, the bomb will get planted.
Oh, no. Gizmo might be able to get here for... Oh, my goodness. I mean, that hit marker, you just feel like should never happen from Lucky. He'll go down as well. Retirement pending. Kind of get away with murder in my mind there. I mean, the only thing you can see is, like, his waist up, right? When he's peeking over that wall. That's one that I don't even want to say you should have back. You should have, in my mind. That's just a tough one.
Wow. We've seen some weird stuff on Asilo with sniper rifles and Surge.
Yeah, sniper rifles are weird on this map, man. I don't know. You got to shoot for the head. And even when you shoot for the head sometimes, like, that's not enough.
Remember that? What was the game that we had? Was it a Wobabobs? That
might have been when he was on AC.
Yeah, it was on top AC, and it's just like it looked like it hit him right in the top of the head, and
in the dome.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. How about this for the defense, though? A little bit of aggression coming straight down B alley. No one's really watching this. Lucky's trying to see if anyone's going to poke up top, and that's going to mean Rafi can get really far forward here. Pistols out for Lucky, who's tried to contest this, but as first blood for Gizmo opens up the A site, the bomb will be planted there, and now retirement pending have to kind of scramble back to reset up for the break attempt, or how about it? They're actually looking to go maybe a little bit quicker. Rafi up close and personal, waits for the trade, but Furious collects the kill, no worries. Gizmo up top, how about maybe 2 for him? Joey Giz, lots of damage, and this is the backside of the rifle that gets him the kill.
Makes him work for it with it too.
I'll say.
Almost gets the regen in there. Well, maybe even almost runs out of ammo here as Gizmo just toys back and forth, but...
You can hit marker there too, by the way.
Yeah, he did. Oh my goodness. It's a little bit lucky, but my goodness. 2-1. It's a very interesting defensive play. If they're going B, I mean, it's a great blind counter without a doubt because you match them right inside of Junkyard for, you know, some of those opening engagements and maybe just stop the push right there. But as soon as you start to give up, you know, all that mid-map control, it just gives you the luxury to go in for A for free.
Yeah, I'll say. All right. Originals, they're going to try to get aggressive here over towards this outer A site. Lucky's going to watch the doors as they get stunned open. Love this idea. Support from Gizmo deep. Make sure no one wraps him. And the rest of the originals are kind of waiting for this push through the interior of A. No one's watching B here.
No.
This is all about just trying to gamble stack and hope you find a kill. But as Mythics gets elimination on the Gizmo out top, Furious now has to make a move forward. Unfortunately, he does actually come across Rafi to keep this into a 3v3, but the defense now has to reposition. It's been too long since anything has happened. There could be some questions about what's happening at B. Lucky shut down by Dave. Numbers now stand with retirement pending.
This is such a huge kill. Just get Lucky out of the equation. Defrag might be able to put together another. No, Henry gets the timing, finds Defrag down low. 2 versus 2, both players above him, as the dead silence will likely just run out as he just holds onto the bar heady down low. He'll just wait for the move to be made because retirement pending. They have to go. Furious under pressure. Needs to retreat and reposition. With 20 seconds left, you don't have too many options, but what a win that is from Dave.
Jeez. I love this call from retirement pending. It's just so passive, so kind of, I won't even say, hesitant, but it's just very calculated in how they want to open up these offenses in the first, 45 to a minute. Henry sees a toe. And he gets to look at Mythics, but falling off. Mythics is there for the kill. But I love this idea from retirement pending. Maybe they've done some research here to say the Originals are going to try to hard gamble stack certain things in their defensive setup. So let's wait them out, create a little bit of doubt, and then we'll hit the go call. And it's worked out pretty nicely for them in the mid-round.
It has. It's actually worked out great for them, especially when you get a read that both defenders are split on the map too, right? Henry's down low. He finds that kill, evens up the 2v2. It's like, okay, well, don't have too many options to go into A from this position, so let's just try to push through, use the dead silence, get to the back, isolate one. That's exactly what they're able to do. A huge couple of wins actually come through there for Dave in that round too. One onto Lucky, another in the back patio like we saw. 2-2, retirement pending. Staying in this one early. Little dolphin dive from Henry to get some information on the cross. Not going to happen, as once again, the A side is open for a plan if they get in.
Yeah. But look at this setup again for retirement pending. They've stunned open the doors, but no one's actually peeking the aggressive angle. It's almost like they're sitting here saying, do you want to come see what it looks like outside? Doors open. Come on out. And you've got a pretty solid setup, but this is going to completely foil it. Pending Rafi gets seen.
Oh, you saw.
Okay, there you go. It's always one of those funny moments where, all of us are looking at the x-ray, but
yeah,
that Furious's eyes are all over the place, trying to see if anyone's out towards tower. Now Defrag comes back to the play. Pistol out. Nearly gets a good look at Furious, but as he drops, turns into numbers advantage for the Originals. 3v2 we go.
It's good work finding the gaps right now in the setup. And now they're going to go for the plant. No one should be here to stop it. Lucky, I think, gets a sound cue for sure as he pushes all the way up in tools. He's going to wait for Dave maybe to make this play, but it feels like Dave maybe knows as well. What a read from Dave. Able to find the kill onto Lucky. Now evens us up 2v2. Both players, they're in the site. This is a very winnable round now for retirement pending. Shots through the door, about to come on through. Dave has to make the chow with the AR, and wow, both defenders on the site able to hold out strong for the Originals. It was looking great, but it's not good enough. 3-2 Originals.
That feels like a moment where retirement pending, I think, are hard stacking and thinking that there's only one player in sight based on the timing, right?
Right.
The stun and the Semtex do a lot of work, but Dave doesn't want to be the first one to challenge. They let, the other member challenge from the side door. And I don't think they at any point expect that both members are holding the post plant from inside. So individual 1v1s come through and the stun concussive effects get shaken off. I think probably a little bit of regen also in play there, just because it takes Dave so long to get in from that side door, because I think he was banking that his teammate was going to be the one to collect the kill after the initial utility connects. So misread there. Furious up close and personal was throw a stun and then back away. Still is in a little bit of trouble. He's been here before, and I think he says that I don't want to be here again. Jumps into the A side, and the defense will stay a little bit more structured on the safer side with this setup with 60 seconds to play.
Yeah, I like the play. Just trying to feel out what exactly they're doing. Get a read on the push. The frag will get a read on one more player through the outskirts here. Could be the green light to work through the middle, or maybe just isolate Gizmo too. There is a potential play for that if Mythics decides to take a chow alongside one of his teammates, but not interested in that just yet. So now getting through Furious feels like probably the next task at hand, and Defrag is going to slowly work into the site, potentially. With about 35 seconds left. A's the target, maybe.
But I was going to say, you should be able to diagnose this, though, if you're retirement pending, because you know that Furious is playing through B alley. Where else is he going to go? But as Furious finds the free kill into Rafi, Lucky also connects to Dave. And no chances there for retirement pending to really kind of solve the problem at hand. So now 4-2, the gap becomes a bit more significant, and now we have to see something on the other side for retirement pending if we want to try to re-influence their pressure on the map.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think with the way that they're playing the map and the rounds right now, it feels like they need numbers, to slowly be traded out. Like if they have some of these 2v2 scenarios, maybe these 3v3 scenarios where there's more of the map open, like then I think you can pull off some of these like last like 25-second, 30-second plays to try to get into the bomb. But when you do, when there's like still 4 members up, there's everything basically being covered. So they're going to read what you're doing unless you're just gunning individuals. Really hard, I feel like, to pull off. And Rafi, I mean, we talked about him being one of the big stars on this lineup, especially in S&D. He has not been seen so far here at 0-5. Really going to need him if retirement pending are going to be able to bring this one back.
And the weird thing about this map is the fact that it really hasn't been Lucky who's dominated. But I will say, knowing that his scope is out has allowed possibly Furious more opportunities with this sub because everyone wants to play from the inside of the map. And that should be a free kill again for Furious. Now 10-2. Unbelievable. And he gets across, wants the challenge! Oh! Furious! That is bold, daring, and it's an engagement that goes his way, no problem. Mythic's last one left, put down. Oh, but what a little bit of fire from the side of Furious.
He chowed that?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, I know he doesn't have too many options in that situation where he's 1 HP. So you either, decide to play your life, just wait for the regen and hope to get a reset in the gunfight, or you just immediately chow them, which they're like, dude, I know Rafi was like, I cannot believe he just chowed that. Like, you have him dead to rights. He catches them on throwing the nade. The timing was just beautiful. And Furious is 11-2 because of it. I mean, there has been multiple rounds single-handedly won from him just with these opening 2 pieces at the start.
Unreal. Nothing else needs to be said. So now retirement pending, have to get it done for 4 rounds in a row. Mythic's up top, nades going his direction, still wants the gunfight. Gizmo had the advantage there, but shots connect, and Mythic's will now win that angle, leaving an opportunity for Rafi with that silence, maybe move a little bit further forward, but the Originals have only backed away. They haven't given up the contest, and yeah, little tags from deep. Furious follows up for an easy kill, gets him to 12-2 with numbers for the Originals. Until Dave gets into a 3v3. Mythic shut down. Oh, boy.
They're searching, aren't they? Like, they're looking.
Yeah, they really
They're so
are.
close. Like, in so many of these moments, like, especially with the X-ray, like, we know where they are. They just can't really lock them down. And my goodness, 30 seconds left again. Have to make a move. Henry might know that one player is still potentially down low, but you got to grab this bomb, and they're finally going to be able to do it. However, how are you going to be able to get this down safely? Henry can still go Rogan from behind.
Oh, and the pistol connects from in front, so now the bomb is down. Dave by himself. And well, yeah. NT, not much to do there. The Originals off of Furious. Whew. Mercy. 6-2 the count. Double digits. I mean, 12-3.
Yeah.
0-7 from Rafi. That's not good.
Yeah.
Don't know how else to say also. So it's not good.
You know what? You're not wrong, Alan. That's all I'm going to say. That is not good. 0-7, joins the agency. It's, like, not something I feel like we ever see out of someone like Rafi. Like, just to put in perspective for you guys, like, I'm pretty sure he has, like, 23 kills more than the next person on his roster when it comes down to search and destroy. So the guy has been, like, the guy when it comes down to search and destroy for retirement pending. So when they don't have, those same influence plays or those same 1v1s being kind of won at the start to open up some of the plays that we were seeing, like, it's always going to put you in a spot where you're just always down in numbers, it feels like, right? Not able to get involved. Work around the scope well, I feel like, outside of the first couple rounds, but they could not work through Furious. That was a problem the entire time.
And that's the thing that I will say, kind of shifting the conversation towards the Original side, you love to see that, where if you're going to give a ton of respect and not even challenge our scope, bring it. Like, let our subs now have an opportunity to win those close quarter battles, and boy, did Furious ever win them. I mean, close range, long range didn't seem to make much of a difference, if we're being honest. He only gets 82 damage. What a scrub. No, I'm just kidding. Just play it. This bug needs to be fixed, man. I'm telling you that much.
Yeah, definitely, because you feel like that's probably well over 1,000 damage for sure that game.
Yeah.
But, man, incredible stuff from Furious. Just again, like I think I said it during the map, like so many rounds where it just won from him right at the start, just with an opening 2-piece. We saw it in a couple of them. And when you're not getting traded and you're just then able to also keep the forward position after finding 2, Like, it just creates so many problems, and you just have no idea where his next attack is going to be coming from, or if another attack's going to come from a different player. So very difficult to deal with. The kills just were not there. And again, just not getting, anything out of Rafi. It's never going to make it easy to win an S&D. So 6-2, 2-0 up. Originals doing what they do best. That is win series. And Retirement Pending now have to put together a reverse sweep here, Alan.
Yeah, doing what they do best. Win. Love that comment of you. Goodness. So now we look back at the series layout and things become much more dire once again for the side of Retirement Pending. We looked at the first 3 maps and said if you could go up 2-1, we could really entertain the idea of an upset here. But to reverse with this Originals team where the Mercado Search and Destroy still waits, which I believe that would have been the Originals pick, that's not great news if you're Retirement Pending. But everything still comes down to, can you find a way to get through this hotel control? Because that's where you were successful, at least in mode, when you played the Originals last time. So have to start it there, and then hopefully fix on some of the mistakes that we saw in the Mercado hardpoint as we swap over to potentially an Embassy hardpoint before we can really talk about that 5th and final map.
Yeah, and we have seen, Dave have a lot of pop-up performances individually, I would say, like on an Embassy hardpoint. But getting through a hotel control right now, it's looking a little bit dire, at least off of the first 2 maps that we've seen so far. It's just been all one-sided. And it's funny because, like, we always try to come up with analysis, from the opposite. And it's like, oh, they need to have a good start. They need to come out and have a great break. But it's like, you need to also consistently do that the entire map, right? Because they had a good start to the Mercado hardpoint.
Yeah.
They just didn't hold. You could really feel things tense up, I feel like, as we got about halfway through that. Cannot allow that to happen to go forward. But we'll see what they're going to be able to do, Alan.
How about Goob with the predictions? We often stay away from predictions because it makes us look silly. But Goob is currently knocking it out of the park. Originals make a lower run for sure. Well, 3-0 Retirement Pending. Easily, the boy says.
He's not wrong.
Okay, he's not. So far, so good. We'll see if Goob can keep up the predictions and maybe even see phase 2 of that come true for the full lower bracket round. Again, feel free to tweet at WeAreClutchGG or use the hashtag ChallengersElite for your takes, your predictions, your reactions. Speaking of, how about Rafi? Right into the mix. First 2 kills defensively. Trophy enforce this B defense. And the Originals are bounced out with really just options left towards A.
That's all right. Got the close spawn and freezer. Pretty much just have to make your way over. Stop the clock. You have Mythics here. He is all alone. He's going to challenge it. Challenge is wide. Easy clean up there for Furious. Doesn't take any damage in response. The first segment now has been locked, and I don't think anyone else is likely going to make a move. DeFrag just going to play for exits, but Furious might have been able to get through here for free and can come all the way to B.
This is problematic because Retirement Pending really aren't even through in towards bedroom. This is very passive, and now the rotation is fully in for the Originals. They spawn close in towards luggage, and Retirement Pending are going to have to scramble. A 2-man stack for the first tick of progress. Now a 3 on for potentially the second, and if kills come through, the B zone is just gone, but there is no trophy down, and with that, the full wipe comes out just before the second tick gets fully locked.
Yeah, it's huge. Right before the second tick, you get that, well, just one more good push in the stack, and you basically got that all secured. But now, back over to A. Don't imagine the Retirement Pending is going to throw bodies at this like they did last time. Probably want to hold on to the map control, but Gizmo will find 2 right through the mid connector, and Furious finds a 3rd. It has happened again. Retirement Pending will get the spawn inside of Spa, so they're here to answer quickly, but this is still a little bit scary as Gizmo's still on a spree.
Oh, God, not looking good. Furious trying to finesse his life. 2 HP, Chal still wins it. Henry through front desk. He's going to be a problem. Stun goes out. Semtex to follow. Gunfight from behind. Almost did it to Dave. But with that, that's a lot of time killed, allowing his teammates to get on. Second tick of progress comes through. Does that trophy not get the Semtex denial? Interesting. But with that, Retirement Pending to re-break. But this time, the second tick gets locked in.
I know this is really random, Alan, but I feel like you'd have a great Santa laugh. I just feel like you would do it justice after what I just heard, It just sounded spot on. That's all I'm going to say. Anyway, minute 15 left on the clock. See if this final segment will come in. The Originals are really putting on the pressure once again. And, well, Retirement Pending have to hold on. Dave will pre-fire and just barely come out with the win, but still causing havoc, still causing problems in and around the bedroom is everyone here in the Originals, but it's DeFrag that's able to play his life inside bottom bedroom.
I'll say the Originals need to kind of take a little bit of a beat here because these scrappy kills that continue to get traded back and forth put them down to pretty tragic life counts, but Gizmo has now won Spa, and Furious is just not losing gunfights today.
Oh.
That is a difficult one on the defrag that he still cleans up, and now Retirement Pending are spawning all the way out. Third tick of progress on the way. Team kill forced from Dave, and then the cleanup onto Dave himself. We'll see the third tick of progress finished, and the Originals will win based on capture in the first offensive round.
It feels really frantic, like watching the gameplay right now from Retirement Pending. And it's a great opening, and that's why I think it's a little bit puzzling, because they have that great kind of, 3-for-1 trade right at the start. They have great control in bedroom. Raffi holds on to it, but it's that little moment where Mythix decides to solo chow really early at A, and then his teammates follow up on that play, and they allow that little gap for Furious to get through into the back to make the rotation and get across to B. And then once we start to see that flip-flop between A and B, it felt like Retirement Pending never really got their feet underneath themselves from there on out.
That's a good call. One of those things, man, sometimes you just kind of live in the chaos.
Yeah.
And thrive in it. Opening gunfights, good once again for Retirement Pending. A few members on, but the Semtex denies one. Raffi mid-match did not expect Furious to come up quickly from behind. And even though Furious is just 7-7, it feels like he's 70-7 with how fast he's played, dude. Like, he is everywhere, finding so many good gunfight wins.
He is certainly on one today. Might be the reason the Originals pull away with a 3-0 in the series, but Retirement Pending have to bounce back, and something needs to happen on this A zone. Raffi, good moment, able to get a read in from behind. We'll stop that push there from Henry. And, well, defrag's also getting some room kind of created out front in and around Chandelier. So this is a better moment, little double stack to make sure they get this full minute of time. They'll have 2 minutes to work with to try to get to B.
Yeah. The Originals do have a double stack over towards topside bedroom. Dave showing us some new elevation. As a little bit of a pause comes through. Dave is just remodeling top bedroom. I don't like this glass up here.
Hello. Yeah, back down we go. Mythic's not going to stick around for it. But, Raffi, it happens so often in this game, man. Sometimes it's so difficult to see if it's the opponent or your teammate, and your reaction to is always the stab. And, well, that's exactly what happens there from Raffi, and that means that 4 players go down. Gizmo's also cutting them off as they cross. Oh, my goodness. Retirement Pending in the blender, it feels like right now. Still time to work with, but they've never really had a clean look at A or B so far.
Yeah. And this becomes even more punishing if you don't have a win from behind. Oh, goodness. There is nowhere for the Retirement Pending squad to work with. Nothing. They are spawning in kitchen, and they are just saying, next order up. Like, let's just stay here and just find maybe a new line of work. That was rough. I'm sorry I had to go there, though. That was bad. This is getting out of hand. And you have to create space. And, okay, now we've got mid-map to work with. A chance to possibly work their way in, but they're still down 5 lives.
Still down 5, but they should know that at least 1 player is potentially behind them, maybe even 2. Henry tries to get a read down low in bedroom. Not going to happen. And, well, that's a huge win for Furious. More to deal with out front. And Raffi will shut him down, but Lucky has gotten through. And he'll keep 1 off the zone. But he doesn't read the spawn quickly in the back, so hold on. Still a moment for Retirement Pending. Down to 8 lives, but Gizmo, he's able to cut another 1 off the zone.
And Gizmo's moving really rapidly in this position. Bottom side ladder. It's not going to be fun to deal with. Good win from Mythix. That clears off that top bar position. Now Gizmo's going to take the long route around. See if he can get an angle defensively at this B zone. Take members off. Possibly use the clock as an ally. Shut down, but now the defense is back and reinforced from the fraud. Dave over the top doesn't finish the kill onto Henry. Oh, he was trying to transfer over, I think, to Furious. And doesn't get the final bullet needed for the kill. And the Originals now up 2-0 as they stop Retirement Pending from getting on to B.
Man, it's just been too strong. I mean, you just see the differential when, Originals get 4 down. You just take a look at the mini-map, and you just see how well and how fast they're able to kind of put them in that spawn trap blender in the back of kitchen, like right away. Like everyone just almost knows to do right away. And you feel like for Retirement Pending, they get moments like that. They're not taking away the same space. They're not putting on the same pressure when you come off the spawn. And it just has not been on the same level here so far. And now a defense is, of course, required. The ultimate reverse sweep of down 0-2 in the control.
Yeah.
Have to come through. Not looking likely.
First attempt, though, for the Originals over towards B. Completely squandered. Well done, Rafi, for 2. Gizmo just trying to see if he can find another elimination. And he will be unsuccessful. Now Mythics over towards the A set on the quick spawn-up rotation for the Originals on their attacking focus. Not stop any members from getting in. The frag next one on. Stun not going to land. Tough gunfight here. Still wins it. Goodness. Clean shots from Defrag and actually gets a pretty huge chunk out of Lucky as well, but ultimately unsuccessful, and the Originals will get their first ticket A.
Well, Furious even moves over to B just to make sure that A should go over without any problems whatsoever. All 4 defenders will back up to make sure they protect the more favored zone. And now we'll just see a simple setup. Play for exits. Another good win. Defrag is bringing a little bit of the flare now. Able to find another key gunfight for himself as Henry works to the back. Rafi's going to be able to find him. This is great groundwork for some early moves to B.
Yeah.
But we'll see exactly if they can hold on to it. That's been the problem. And dealing with this back push has also been a problem so far for Retirement Pending too.
Yeah, agreed. But this time the defensive setup for Retirement Pending is just as good as you'd like. Although Rafi Deep is in a little bit of trouble. He does have help from Mythics on top of the roofs. That actually kind of forces the Originals to say, well, if you got one player deep, one player on the rooftops, let's see if we can move them by getting in through the middle of the map. And now the kills around the back are good. So you've kind of flipped the map around if you're the Originals. Furious is still on the hunt for Mythics. Playing through bedroom, dead silence pop. Gunfight 1, well read by Mythics. But still, the Originals, through that cut through mid, are on towards B for the first pick, potentially. Dave over the top. Does shut down the offensive members on the zone. And Retirement Pending will now hold a 5-life lead with a minute 30 on the clock.
Oh, it's getting a little bit chaotic right through mid. Dave, I think, wanted to wrap all the way around the back, too, and try to hold on to this bedroom control. Has been lost, but a key win again for Defrag. He has had a lot of huge gunfights and almost finds another onto Henry. It will stop him in his tracks for a second, as Rafi's now able to reposition into the back here, too. So we'll see if the Originals can find a way through. So far, the defense has been able to hold strong.
Yeah, I'll say. Much cleaner to the side of Retirement Pending. The Originals kind of in their last attempt, so to speak, all of a sudden, 8 versus 15. And it's a triple stack of defenders literally on top of each other up top here. Gizmo anticipates. Whoa, nearly.
Wow.
Follows up off the second, but it's Retirement Pending who come out on top, and now they've got full map control and only 5 more lives to kill off.
Yeah, just 5 more lives. Finally, a round that should go the way of Retirement Pending. Information coming through there for Henry through the door, but a couple of clean kills do come in. But Rafi, he's controlling the back. He's doing a good job, and I think he's got a read on the second as Furious is in a gunfight. Able to find a frag, but the lives, that's really the problem.
Yeah.
Flies over the top. Easy pick up there for Rafi. Maybe looking for some streaks going into round number 4. Henry will just try to play his life on the zone, but still so much work needs to be done.
Yeah, this is the hard press to come through for an offensive win. Just down to Gizmo, and no, not going to happen this time. So Retirement Pending do get on the board, but a lot to do, and likely they're going to have to do it with 2 straight offenses, because mathematically, I don't think it's even possible for them to have a round 5 defense, which isn't the end of the world on Hotel, but
Sure.
we need to see something that really sways our minds here in this next offense if we want to start possibly considering them getting 2 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of just been the factor. I feel like looking at Retirement Pending on the day so far, there's been, moments where it feels like they look great, but just trying to consistently pull them off over and over and over again has not been there. They get a defensive win. Let's see if they can maybe get a good look and a good start here to round number 4 on the attack, where Dave is just going to simply come over to B. Still looks like a pretty default setup over to A. And while early gunfights coming through for Furious, man, I don't know how he does it, but once again opens up with a double.
Again, doesn't feel like he's -3 in kill death ratios right now. Like,
Oh,
it's
it
just
does not.
every time we get him on screen, it feels like he's doing something immaculate. Retirement Pending do still get the eliminations needed to stack on for A. First tick should be a guarantee. Kills through mid-map, not going to be there as it looked like Retirement Pending were trying to find a timing to stretch to B. But with those kills coming through for the Originals, now defensively, they're still feeling like they can come through and actually deny the progress on towards A completely. May not fully work out for them, but they have gotten the lives to even. 25 playing 25. Third tick of progress now being worked on as Mythics cuts through mid.
Oh,
Well done.
Mythics! Finds another one, and now he's on the zone. You have presence in from behind, and well, looks like everyone comes off of spotting Gizmo. I don't know how he puts together some of the doubles he does, but another big moment there from him as you are still alive on the zone. Dave finessing, can't play his life any longer, and they'll make sure that first tick does not come through, but certainly a better moment so far here for Retirement Pending right off the start.
Oh, absolutely. And they're in a position with Mythics up top to try to keep bedroom control. Problem is the Originals are winning gunfights from below him, and there's not really a great chance to challenge. But this is smart. Wait for your teammates to give you a comm. If they're playing deep, then maybe you can hit a route and deny it very quickly. Furious through mid-map. Keeps at least the offensive play around the back safe, but yeah, that play for Mythics that I was kind of alluding to has worked out. They do clean up bedroom. Furious trying to repossess, but that turns into a quick kill from Retirement Pending. Now they've got numbers to try to get on to B.
Henry's taking a good route, though. They just cleared out all of bottom bedroom. Not sure if they're going to expect him. Oh, he gets a read down low. Henry good for the first. Should have been calm that he did run up top, but his teammates are also now finding kills around the zone.
Oh,
and he pinches up mid. What a route from Henry. Doesn't finish off the second onto defrag, but it's fine. You've been able to push back the attack, been able to hold on, but Dave finds a window to cut through mid, wants to try to force out those further spawns, but Henry again off spawn will win his one-on-one.
Yeah, really nice map from Henry here, 25 and 23. Getting it done with the sub. Great things if you're an Originals fan. Rafi mid-map, just not able to get the regen off. Gizmo gets one before being traded. 12 plays 11, 50 seconds on the clock, and Retirement Pending, who spawn over towards the already captured A zone, are trying to get around the back. Gizmo trying to get here to respond to it, but does not expect how quickly Retirement Pending have gotten around. So maybe a chance here for Mythics to work alongside Defrag to get on towards B. They still have to fight up against these bedroom defenders, though, and you can already see Mythics is not in a good spot to deal with that. He loses his teammate, and in the same moment, he also loses his own life. Last chance for Retirement Pending.
Last chance, and how do you expect three players to be on your side of the map? They do find one up top, but you still got Gizmo lurking through mid, trying to get a read on this push. With 15 seconds left, you're going to have to go, and gunfights are going to have to be won. So far, so good. They do find at least a couple members in from behind, but you still got to worry about Lucky. And well, Furious, oh my, Furious! Pedal to the metal, sprint set, Retirement Pending. Wants to put it away right here, right now, and Gizmo might have just done it with that kill. That is the case. A good moment in the final seconds, but not enough to overcome the defense. The Originals, they hold out 3-0 here in this series.
Dude, those two kills from Furious are what wins the round, by the way. He only finds one or none of those, and Retirement Pending have all four members in good positions, not on the zone, but also around it to stop the defense from coming through. So, again, it feels like Furious went, like, triple positive every time we had him on screen. He only finished as 22 and 31, but that definitely goes to show that the amount of engagements that he's putting himself in, he's trying to make plays, and you know, shout outs to the OBS team. They caught all the big ones that he was able to find successfully. So, big stuff for the Originals. A 3-0. Goob's tweet seems like it's going to come true, at least for the first part of it so far. Retirement Pending, set packing. They will have to requalify or decide to cash in those 401ks and pension plans if they do decide to, you know, retire. Hopefully not. I hope not. I really hope not. Look, like, Dave and Defrag had a good season this season, man. I really hope they come back.
I hope so too. I mean, they have looked, you know, completely on point. And I mean, I don't feel like anyone's ever going to expect those guys not to at least show up and hold their own, which, you know, they've been able to do more of through a lot of this season. So I'm with you, man. Hopefully we certainly get those guys back. But great looks for the Originals. It's a great first series to kind of build off of down here in this lower bracket, because matches, they only get tougher from here on out going forward, especially with the Notorious already being down here and everyone else that's going to end up dropping down into this lower bracket. But action continues. 2-1 up right now is LaNave. Team Notorious, of course, in the lead, but just by a small margin.
Yeah, we kind of tuned into the early parts of the Mercado Surge to destroy when it was 2-2. Nave ended up winning the map 6-2. Team Notorious have to bounce back in a major way. And at least on the Hotel Control, which was the third map, they won 3-0. So we'll see. I think a lot of focus goes to, can Maple get into this series? And so far, 19 and 15. He's looking good for it as Team Notorious find themselves in a 40-point lead. But over towards Kitchen. Nave do have the opening setup, but it's a little bit short-handed as Zucker's trying to wait for rotations on the other side of the map, and now all of a sudden Notorious have the numbers to try to break. Renkor's trying to pre-fire, and that won't work out. The break is good for Notorious as they get over 200 points.
Yeah, that's always, kind of the risk of putting a player at the very back of the last hill, because if they're not fully flooding through the back of bedroom or, through bottom valet to get into the back and influence the spawns, then yeah, you're in a man disadvantage. A little 3v4 on the point. Certainly going to hurt them, but still a chance maybe to get in there for the scrap time. However, not looking likely. Notorious holding on to just about everything so far. Metals looking for kill number 4. He'll find it. 15 seconds, still a chance to get in for scrap, but my goodness, what a break it was from Team Notorious.
Yeah, I'll say. That's like that little bit of time is just so punishing to Nave, who were trying to set up for a full 60. Like, when you put Sukri deep towards roofs like that, you're assuming that you can stop rotation through mid, and then Team Notorious have to kind of scramble to clear space. But over towards bar, numbers, 50-50 gunfight, but Notorious go 3 for 1 in the trades. And now it's really just down to how much damage can Super do from behind. Eric mid-map, those are great shots, but Eric is ready for the gunfight, wins it. Even though the Nave are on, they don't really have numbers here. Metals is waiting for Yako to show himself top bedroom. And as he gets pushed off, the focus will now start to come to the front, but Nave are actually holding this, with really just a couple of members through the middle of the map. Super gets a double, and now the Notorious are a little split spawned, and hold on a second, we got ourselves a tight game again.
Yeah, we definitely do. 20 seconds so important, and Team Notorious might have to forfeit it just to kind of rotate to the new hill. Try to get set up first, which they have done a good job of doing, but Yako patiently waiting on his belly inside of Connector. Finds the first one. Can he get the second? No. Shots good initially. Not good enough to finish off the kill, and then Maple cleans up 2 more. So 220 to 230. Team Notorious, they're here first, but now they're going to have to hold back LaNave.
Yeah, this is tough scenes. Although the kill through mid-map does open up the space. Chance to possibly try to break this through rugs. Nades are out. Renkor gets 1 with the cruise. Does get a player off the zone for now, but it's 240, 223. Kills are... Whoa! Wow, how does that happen? Sukri, Renkor, they just take a 2v3, and the break is good. All of a sudden, Notorious are spawning down towards Spa. But the only one who can watch this is Sukri through mid-map. He's pushed away, and now the defenders on top of the zone are just left to Yako and Renkor. 242, 242. Yako in the corner! Gets the double! Metals with the trade! Eric follows up! 1v1 for the hard point! Eric trying to hold his life, but he's overwhelmed! 244 to 242. Nave on! Can they put down Team Notorious? The kills come out, but the contest is in, and we get a flip of the hard point, but you go to New, and Yako's already here. It should be the game-winning play. 249, 250. Team Notorious eliminated in top 6.
Eliminated from LaNave Del Mysterio. I have no idea what's happening here in day 1, week 3. But if this is what we're getting, boy, oh boy, are we in for a treat. I cannot believe it. The team that I was expecting to be in the grand final, maybe even through the upper bracket, has been taken out against a LaNave team that has not looked all there the entire season, Alan. This is a team that has struggled over and over and over again, that have never looked good, but maybe finally hitting that ceiling, taking down one of the biggest teams here in playoffs.
Dude, there are so many things I could go to say. Here's the thing. COD can very much so be a day-by-day thing. And
yes,
we're seeing that in real time right here. This is why this format is so different. Because Team Notorious was looking like the indomitable squad from Europe. Framed it up as they were going to come out in this series with some fire. And boy, did they ever. But Nave got better. Now it's 2 top 6s in a row for this Team Notorious squad in 2 straight seasons of Elite. That is, colored me surprised. I thought this Team Notorious squad was headstrong for a grand finals appearance based on how they played through the group and the first day of playoffs. Not the case. But, what a performance from this Nave squad. Are you kidding?
Absolutely. And I really want to credit, Sukri so much, because he was the guy that I think a lot of people were looking at least from the community's point of view, of like, if you're going to make a change, it feels like it would be Sukri. He is just not putting up the numbers. There was a lot of maps that we saw where he was double negative, just very uncharacteristic performances, coming out of this guy who was so good through Vanguard, but a lot of crazy moments from him throughout the last week as well as this one. Sure, just 23 and 22, 19 of those non-traded kills, 3K damage, minute 35 in the hill. Just a lot of credit to this guy for stepping up. And then alongside him, everyone else has just about always been consistent outside of maybe Yakko here and there, who's also able to put a big influence onto that game. But my goodness, it's so mind-blowing to process this in the moment, because a Team Notorious, again, like they were just wiping the floor with other teams, Alan. They were wiping the floor with other teams during the regular season. So to get to a point where we see them be taken down like this, it's just mind-blowing.
I have no words. 250 to 225 to Nave on Notorious's best hardpoint map. That says a lot in the first place. But then you go to a hotel where Notorious had not played this hardpoint yet, but it looks like they're in firm control. Man, that is absolutely unbelievable. So Team Notorious finished top 6. And again, like, outside of their matchup versus the now Aphelion EU squad, no one came close to touching them until Wobabobs put them down to the lower bracket in their winners semifinal matchup, 3-0. It was tight 3-0, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But it's still a 3-0. To now lose to Nave top 6. I did not see that coming. I thought for sure, based on the bracket, that Notorious was going to be fine. They were going to move their way in. They were going to make the lower bracket run, but nope.
Not to be.
Wow.
I'm going to be honest. Like, I was looking at this Lenave squad at week 1, and I was thinking there is for sure a change coming. Like, you could almost feel it watching over their gameplay and watching over their performances. Like I think everyone on this team has expected, a much better result so far in regular season, maybe even through stage 1. I think a lot of us expected a potential change to come through for stage 2, but the fact they've stuck together, they've been able to work through their issues and now start to come out on top in some of these really close games, which I'm sure is great for their mental, because there were so many of them that did not go their way, losing by single digits in the hard point back in stage 1. It feels like it's coming together. It's starting to connect. And now that you've beaten Team Notorious, like, who knows where this team starts to go, but I'm certainly on board with them. It's been great. We'll take a look at the bracket, but boy, oh boy, the Originals and Lenave going head to head here and loses round 3. Oh man, I mean, it's just like sky's the limit now that we've seen this Lenave, right, Alan?
It completely opens up the conversation on a multitude of fronts. For the Originals, they're still looking very deadly. That's without question.
Sure.
This is still a tough matchup for Lenave coming up, but I mean, the fact of the matter is this Nave squad just showed up in a major way. So now we're going to get in that lower semis, which is the final match of the evening. That's a rematch from winners round 1. They played each other in the upper bracket, and it was a very quick 3-0 for the Originals. So that's now got to be something that you look towards and say, is there an opportunity for Nave to learn off of that series? You can kind of see it there on the left-hand side near the bottom middle. It was a quick 3-0. So, man, I don't know. Lots to be asked, I think, about what happens there. But our next matchup and our next focus when we come back from our upcoming break will be our winners finals. Wobabobs and Aphelion Esports, formerly known as Orgless, recently picked up over the course of the last week. That is a matchup of teams that have not yet dropped a map so far in this playoff bracket, Austin.
Oh my, I mean, yeah, you talk about a team that, we've been looking up and that we've been eyeing up here. It's without a doubt those guys. They have looked fantastic. I mean, what can you say? We had a lot of questions about the original swap, right? Like, how was Harry going to be able to fare on that team with Lucky kind of, doing the 1-for-1? And so far, it feels like they've been able to hit that same form that we were seeing, at least during stage 1, without a doubt.
Agreed, but the maps are already in and everything, so we're just going to step away for just a brief break, get ourselves set up. When we come back, it's winners finals time, baby. Wobabobs, well, they're looking like another solid squad for a second straight season, but Aphelion EU on the other side looking primed to test them. We'll see what happens when we come back after the break. Welcome back, everybody. We are getting on in towards the winners finals. Wobbubob now going up against the recently signed Orgless team, now Aphelion Esports EU. My whole ship with me, I've got Visions. This one should be an absolute showstopper. Both teams undefeated throughout playoffs. Both teams looked really solid when they were playing throughout their group stage. So, should be two heavy hitters slapping at each other with some aggressive slaps. Let's just say they're punching. They're throwing haymakers. I have to assume that we're going to get some absolute electric scenes in this matchup.
I have to imagine so, man. I mean, just with these two squads, it feels like Wobblebobs are getting better and better. And while everyone knows where Aphelion has been so far, it feels like they are that squad at the moment. So, yeah, that pretty much shapes up for a good equation of what should be an absolute brawl. I would have to say so myself. But we'll see what happens, man, because coming in here, this team that has not lost a single series, it feels like they've just been so on point, and they make very few mistakes. So you need every single player on the Wobblebobs to really come out firing. And, well, luckily they have the stats to back themselves up with that.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So here's looking at the Wobblebobs roster. So the thing about this, and this was the easy status. That's not Brezzy. This actually is all of the last team. But the thing about it by name, Brezzy is literally probably the best placing Challengers Elite performer so far. I mean, last year in Vanguard, he was 3 for 3 in wins. We played 2 in NA, 1 in EU. This year, it looked like he was going to do the same thing again for that first Wobblebobs team in Season 1, but they came up a touch short in third. There's all the correct pictures. And I think at a certain point, you look to Brezzy and say, again, what does he have to do to get back into the league?
Actually, though, I mean, like, what more can Brezzy do at this point in time is almost the question you have to frame, like, in order to prove himself, because he's done just about all of it. He's also now running a sub and an AR, so he's showing that you can do it with both weapons. You can do it in different regions. He has been that guy, but obviously alongside him, Cobra, Linz, and Abuza, these guys all have some of the highest stats, like, in Challengers, certainly some of the best ones within EU. But, I mean, when this team is firing on all cylinders, Alan, like, it almost feels like nobody can slow them down with how well they're able to slay.
Yeah, I think, between Brezzy and Abuza both, like, they have hard, just duo carry potential. But the question lies, I think, with Linz. Can he perform here in a major matchup? On the other side, though, taking a look at this Aphelion Esports EU roster, again, formerly known as Orgless, they're no longer Orgless. You got Denza, Journey, Vortex, Harry, and I think the thing about it is, I will say this, Journey has looked really solid so far this season, which is always great to see. I think in the past he's always ridden in the shadow of some of his other teammates, but this season he's really kind of stepped into primetime form.
I like that shout. I think he's looking like one of the best aggressive ARs currently, like, within Challenges, I would say, as a whole. He has some of, like, the highest engagements, more than, like, a lot of sub players that we typically see, and he's putting up just some insane numbers in and around the hill. So you got to put a lot of credit, over to Journey, just with how he's been able to perform. He's been lights out. Alongside him, we've also brought up that same conversation for Vortex with the sub. He's hit a different form so far here in Modern Warfare 2. Then the newest member coming into the mix is Harry. And, well, how has this team not improved? You feel like when you bring Harry in with just the individual performance he's put on this entire season as well. So it's basically all stacking up to be a really good squad. I guess that's what we're getting to here, Al.
Yeah, easy to say without question. So now let's take a look and see where this best of 5 map series layout will take us. Yeah, both these two teams have been really solid across the board, but mostly you take a look at what this Wobblebobs roster has done. They're a little bit slower in the hard point than they were last season, but still very significantly improved in a number of ways. And whereas we take a look at 3 hotels to start, there's results pretty much across the board for each of these teams. For Wobblebobs, I'm mostly looking at the fact that they're probably one of the best control teams that we have in the EU, and they're 4-0 on hotel control. So that's already kind of standing out to me.
Without a doubt. I mean, 4-0. That's really good news. I feel like coming into a map mode combination where it's going to be a fight for every single one, and none of them are going to come by easily. So, yeah, definitely good news for them. But a couple reps here and there. I feel like on the hotels there, 4 Orgless are now Aphelion as well. So might be able to potentially come away with that map number 1, but this one really sets the tone for the series. Also sets the tone for some of the individuals we've already highlighted for having a good series, because like we said, everyone kind of needs to be on form when you have these two good squads kind of going up against each other in the winner's final. A massive match to see who gets top 2. Pressure is certainly on.
Oh, yes, it is. And I think the thing, too, about this is not only do you often see the team that wins the winners finals look like they're going to be untouched, maybe so to speak, in the grand finals, but if you're a team like the Wobblebobs, you don't want to fall down and have to go into another lower bracket round to where who knows what'll happen, because that's where they faltered last season against this team, essentially, for the most part. So it is kind of almost a full-on rematch from what we had from Season 1's winter finals, with the exception of, again, a small roster change between this Aphelion Esports squad and the Elevate team that matched up against the Wobblebobs last season. So tough things, I think, as far as making predictions, but hey, the cool thing about this is you guys could try to get it yourselves on stream. Social soundboard is available to you, just tweeting at WeAreClutchGG. Use the hashtag Challengers Elite. Let us know who you think wins this series, maybe who stands out as a potential series MVP, and why, right here, right now. Do it. Get on Twitter. We'll come back and we'll check out all your guys' tweets after map number 2. Any other thoughts as far as potential kind of maybe individual 1v1s that you're kind of looking at on the micro side, as far as like who could be individual X factors before we jump into this first map?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's funny because I think you could pick a lot of them, but the one that stands out for me, at least looking from the Wobblebob side, just because on the other side there hasn't been a serious loss, so I'm looking at them as the team that has to come out here and kind of grab it. I think you look at Cobra. I think Cobra's looked really good with an AR, especially in the hotels, because I want to say that when they do this swap with Brezzy and in Cobra, when they kind of swap between the SMGs and the ARs, a lot of it takes place on Hotel specifically. So since Hotel coming up kind of the first 3 maps in a row, I think you're looking at those two to see if they can maybe still find that continued form against one of the top squads, because when Cobra's going off, he's locking down the back, like everything just becomes easier for the rest of the squad because he's just picking them up off spawn. So I'm looking at him, man, because I think that he is still one of the best slayers that we currently have in EU without a doubt.
I agree. And I think, you look at both Cobra and Linz kind of side by side as one another for this Wobblebobs team as being, the question marks as far as can they perform when it matters most, because there have been moments in the past where it's faltered and it's led to this Wobblebobs team being a little bit short, whether that be in the winners finals and the really all of Season 1 last year, kind of finishing in 3rd, versus also seeing things like even on land, like back in Raleigh, kind of the same situation, that 4th place finish they had there. It felt like there was more in the tank than what we actually got, just did not show up when they did it the most. So maybe that's the only thing that's really keeping this Wobblebobs team from being the dominant squad in Europe. We'll come to find out. It's map number 1, Wobblebobs, Aphelion Esports. We've got winners finals and a lot of hotel. Everyone checks in, ready to go.
Oh, checking in. We'll see who checks out, though, with the win. Nice early start for Aphelion, as we would typically see on the favorite side, but I love this route to kind of push through up top in Catwalk. Try to disrupt the ARs from having that clean heady to sit behind in the back, but it will, of course, lead to a bit of a flip of the map now, too, as Abuza trying to get in there for some dirty work, able to find 1. Linz with a nice snap for 2, and that'll keep things scrappy now on P1 with 20 seconds up for grabs.
Now the stretch across the map. Cobra waiting to see if he can get a free challenge. He may get it. Harry's nearby. Has a trophy to keep him safe, so he's set up shop quite literally inside of the perfumery. But with that elimination, now you start to wonder about the spawns. And okay, the Wobblebobs will be still spawning on the left-hand side. This is a nice little defensive line for Aphelion to kind of hold over towards the right side of the minimap. And with kills from Denza, that will allow the opportunity to go straight into P2 with a very significant hold for Aphelion Esports.
Comes out, Denza tries to get up there with the sights. Not going to be able to find any shots there to connect. And, well, pushing through the back here as well will be Cobra. Trying to see if he can work through Spa. Will allow at least a small moment for Wobblebobs to get in, but have to now hold back the spawns. And it's a good wraparound coming right through mid, and Abuza reads it. My goodness, and then turns it into a double. What a huge moment here for Wobblebobs to actually defend the second push as well.
Yeah, beautiful dissection, because it's not just the fact that they get the break, like you mentioned. It is a quick hit to come through, and Abuza's now on 5. Shuts things down from Chandelier, and with 20 seconds left, that's enough for the Wobblebobs to say, we're done. Let's move on towards next. On rotation, Abuza, long-range shots. How about an early cruise missile as they're up nearly double the points of Aphelion Esports?
You have to be very scary when Abuza hits this form this early in the game. He has that takeover potential, and you are seeing it happen live. 3 shots there from long range to be able to at least get some of the players forward here from the Wobblebobs. Right through cat room, trying to break in. Harry, 3 in a row, wants to get that spree going for what could be a cruise missile. In come Wobblebobs, but down they go. First 2 kills come cleanly.
Man, what an absolute tight affair we've had so far. On one side of things, Aphelion Esports looks solid in their P2 setup. They get broken because it's a masterful Break from a Wobblebobs. Now the same could possibly be set here over towards Kitchen. Dead tie, 60-60 currently the score. Break on the way through. Wobblebobs trying to contest this. Larger from the backside of Freezer. Vortex is trying to stay alive, but it's a full wipe for Wobblebobs. They get themselves the back 18 seconds of scrap, and here we go again on rotation.
Well, they don't have a full read on where the spawns came in. You can just take a look at Wobblebobs right now. They're like, are they here? Are they already set up? And Journey's kind of thinking the exact same thing. So both teams just waiting patiently for a move to be made. It looks like Philly Esports is going to be able to get the first move and the first touch in as the Wobblebobs find the break, but now have to break again.
Yeah, this is a tough setup, though, when it comes to gunfights on both sides, because Harry's just on a railing. Everyone else is just looking through small gaps in the staircases. And as nades start to come through, yes, Affiliate are still in the hard point, but the next hit is quickly on the way for Wobblebobs. A lot of it from the backside of Spa. Nice kills from Cobra and Lance. Harry, last one left, and Cobra takes a key win, but mid-map. Journey, still an opportunity to try to fight for this 30 seconds. Has help nearby, but that is a nasty heady. And Cobra uses that to now all of a sudden get on to 6 of his own.
Oh, here we go. Wobblebobs, they're in and they're holding. Philly Esports not going to be able to see anything of the back 30 here unless Journey has a huge moment, but he's also cut down as soon as he makes that move. So a small lead, small advantage for Wobblebobs as Vortex tries to cut right through mid, but these rotations are being cut down. Look at the positioning. Wobblebobs are here. They're contesting some early engagements, and they're in restaurant first.
And how is Wobblebobs up this big with Brezzy on his 4th kill? I mean, he was 2 in 10 until that last set of 2 kills. It just goes to show that at times, all it takes is 2 members to start to pop. So about a 50-point game on our screens. Affiliate Esports still outside the hill, but finding a little bit of room to work with as far as the setup is concerned. But nades follow up, and Wobblebobs will clear the proximity. Journey through mid. Looking for something, just any possible way to even see this restaurant. I mean, the line of scrimmage for Wobblebobs is so far in front of this hard point that Affiliate Esports may have to chalk this just to rotate.
They might have to, and like, you have to make that decision like right now. Vortex, you're gonna decide to give it a hit, and well, you will get a trade there from Harry. So sure, they get the back 15, but you said it, Alan, like they have to worry about this rotation, and nobody's really in a position to be able to get here, at least on the side of Wobblebobs, as they're being kind of pinned in the back right now. And they'll finally have a chance to try to push all the way through here and see if they can maybe get through Kitchen, influence the back, and see if they can control these spawns.
Brezzy's awoken, by the way, now 10 and 13. A tremendously slow start, but he's right back into the mix. If that continues, this could get out of hand pretty darn quick. Late to the rotation, though, as Affiliate Esports are here, but the cruise missile, not just finding a kill, gets a ton of information, and Wobblebobs are quick to follow up on it. A quick break topside roofs. Next player up would be Denza, but he cannot do it himself, and the rest of the Affiliate Esports squad is trying to hit through mid. This is going to take a lot of time.
Oh, and it just feels like they have to keep taking these long routes to try to break the hill because the Wobblebobs are controlling way too much. Oh, man. Forced move after forced move. Brezzy looking through cracks, looking through windows. Anything that moves, he is shooting, and he is firing on all cylinders at 5 in a row right now. 1 off of the cruise missile. I mean, we don't typically see full 60s come through on the rooftop. It won't be an exact full 60, but that is a huge 50 points they get out of it.
And for a moment there, Brezzy gets another kill. That's 3 out of 4 Wobblebobs members that have been able to earn cruise missiles in this map. You want to talk about domination? Maybe the only indication you need is that statistic right there. Cobra on 4, looking to get himself his 2nd cruise on the map. And this is just supreme map control out of a Wobblebobs. Cobra on 5 at 20 and 7. And what was a tight affair for the first 4 hard points has all of a sudden become a major blowout.
It has. Huge blowout, and I mean, something that we don't normally see either. You know, Vortex and Denza, like, both sitting on 9 kills right now, right? Like those are your entry subs. Those are the guys that are going to be trying to create moves that get Harry and Journey to forward positions, and that hasn't really been a factor for a huge part of this game. We'll try to see if they can make some kind of an insane comeback, but Wobblebobs, it feels like they're always in the right spot. And once again, they are. 2 kills come through early on rotation as they are set up, and they're still getting scrap time on hold.
Just individually, I mean, Linz gets to 4. There was realistically a moment in this match where all 4 Wobblebobs members could have gotten cruise missiles. And that is just disgusting. 216 to 96. I mean, at one point, this game was tied 60 to 60. And since then, 60 points to Wobblebobs and 30 to Affiliate Esports? Like, what?
You put it like that. It's certainly a chain of hills that it came on through for Wobblebobs without a doubt. Oh, Felian Esports, they have not really been able to bounce back. Harry has a good moment, but he's the only real kind of silver lining, it feels like, at the moment for the squad. 6 in a row for him. Small little moment for Journey to maybe come up with some kills, but this is huge scrap time. Harry knows it. He has to come back for it. Linz is just being annoying. He is making him work for it.
Yeah, I'll say. Good grief. Well, gotta find some sign of life here for your Philion. It has to be right here as well. Harry nearby. No help, though. Literally no one near to kind of get into the mix. Shut down through mid-map. And this could be it right here for Wobblebobs. Fiery start. That much is for sure. Have to have the break right here, right now. Felian Esports going to go 2-2. Linz shuts down one side. Maybe he does it all himself. He has the information onto Harry. Not going to get the kill, but a forced team kill comes through, leaving Abuser to try to win the game in a 1v1, but Denza takes the win. And now Affiliate Esports are scrambling, trying to get here to get into the hard point.
Yeah, they did the hard part. They got in, but unfortunately, there's a lot more hard parts that come from here on out. With only 5 points for the win here for Wobblebobs. Have to contest this time and have to win the rotation. And, well, there's the hit. There's the break. 4 players going to drop down. And Wobblebobs is critical as you'd ever love to see it. My goodness, that is a heck of a way to open up map number 1 here on Hotel.
I just have... I thought we were about to get, like, a back-and-forth affair all the way through, because it really was one of those moments... You kind of saw it through the first 4 hard points where it's like, okay, great look as far as the setup is concerned for Felian Esports. Brilliant break. A great response for Wobblebobs. And then the same was said over towards the 3rd hard point. Wobblebobs have a great setup towards 3. Felian Esports put together a perfect break response. It's like, okay, I'm here for this. Let me get this back and forth action, watching some masterful COD. And then all of a sudden said, Wobblebobs, never mind. It's just us. Don't change your monitors. I mean, it really is surprising. You go from that 60 to 60 point game to... what is 160 to 90? Like, it's just, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, it felt like it all started to snowball, like, I think of that Kitchen Hill, where, like, they didn't even get to see, like, the inside of Rugs or the restaurant, right? Like, they were being held, like, through the middle of the map. So when things like that are happening and you just have no room to work with and your subs are then also fighting longer range battles due to the ARs being a little bit more pushed forward, it just kind of puts you in that blender, and you could really see that again. You know, I hit on that point with Denza and Vortex. They did not get involved whatsoever through that map number 1, and we'll see it again as we take a look at the scoreboard, right? Like Denza, 15 and 24, Vortex, 10 and 28. Not the traditional stats we see, you know, out of this sub duo that is usually so electric, so on fire, great for breaking. And Harry, I mean, Harry was doing it all. Like, I think he had like every single second just about.
I mean, just about. I mean, 141. What, I mean, well, not 141. That's 60 plus 41. So yeah, almost. I mean, he gets about 100 whole seconds worth of time. But wow, that is just a mind-blowing scoreboard. And how about the fact that it's everybody on Wobblebobs that find nearly 7 kills to get, you know, or 6 to get, you know, cruise missiles and all that. But wow. Okay. So that changes up the mood just a touch for this series layout. Hotel Hardpoint done. Hotel Search, Hotel Control to come. And taking a look at the Search and Destroy statistics for both these two squads. Look, they've both been really good in Search. Both teams only have lost 2. A couple of extra map 5s that have been played by this Affiliate Esports squad. So they're 8-2 overall in it, where Wobblebobs are just 6-2. But, I mean, the success that they have found has been unbelievable. Their average score differentials are pretty darn significant. So you have 2 very well-rehearsed Search and Destroy teams going to square up toe-to-toe here in Hotel.
Without a doubt. And you need this bounce back now, without a doubt. Coming on in as a Felian. Have to try to put these guys down. And, I mean, this is also a map I don't think Wobblebobs have played a ton of. But this is also something I want to say they did last week in week number 2 for day 2 of playoffs, where they had kind of come into it with like a map they had never really played before, but then they just looked like absolutely unbelievable on it. And it showed that they're maybe saving it, you know, for some of those later matches as they get in the playoffs. I'm not saying that's the case, but it's something that they have done in the past here. So we'll see if they maybe have something in store for us going into this map number 2.
You also got to keep in mind that they've only played 1 map 5, so when you haven't seen any results on Embassy, any results on Hotel, like one of the 2 of those is their hard veto, the other one is just we never get to it. So that could be part of it as well. You know, it's hard to say for sure when you've got those kind of results, largely just off of map 2 affairs. So Yeah, it's a good shout, but the thing about this Wobobob squad, and you think about what they could bring to the table onto this Search and Destroy in particular, is you've got a lot of flexibility built into your roster for a map like Hotel, where you could possibly bring out a scope, but at the same rate, you could also run 3 subs and try to get super aggressive. I mean, there really is a lot of variety that could be built into this roster, whereas on the other side, for the side of Affiliate Esports, we've seen a couple of really cheeky ideas from this team on this map in the past, talking about early routes being hit on defense to get up towards like things like Catwalk. There's a lot of really cool mid setups that this Affiliate Esports roster have done in the past, and I'll be curious to see how much of that they get away with, because I know they're going to try it, but how much do they get away with it versus the Wobobobs team?
For sure, and I feel like you're usually going to get away with a lot less, just because the Wobobobs like are typically going to be able to take those one-on-one gunfights and a lot of the times win them. And when they go for those wide spreads offensively, where they try to work inside of rugs, try to work inside of cat room, like those are typically coming away with, with 2 players at most, because the other guy's maybe sitting at the back of the desk with the bomb and someone's watching middle. So a lot of it, really does come off of the dynamic of this sub duo that loves to get up top and catwalk, loves to create space, find a pick, make the defense move, slowly shift them over, bait them even into a lot of plays. That's that creativity that we really talk about. And you have to imagine Wobobobs have taken note of that, off of a lot of their games they played on Hotel, right? So you try to match it. You try to just shut down Rogue's control, heavily stack B, threaten some of these flanks. It definitely makes you approach it differently when you have a team that is at least this creative and really makes you think on the fly constantly.
It's not even just positionally, it's also like, where do we spend our utility as well to try to get that information or hold off those approaches? So there are a lot of things that, just because we've seen this Affiliate Esports squad play this map a handful of times, that we're going to kind of keep our main focus and attention towards. Whereas you also need to consider just the individual performers as well, because we've got some unbelievably high KDs on the side of this Orgless squad, or this Affiliate Esports squad. Most notably, you look at a player like Journey. I think that's where he's really impressed me a lot, is because he's making a lot of the plays happen and he's finding success with it. So I think he's kind of, again, as far as the micro is concerned, that's the player that I'm interested to see step into this map, try to kind of take the mantle for his squad to get them going into the series.
I like that shout for sure. I mean, you feel like someone's going to have to really step up other than Harry to be able to bring them back into it. I, again, just kind of default to the sub setup, because I just think these two have been the clear standouts in EU. So to see them have kind of a bad map number 1 is not something we normally see, but these guys, just watching them work on the map, it's very, very special. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do. And Brezzy as well, he throws, like, this is a special thing about Brezzy, and it makes it sometimes difficult to deal with, is that when you try to get reads on like the opposition, how they're playing, how they're setting up, like Brezzy is not going to do the same thing usually over and over and over again. He'll switch to a sub, switch to an AR. He's very flexible. He loves to get aggressive. Wobobobs really like to throw all of their numbers sometimes into one side, overwhelm, get inside of the bedroom, just completely overwhelm the defensive side and try to get a bomb down. And this is usually led by someone like Brezzy, doing that shot calling kind of behind the scenes, or being at least the spearhead of the play. So much creativity on both sides here, but again, when you just haven't seen too much out of Wobobobs, you don't know what to maybe initially expect when you come into like a Hotel S&D against a team that is just very polished and has got a lot of reps on it.
Yeah, and the cool thing about the teams that we have left, and it also kind of goes against that, the team that we see lost in that top 6 position with like team like Notorious, is we're starting to see everybody elevate their game to where last season we Elevate was different. Like, that was, I didn't mean to make that wordplay, but like Elevate came through that playoff bracket, and they were like, we were very, very, very clearly seeing that they were just better as a full squad than everybody else that was making their way through playoffs in season 1. There is no clear cut, I think, favorite at the moment when it comes down to this European bracket. I thought initially going into playoffs that Team Notorious was looking like the team that was like the clear cut better team, because they were beating up on everybody. But that's no longer part of the equation. And Nave are looking like a polished squad. We'll see them kind of finish off the final slot of EU next after this matchup. But even between these two squads, unless the Wobobobs come out and like dominate a 3-0 versus Affiliate Esports squad, I don't think we're at a point yet to sit there and say we have someone like Elevate from last season, where they are looking like, as a squad, they are a step above the rest of the competition. So it's going to be interesting to see if that conversation point will change, and if there will be maybe another clear-cut favorite here in Season 2, possibly at the hands of this Wobobob squad, pending that, of course, they come out on a map that we've not seen them play yet and put together perfect responses to this Affiliate Esports squad. Enough jibba-jabba! Let's get on into the action, though. Map number 2, Hotel. Hotel for the 3rd as well, and then we'll maybe change the scenery pending we get to a 4th and a 5th. But you still feel like if you're Affiliate Esports, you got to come out. You have to be able to win this map to try to keep things tight and to hopefully just get all 4 members getting into the mix again.
Yeah. No, that's really the main thing. Everybody getting involved, I think, is critical going forward, especially into a control where you know it's going to be chaotic. So I think just seeing a little bit from Denza and Vortex would just be a great start. Harry, I think you can always rely on him. You know what you're going to usually get out of Journey. But what can this sub duo bring to the table into one of their bread and butters? Let's find out. Attacking first, of course, Wobblebobs. Said Brezzy loves to swap it up. He is going to be running the sub right away. They get a great stun off middle.
Yeah.
Try to take a double chow, but it's a little bit late. Linz isn't really kind of there with Brezzy when he initially chows, so easy 2-piece comes through right away there for Vortex.
I will say, though, the way that utility is thrown, and Wobblebobs were expecting that double stack mid. You use all of your explosive nades over towards top bedroom. You throw all of your concussive nades over towards mid to try to win that gunfight. But Vortex was just tucked really nicely on that corner. Even though he was stunned up for a moment, did not make much of a difference in the end. So, 2 kills, no worries. And with that now, Abuza and Cobra left into a 2v4 situation. Oh, the double stack is shut down, though! What?
Wow.
That is unbelievable!
I feel like that cannot happen. Not in
Yeah.
a moment like this, man. Double stack, not good. Journey also going to give away his position. They know one more player at least is back bedroom. 18 seconds, and Denza might have picked the timing. This feels like everything should work out here in his favor, but he doesn't finish the kill off on Abuza. The nade also doesn't fall short. Oh my god, what is going on? Journey doesn't track down the second. He knows exactly where he went, and he's just going to go for the insta-hop, I think.
Oh, but Cobra pushes him off. A little bit of help nearby. Things get pushed around again. Journey over the top. Okay. Cobra was just looking to make sure no one was defusing, and Journey didn't have much to shoot at, but connects. And it got a little dicey there. Abusa once again just being a monkey wrench. But Affiliate Esports will still confirm the round after the first 2 kills go their way.
Yeah, certainly a spicy one, man. Just a lot of really weird sequences all playing out in the exact same moment. 2 different gunfights taking place, just bodies everywhere. But shots come through, and Journey, I mean, critical kill. Gets the regen, finds the kill with the back of the hull. Very clutchable round if Cobra finds that first one. Gets the legs out there from Journey, but not to be. Abusa almost saves it there and almost gets away with highway robbery, but Affiliate Esports, they get on the board.
Okay, first offense for Affiliate Esports. Again, keep an eye on this aggression that you may see. This is the same double stack that we saw. It's Journey playing alongside Vortex, and they're trying to get somebody through in towards the top catwalk area, and Linz is going to actually maybe even stun himself on that play. But he's gotten a good read, and the help is here. So again, Wobblebobs have found a response to this. Because I'm telling you, Affiliate Esports were getting away with murder, getting Vortex up top. And technically speaking, they still win the catwalk area. This is problematic for Wobblebobs.
It definitely is. Especially the longer that they wait, you know, the more questions you start to ask, like, are they still here? Are they rotating?
Right.
Do we start to shift some of our numbers to the other side of the map? It just constantly keeps you on your toes. But nobody has made a move. And then eventually, yeah, player 5 right now, I think Vortex is peeking out through mid, just seeing exactly what the setup is looking like. And they're leaving mid-map open, so he's going to cross the catwalk for free.
This is so problematic. And a free kill on Abusa. I mean, you have to put the response to that. Cobra shot just a bit wide. Journey also finding a kill over towards B, and now Cobra's in trouble. I mean, have you ever seen something more beautiful? Brezzy is able to at least tally 1 elimination. Oh my goodness! He even goes on to Vortex and says, pardon my French, gets the double. And so now it gets to a 1v2, 30 seconds to play.
Oh, he gets a read. He should have a read that both players might be on that side, but it's still a gamble for him. He doesn't know for sure. Has to take the challenge. Now he knows for sure. Oh my god, Brezzy! Okay, the challenge comes through. They catch him on the reload. He has a great look at a 1v4 and finds 3 of the 4 members, but doesn't get there in the end. However, it is damn close.
Yeah, just doesn't, like you mentioned, I think, expect that there were 2 members deep there. Tries to play for the reload. Golly. Those are some nasty shots, though.
Truly.
Okay. Affiliate Esports hold on to their numbers 2 rounds in a row, though, if only just barely. So 2-0 up. Now Wobblebobs will approach their first offense with things like trophies and very rapidly dead silences. Does that influence how they want to play this round? Nades once again, out towards mid. Some of those stuns that you did not get all the way into the hallway. Nothing was sent through mid-map, and this is what I'm talking about. You have to have a response for this play through couches, because Aphelions defense largely relies on it, and usually it's very effective.
Oh, without a doubt. And now a 2-for-1 trade might force a bomb plant here, which Harry is, trying to watch through the right side. Well, the push comes through. Huge win from Cobra. Now they have options. They don't have to commit to A if they don't want to. You take a look at player 7. I mean, Denza is not going to be a part of this for quite a while, but if Wobblebob stick around, might work out. However, kill comes through in the back. That's the bomb down, and now Abuza needs to clutch up in this 1v2.
And Wobbobs are looking to get aggressive, I think, to bedroom. They spend a lot of their dead silences trying to make a fast move, but Abuza still scouts out Harry deep in the back of the map. Now a 1v1. Not a lot of time on the clock, but with that elimination, it allows you to pick up the bomb, and so there would have been a realistic chance to use that kill as an argument to make a play to B, but instead Abuza's going to go towards the more traditional site. Denza's just stayed prone the entire time. He'll peek to see. Abuza hops off. Oh, almost gives himself a chance using the bomb as a heady, but Aphelion Esports, it's been tight rounds, but still successful in all three. 3-0 up.
Yeah, very tight rounds. Close attempt. I mean, Denza just takes a 50-50 here, right? He just lays behind this desk like for the back 30 seconds. It felt like saying if he goes B, he goes B. I'll retake with Deddy, but I'm just going to sit here and wait. And he luckily comes back. Another one on the board there for Denza. 2-0 for him. 3-0 for Aphelion as a whole, though. It has just been all them, and they have to deal with this cap play. I'm wondering if Wobblebob just get aggressive just to get information on what Aphelion Esports are actually doing.
Oh, and how about this setup? Harry just watching for any crosses through the archway over towards Ruggs through mid. Everyone else focused over towards the outside area. Lin's by himself. Oh, and he gets the first and gets away? Definitely not something you'd see from Aphelion Esports to not even try to throw any kind of utility towards this B hit, which looked like it was well on the way. And now that Harry's dropped mid-map, these last two Aphelion Esports attackers are trapped.
They are. Vortex maybe going to try to pull off the same play as last time. They'll find Brezzy, and well, good cleanup there. Good communication out of the sub-duo. Denza there to finish it off. So 3v2 is manageable, and they're going to commit to the kitchen here. The timing could work out. It's just one defender. Nope, player 1. Cobra's kind of hovering by. And Vortex found the timing, but he's not going to be able to get through cleanly unless Denza opens it up. And Linz is low. Denza's in for the trades. That is unbelievable work as Denza's 5-0. He's going to go for the bomb plant.
He's trying to get back quickly. Denza's dead silence about to expire. Abuza on the back door already, though. He's seen this. Now Denza's been stuck, but he takes the shots. Denza! No! Had him down to a bullet. But Abuza called upon and answers. And I'll say, there's a moment there where I think if you're Aphelion Esports and you get that pick from behind to turn it into a 2v3, I would have loved to have seen them kill an extra 20 seconds, not go anywhere, create a little bit of doubt, because the defense was starting to move back to A. They had no idea if they were going to re-wrap back. And then you hit the dead silence to challenge into a 2v2, but they still find a way to crack things open, even though a lot of that play was red. Just came down to a really nice little 1v1.
Yeah, it definitely did. Just a huge one for Abuza. No one else you'd really want to be in that 1v1 besides him. He is just about always going to clutch those out for you. That's exactly what he does. Huge round. There's been so many of them. This could very much be a 2-2 affair. But able to at least build off of this now is the goal. As it's going to be a similar strat. 3 members over to B. 1 player just hovering by A. Denza's going to take some very early fire. Doing some scouting, but it won't be a full commit just yet. Still trying to work the clock.
You know, this is different. This is what Bob's trying to contest mid by seeing if they can find somebody lurking in towards couches. Because this Aphelion stack in the middle has been so dangerous defensively, those tags over towards B, they're saying, wait a second, we can maybe try to peek into mid a little bit late while that defender tries to move. But the thing about this was, Aphelion Esports was actually never set up into mid. And now look, they've got that same double stack over towards couches. The difference is, Harry's by himself up top at bedroom, and Wobblebobs are trying to threaten. Here comes the retake attempt.
Oh, this is scary. They're stacking on this side, and yeah, both players now left here. Harry might drop, and he does. So a 2v3. Have to try to hold on. Post plant, clean shots from Abuza, but they're going to try to stick it. They're on the bomb. Cobra's got to get here. He's got to get here and find the toes, and he does. He takes out Vortex. He hops up to Denza, who's throwing a nade. The worst timing coming through for Aphelion. They're gonna have to touch again, and Cobra just lays on the trigger. My goodness. Chaotic round, but what a 2v4 from a Wobblebobs.
I mean, through the door, Cobra doesn't miss a shot. Talk about planning out your post plant. I hope that's the final kill cam again, because that is damn impressive to know exactly where that bomb is planted. The shots through the door don't miss at all, because not that the fuse was almost in, but it was starting to get pretty close. And if you whiff a couple of those, you start to, and I think everyone knows, like, you start to second guess, is my pre-shot position correct? And you start to kind of spray a little bit, hoping for hit markers. But the shots are clean, and boy, do we have an entertaining search on our hands.
Do we ever? No free rounds. Like, every round's got to be worked for. It doesn't matter the number advantage on one side or the other. Now Brezzy also kind of working through mid, trying to watch this bottom cross. But this looks like, again, it's a similar play. Get Vortex inside of Cat Room. Let him work the catwalk and use info, and he finds the first blood.
And the thing about that setup that's cool is that it's Vortex with attack. Like, that's all on Journey to open up the space for Vortex to get that one angle. Now, Linz, oh my goodness, does he ever just completely obliterate Vortex? So now Harry's, all of a sudden, after First Blood looked good for Affiliate Esports, is left by himself in a 1v3. Booze up top will give him a free look at a gunfight. No shots sent in return. But without that silence yet, Harry's going to take a beat, try to wait for it, and then make a decision.
That's right. Both defenders, I think, trying to get together, but they were split. There was a timing there for Harry to work with. Now he's going to cut through mid in the timing. Brezzy, I think, probably spotted him. Player 4 not going to move, so maybe not. He's going to move back over to A. Brezzy's timing here is everything. This peak is everything. Harry reads it, but doesn't hold the trigger. And another very tight moment ends up costing one of the players here, as it's 3 rounds responded with, all tied up here at 3 apiece.
Yeah, man, this is getting outrageous. Flat out, it is just a mega brain level game of chess right now. I mean, that setup has been so successful for Affiliate Esports, getting Vortex with attack on offense to catwalk. It's hard to deal with. But Wobblebobs, even though they lose that first blood, they get a heck of a turn on from Linz. And that's the only reason that that play doesn't go any further for Affiliate Esports. They have to kind of wait and hold. Now with a couple of the nades being thrown towards A, the focus will split back over towards B. Denza is moving up in toward the restaurant. And if he gets 1, that's fine. If he gets 2, that's a masterclass, but he only gets the first. And now things reset to a 3v3.
Player 2, though, Abuza starting to make something happen right through mid. This play could still very much come B, with Abuza having to maybe get through Harry, though. That's kind of the key gunfight. You feel like he's going to see him just over the top. Doesn't finish off the gunfight, and Abuza takes the reach out and almost wins it. Support comes in, but it allows Brezzy to now get inside with the bomb alongside Cobra. But can they plant it safely?
Yeah, that's just one of those things that you're hoping that no one's watching that mid on a 3-3 split. Maybe you have a 2-1 somewhere over towards the site. But Cobra, again, he gets the kill into Vortex deep. The longer this play takes, the more that someone like Harry will have to re-wrap back over towards A. And he actually sees a crosser, but, whoa, Journey. I don't know if on our side that door is closed, and on his it wasn't, but he gets the clean shots. Now over the top, he follows up. And for a moment, with those kills through mid-map and seeing the cross, Wobblebobs are trying to pull the defense over for a free plant, but Journey gets the kill needed.
Yeah, Journey is just got eyes on bomb, right? So he's just got to be calming the whole time. Like, listen, just don't move, just post up. I got eyes on B. If they come in, I'm going to be able to find a freebie, and he does. And I think that's exactly the case. He throws the sun in the nade to open up both of the doors. So I was hoping that second door was open, and it looked to be once he finds them running through. And finally, a response round comes through for Affiliate Esports after the 3-0 advantage. They're able to get one back, pull ahead 4-3, and now they are back on the attack here for round 8.
Nades over through mid. Again, a lot of focus here for Affiliate Esports through mid one way or the other. Cobra, sniper rifle, just a bit wide. Oh, and uses in a gunfight that I don't think he expected, but he's getting a lot of tags through the walls. Goodness, both players are. But Linz is the one to get first blood. That's actually over towards the B side of the map. So Affiliate Esports need to make sure they're very cautious of their flank. And that's why Harry, the bomb carrier, is backed away from this play. But with the elimination being finally secured onto Cobra, numbers start to become a little bit more questionable. But the defense is still in a really good position to try to read this play over towards A.
Ends up top is everything. Finds that kill. Should now an easy plant for Harry. And Walt can't exit safely. And I wonder if Linz also sees Denza. It's a small, narrow window that you can see up top in bedroom there from mid. But he's just going to try to work the clock. He doesn't have dead silence just yet. With a kill, he'll certainly get it, but he's got to just burn 30 seconds.
Yeah. No utility, though. That sound's not here yet. And he's calling the bluff. Halfway defused. Denza has to check right here, right now. Brezzy just caught in the corner. Not able to be seen. Covered up by the bomb site. And Wubba Bobs take their time with it, but it works out. We're still tied at 4.
Just such an explosive game. An explosive 3-0 opening, right? To 3 rounds in response. It's a little bit of back and forth now as we get to the tail end of it. My goodness, it's been a fun one. Denza's been great, 9-3. Can't pull off that 1v2. The Wubba Bob's able to hold on here. And they've spent kind of a lot of their initial rounds here. 3 members over to B. This time, it's a full flood right over to A, seeing if they can maybe get across.
Oh, shots come through. Harry does get a couple of toes off of Linz, but he's very rapidly moved up in towards the top of the rooftops. Does not expect that Journey is there to contest, though, from the back staircase. And now the opening aggressive play for Wubba Bobs has faltered. Chance, though, still for Brezzy on the bomb to get the plant off. Shots are coming through. Brezzy a little bit stuck, but goodness gracious, Paul, what is that? Obliterates Harry on the corner. Denza on the opposite side of the map, read by Abusa, and now it's a 3v4 to a 3v2.
Oh, boy. And you don't know if someone's still on your side or not playing the stairs either. Vortex going to inch up, try to get through Cobra, but the time playing against them in this 3 versus 2. Journey would have to win this one now and then turn it into a quick second. Oh, he's done just that. Oh, he's done just that, but Abusa flies out. No hesitation. Takes the 1v2 head on. And the Wubba Bobs, they pull ahead 5-4.
Dude, what? This is stupid. All of the gunfights that we just see to finalize this map, or this round rather, are unbelievable. All 4 of those gunfights were ridiculous.
I can't believe he chowed it.
I mean, either, dude, but he's 11-7 on 3 in a row because of it. Holy cannoli. This is fun.
This is a lot of fun, Alan. Oh, boy. And, oh, man, what do you do from here? Felon Esports, they're not going to toy with this B play anymore either, and you can see it. They're going to double hit this out. This should be really good information with just process of elimination pushing at the backdoor restaurant right now for Wubba Bobs.
This is two-folded. Aphelion throw the same nades they would to get Vortex forward, but the defense is moving aggressively around the back, so they know that this is a fake. And now you've got Brezzy on the back lines. Oh, boy, Journey will drop. And now Aphelion Esports need to make a decision. Do you play for a quick plant, or do you try to push through to get bedroom control? Because you can't just sit in the middle of no man's land. And they will get forward into bedroom with the plant. Cobra, though, takes down Denza, who I think was going for a reload. And now numbers for Wubba Bobs for the 3v2. Up the ladder. Oh, goodness! Vortex nearly wins that gunfight. And it's down to Harry for the 1v3. Bomb is planted for him. Linz tries to hop on. Free first kill to the 1v2. The gunfight. Expected, but does not see Brezzy. Harry has to check. Cobra's on. Halfway done. Free second kill. 1v1. Reload gets off. 10 seconds to play. Brezzy has to go. Gets the gunfight. Can he get there in time? No. Let's go to round 11.
Of course we're going the distance. Why wouldn't we? With the way this one has gone. A 1 versus 3 from Harry in the round 10 to even get us to a round 11. You cannot make this up. That is just ridiculous stuff, man. Planted for him. Has the clutch spot. Just the ice in the veins. Harry ready to clutch that out. And now it's a defensive round coming through for Wubba Bobs. How do they read what Aphelion Esports is about to do in the final round?
And do you go back to this Vortex play to get to Catwalk again? Like, there's so many things to think about. And look at the respect for Wubba Bobs. 3 members large in towards mid. Counter nades being thrown on backsides, but how about Cobra? He's the one that gets first blood through mid. By way of the scope. And you've got Linz who's taken away the B site. So much intel right now for Wubba Bobs to set up their defense.
Oh, they know Abusa's down low. He's been peeking through that tiny little crack in the door. Harry just trying to find some shots to maybe even up the odds. He's just holding just brutal little off angle. Should have maybe info on this push of the bomb, but now he'll be shrugged off. Down to about half HP. Is able to survive with his life. And now you got a little bit of a forward position as well. Vortex, but the chow comes through. Cobra takes him out. 2v4 we go.
Journey's watching for this flank. And this kill could change the dynamic of how this offense wants to set up, but no elimination. Nade goes through. Bomb being planted. Journey's trying to make a hero move to get this kill onto Linz. Oh, and in the meantime, Harry not able to get the exit. Just down to Journey. He has to check this immediately. Cobra jumps on. Shots start to land. Abusa now next one up. Sees the shoulder, but Abusa! Unbelievable shots! And Awobabobs will take the round 11 and go up 2-0 in the series.
Incredible composure, man. Absolutely phenomenal out of the Awobabobs. Down 3-0. So many nail-biter rounds. 1v1s, 1v2s. Almost there to win a lot of them, but they bring it back. They start to get a couple of reads on what the Aphelion Esports boys are trying to do, what they're trying to set up. So many clutch rounds have to come through, though. And we get there. Holy Allen. I mean, that was the battle I think we were expecting in the map number 1. We get it in the map number 2. And I'm sure Aphelion Esports very frustrated that they don't get there and they don't tie the series up.
Dude, both of these two teams are incredible at search. And you're seeing, I mean, that is the definition of some high-level search and destroy play on both sides. I mean, I'm telling you, that is a mega brain game of chess that was just mastered by both squads. But in the end, Awobabobs get the small amounts of favor, maybe finding the exact response needed to deal with that Aphelion play on offense to get to Catwalk. But with that now, all of a sudden the series becomes very interesting. 2-0 Awobabobs after a dominant map 1, a super type map 2, and we go into a control where both squads are unbelievably good statistically. But we look back over the scoreboard, and how about it? I mean, it's one of those things that I think, again, you kind of look to Harry and Vortex, not the greatest map from them, but, I mean, 3 first bloods for Vortex, pending, of course, that statistic was tallied correctly, which sometimes it isn't. But it still goes to show that that Vortex play was working out, and it did lead to a lot of successful rounds for them. But the response put together for the Awobabobs, plus some unbelievable gunfight wins, led to the small edge to get them the map 2 win.
Yeah, I mean, it comes back to that 1v1 inside a kitchen for me, right? Like, that was the first round that Awobabobs were able to actually put up on the board, thanks to Abusa. Not easy to win that with an AR up against a sub, especially when Denza's wielding that said sub. But that was really the turning point in that search and destroy. They started to build off of it. They started to really clutch it in a lot of those rounds. Their post plans started to look a little bit better as well. And just incredible stuff. Brezzy, incredible round there in the end as well. 11 kills for him. Above him. I'm not sure if that damage is also correct, but if he actually almost did 2k damage in a search and destroy, I mean, that is more damage than what we see out of, like, sometimes sub players when it comes down to, like, Embassy Hardpoint or something, you know what I mean? Like, that is just ridiculous.
I have to imagine that that damage number is correct, because it's either very wrong or it's just right. So I'm willing to give him the credit for almost getting 2k damage.
I mean,
if anything, it's lower than it should be. There's never a moment where it's, and on those scoreboard bugs where it's higher than it is. So let's just give him the 2k. Send it. Hotel control. That could be where it ends. What? I never thought I was going to say that, but 3 hotels, and so far the first 2 go the way of the Awobabobs. Otherwise, the reverse would have to come by way of a Fortress Hardpoint and an El Asilo search and destroy. Oh, it's going to be tight. It's going to be fun. We'll step away for just a brief moment before we get to the hotel control. While we're away, let us know your reactions. Tweet at We Are Clutch 3G. Use the hashtag ChallengersElite. We'll be back for map 3 after the break. Well, welcome back, as it's a 2-0 affair, surprisingly. So, with the Wobblebobs currently up over Affiliate Esports in our winners finals of Challengers EU Season 2 playoffs. But that does not rule out the potential of this Affiliate Esports squad to still try to make a bit of a run. Hotel Control up next. Both teams statistically great at the mode, but the Fortress Hardpoint and El Asilo Search would be where exactly Affiliate would have to make this reverse sweep come through with. And it's going to hurt to not be able to take that round 11 and see yourself now having to win 3 maps in a row, including some tough ones that are still waiting for us down the road here in this series.
Without a doubt, right? Like, I think the Fortress Hardpoint is the one that certainly jumps off the page when it comes down to tough battles that you're going to have to win. But starting at least with the Hotel Control, this is where they have a shot at being able to bring this one back. And this has been a team, when we look at this squad as a whole, Aphelion has been pretty solid in Control. So at least there is that. I think that they could build off of that, try to carry that into this series. But it feels like they just haven't been able to overcome like the final moments, right, Alan? They've got to the edge. They've had the chance to hold on to Kitchen. We saw throughout map number 1, there were a lot of good looks, a lot of good chances, but they weren't able to capitalize. That's been all of Wobblebobs here thus far.
Agreed. And the Control doesn't make things any easier when it comes to those things, I think, in particular, especially considering that, as we kind of alluded towards, both of these two teams have been great when it comes down to what they've been able to do in Control. In particular, you kind of look at what this squad has done on Hotel for this Wobblebobs team. They're 4-0 on it, and on average, they win it 3 to a half a point. So they're not just winning it, they're dominating on it. And we'll see if Affiliate can find a way to respond to what has been a lot of success. And so far off the opening break-off, lots of things going Affiliate Esports' way. 3 kills straight up the bat from Vortex.
Yeah, there's one team that's going to contest you for that crazy Control record, and on this map, it's certainly going to be this Affiliate Esports squad. Good start so far, keeping them trapped in Freezer. Denton's got a good read on this push right through mid as well. Brezzy just lays on the trigger, though. Is able to find an eventual trade. Pressure still coming through as Harry gets the reload in, and Brezzy starting to cause some early issues. Nice couple kills here on rotation, but still struggling to at least get on the zone here so far as the Wobblebobs.
Okay, Harry. Oh, goodness. Nearly got the final step onto Brezzy, who does eventually shut down what looked to be an indomitable spree, but regardless of it, Affiliate Esports. I'll talk about some perfection here defensively. Goodness, they've only dropped 6 lives. No one's really been able to touch a zone yet. Finally, Wobblebobs off spawn will get to A. Not with a lot of conviction, though. I mean, you can see Brezzy still very nervous about the play towards the left archway, and there's still a hit that needs to be read over through rug side.
I mean, down by 5 lives, you certainly just want to get these 3 ticks and get on to the next round if you can, but it might not even let you have those 3 ticks. Den's over the top, able to find a gnarly double. Doesn't get the regen off, so the stun manages to trade him out. But nice small moment, just again delaying this final tick on the zone. It will come through, but just a minute 16 to work with here for Wobblebobs.
Yeah. And I will say, in terms of like reducing and neutralizing a dominant defense, being able to capture A that quickly is key, because now it gives you just a little bit more time to work with. Journey must have been 1 HP after that gunfight with Brezzy. Easy shots, easy kills, and now all of a sudden, Wobblebobs getting eliminations. Denza finessing the front desk, though, shuts down a lot of the threat from behind. And that will allow Affiliate Esports a chance to get out of spawn and try to contest towards B, but Denza maybe goes a bit too soon. And now you've got still 2 members on for Wobblebobs. A 3rd on the way. If they can get this kill from behind, there's an opportunity where this stack may work out, but now Brezzy has to push forward. And as he does, a lot of the pressure of the zone has been cleared.
Yeah, it absolutely has been. Journey getting Nixie on the point, just trying to keep them off of it. But Cobra, he responds with 2, and he's still very healthy. He could take a 3rd challenge, and he does. Head on! Cobra finds 3. Vortex might be number 4. Finally, the trade is there. The purple's gonna pour into the feed, but you still got 2 players stacking. Last player left alive is Abusa. Challenge should come through, just barely it does. 5 lives now playing up against 7. Would take a small reprieve, but there's still plenty of time to work with here for Wobblebobs.
In that burst offense that we've seen from Wobblebobs, not just towards A, but almost again towards B, that's one of the reasons why they are just as good as the statistics will tell them to be on this map. It just seems like, okay, we should have about 60 seconds of breathing here. Never mind. Bobs are on the zone. It's just, it happens so quickly. Lynn's mid-map, 4v6. Just prone behind the desk. Trade is good. Last 2 defenders are playing forward. Oh, and Abusa gets a really good look at Journey up top, but that final double will put the defense over the finish line for this first round. Affiliate Esports got on the board first.
You get on the board first, but like if you just kind of replayed this like first, I don't know, minute 30 back to somebody and you had to guess like how many ticks you thought they'd get, like, oh, maybe they got one zone, but the fact that they get 5 ticks in total, I think is actually pretty impressive with the early blender we saw Wubblebobs put in. I mean, they only had 16 seconds to convert for that extra minute on A, and they were able to finally get through, punch through this defensive setup that felt like it was just Denza for the longest period of time in and around the restaurant. So they get there, they can work for it. But that first round, good for Affiliate Esports, and now we'll see if they can have just as an explosive opening here to their attacking round.
Yep. Oh, Brezzy gets taken down very quickly over towards A, so that's going to lead to a very early stalling of the clock and some progress on the A zone. And in the same breath, how about the kills over towards the front? That's going to be enough to get off A, and now a full flood over towards the B zone. Wubblebob should realize this, though, and it looks like largely they have dealt with it. Last player left was previously the player on the A zone. That's dealt with. Cobra gets the kill to Denza, and the defense just as dominant here for Wubblebob as it was for Affiliate in the previous round.
Yeah, a little surprising. I thought it would be more convincing off the start, bringing some of that early flare we saw to round number 1, but they've been pinned back. Yep, the exact same scenario. Have to get through Abusa. He's got a trophy and is ready for this push to maybe come through mid. He's going to re-support it, come back out, peek it, but oh, the gunfight won. It will come through there for Denza, and now a chance to at least reinforce A. It should be that extra minute, but Brezzy could still potentially come from behind.
Yeah, sure could. Just comes down to the timing of how they want to make this play happen, because you kind of need a little bit of pressure from the front if you're going to use this flank to any sort of success. And it looks like Affiliate Esports are very aware of both the front and the back play that could have came through. They deal with both threats, and now the A zone should surely be tallied to Affiliate Esports. So you're going to get a minute 36 on the clock, 21 currently playing 21. Vortex quickly on a route. Brezzy aware of it. Doesn't win the gunfight, though, so now someone else has to come backwards to try to deal with Vortex, who slipped in towards Spa.
Well, this position is everything. This position is everything, but Vortex eats a stun as soon as he comes around the corner of Spa. And everyone's able to now set up how they see fit for Wubblebobs, as it's going to be basically both teams on either side of the map, kind of split through each zone, but plenty of time to work with. Minute 20, Journey working in the back, has to get to Abusa. Does Abusa read the second? Oh my god, he does, on the top of Chandelier. Those are just disgusting shots.
Yeah, I mean, no shortage of individual display in this series so far. But the time is starting to tick just a bit here. Wubblebob still have this little double stack over on the bottom side of luggage. Affiliate Esports are looking for these members. They know that there's going to be a threat somewhere. It just comes down to where. Dex out. That's an easy kill. Turn. Oh, and a brilliant read. Plus the one up top. Brezzy for now 4 in a row. Triple kill on the feed. Fourth over the desk of Valet. Vortex try to flush him out with utility, because why would you want to take a gunfight versus this guy? But off the reload, he's still alive, still finding a way to get damage, and more so, also dwindling the clock just down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, that was just one person that just kind of took 30 seconds off the clock alone. They had to get through him, and well, Linz doesn't get any sound cues down low, so now Cobra, he's just feeling the wrath of every single member of Affiliate Esports. And oh no, they got a stack. 2 players on the point. First tick is in. Second tick looks to be there as well, but as we hear it in the back, producer saying, we have lost one. Yeah. So Wubblebob's not going to be with every member. They're still able to put up a solid defense, however, get him off the zone.
And the thing about this is, there's going to be some conversations about this round. If the second tick gets locked, like, would that have happened if Linz is in the maps? Like, those are things that will need to be considered if that second tick even comes through in the first place, because this defensive setup is actually really well formed, considering the situation. 5 on the clock. Brezzy denied up top. Now it's just down to Cobra. And yeah, that second tick of progress will be locked, and the third one very well also could be put here. So, yeah, that sure will happen. Okay, so we'll have at least a 1-0 count, but there's going to be some discussion here about what happens and what the status gets reset to. If it's a 1-0, if it goes back to 0-0, it's going to be, I don't know how you made this call, but hey.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I guess we don't have to, right?
Yeah, true. And trust me, the GB admins are very good at this, so.
Without a doubt. But my goodness, you know, it was looking great, especially with Brezzy's like 3-piece right there, like that momentum builder of then putting in like a forward defensive setup to continue to keep him where he is, and Linz already being down low as well.
Right.
Like, you're thinking like there is a real good shot at being able to stop Affiliate Esports from ever getting that second tick. So
Sweet.
Tough scenes without a doubt, but certainly a fiery control. And coming out at least, with some of that strength that we weren't sure was going to be there or not is Aphelion Esports. So I feel like there is at least that.
Okay, well, with that, again, this is going to take some discussion, I imagine. So we will set up a break here and let the admins do what they do best. And we'll see exactly how things unfold as far as what the score status is, if it keeps a 1-0, if it goes back to 0-0, or what exactly we have. So we'll see. We'll step over just to a brief break, let everyone kind of figure everything out, and we'll be back in with the continuation of Hotel Control just after this. Don't go far. Welcome back, everybody. We will be restarting this from a 1-0 count in favor of Aphelion after their successful defense. Round 2 we played from a fresh start, essentially. So that's what we've got in front of us. Keep that mentally in your mind. We'll try to remind you guys as we continue through this one. And, well, how about this start? From Wobobs defensively, just a touch better than what they did the first time around.
Oh my, Brezzy is still going. Trying to get some pre-fires in off spawn, but his teammates are just slaying everyone. Nobody's even died yet, mind you. That's the first death. Journey finally gets on the board. Vortex is probably hearing all sorts of things, but the comms maybe don't come through from Brezzy. A little surprising. Vortex gets to walk up for free, finds a nice little 2 kills. And now maybe he can just walk right over to B and try to stop the clock.
And again, it's just, this feels like a pretty greedy setup considering that you don't have any clearance at the backside of mid. Like, I understand that you think you have an opportunity, but man, I just don't think that they had the same kind of successful start that they did in the previous to be able to kind of have one player on and then get around the full back to try to open up space to that play to B to transition. But off spawn, really the only thing lost is a little bit of clock and, well, now a lot of bit of lives. Because a second tick of progress will be still put in, but ultimately, this is still a very good opportunity for Awobabobs to just dominate the defense until Denza gets the final contest out of the way. And we get a minute 39 on the clock, and the lives are just down to a 6 differential.
Yeah, that was a little interesting. If Abuser doesn't back all the way up to bedroom, like maybe some of those close luggage spawns actually tend to come through, or would come through, but doesn't happen. Frezzy off angle, takes up both players, and finishes off Denza, gives him a taste of his own medicine. And Aphelion Esports, they are down to 11 lives right now. Like, that is the biggest problem that I'm seeing, and you still do not have any control inside a bedroom.
Yeah, I think, again, you look at the macro decision of that rotation off of A into B. Like, there were a couple of kills, sure, but there wasn't a lot of progress from the front. There was no progress at all moving around the back or in towards mid, so it just comes like a, giant question mark of you've forfeited over another about 7 lives trying to make that play happen. And now on 18 plays 8, and Awobabobs are not necessarily forward on defense, but they're very comfortable in this setup without question. Wins will have the ability to react to anyone through those double doors. He can also help out from behind. Lin's double. One more inside of luggage. He thought he had a reprieve there, but turned away. But in the end, you don't think it matters too much in a 16v6. This would have to be a miracle run if they didn't even get onto zone, let alone cap it.
Yeah, getting a touch could be scary. They do get there, but the nades come back, and we'll be able to find all the kills necessary. Just Vortex and Denza. Try to find whatever they possibly can. Build up a streak. Shut down streaks on the other side. But not a lot you can do. Vortex gets 2. Not bad look, but Awobabobs convincing as ever here throughout round 2.
Okay, so now 1-1 again is the count. Both defenses successful. And, well, Austin, I'm not going to lie. I don't remember how many ticks of progress Awobabobs captured in their first offense. So
5.
They got 5?
They should have got 0. They should have got 0, but they got 5, yeah.
That's right. Okay. I wasn't sure if they got the second. I don't remember if they got the second. That's right. They almost got all 6. Okay, I remember now. I'm there. Okay, so 5-3 the count of ticks. We'll have to keep that in mind in case, again, we do go to round 5. The players would have to likely back out and make sure the sides are correct. Unless it happens naturally, which very well may. We'll talk about that when we get there.
And it's just, I think he's just waiting to get a read on where Vortex was looking to push through. Might be able to maybe make a play on this B site. Still a player at the back, though. That's going to keep him pinned. Dead Silence should run out shortly. Meanwhile, gunfight's taking place. Little bait and switch comes through there from Aphelion Esports. Good job to get one of the players from Awobabobs off the zone and regain some of that control. It forces Frezzy to basically run all the way over here and block this spa spawn. He is in the back. He's got a sub, and instead he's just going to regroup with his teammates and just try to get on the point.
I like this, though. Instead of trying to play for the kills, you try to force the defense to come to you because you still have some opportunities to fight through bedroom. First tick in, second tick on the way. Tough gunfight. Frezzy nearly still has a chance at it, but it's Denza. Of course it is. 4 in a row. Double there at a key moment to keep the defense not just alive, but pretty stalwart around this B setup. And Awobabobs spawning down towards the bottom left-hand side are not going to try their luck again at B. Instead, are going to make the long wrap over to A, in which Journey could just finesse this for years. Semtex clears out at least part of the play over towards the left. Help now arriving from Denza, still on a streak. Aries Nade also gets in, and now Awobabobs are a little bit stuck having to force their way into this restaurant area.
Oh, and it's Denza. I mean, how many times has he done this so far? Yeah. 6 in a row. He just gets up close and then snaps for 2. The team pushes have not worked out, and it's that same situation as round 1. Have to try to get on the point, see if you can stack it. But Denza, he's here again. Kill number 7, it's there. Journey finds one off screen, and you could still hit this if you want to, and they're going to give it a go.
Yeah, Denza off the regen. Dead Silence now pops. Semtex will keep him at least a little bit at bay. Second tick of progress being worked on. Should come through, especially as Harry will drop, and that actually may be enough for Denza to say, all right, the zone is gone. Not that he's necessarily focused anymore on how long the kill streak goes, but the opportunity to play for exits is a very tasty idea. Not going to work out. Aphelion still with, though, a 7-life lead and just 60 seconds for Awobabobs to try to get more done at B.
60 seconds in that first tick. So one good push, and you can stack it for the remaining 2. It's a good kill in the back. Trying to get inside of Spa. Interested to see where the spawns are. Yeah, the spawns are still very much in spots. So you can just kind of reinforce this right after your spawn. Harry's going to give away his position, and now there's only one more player kind of left out on the map. That's going to be Journey. So he's got a very important role to play as the double chow comes through in the back. Lins is not there to trade more than one. Now it's Abuza that needs to get some good work done right through mid with 30 seconds left.
Yep. Keep in mind here that with the progress coming through, Wobblebobs hold a very significant advantage now towards potential round 5 things, but the thing is, the kills are very convincing this round for Affiliate Esports, which was pretty required considering how the last round went. Lynn's still looking for a chance to open up space. Good first win. Stays away from the second. Tries to catch a piece of timing, working alongside Cobra, but neither will find an elimination. Onto the zone with .6, and that's about all that will be said about that. Affiliate Esports defensively good here at B, but they would have to get this whole round by way of capture, which means that they just win. So, essentially, you either win this round here or you're going to be in a round 5 offense again.
Yeah. Want to certainly get it done. It's a huge round win. See if you can try to force it at the very least. But, man, oh, man, it's been great watching Affiliate Esports, like, off some of their breakoffs. Like, without Brezzy, having the performance that he's having at the moment, like, this could be a very different look at this control map.
Yeah.
18 kills for Brezzy, being just a huge player in the back, shutting things down. Matching what Denzin's been doing has been that critical factor. And once again, Brezzy going to try to disrupt the early plays into A. He's got the Daddy Pop. He's waiting patiently, and he's going to now let his position be known as he can't find anything. An early touch will come through now for Aphelion.
Good updates there as far as the current score and the segment progression that's been earned on both sides. So again, based on just tick progression, Affiliate Esports would have to win this round to tie it, which means they just win the map. So they just have to win an offense is all it comes down to, whether it's here in round 4 or in round 5. This is looking pretty solid, I'll say at the moment. Denzo's actually going to call it the cruise missile. Trophy's just not going to get down into place in time, but question marks about that, considering that the A zone looked pretty much guaranteed anyways. And it only builds a 3-life lead overall. Defense going to give away A, play into bedroom, and Brezzy's going to set up for maybe a late hit, trying to find the 1v1, force Affiliate back to make sure they capture A, but as he's turned away, now Affiliate can make their move towards B.
Oh, they got some great positions to work with. Already behind the desk is Denza, searching for info. Up and down, Brezzy's going to drop. Oh my goodness, they're going to find Cobra as well. The defense starting to just crumble in and around the B point. Abuza through mid, can't stay for the challenge. Denza going to try to track him down, but doesn't commit to the gunfight. Still not going to touch the zone. Affiliate Esports just trying to search in and around to clear out everybody in from behind.
Yeah, just how annoying is that if you're Affiliate Esports, you think you've got everything you could possibly want to get these final kills and then just get a stack on towards the B zone, but in the hunt for the kills, Wobblebobs kill off enough time and enough members to essentially reestablish their defense, and now Brezzy's hitting an immensely long route, and he's going to be behind a couple of members. Good trigger discipline here. Gets a read and a transfer to a double. Those are impressive shots with the fast Nev at range. And with that, it immediately puts the brakes into play. Aphelion have to wait for reinforcements. Minute 12 on the clock, but still a life lead.
Yeah, but Denza's spot is everything. He's alive up top, so that's just great information to have as you're trying to retake the zone. Down low, Abuza able to find one more before falling. And now a minute on the clock. Denza once again on 5. Brezzy will cut him down off screen. And Lynn's going to take a very desperate route through mid to try to get around the backside. That does not work out. So now you have to retake from the front. Wobblebob's going to have to go.
Trophy system is deep here, though. I don't know if Harry's going to have that enough to keep him safe from any incoming utility. Wobblebob's trying to get here defensively. First ticket's locked in. Harry's still on the zone. Stopping the clock, finding kills. Journey working with them, but the kills come out. 15v9, though. Take your time if you're Affiliate Esports. This is still a very plausible round that with this life count, you could win the offense. But again, they're forced to have to spawn kitchen, and rotations into B take time, of which they're running out of.
They're going to risk it for the biscuit. Come around the back. Try to overwhelm Brezzy, who's going to finesse with the pillar, and he's able to get a read and a kill. Lynn's just waits down low in the prone position and finds an easy freebie. But this double hit needs to be successful from Affiliate Esports. 1-for-1 trades. Brezzy comes off spawn. He'll shut it down. And now 16 seconds to go. Have to touch, have to come for the front.
And back into the desk goes Brezzy. That shuts down any potential play through mid, although he's actually getting aggressive. And a kill off screen for him means that now all of a sudden Affiliate's a little bit pinched up. Have to have it. 9v6. Abuse up top. Easy first kill. Harry down low, still alive, gets a double. Looking for 3, no! Turned away, and with that, the defense still holds. On to round 5. And we will have to, I think, back out of the server for Robobobs to get their defense here for this final round.
Is that round 5? It was one. I thought it was 1-0. I thought Robobobs won it.
No, well, Affiliate got the first round.
Oh, did they get the first round? Okay, I was thinking in my head that they got the first. So I was like, oh my goodness. I thought it was over right then and there. But all right. So not over. Round 5 needs to come through. And this is always a weird scenario where you have to end the game and then, kind of re-queue, get on the side that you're on, and then come back into it for like a final round. Like it's
correct.
It's always a very different like type of approach and a type of a feel where you're not in the moment anymore. You're taken out of it, have to kind of get thrown back into it. So it was very interesting. You don't know how players are going to perform. Like Brezzy, for example, isn't having the best game, comes through in the reset and has 18 kills before we reset and go into round 5. So
yep.
It's very interesting. You just don't know who's going to, completely take over, potentially coming back in.
It is one of those things, though, that I will say you've got at least some great groundwork there for Phillian looking at the offense, right? I think that the one key moment, though, in that 4th round comes down to that nice solid break around the back, and then instead of trying to stack to force the defense to come to you, they're still looking for kills in towards bedroom, and Abusing getting one and then getting away when you're in the middle of that call. That just, again, okay, now all of a sudden we're stuck kind of in the mud. We got nowhere else to go. Yeah. We don't really want to chase down Abuse in that particular instance. I don't remember who the other defender was, but they were deep in towards bottom side luggage and bedroom area, and they were just killing off time. And that off spawn for the defense over towards the top right-hand side of the minimap allows them to come back in and reinforce the back. So it's one of those things where it's just like, it's you pick or choose, which do you want? Which evil do you want to go with? Try to find the kills, you win them, and then you're stacked with 4 members on with no one from behind you, or you stack, you force the defense to come to you, and you kind of have to hope and pray that your setup from the back is okay, or you get someone forward in towards spot and deny the rotations in. It's really 6 of one, half a dozen of another, so that decision may be kind of a little bit of a thorn in the side at that rate. So yeah, this time through, again, that tick progression, it was pretty much mathematically impossible for Affiliate Esports to earn defense just because they would have had to get 6 ticks, and that would have meant the game was already over. So they will start again on the offense, trying to correct just marginally on what they just barely missed out on in that last round.
Gonna have to do it. And man, oh man, it's just such a weird scenario coming back into it. Also, like, on the line too. Like, this determines whether or not you even see a map number 4. So everything rides on this round. If not a Robobobs, they get to have a clean 3-0 going into that grand final. And they're in a map mode combination that they've been in at least a few times so far. So you have to imagine it's still a comfortable spot for them, but it just takes one slip up when we talk about Hotel. Just one slip up, one mistake, boom, spawns out, stack comes in, pressure's on, have to make a big heroic play. You have to be completely flawless the entire time.
Okay, 1 round of control between a Robobobs and a 3-0, or potentially Affiliate Esports stretching us in to a second hard point. Oof. Again, this has been a tight series. I mean, really flat out. A lot of great moments in the Search and Destroy. Really no shortage of it anywhere along that map. And then a masterclass for Robobobs in the hard point first and foremost. So 1 round of control and maybe the extension of the series. Otherwise, we know who one of our teams in the grand finals will be. And Affiliate Esports would find themselves having to battle through the lower finals tomorrow. Let's see how it goes. Round 5, control. Robobobs on the defense. And Affiliate Esports, a little 2-2 split to start. Trying to test their luck maybe over towards B.
Very passive. Just waiting to see what the opening plans are for Affiliate Esports. Are they going to go for B right away? And well, they're starting to get their answer. Touch comes in on A. And so far, Affiliate Esports have been great for at least getting the zone very early on. We'll see if that happens again. Harry's just been patiently waiting up top for that push to come through, holding on to bedroom control while his team starts to work for A.
Yep. Second team progress is looking pretty solid. Journey just kind of finessing the heady. Affiliate Esports, though, are mostly focused to see if the defense is going to rotate through mid. They didn't really have a good response for the players over towards the shop side. So the second tick of progress is not locked. Rezzy's over towards Rugs, does not anticipate Denza, but the trade is still decent. Cobra trying to get the defense over to A, but ultimately not successful. But once again, here comes Affiliate Esports, stretching around the back. And there's not a lot of availability for this play to happen, especially as Vortex drops. Journey just kind of has to play his life and hope he can tally up some kills behind the front deck.
Oh, this is a great position to have early on. 2 minutes on the clock. Journey might be able to get a regen on his health, and Brezzy doesn't want to stick around for it. He's just going to fly forward and just try to be annoying if they go for a touch on the zone, but your spawners coming out, not going to have an easy time getting through Journey on that heady. As soon as we swap away, we see the kill come through. Harry wins a huge battle in the back onto Abusa. And now, slowly working for more map control, they're going to be able to get a touch.
How long do you hold this position? You have to hope that Journey absolutely pops off, which he's now on 4 in a row. But Linz shuts down, remember, actually stopping the clock and finding the progress. Journey one away, though, from a cruise missile, but Abusa finishes the kill. 19 plays, 18. A has been fully confirmed, so 125 on the clock. And Vortex is just trying to defend against any defenders making their way into bedroom.
Certainly is. Not easy to do. Everyone just kind of playing off sound cues, waiting for information to come through, but holding it is everything. Now Harry, oh, that's a tough battle. Gets some clean shots, though, at least off the initial hip fire. Takes the re-chow and rips Brezzy off of the heady. That is a tough chow, and now that is an absolute green light here for the Aphelion Esports. Let's get a touch. Let's get on the zone. First segment is locked in.
Oh, but the nades just absolutely destroy this offensive setup. Now the retake comes out. Denza denied. And with spawns being all the way at the top left-hand side, your subs are making your way forward. Linz is shutting down anyone trying to rotate through restaurant. Now he can watch the mid-cross, and Awobabobs have intel on every single part of the map at the moment. You even got Cobra deep, just making sure no one stretches behind Linz. So much trust in this setup. A little crossfire up top at bedroom. Linz watching mid. Cobra watching the flank. You have to get the kills right here, right now if you're Affiliate Esports. And they're just flat out not doing that. 5 in a row for Abusa and more to boot on top of that. Harry shut down inside. And Affiliate Esports, 1 hit away. Have to have it.
Well, you dealt with one member, but there's still one more here. Wrapping all the way around the back. Linz has now found an angle right back into bedroom. Have to try to deal with him. Have to try to get a touch. Denz is the only one up and would have to do it all. And it is so just good, all Awobabobs. Aphelion Esports, they can't show up on the day. It's a 3-2 tally here in the control and a 3-0 in the series for the Awobabobs as they are now guaranteed top 2.
That is such a good defensive setup. I mean, it all comes by a simple cause and effect. You get a couple of key kills, you clear off the zone rapidly and convincingly to where I think it was like a 3-for-1, 4-for-2 trade. And then as soon as people start to spawn up defensively, you've already got your subs stretching forward. They're controlling one at bedroom, one over towards restaurant. As soon as your ARs get in place, you kind of reestablish where you're watching. Linz rotates into mid. Cobra stays really far back to watch the flank or to rotate over to bar if he needs to. It's an absolutely flawless defensive setup, and it's executed perfectly. So a round 5 affair after the round 11 in the search, but all the hotels end up going the way of the Awobabobs. Aphelion Esports fall to the lower finals if they want to have a chance at a rematch.
Crazy stuff, man. I'm not just like, I feel like if for some reason it's us, like we get like some of the wildest matchups where it's like they're close like pretty much the whole way through, like outside of map number 1, but it's still like a 3-0, right? It's just one team not being able to kind of clutch up on the other side basically for us. But Awobabobs, man, I mean, that is the team that you wanted to be going into a grand final because it's another potential rematch that you might get going back into that best of 7. But gotta feel great for these guys, especially after last season where they just couldn't fully put it together in playoffs. They had that great, flawless opening to the regular season, but they're now starting to at least clutch up, starting to look a lot better with Brezzy on this sub as well. And Cobra picking up this AR. I think this new dynamic has just worked out beautifully for this squad.
Agreed. So still flawless on maps.
True,
oh, dude, I mean, it's just, look, I know that you guys that watch Challengers often are like, Shift, shut up, stop talking about how unpredictable Challengers is, but come on, no one predicted this. 3-0 versus knocked him to start, a 3-0 versus what looked to be the best team in EU on Notorious, and now a 3-0 here against Aphelion Esports? Come on, no one predicted that.
Nope, no one did. And if so, I want brackets. I want proof, all right? There's no way.
Timestamps! Give me the receipts! God, bro. And then lower bracket, again, you want to talk about unpredictability. Nave is playing a little different all of a sudden here in the playoffs after an 0-3 start in their groups. Now a 3-1 versus Notorious, somehow knocking them out at top 6. Like, I almost threw up in my mouth saying that out loud. And they now have a chance to play up against the Originals in our final matchup of EU for the day.
Yeah, that's a spicy one. I think that a lot of people, including myself, like I was definitely looking at LaNave as a team that was probably just going to change going into the next season, right? Like maybe even a full requalification having to come through with maybe even, more changes than we had initially kind of anticipated. But now it just seems like they're clicking. They're putting it together, and it's been a long time coming because this is a team that we know has had this potential. Like it's there. It's just they've never really been able to consistently put it together. The fact that they're doing it, I mean, no one's safe now because that LaNave team turns up. Sucre looks as good as he's been playing, especially after the match we saw today. That match gets dangerous. That's all I'm saying.
Thing about it is, not only does it get dangerous, but it's almost a requirement for Sucre to have to do that again versus this Originals team.
Fair.
We'll see. We'll see. Lots of things to talk about. We'll set things up as we head to a break. We'll come back with the lower semifinals. One more match before we then get to North America to do the same thing all over again. We'll be right back. Don't go too far. Welcome back, everybody, as we have our final slotted match in the European playoffs. Day number 2, it's lower semifinals time. The Originals, after their very convincing win, now have to square up against La Nave del Misterio, who surprised everybody to start Europe today. My whole shift with me, I've got Visions. We've already seen large majority of both these two teams play the majority of their first match. Both are looking pretty darn convincing, but now it's true test time because, hey, you could come out with 4 days, 5 days worth of prep for your first matchup. How do you respond to your surprise opponent, I think, for maybe both teams as they approach this matchup here?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think that's a good word to use. Surprise opponent for sure. Coming on through La Nave. Let's be honest. I mean, simply put, I don't think we expected this team to have this kind of impact coming into playoffs. I certainly did not. But, they're slowly starting to build me up here, Al. You know what I mean? I got like the meter of the bar. I don't know. It's at like 50% out of 5 out of 10 right now. So they're slowly building me up there. I'm there with them, but I want to see them really drive it home with a huge win versus what we would look at as a top 3 team, right? They can do that, then I am absolutely on board. But I think, like you said, this is the true test. Like, do they have it within them to be able to overcome a roster of this size and of this strength? I think that's what we're obviously here for. But it's a matter of will they be able to fully do it and execute.
A perfect segue talking about rosters as it's time to introduce our squads for the lower semifinal matchup. This Originals team we saw at great length. Obviously, that was our primary focus to start the day today. So getting a look to see what they have to offer here, we have a pretty good idea as far as who's looking hot. And I was going to say who's not looking hot, but to be honest, the whole squad looked pretty darn good in their first overall matchup. So should have a second to kind of look over the roster. That's what we're waiting on now. Nave is obviously going to have to really kind of put the pedal to the metal here, though, because this Originals roster comes with a ton of veterancy experience. A lot of the team coming back. It's not Furious, but Henry, Lucky, and Gizmo in the mix. This squad has been, I will say, very well tested, and Furious is coming out looking really solid today.
He has been on a different level today, a different type of Furious with the interactions we are even seeing from this man. He's playing at a faster pace, it looks like, and he's also collecting some key kills while doing it. So Furious has been great. Henry, I'd also give a pretty big shout out. We were watching over some of those respawns. He was making some great rotational plays. Was a huge reason we were seeing the beatdown on retirement pending in that Mercado, for example. So he's been great, and I think you always know what to expect out of Lucky and Gizmo. These guys are just always going to fry.
Yeah, and we got that in the first matchup.
Yeah,
so,
sure did.
I mean, if they're putting down those kind of numbers and Furious is feeling feisty today, they're going to be a hard team to deal with. That much is for sure. And I'm again, it's just Lucky Sniper, Search and Destroy. It knows no limits. It feels like. So we'll talk more about that in the future here. But looking over to La Nave del Misterio, again, we just had a couple of look-ins to the matchup that was going on in the We Are Clutch GG stream, but what we saw was very impressive. Mostly out of Sucre, first guy in. He was kind of the question mark. A lot of, let's not try to frame up as he was playing poorly in the group stage. He was just a little all over the place. Sometimes great, sometimes not so much. But here today, he's been looking just as good as ever. And that's great news for players like Yako in particular, who kind of need that little bit of extra help up front, especially if it's just Super who's locking things down to the AR line. But him and Rencor today have looked really nice. So this squad is looking like they're well primed up, and on the condition we saw them in their first match to possibly threaten, if not take down, this Originals roster.
For sure. And I mean, you look at the two, I think you highlighted correctly, Yako and Sucre. Like, these are the two where if they're online, then I think this team is online, because Rencor has been great around the objective. I don't think anyone has really ever doubted that the entire season long, despite the issues with this roster. And Super's, well, he's Super. He's one of the best slayers, period. He's going to find kills. But when you get Sucre and Yako involved and they can hit that level that they've been showing, at least in their first match, that's where I talk about that danger. And this is certainly a roster that I think can do that over and over and over again. But those two, I think, are the key members that need to be there if it's going to happen.
Indeed. So, kind of looking at some of the spotlighted players in the individual 1v1. Lucky, of course, has been just an absolute monster. This is off of their winners round 1 matchup, by the way. These two teams did play each other in the opening, and Lucky was a problem, a major problem. Whereas Super on the other side, yeah, of course, his hardpoint KD is unbelievable, but his continual dominance was a little less than what we normally see in the series. Like, the way I'm kind of getting at it here is that the Originals did a really nice job of kind of neutralizing the threat of Super individually in that first matchup last week.
Great way to put it. And I mean, that's also a key to beating a team like this too. When you have somebody that is almost always going to be their top fragger, if you're, shutting him down, or at least always trading him out, stopping him from making those impactful multi-kill plays, you're going to find value. But the biggest thing I think that we come to talk about when we look at just all of these, it's the S&D KD for me, right? Like Lucky, I want to say in the last comparison we did in the matchup stats, like Lucky had also had a pretty crazy one too. So overall, I think that he has just been the absolute backbone when it comes down to winning search and destroys. If they're not winning through the scope, it's because he's then setting someone up like Furious to then do so elsewhere.
Yeah. So we kind of looked at this. Again, this is the winners round one matchup statistics between these two players, but it's also important for us to take a look at what that series layout included, just due to the fact that, again, it was a pretty one-sided affair, save the opening Embassy hardpoint. That was pretty close, but after that, like we saw, I mean, again, the huge KD numbers out of Lucky on the Search and Destroy was mainly the reason why they won that matchup on El Silo Search and Destroy. The sniper rifle was just too much of a problem. And then the hotel control was pretty much all action from the originals with not much of a response, really, from anybody over towards Nave. But, the thing is, if this Nave team today is getting better participation from a player like Sucre, you have to hope that you don't just have to rely on Super to get you tight hard points. Like, you can actually win them. And to be fair, that I think is the reason when we looked into it, why Nave beat Notorious on Hydro hardpoint of all maps. Like, the full squad was there clicking and finding a ton of success, not just individually, but as an actual group. So now for our overall map set for this particular instance, do we see a repeat? Kind of. Embassy hardpoint still to kick us off, and the El Asilo Search is back in the mix. That's going to be saved for map 5 if we need it.
It will be saved, and I feel like the Fortress Control is something that we've seen a lot more from LaNave too. They've been willing to kind of handshake that one and throw it into the mix if they have to. So I feel like that's something they've also been able to get a little bit more comfortable on. So it could be really good news for them. And I feel like this one should be a lot closer than the 3-0 that we saw before, especially, again, if we get that same LaNave that comes out firing. We'll see if mistakes can be fixed on the Embassy hardpoint. Of course, this is where we're starting it off. We'll see how it all comes together here, Alan. This determines top 3.
Winning first blood's just exchanged over towards the second hardpoint location, but it's Nave with the better utility, able to clear off the zone and actually control a lot of the map because of it. Gizmo did stay behind this play, so there is some little corrections that need to happen as Nave will need to kind of iron out their positions around towards the bottom side of the minimap. Lucky up top has a 1v1 with Rancor, who just kind of gives up the position, gets the regen, takes the reach tail, and nearly gets the better of Lucky, but the kills for the originals turn out in their favor. And now, from the unfavored side of the map, they can either make the play for the hard point or stretch over towards New. And at the moment, it's a little bit of both at the same time.
Oh, I would have loved if Gizmo held on to that a second longer. Maybe had a shot at taking out Yakko. Maybe not. Either way, able to just delay things a tad bit. While Furious does work into the back, the spawns could come through for the originals. Rancor, though, wants to contest it. Has the trophy system to work with as well. Takes the challenge, but Furious makes them pay. And now the originals slowly starting to collapse around the hill as they get the break.
Yeah, this is really good AR control. You got Henry kind of clearing things out over towards eventually the 5th hard point. And of course, Furious just kind of locking things down over towards the bottom of the trucks. Yakko splits the difference, though, and nearly has the spin to give himself a gunshot over to Furious's direction, but ultimately the original still holding. Nave throwing out some neutralization, though, on the time through the first 30 seconds, and a chance to still fight in toward the scrap. More so with a little bit more clearance through mid, but Lucky, I mean, he had his whole rear end taken off by Yakko, still turns around, gets the kill, and the originals will lock in the majority of the scrap time.
My goodness, Lucky, he's been so impressive. They gotta throw stuns, nades, and even that is not enough. Weak in the last gunfight, takes the next one and wins it 4 in a row. Puts him at a total of 9-2. Lucky feeling it. Might be able to get a read down low on the Sucre, who just finished off one of his teammates. We take a look at the new hill. And, well, no one's really going to be able to touch it first. That kill comes through kind of off screen, and that means that player running up orange is actually going to be able to get the first touch. So Lucky could still influence this. He's waited patiently for Sucre, and there's kill number 5. He won't get the streak, but his teammates, they managed to get in.
That's a massive first life for Lucky, 10-3, and then Gizmo behind in his next life. He's gotten 4 in a row. So it's just like the problem is unfolding on multiple fronts right here for Nave. Lucky also off spawn, clears out a lot of pressure through mid. Last contestant nearby was Sucre, and he's going to try to go to orange to contest it. He doesn't really have a lot of help, though, and the time is ticking. I mean, this is almost a near full 60 here for the originals. Nave have barely even seen the hard point save for some nades that have done some damage, but ultimately, the originals have dealt with it perfectly. Now they find themselves in a very convincing lead.
Oh my god, Furious is here. I mean, he is just absolutely slaying and picking apart LaNave as they're struggling to hold on to this rotation. They get full 60. They cannot afford to give up this early time either on the next point. And Lucky, who's 14-4, is in the back, ready to start to pick them apart inside as the nades allow them entry. Lucky has a moment to get in, and just like that, they find the break right away.
It's just, where's the help? What lanes are being locked down right now? Nave is just giving away so much. Maybe some of that is because Rencor, until that last kill, was 3 and 11. Nave just bursting into the hallways, though they do find all the kills here. So it's just, the thing about it is, like, that's a good moment for you, but it's a required moment, and we need to see better AR clearance of these long outside lanes if there's going to be a chance for Nave to start to really work for the influence around these hard points. So here we go. 20 seconds left. Originals are trying to create a little bit of a zone around the next hard point. They're going to voluntarily give away a ton of time here at admin, and Super's actually behind this play. The Originals may be a little bit too bunkered up here on this rotation.
Yeah, they might be. The doors are, of course, shut. So Lucky might be able to react in time, and Super has to just guess. Oh, Super! Are you kidding me? Able to take out Lucky. Snaps on him, shoots his legs right underneath the table. They're going to try to double hit him out, but Super is just a problem, and he is not being dealt with. He's going to try to reinforce the point, and wow, what a moment. Still one off the streak, but LaNave, they're able to get in pretty early themselves.
And this is shades of why Nave were as contestable, the Originals in the winners round 1. It's just Super just does it himself. Like, oh, that is ridiculous. So now all of a sudden, you essentially go scrap to new, and Nave are in the game thanks to Super. 3 in a row for Yako, who's reinforcing the hard point. Not that he's needed, because Sukri off of the flex sub has gotten 2. 15 seconds of scrap time. Yako changes the corner. Super and Rencor there to assist, and it's Yako on 5. Nave right back in the game.
Wow, huge 2 versus 3 there. 5 in a row now for Yako, who's starting to heat himself up. And the Original's going to have to reset after holding on to what looked like an 80-point lead going into that 4th hill. Has been completely cut away. And that is exactly what you want to see. A slow start from LaNave, but a great bounce back. Now Furious up top, watching over the map while his teammates just start to set up around him.
Oh, man. Okay. This is... Okay, we've gotten some good moments here. Yako's on the 6 spree. Finally ended. But this is where the ARs have to step in now. And I'm mostly looking at Rencor, exactly. We need to see him help his team out on these long lines of sights. And, I mean, what are you watching there? It's just hoping and praying that you catch someone running across your line of sight. So Super has to be forced into position, trying to contest the time here at 1. Largely well handled by Nave. Sukri's long-range shots work out as well. Last player on the zone, and Super will deal with it. Goodness gracious, this guy is everywhere. 122 to 110 the current count, and over towards P2 the attention goes as Sukri just gets peeled by Gizmo. And that will leave the Originals holding numbers, just looking for Yako in the back, and as they get the kill, they also get the point.
That's a great moment there for the Originals. They deal with all the players working through to the back. Now they just need to simply tunnel and focus on the front here, and you got a great setup. You got players watching mid, kind of in that corner. You can watch all the way to the back, and they try to influence the spawns. I mean, you have the setup that you'd want. But LaNave starting to work through the back parking lot. Also, Rencor has a moment to cut through mid. That's a huge double that opens up the hill dramatically. And Super's also able to get in there. Yako's going to invest the streak, and that will be a nice break as LaNave are in for the back 30 potentially.
Still some work to be done, though. This last little finesse out of Furious and Lucky still on the way, but it's shut down beautifully. Okay, how about that? Sukri now to 15 and 15. Super is just... No one's getting in his way. Are you kidding me? This guy just does it all himself, man. Like, look, this whole team's playing fine right now, but Super's been doing this for a year and a half now. Like, by himself on teams. I don't know, dude. Someone just take the money, invest into a Visa, get this guy in the league, because I'm tired of casting over. I'm not tired of casting over him, but I want to see him in the league.
He is certainly on par for it. 5 in a row, coming right off the last hill, right into the new one. Same life and everything. And well, kill number 6 and 7 is there. Super putting on a show for us at 26 and 12 right now. Minute in the hill. Rencor has also brought it back quite a bit too. He was 3 and 11 at one point in time. 14 and 18, just about a minute to his name as Henry up the stairs he comes through orange. Will be able to get in there, and that is some critical scrap time and the first time the Originals have seen in a while.
Yeah, I'll say. God bless, bro. Super's unbelievable. Kills come out, though. Scrap time looks good. We still have a very tight game, although you can feel the temperature change just a touch over the course of the last handful of hard points. Sucre, sub in hand, trying to work his way in. And he's just got so many things to deal with. Fine to get one, but his teammates, unfortunately, not able to put anything else individually together. So admin will open up in favor of the Originals. And they've got a player in the back in Lucky, who actually comes into the hard point, so there's not going to be a lot of clarity on where exactly the hit's going to come from. It's going to be multifaceted. This is 3 sites being hit at once, and it's just left to Yako. Well handled by the Originals, and it's 5 in a row for Gizmo as he's starting to step into the map.
I love that setup right there. Just, you have to almost overextend in order to find a trade after the first gunfight comes through. The Originals just tucking themselves away, making it very difficult. Find entry into the point. Gizmo, one more 1v1. Rancor is going to take this, but still has to get through Lucky as well as Henry, as they'll make sure they lock on to that full 60. The Originals right back in control of the game, and now they're already making some cross-map movements.
Yeah, big kill from Lucky. That clears out not just an elimination onto Super, but it also opens up their subs a chance to move into the middle of the map, which they get there, but Rancor, an unbelievable double for him. I mean, because that was a free avenue for the Originals to just run in with subs towards Red, through Laundry, and it's shut down. So now Nave in cafeteria first, 170 to 211. And you feel like Super's about to do something crazy eventually in this hill. But it's Nave holding with Yako. Rancor watching over the middle of the map. Sucre also getting involved, and that is a full team wipe. The Originals now spawning all the way out. And they're going to be tested. Rancor actually spawns out as well. Nearly cuts off that rotation, but as the hit starts to unfold, it's the subs inside the hill that have to get the job done.
Nave are slaying out at the moment. The Originals have not now seen this hill whatsoever. 40 seconds over to Lanave. Originals looking for the break, but it is not looking convincing. Lucky, the only one up, has to get through Super, who's looking for kill number 30. Not an easy player to get through, but the stun might make it just a tad bit easier as the collapse comes through mid. And the back 5 will go the way of the Originals. The full 60 for full 60. It has just been a hell of a hard point, Alan, as we reset and go back to P1.
But here's the problem. This map very well could end on P2, and Nave have not been great through this rotation from 1 to 2 yet. Someone has to step up, change the tide, because here's the Originals. Couple of kills and in the hard point. Yako's going to be playing up top in paper, but that's with the sub, you would assume. Semtex out, but doesn't find the connection. Henry looking for the gunfight at 31 HP. Should be easy for Super to follow up from behind. No worries there. Also escapes this life. Lucky was nearby, but Nave still do not have convincing enough control to even get any hardpoint time here. This is putting a lot of pressure on them to make the rotation over to 2, and the kills are just not here. Then all of a sudden, the Originals are back on the hill again with rotation currently in their name.
Oh no, Super had to play for that kill. He had to get him off the time because you can still end it on P1, and Gizmo winning some huge battles at the next hill. Sucre has to contest. Super is now in, but Lucky is still alive. I don't think they'll get the tick here. They will now have to rotate. You take a look at Lanave. They are not in position whatsoever.
And the cruise missile that gets earned off of that impressive double from Lucky on 7. You can call this in to make this a little bit more solid. And so it will be. Yako will drop just down to Rancor, gets the contest, gets the first kill, but is turned away, and that's enough for the Originals to put it over the finish line. Oh, man. That's what you were afraid of, I think. Not very little success for Nave del Mysterio. Between 1 and 2, the Originals put the gas down, and through Lucky, I mean, we didn't really see it from his perspective necessarily, but you saw it kind of on the x-ray as the approach towards 1 was coming through. He gets 1 up top and then snaps to find the second. That earns him the cruise and his 36th kill. Actually, it was his 35th kill. The 36th was the cruise missile, but regardless of it, Lucky wins the game right there. Nave just could not find any time on P1.
No, they couldn't. I think even 2 streaks came down in the end as we saw the 1 cruise missile come through. We saw like the other one explode. So like that is like a full, what, like 10, 15 seconds. You can't cross through the open and you have to somehow make it to the next hill. It's just so much to ask. And I mean, we don't typically see like as much maybe full 60s kind of go like handshake for handshake, like on Embassy as much as we did at the beginning of the game. But the fact that teams are still able to lock down, you know, some of these hills the way that they do, specifically like P5, like that's when I was thinking that moment for Lanave was coming back into it. Like this is their chance to be able to chain this into P1 time 2, or at least allow them initial setup to P2. But they could never really deal with the ARs. That was the big factor. Lucky just goes completely untouched, it felt like, for the majority of that map. And when he's got like 29 untraded kills of the 36, I believe he has, like he's just putting in like so much influence onto the map, man. Like how do you get across the map at that point?
I don't know. I really don't. And that's, I mean, you could see it kind of, even with Gizmo stepping up kind of by the end, like 16 of his 21 end up non-traded by the end of it. Like that's still a really good ratio. That's also with a minute 24 in the hill. Henry goes nearly positive with 2+ minutes in the hard point. And yeah, life becomes so much easier for those two because you're getting all those kills on the crosses from players like Lucky or Furious cutting off routes. I mean, this Originals team is disgusting. And Super is, again, I mean, this is almost the exact same score that they had map 1 in Winners Round 1. And I would be willing to say that if we could pull up the scoreboard from that match, it would look very similar. Super literally was the only reason for a lot of the map that Nave were even able to put together the time that they did. And I think the cool thing about this time through is you see, again, the composure from the Originals once again coming true. But at the same rate, I think it needs to be said that, like, as much as Nave were finding a lot of presence and a lot of damage, they just weren't able to stay in hills. And I think mostly you saw that in the first 3 hills in particular, we saw that.
Well, map 1 is good. Embassy Hardpoint, that is secured. Mercado S&D, that's where we head to next. And the Originals, I mean, known for a lot of their sweeps or being swept against, it feels like, for the most part with this team. So as soon as they get rolling, it's hard to get them to stop rolling. But again, another time where we ask Mercado S&D have to find a response. And LaNave have started to look a lot better in their search and destroys in particular too.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, again, you know, it's Mercado. You still have to be wary of a Lucky sniper rifle. Like, it's just, God, dude, there's just so much you have to worry about with this Originals roster across every single map and mode combination that's out there, especially when you know for a fact that Lucky's going to find success with scopes on maps that you don't often see it. Like, he's going to rely on it, maybe more so than anybody else, maybe outside of Maple, at least in Europe. So that could be an issue here. And I think for Nave, you know, you look towards what they've done over the course of their search and destroy. On Mercado, it's been fine. But, you know, how do you build out a game plan to reduce the presence of that long-range sniper? Like, it completely takes away the middle of the map. Like, unless you're going to try to counter that, it takes away the middle of the map completely. So, I don't know. I think that has to be some conversation that's happening right now for Nave, is either do we deal with it by facing the 1v1, or do we just become a more one-dimensional team on offense and defense because we have to give up space to kind of respect the scope and play?
I have to imagine some of the rounds, Super is going to be willing to match it for sure with the scope. Sure. I feel like, without a doubt. I mean, he in my mind has been another one of the standouts who has just done some ridiculous things with a sniper rifle in his hand, 1v3, 1v2. You know, he can make the magic happen. If you can make the magic happen very quickly against Lucky, maybe stop him from going for those initial challenges right off the start, that could be your way. But it's never an easy time trying to take this man down because of the way he also repositions. Like, he's shown us some angles today. Even I was like, all right, I'm write that down, right? Because he just finds so many different ways to be able to watch an angle, but from a totally different spot. So you have to be almost ready for that, or you have to anticipate it as the opposing sniper all the time, which is just too much to ask. So I feel like they will be willing to match it. And Super, if he gets off to a hot start, maybe that's their window to be able to kind of take control of this Mercado.
It's a fair shout. It's just one of those things that, like, thinking back to Nave on Mercado, it's not often we saw them try to build out any sort of set plays around the scope. So, like, if you don't already have that built in, how quick are you able to throw that into the mix just as a response to what we assume will be a major problem from the side of the Originals? So, you know, it's kind of one of those things of how much do you trust what's already there and you've already kind of built out versus trying to make modifications versus who you're playing. Especially when you go quickly from one match to another, like we're currently seeing out of Nave. But the thing to keep in mind is, you know, kind of like we were talking about in the opening series from the day, Nave did play this map against the Notorious to a 6-2 accord. And we saw a couple of moments where, like you mentioned, there was that sniper versus sniper gameplay in the mix trying to shut down Maple. So maybe there is enough reaffirmation, kind of off to your point, about that being a condition here for these guys in this matchup.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, certainly always love to see Super with a sniper rifle in his hand. When I think of sniper rifle Super, I think of El Asilo. Maybe now I'll start thinking of Mercado. We'll have to see as we get into it here. But either way, it's going to be a fun one. A huge bounce back for LaNave. They've still looked a lot better, but it's coming back to my point I made while setting up the series, right? It's like inching out, like in those final moments, or getting that final round, like actually overcoming this Originals team in a map is something they've yet to do so far, it feels like, especially after losing to them 3-0 in winners round 1. So just doing it, I think, could just be a huge mental break for them going forward in the series. And it starts here in my mind. Just cannot go down to the squad 2-0 with the control record that they have and how good they've been there, man. This map, I think, is everything if you want to stay alive in playoffs.
So we could definitely, I think, confidently say that this is a must-win map for Nave then, coming off of a map 1 loss.
In my mind, yeah.
Yeah, has to be a must-win. Okay. I like it. It could feel a little bold sometimes to throw those labels on, but I think it's a fair assessment that, yeah, because of how good the originals have been, you're going to a fortress control, which maybe gives you some opportunity to kind of flex back into control because it's so defensively sided. But it's hard to look at the rest of the series and think that going down 0-2, Nave can make a reverse sweep happen against these guys, especially in the form that the originals are in. Plus, Goob's whole prediction was that they were going to 3-0 retirement,
point, yeah,
and they were going to make the lower bracket run. They're going to go 3-0
easily is what he had said, right?
That was a selected word.
Yeah,
to say
absolutely.
Make the lower run is one thing, but to make the lower run happen easily, crazy scenes. Dude, we love you. Thank you for tweeting us out. Again, if anyone wants to get their opinions out there, use the hashtag ChallengersElite. You can also tweet at WeAreClutchGG. We'll share your information with everyone else out there. So while we're waiting for this map to start up, I think we had a class glitch. We'll take a look back over the prizing to see how things have unfolded and what we're playing for here in particular. Again, your Team Notorious top 6. What?
It doesn't look right, does it?
It does not look right. Surely there's a mistake somewhere, but no, it's not. That's accurate. The teams that did not make it to playoffs, 10th through 12th, got $1,000, but this is essentially a $2,000 game worth of COD being played because, well, at least $2,000 game of COD because you at worst get 4K and next worst you get 6K. Could technically be a $16,000 game of COD, right? I mean, if the originals make their way through the lower bracket run, this is a $16,000 game of COD.
yeah, absolutely. They could turn it into a hell of a lot more money, that's for sure, with this win, without a doubt. So a chance to be able to do so, and a chance to be able to at least be guaranteed top 3, be able to have a shot to go up against the Wubble Bobs that are guaranteed now top 2. That's gotta be nice to know that you're at least guaranteed $10,000 for your trouble throughout season number 2. Who will get there? Who will match them? Well, that's what we're here to find out through this lower bracket as these guys get back into this. But when you put it like that, it sounds a lot more fun, right? It's like, oh, this determines who's the loser's final. This is for an additional $2,000. I mean, it hits a little different, right?
Dude, the funny thing is, as we have a moment to reflect back here, is they're still dealing with some class issues, it looks like. The craziest thing I've ever said in all of my casting career was COD Mobile, Map 7, of one of the regional playoffs. It was like, I don't remember the dollar amount, but it was like a $50,000 game of Slums Control. It was just like, that is outrageous. Like, no one has ever thought about doing anything quite like that before, especially in 5v5. It was nasty, dude. We love to try to make things sound better than maybe they often are, but hey, it happened. That's all I know. It happened.
That was good. I like it. Well, you got to do it more. You got to do it more. Now, I think that's we're basically just, framing that up for tomorrow when we get into grand finals for North America or losers finals too, right? Like, I think we're set now.
Yeah,
we got segues. We're good.
Yeah, no, that's super accurate, dude. North America is going to be, again, I don't know what to say. You got Decimate Convoy winners finals.
Yeah.
Team War is looking much more improved here in the playoff bracket after a 2-3 group stage. They looked great versus LAG Academy. They put up a fight versus Convoy Gaming. They faced up against Smog Alpha. And then Hyped Esports and LAG Academy is the other lower round 2 matchup. This also comes on the backside of a lot of other North American challengers news. Parasite no longer going to be playing. He's officially hung up the sticks to focus on the content that he's involved with, which makes sense because he's in a lot of pieces right now. So
yeah, true.
It definitely, again, changes up the dynamic of what we're going to get in North America. It's going to be very, very interesting to see who maybe starts to kind of tilt our favoritism conversation after the end of the day, because again, they've also had the same amount of time to re-prep, relearn, and try to come out stronger than they were in the first day of playoffs.
Yeah, that'll be a treat to see where North America decides to go, because EU so far in the day has had a lot of surprises. At least with this Lanave team, for example, in specific, a 3-0 from a Wobble Bobs. It's just, I don't know, man. You can never make predictions on days like this. Not challenges. It just doesn't happen. And if you accurately do it over and over again, then I want to know who you are, because tweet us. That's like perfect for the social soundboard there. Want to know who you are. What are your predictions for this matchup? Right now, 1-0 up here for the originals going into this Mercado SND, I believe it is. These guys are settling out their class glitch. It should be interesting, Alan. That's what we know for sure.
Yeah, so we'll take a moment just to kind of step away and get off the podcast platform. But again, tweet at us. What do you think? Map 2, Mercado search. Does Nave bring it back? Or do the originals take a 2-0 advantage? Use the hashtag Challengers Elite. We'll catch you guys right back to the start of map number 2. Okay, sweet. Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping in. Sorry for the delay. Just continual issues with the classes not being able to fully swap over. But we're in. Search and Destroy is, of course, where we're at. And First Blood has already been tallied here in round number 1. Favor of the originals, although there is some significant presence here for Nave to still possibly plant without much contest, actually.
Yeah, Yako's going to be able to push all the way up if he wants to. He might not want to. Both players are going to be waiting there for that peak and that challenge. So Yako might get a wake-up call, but if he just holds the angle, it works out. Bomb still has not opted into being planted just yet. We're down to about 45 seconds.
It's so hard to commit to a plant in this situation. You have to watch so much all at once, but Yako on this corner in a good spot. Obviously hearing some shots nearby. Timing, does he try to take this challenge? If he does, we'll run right into a double stack. There's the play. Oh, it gets baited out a little bit, but no, the kill still comes through just as the bomb is planted. So now all of a sudden the originals kind of have some problems to deal with. You know, Yako's on this corner and it's not easy to pick up, and you can actually see on the minimap the X-ray super scoping that back alley right now.
Yeah, he certainly is. Challenge comes through. Yako able to get one, and Lucky can't immediately challenge. He's tagged up. So Yako gets the reposition and gets to go into the tunnel for free, and now Time playing against you. Oh, I think we got a disconnect. Gizmo
no,
not here and not a part of the retake. Which probably going to opt in for a restart. We'll see what happens in the round, but unfortunate circumstances, Gizmo just not a part of the play.
Yeah. Well, we'll see kind of what happens here, and yeah, Lucky saying that there was a scan and repair. So we'll see how the admins handle this one. A lot of interesting situations. We're keeping the GB admins on their toes today at the moment. So with that, again, we'll just kind of head on over to another break. It's going to be hard for us to sit here and speculate too much, so sorry. Don't mean to bait you out, but we have to wait a little while longer before we get to the Search and Destroy. We'll send things to a break. Be right back. We go again. That's got to be one heck of an intro for those that have it on the second monitor. But yes, we do. We go again. Into map number 2. A reset here for round number 1. And, well, how gracious is this? Both teams playing very similarly to how they did in the first round. A little deja vu.
Yeah, absolutely. This time, except Yako's going to go for the immediate plant, knowing that the Originals weren't really contesting inside of the site. No trophy system, so difficult to do, but Furious wants to now try to push right through as Henry grabs first blood. He's sneaking through the back, and he'll find Rencor, turn it into a 2v4.
Okay, opportunity for now the defense to overwhelm from multiple fronts, including Lucky around the back. And Super Sukri not even looking at this. Shadow gives away the first kill. Second, Sukri cleans up the back. Hold on a second. 2v2. Time becoming a problem. 15 seconds. Gizmo's going to hop on. Shots coming out. You have to check the bomb, though. Gizmo will drop. 10 seconds. 1v1, and Furious will run out of time. How about that for a little 2v4 from Nave?
Yeah, that's just gross, especially in the opening round. And, I mean, when you don't have trophy systems, you can never really keep members defensively in, but it felt like the Originals did the hard part. Hard part is entering into the site and finding the kills, but they couldn't really deal with the last two, just kind of sitting in Cantina. You even saw, like, a scary moment where both players kind of stacked up on one another, just trying to deal with the chaos in the moment, and they're able to do so. What a round. Huge one here for LaNave after a very long extended break to get themselves up early.
Okay. Wow, not the way that I thought things were going to go. But here we are regardless. The Originals looking to run through mid. You'd assume that Lucky's scoping over the top of this play. Furious already through tunnel. Yako trying to challenge. Well predicted. Gets the kill, and Super's there to counter the long-range sniper v sniper battle. Okay, how about that for kind of a little bit of payoff on our opening conversations?
Yeah, you love to see that. It's been a while since we talked about the scopes, but we did say that Super would be willing to match it. And he just peeks it a little bit late, catches Lucky off guard, I think. Now Henry have to cut through 3 players. The stun's going to let them know exactly where he is. He's going to see the head of Rencor, but he's not going to find an immediate challenge, at least not yet. Going to wait for that regen, slowly maybe work in some of these gunfights.
Just has to boldly try to take an engagement. Not going to work out there, but that's a nice little read from Nave. A little delayed hit. You don't really get a read that many players are coming down through Cantina, so Yako hard checks tunnel on his crossover, works out for a first blood, then a delayed peek. After that comes through, Super's got some pretty good information. You have to imagine if Furious is running through tunnel like that, someone's watching over the top of him. So the scope is trained in nicely. So, yeah, it's a great little read there from Nave, just based on the opening set play from the Originals. And into round 3 we go with Nave, the favored squad up 2-0. And with dead silences and trophies, you could actually just pull off the default all 4 players hitting A, and that seems to be the case. Nades over the top. And how about Super? Rencor double ARs watching the opening cross on the corner. Sukri gets the third. It's a 3 AR round for Nave. And Lucky's got nothing to do but run away.
No, you can't go anywhere. Man, I'd be so curious to see the spawn that Super gets. You know, as I've been watching a lot more games recently, it feels like, you know, pro players have been talking about just the importance of where you actually spawn at the start. And Super might have been able just to get like that close left spawn right off of the attack, get to the alley in time so that he can actually catch them on sprint, because nobody was ready for that initial challenge. No stuns or nades, I think, even came to the side of that challenge. Super got there so quick, and that puts him on 4 in a row as well. So hell of a round, and 3-0 up early for LaNave.
And this is all of a sudden, you have to think if you're the Originals, I was going to say, you have to kind of do something a little bit different just to try to keep Nave a little bit uncomfortable. And Sukri may be ready for this. Again, he pops open the door and then backs away, using that as just kind of a peripheral check if he wants to from that top dumpster position. Star on the top not going to land, but you got to keep in mind with a 3-man stack over through either mid or B, there's not a lot of nades offensively that are thrown towards A, so Nave are leaning to this B defense because of that.
They are. They're going to give them a little bit of room. Maybe work inside of Tin and Furious. What a blood it is. And you could go back to A if you want to.
Yeah.
And yeah, look at this. I mean, it just puts the defensive team in such a tough spot. Sukri wants to cut through mid to maybe get info on B, but it's just not working out for them. Super, though, does work back for 1. Furious able to capitalize on the next, and Henry should be able to drop this safely.
Yeah, Nave's heads have to be spinning right now, thinking that it's inevitably going B, but kills come out towards A. Now Super's stuck on 5, likely just going to hold his life, maybe try to get 1 on a cross. Obviously, all of us are looking at Furious right now. Snapshot nearly lands. Couldn't have been too far wide. second opportunity. This is bold. Furious. Oh my! Oh! 7-1 for Super. And a sniper shot that will ring out across Mercado for ages.
I cannot believe Super snapped on him like that. My goodness. Streak is somehow not earned.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you have mentioned this before.
And you probably thought I was crazy.
No, I didn't, because I've seen it happen before too. But I don't know what triggers it. It's something happens when like you're shooting the same player as like your teammate or something like that. But I have seen it, and he's gonna have to work for one more. But that was an impressive shot. I know they lose the round, but my goodness, Super's different.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about that right there. Like, is it out of kills or is it out of score?
Score, yeah.
Right? Like, and here's the thing, like, I was hesitant to bring it up, but like, I felt like a crazy person that no one's talked about that yet. Maybe it only exists on the online client. Maybe they don't have that problem with the CDL client, but it is. I've noticed that when we take those little looks into like the score streak, I was like, why is it showing score, not just kills? It blows my mind. But here in this round 5, math, you've got Originals with the first, not just 2. We'll give them the 3rd kill. Team Nade is actually what takes down another member, and now Super is once again back into a 1v4. If he hits another one of these. No, not this time.
Dude, he almost like jumped up in like I don't even know how he got behind him. It looked like it just looked wild from the 3P POV that we jumped into as the kill came through. Either way, they get there, they shut him down. It just has to work for it. Gizmo's first kill is there, and everyone just kind of speed runs that round. Besides Super, maybe they all just wanted to get a look at his POV, see what he's going to be able to do, but. I guess the streak is not earned after all of that, so that might hurt a little bit, especially now that the Originals have also been able to put together a couple rounds here too and bring it in within 1.
Dude, I really want to. I may do this, maybe throw a clip out there and see what Twitter has to say about it, because either we're missing something or just no one's talking about it. That's pretty important when you think about it. Rancor for 3 in the round, Nade for 1.
Wow.
Tack for 2, and then Super finishes off with a scope. Okay, on to round number 7. Math. Dude, I can't, I'm no longer am I saying the round number. I can't do it. I don't know what it is, but there is a physical impediment about that right now.
It's all right. Good round 6. Good round 6 comes through. But man, these are getting some. We're getting into fast rounds right now, man. I mean, that one was maybe 15 seconds, if that. It's just full-on challenges. Rancor, we didn't really talk about it, but, nice little 3K. Probably with the help of some stuns and nades, I have to imagine. A little bit of team shots maybe even being thrown in there. Originals have to try to get an answer going. And it looks like it's going to be another B play. Here for LaNave. We'll see how they work it this time. Super just going to throw the stun on Original right away. And, well, Furious, he's just in the corner. Original's going to be able to get that first blood. And now Furious can also reposition and reset.
Yeah, no trade there really hurts. Now, the thing is, Sucre is kind of lingering at A. The problem here is if Lucky is sniping, how do you recross back through mid? And that has to be the question mark. And at the moment, Nave is just hoping someone's going to hit an aggressive flank, but they do not. And keep an eye on Sucre. He's all the way through back alley. What an important kill that could be. Because now he's behind the play. Oh, okay, well. Seeing if he can catch a rotation through dark. Quick scope hits the post. Oh, the sparks fly. Yako, though, mid-map nearly still saves the round, but he's your bomb carrier. And now Rancor, with the dead silence, has to go to a 1v2 where it's likely to come off the kills. First in the corner, doesn't expect it, but still wins it. And now we get a 1v1.
We do get a 1v1. He's got time to get this bomb and get it down. But Gizmo, if he gets any whiff of this, he could just peek it. Yeah, just like that. Even with the dead silence, I was thinking maybe there's a chance for Rancor to get through, but might have had eyes on bomb when that player dropped. Gizmo will make sure no 1v2 comes through here for Rancor.
Yeah. Holy cannoli. What a weird round that was. But we go into the next round with just a small advantage towards Nave. Things starting to shift around just a little bit. The Originals definitely fighting back into this after dropping the first couple of rounds in a row. And it has not necessarily been Lucky Scope that's been the difference maker. It's been Furious once again kind of stepping into the fray. Henry up top, just looking for a cross, seeing if someone's going to get aggressive. And this is going to be the Originals kind of biding their time, you would think. Not even throwing any nades here. There's a stun in towards Tin. That will move Sukri over just a touch, but Lucky is watching the mid-cross. And yeah, this is what I was worried about. Super with the scope is watching this connector. And if he gets the intel, that will be enough for Sukri and likely also Rencor to quickly rotate over.
You got to hope just to jump over this shot, right? Oh, well, not going to happen. I thought Henry would be the first one to chow, but Lucky does get the trade. So 3 versus 3. They now know that B, of course, is under attack. Super, though, he could watch this angle. One player is able to get across. Could be a problem. But with 35 seconds left and trying to drop this bomb down with so many angles to watch, I mean, you're going to have to really make a move quickly here if you're the Originals.
Oh, but Super backs away. Again, nades came out late here from Furious. He throws his Semtex and his stun over the top of A. And that moves Super off the angle for a little while longer. Now Furious has the information. Bomb being planted. Advantage the Originals in the 3v3. But Furious is also stuck here. There is no help at all. He has to go 1-for-1. And he will not be able to do so. So now Nave on the retake, 3v2. Just comes to diagnosing the problem of the setup. And Super nearly still lands a shot up top.
Doesn't happen too often, but Super just goes wide. Have to retake quickly. 20 seconds on the clock here. Yakko might just have to hop on it, and, well, should be a little bit easier. Lucky the last one left alive. Has to clutch this out. Has to find the diffuser, and it's not going to happen. Super is just not missing. And, well, bomb gets defused. LaNave good for the retake. I mean, they are just doing everything correctly at the moment.
Absolutely the case. And I'm not upset about how the Originals play this post plant. You get Furious, who causes everyone to come back over towards A. He sneaks into Dark, and that kind of elbow on the other side, and you think he's going to be fine just to kind of play his life, kill off extra time. But Nave do a really nice job isolating and getting the pick. And, I mean, like you mentioned, how good has Super been with the scope? 11-3, 3 in a row. Now he's going to watch the mid-cross early as the bomb is just going to be, this is just nades to be thrown. Lucky watching. He gets a hit mark. That's one of those, he just,
he's one shot.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those call-outs. Nobody can get there, of course, to finish off the kill, but things are happening pretty quickly for LaNave. This time they're not messing around. Rencor toying with Lucky in the back. Again, the shot not going to connect, but you can see Henry. He's been able to inch up, and he could stop the bomb. The stun connects. What a play from Henry. Wow. He is in, and he has really just stuffed this play right here where it stands from LaNave. Another 2v4 required.
And that's a big call, I think, as much as it's frustrating that Lucky doesn't get the kill. When you get the tag, your teammates can sprint across the map and not have to worry about getting killed off cross. So, really good reaction for the Originals to get here quickly, deal with this play. But it's not done yet. 2v4 situation. Okay, well, now it might be done. Rencor last one left. Yep, nothing there. Lucky gets 2, so now all of a sudden he's starting to feel a little bit of a hot hand.
Yeah,
we'll give him 2.5, yeah.
2.5, yeah, we'll round up for him. Should have had 3. Oh, man, what an angle. And then, not an easy shot from Lucky. I mean, you know, everything wants to make him go up, so he has to drag his aim down further when he's being hit by those shots. My goodness, even through the flinch, Lucky connects. That is a good sign maybe for the Originals, as they still got some work to do, but not out just yet.
Oh, and Lucky's going to watch the mid-cross here. This is bold, considering how good Super's been. And this time it's not just Furious, it's Henry with him. Yakko, though, once again, hard predicts the mid-cross. Trade, though, from Furious. Gizmo up top as the bomb carrier. But how do you clear out bottom Cantina with a sniper and an AR? Super's going to make a play up. And Gizmo's waiting for him. Shots out. No damage, no kills. Rencor down low now. Sniper watching him. And now you can isolate Super. Stun will connect. They get the information. But they're taking their time on this challenge. They don't know where Sukri is. And that could be causing them a lot of headache at the moment.
I mean, they are still leaving Super down here. Finally, Furious going to be able to tag him up and the trade comes through. But Sukri's timing could be everything. Gizmo's going to check it. What a shoulder that is to catch Sukri on the flank right as his dead silence is about to run out. And yeah, why not make the call? Let's go right over to B. Cut the map. Make sure you watch the cross and you'll get great eyes on Sukri. Does have the Semtex here, but that bomb should go down safely.
Lucky watching. Shots in. 1v1. Gizmo's going to give him the effort. Oh, for a second, I thought he was going to get caught in the prone animation, and that was going to be enough. But no, it's round 11. And boy, what do you call here from either team? Because the options have been... They've been wide, I'll say that much. There's been a lot of different looks here. Who starts where? Nave's on the defense. And do the originals try to maybe do a quick hit over towards A and try to out-peek Nave with that AR setup over towards the outer edges on B or on the A site itself? No.
Okay. You're going B. This is not what I expected. This is a little bit more of a gamble because if it goes wrong, it can go really wrong. And my goodness, Super just full of confidence to challenge out like that. And no trade comes through. And I mean, this just goes horribly wrong for the originals. They're going to have to work into the site here. Little information, and Super is still in control of 10.
But you have to think that there's no way Super hits another one of these. Like, he's got a scope inside of 10. We should be able to double chow this quickly and get a 3v3. That has to be the thought. But Super's out. And now taking his place is Rencor. But goodness, Super is taking all the aggressive angles. Now the rewrap comes through. This is another big gamble stack. Sukri sees this, shots back and forth, but maybe not a lot of convincing intel on this because Sukri only saw the initial cross. That they didn't necessarily get the information that they commit to this. So now it's on to Yako in a corner. And is there any utility left from any team right now? Because at the moment, it just feels like everything's been thrown.
They've pushed them back, though. Sukri isn't watching the bomb. You have mid-control as well. This bomb should go down safely. The originals have made the successful rotation, and Furious has just taken out Sukri, but Yako is here to pounce. Able to get one. Lucky now. Last one left alive. Able to get the first. Can he find Yako over the top? No, he cannot. 1v2 with Super for kill number 15. That seals it here for La Nave Del Mysterio, round 11. It goes the distance, but they tie it up. 1-1 we go.
Dude, just stop it. Oh my God. What a shot. But man, I'm as much as the 15 kills and that last shot impresses, to take that chow toward into 10,
No.
like all it takes is like, and this is the thing, like that's Super just sitting there saying they're not gonna nade me here. Like,
yeah.
I'm gonna get this pick before the stun comes out, because you got to remember that as an offense, you throw more than one nade into B, that's your whole play revealed. That okay, they're gonna threaten at least this B site, if not commit. So Super's taking the gamble, saying I'll take the aggressive angle, try to catch him off guard, and I'm gonna predict and just throw out the house on the wager line here and say that they're not gonna try to stun me, because if he gets stunned there,
oh yeah,
it's a 3v3 immediately. And technically speaking, that would still favor the originals based on number and position, but 15 kills, all of it felt like with the scope.
Yeah.
I mean, that's unbelievable.
Man, I mean, I talked about it coming in. Super with a scope. He is dangerous. He is scary. And he's right up there with the best of them throughout EU. 15 kills. Just such a problem. And I mean, so many of those shots that he hits that map too were just some pretty crazy ones, man. So the fact that he's able to not only match Lucky, but even one or two up him throughout this entire map, I think is just absolutely impressive, without a doubt. And that is a must win, right? We were talking about this. I know we were talking about it a while ago with the delays, but we talked about them having to make sure that they are able to grab a map off this originals roster. Do not let them go up into that control 2-0, and that will not be the case. It's a 1-1 tally going into that fortress.
Goodness. So many emotions right now. Come on. Like, what do we have to do to get Super to the United States of America? That's all I'm wondering right now, because this guy should be in the freaking league. I mean, look, I'm happy to sit here and keep casting over him, but get this guy back in the league. Find some Spanish football star. Build a team in Spain for all I care. Get this guy running in the league again. My God. Fortress control, like you mentioned. Then Hotel Hardpoint also guaranteed. And look, as much as the Search and Destroy felt like a must win, and not to sit there and say that the Fortress control is also that, it would be nice to have if you're Nave, considering this Originals team in Hardpoint has been so darn good. So if you're Nave, can you ride this momentum into a very unpredictable control? Because if you could find a way to sneak out a win here in map 3, this series becomes wide open for the taking without a doubt. In a matchup that, again, based on the history, the stats, the group standings, the playoff run so far, you would still tend to lean towards the Originals being the better squad. But that dynamic is changing round by round, minute by minute.
It definitely is. And they could still Neslo their way through the series and maybe even carry that momentum into a Hardpoint too if they win this map combination on top of it. It's very possible. And I mean, we saw glimpses of it today, right? Like we saw like that same LaNave, and we were wondering if they could just bring it against the top squad. Well, they've been able to do so. I mean, even playing the map 1 fairly close, only losing by about 40-odd points. So they're certainly here to play. Super is showing up.
Oh, yeah.
That is certainly something that we've taken note of. If he continues to play like this, well, maybe he just completely carries them into this losers final. It is very, very possible without a doubt. But my goodness, going into one of their modes where they've also been pretty solid on Fortress, it's also good news for them to carry the momentum, like you said, Alan. So I'm really looking at the squad to potentially run away with it here. Do not let them, breathe. Do not give them any room to start to really take control of it. And if they have a chance to go up 2-1, they might be able to actually put these guys away, but have to get there, have to do it.
Lots of things to consider. I don't want to go to break. I would like to go right into map number 3, but I don't know where we are with how the things have been going in the midst of, obviously, all the issues that were happening in the Search and Destroy. Okay, we're waiting on 1. So we'll stick with this for a moment just to kind of, get a tally on how things are going. Just between not just these two squads, because we want to keep the action rolling, but North America is due to start in an hour, 6:30 p.m. Eastern starting time, and things are just going to keep staying feisty. I know that much for sure. So, the Fortress control, it's hard to really, it's never easy to sit there and say, like, this map for sure favors one team over another, because,
yeah,
the map is the map, right? Like, do you still kind of look just at one particular player, or, like, what exactly do you look towards here? I think if you're looking at this map from either side's perspective.
Sure, I mean, like coming in, I think, what is it, 2-1, 2-0, I want to say at the top of my head for LaNave. So, like, they've had, like, lots of reps on it. I guess the more reps that you have on, like, a map mode, even if it typically is determined by who has round 5 defense, is still good news. Because, like, at least you've played it, at least you've had experience, you've been able to find comfortable spots. So in my mind, like, I still feel like it's a good thing, especially with the players that you have here. Like I've seen Super let it up way too many times on this map, but I've also seen Yako find a lot of value on a map like this too, where he can get involved and not kind of pushed inside a map. So I want to say on paper, it's maybe good for LaNave, but like you said, it's Fortress, control. If you have one bad round, you might lose the round 5 defense,
That literally is exactly how this map goes. One bad round can completely turn the outcome. But the other thing about that is, looking at kind of the statistics across the board as we get into the round, this is where the mode, rather, I should say, that Sucre was, really lacking on during the group stage. And he's definitely improved, obviously, over the course of the playoff run they've had so far. So we'll see if they can find a way to keep that improvement going and get Yako into some very key positions. Off the rip, though, Originals finding a lot of success here over towards the B zone. Yako, Rencor able to at least take down some connecting shots. Furious by himself, not able to get the better of Super because no one can. And that would be enough to clear off any further progress towards B.
Oh, it feels so tough. Like, you get across, you get the touch on B, and you're thinking, oh, this could be good news. We can start to rack up some ticks. But then every single teammate around you starts to fall. And, well, right away, you're put back into the blender, trying to work yourself out of P3 so far. Hasn't really been any angles where they've had a look to get out. Super's on 5, 1 off of the streak. This would be a great way to get an early streak to get right to this round 1 here in map 3.
Penny doesn't have score streaks on again.
That's true.
But, dude, it's just the gunfights this guy wins. Because the thing about it is he gets 6, still doesn't have there's 7, still doesn't have the cruise missile. I'm telling you, I think he's got score streaks on. I thought that was GA'd, but he doesn't get a streak because of that. Like, am I missing something? Like, please, like, I feel like I'm missing something.
I mean, I think you're right. Like, it's got to be a glitch of the perk that, accumulates score over kills, because you would never want to have it on because you would get it before the score comes through anyway.
You would think, right?
Well, you should. I think at 750 points, right? That's 7.5 kills, and it's 6 kills for the cruise if you're to do it without the perk. So, in my mind, it's got to be a glitch, because you're right. It's been popping up a lot more recently, and that is a streak that you would love to have going into an attacking round or have insurance in the back pocket for later defensive rounds?
I don't know. We're trying to live diagnose this thing. I feel so ignorant on it.
Well, I wonder if our observers could pull up the score to show the streaks again. And I'm wondering if it'll be the same and it'll show the score for Super.
We'll see. It says it for Rancor as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that wasn't score streaks like it's all about everyone plays for kill streaks, right? Like
it's just kill streaks. Yeah, there's a perk that enables like score to then equal for streaks, but it's disabled. You can't run it. So it's got to be a glitch.
That's craziness. Well, may not make much of a difference because Nave's on A. And if Henry clears, he will be able to stop the third tick from coming through, and he does get the double. But man, I feel so bamboozled.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you gotta imagine how it feels for him too. Like in the moment,
yeah.
It's like I should have a streak. I don't know why it's not coming, but I'm sure a conversation. Maybe we'll start to build from it. Either way, the original's gonna have to really try to contain LaNave right now, which isn't exactly happening. Rancor over the top, able to get some good shots in. No trades come through. Still middle map control though, and still numbers at least out of the spawn here for LaNave.
Yeah, and the original's having a hard time using these window positions. I mean, look how quickly the subs are getting into the front side of that window building and just kind of hugging the wall, allowing an exit. And now Sukri, he tries to keep his life. It won't really work out for him to do too much more from that mid position. But off the respawn, LaNave trying to make their way over towards B. Yako for the first blood, denied anything further by Lucky. And we get to our final 22 seconds. Last hit has to be over towards A to extend the clock, and it's not going to work out here. But like you mentioned, I mean, Nave is getting a ton of participation from their subs, just getting through and up towards those bottom windows positions, whether they go in or just go back over towards the zone. It's been a problem the Originals have not had a great answer for yet.
No, they definitely have not. 5 seconds left, should be the round. Just the 2-tick advantage coming on through for LaNave, which you'll happily take. And well, if it wasn't for Henry, I mean, that very well could have been the entire zone, maybe even an extra minute to work with there. He has that great flank play. He comes around the back to be able to find 2. And then from there, LaNave just struggled to kind of get back out, but you'll take the 2 ticks at least going into the next round.
Yeah. Absolutely. So 2-tick advantage through the first offenses for both teams. Swap the sides around, and now we know exactly what the Originals have to do to at least match, if not best that. And yep, I was wondering if we were going to get something from Gizmo. Just a 3 and 8, and he was that kind of window defender here. I gotta send him a DM and ask him if this is intentional in some form. Like I don't know. But it shouldn't even give you the option to enable it, right? Like that's what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, I don't think it would. Because like in the perk setups that we have, like I don't think you'd ever put it on. I don't know. It's just so confusing because like it's just such an important like valuable asset to have.
Oh,
right?
Yeah. And I'm telling you, like, I want to say it was this LaNave team where it's just like, hey, there's kill 6 for the Cruise. This never mind. Like it's happened a couple of times already.
Oh, it has. It's been tough, man. Frustrating for sure, but still the same story at least so far. Or the original, just like we saw in round 1, had that opening where they kind of had some presence through mid, of course, off the break, but just not able to convincingly win the gunfights. Puts them in the spot where they're all kind of trapped in maps, just slowly shoulder checking into Rancor's pre-aim, who has just been sitting there for the majority of the rounds, and he's able to get involved on the play and shut it down too. So still yet to get a tick. 30 seconds left. The Originals, they have not found a lot of favor so far here in Fortress.
And just look how many 1v1s are being won here by Nave. I mean, these are all engagements that are 50-50 gunfights, so to speak. Like, you know, Originals are holding some of these angles. They're trying to bait out shots with shoulders, and it just turns into a flat-out 1v1 that Nave is just flat-out winning. 21 plays 14 as well. No one's going to even come close to a zone. Not even close to a zone. Well, maybe a little close to a zone. Lucky on. Rancor wins the gunfight. Round over. On to the next.
Wow. Well, there's a reason we are seeing LaNave play a lot of Fortress control, let me tell you. They're not letting anybody get through the map. I mean, there is no gaps in this setup, it feels like. Like, as soon as the play starts to come through or they start to work out of their spawn, like, the Originals just immediately shut down. And the trades are clean. The gunfights are being won. I mean, everything that you would ever want is coming through right now for LaNave. And I mean, even if you lose this, you know you're guaranteed the round 5 defense. So
Yeah.
this is just, why not send like a Hail Mary, like 4 right to B right away?
But you could also just win it right here if you play it nice. Looks like they're going to just come out of spawn, trophy system down. How is there nobody watching top window here at all? I mean, they're already on A for free. Maybe question marks around this break-off setup from the originals. Furious getting back into the action. Yako diving across, keeping his life, and sneaking into bottom art. But Lucky will shut down the play just before the first take is captured. Now all of a sudden, little knee-jerk reaction. Snap your head back over towards B. That's not the greatest Semtex we've ever seen thrown by Super. Small flaw in what has largely been a near-perfect series for him.
You know, I figured out why there were so many like Semtex, like team-nades or like self-nades, and it's because like the fast hands messes you up, right? So the timing of throwing the nade with fast hands is significantly different when you don't have it. We're used to like letting go of the Semtex in a second, so when you don't have it, it's like a 2-second animation. You throw it at the wall. So I've learned that myself, just in case anyone was curious. You, Alan, I guess that was mainly for you. In case you
I hope it was just for me, because I would have had no idea that was a thing.
Yeah, I was wondering because there has been more team nades in this game than I think any other Call of Duty we have ever watched competitively.
Maybe outside of Modern Warfare 19, there's a ton in that game too.
Actually, there were a lot in that game, to be fair. There would have to be someone to do crazy tally, but it's I don't know, it's crazy with fast hands. I guess that's what I'm getting at. The timings are weird.
Well, this offense not looking to have the same kind of success as it had previously. Coming through that tight top alleyway. Force team kill is also in the mix as the trades continue to come through. 10 seconds of the clock, and it looks like we will see a round 5 in which the difference of progress is just the only 2 ticks of capture that have happened so far on this map.
Small moment. Henry with a big moment to almost respond and shut it down. They do stop the clock. Still 2 more ticks need to come on through, and well, the support's just not there, so you have to imagine Rancor should fall momentarily. Lucky is there to finish him off. Just a couple extra ticks just for fun. They were still guaranteed the round 5, and now the originals, I mean, you got to change your break off here for the final round, right?
You have to get a trophy AR up top in window. Like, how has that not happened yet? I'm so confused. So that is the big question mark, because, I mean, Nave is just flying out of spawn without any worries, it feels like, more often than not. But for the originals, can you find a way to do the same? Because, look, the 2 ticks of progress were already hard enough for Nave to come by. How are you going to get 6? Or kills. You know, kills could come, you know, we don't have to be 6 ticks, I guess. The multiple win conditions on the map. But it's always really funny, I will say, like, whenever, like, we cast over Fortress Control, I know most people are chatting me, like, Resident Sleeper, but, like, it's kind of like watching a baseball game, but that's like a pitcher's duel. Where it's just, like, the first 8.5 innings, like, don't feel like they matter, and then you get to the 9th inning, and it's just like, okay,
Game on.
What are we gonna get?
Yeah, I do feel that way. And it is always the round 5s where something crazy, you know, does tend to happen, especially on the attack. And you take a look at Henry's position, you feel like he's the one that's going to have to really set it up and ignite it. Teammates are finding kills. You can see Lanave just wanting to deal with Henry, but it's just not happening. This is all clean so far for the originals. First tick is locked. Make it a second. They might be able to get all 3.
It looks like they're going to chalk. They're not rotating over through backside munitions. They're going to play in the front towards the arches to look for exits. I mean, it does give you the opportunity to, if you find these kills, that's a big if, you will automatically be in a position to spawn trap again, but this is not an easy hold. From this position on the map, now it's a 5-life lead for the originals. Tons of time on the clock, and they could just keep on clearing this backside staircase position and then eventually, hopefully, get through these double doors onto A.
Henry, lots to deal with. He's able to find one.
Whoa!
No way! Does he explode for the second? And now the defense starts to crumble around the A point. As you can attack from behind, you could still influence from the front. The scary spot to be in, and Henry is still going rogue. 6 in a row streak is earned.
And he's not running score streaks, so now he's got the full kill streak in. Yako, from the offensive spawn, though, still creating problems. First tick is being earned. Long range shots from Yako, stunned off from finishing the kill. It's Sukri who will credit the assist. Oh. And now it's just down to the Originals outside of Blacksmith. How do you get across the map? Can you maybe use the score streak here to force players inside and get over the middle of the map? Not going to happen. Jaco, Rancor shutting everything down. We're into a tie. 13 playing up against now 12 as Nave start to establish the spawn trap.
It is in, without a doubt. Some streaks also coming into play. Henry gonna call in the streak to try to get them out of the blender here. Really just feels like information. Can't weave it in. All 4 players all inside of maps. Down low and up top. Henry's ready to hit the go button. That's 3 players down. LaNave, they get team wiped. Hold on a second. The Originals, they could stack A.
Fresh trophies down as well. All 4 members on. First tick of progress is in. Rancor gets 1. The rest of Nave need to do this the hard way. Sukri for the double. Second tick of progress is in. Henry the last one left, and it's Jaco who clears the zone. 20 seconds on the clock. Nades still landing though for the Originals. They have to find a way to get to the zone, and Furious has slipped into bottom art. Kills from in the front, looking decent on both sides. Trades back and forth. It's Super who gets a double. Jaco follows up, and that may be the game-winning moment. Original spawning too far away. Oh goodness, heartbreak for the Originals, but heroics on the other side for LaNave.
Wow. A 4-man stack in maps when the streak came down and they got fully wiped. I was thinking that was it. But Sukari's double in the back. The one with the Semtex, I believe, the second just with the Gunny. That was everything to be able to get in there, find that 2-piece. If he gets traded out, the stack is likely still good. And you can cut that player off trying to cut through mid. But wow, it's always the round 5s, right? Whenever you get down to these defensively favored type of maps, doesn't matter what game it is, it's the round 5s. They're up in the air, and they certainly gave him a run for their money, but 2-1 up. LaNave, they could put this one away now in 4 if they're able to.
How about that? Telling you. Catch him outside, how about that? This is going to be fun, my man. But, dude, that is, again, this, like I mentioned, like, Fortress Control could be a pitcher's duel. Defense all over the place. Someone has to win eventually. Sometimes it comes through very anticlimactically, but very regularly, like you mentioned. We're usually in for something tight in round 5. Very much so like Voodoo Control was last year, I felt like.
Yeah, exactly.
So here's our scoreboard looking back across it. Gizmo, a slow start, did pick it up kind of in those last couple of rounds, but man, the heroics on the opposite side. Rancor goes for nearly 30. The damage is over 3K for 3 members on Nave. Assists are double digits for all 4 members on Navi. Want to talk about what good help looks like? How about that?
Yeah, how about that? That's great teamwork. That's exactly what that screams, man. Everyone getting double digits. Everyone getting some good shots in. Just about everyone over 3K outside of Jaco. So, yeah, a much better showing altogether here for LaNave. And it was the respawns, I think, that we were really questioning, right? When it comes down to beating this Originals team, you might have to do it in 2, 3, 5. Well, they get the 2, they get the 3, maybe even can get the 4 because they played map 1 fairly close, just down by about 40. We'll take a look at the map set here one more time for you guys to see what we're in for coming on in with the Hotel Hardpoint, Alan. It could be all done right here.
Yeah, sure could be. The Hotel Hardpoint provides a really interesting conversation point over the course of how both these 2 teams have played because, it hasn't really been a preference for, I would say, really either squad, largely speaking. I mean, it's been in the mix for both teams, but through and through, not a lot of overall success on the map. They just don't get a chance to either play it that often or select it that often. As far as the stats have been concerned, though, the Hotel has been an 0-2 win-loss record for Nave. On average, they're losing the map at a pretty significant margin, losing by an average of 60. Whereas for the Originals, they've only played it once, and they won it 250 to 84. So, yikes. That is a significant margin. But again, I would say Hotel Hardpoint has been one of the least played hardpoints across Europe, I think, this season. So not really a ton to pull away from that number just because not a lot of teams have been playing it.
Sure. No, that's fair. And I mean, I feel like if you look back on, what was happening in the embassy as well, like they were, just like one good break or, one good hold away from being able to maybe even bring that one closer or maybe even win it in full, right? Like there was a great moment where they were up by about 40 or 50 points. They were going into that kitchen hill, I believe it was. And then that's when there was like a full lockdown. And then that was when everything had kind of just completely changed around on them.
Yep.
So it's there. It's within their power to be able to beat an Originals team here in one of their better game modes. It just really clutching up, I think, in those key moments. And if they can bring some of that ice here on this hard point, there is a conversation to beat one of EU's best and advance to top 3, which is still kind of unbelievable to say about this LaNave squad, if I'm being honest.
Absolutely. I mean, coming off of the group play, there's no way I think any of us that are casting or watching on a regular basis were going to select that. Who's your top 3 going into playoffs? I don't think any of us would have picked Nave as our top 3, but Super's just that guy. He always has been. Seems like he always will be. And now you've started to got a Rancor that's really lit things up, and Sukri who's found form again. And there was a moment in there where maybe there's like he had like the yips or something. Like, it just felt like he was just kind of whiffing on some gunfights that were like, that's not something that you would ever assume Sukri would miss out on. But he's looking real solid here in this series, and both of those ARs lighting things up have now all of a sudden made Yako's job a little bit easier as well, kind of as the objective SMG for the squad. So those are all possible conditions to look forward to as we get into this hotel hardpoint. But the thing about it is, again, like we talked about going to map number 1, this Originals team is one of the best teams in hardpoint in Europe. So even though they're riding a high right now, this is still going to be a very hard-pressed win to come by if you're Nave Del Mysterio.
Absolutely, and it's a position that they haven't found themselves, in too many times, without a doubt. Like, outside of obviously the series that they lose, it just feels like they're usually always in control. They're the ones that are dictating the pace. Like, they're the ones that are 2-1 up going into a hard point. Now we're ready to close you out. So yeah, the shoe's on the other foot now for these guys, and they have a lot of the vets, a lot of leadership built into this team. But I think it just draws a lot of questions, coming in against the LaNave squad. Like, is LaNave this good, or is Originals just kind of underperforming at the moment? Yeah, and I think it's a bit of both for as far as what we've got. I mean, clutch moments are finally here for LaNave, but the Originals, I think, are slowly at least slipping up when it comes down to watching over, some of these moments where you feel like they should have it in the bag, or even like the control, I think, is a great example of you're in control of it. You have Henry on the other side of the map. You got 4 down. Like, this is the moment where you could capitalize. But that clutch factor finally coming to life for LaNave. Just need more of it going into a hotel. And who knows, man, it could be, I still think it'd be one of the biggest upsets, I think, that we've seen throughout stage 2, without a doubt.
100%. And that would come after just doing the other big upset, beating Team Notorious. So it's like, it's
a lot of upsets.
Dude, these are not easy back-to-back matches. In fact, they're probably 2 of the hardest you could have came across here in the lower bracket. But Nave is definitely giving us something to chew on. As we now jump on in, get ready. We're loading on into the hotel hardpoint. Seen some of it. Not a lot for either of these 2 squads, but based on the one time the Originals played it, they dominated. 250-86 again was the score. Where for Nave, they're riding a hot hand, riding some momentum, maybe a chance to keep those guns hot and just lay it on them nice and hard. We'll find out. About ready to go here for map number 4. What could potentially be 2 unbelievable upsets from this Nave team.
So impressive, and you can't not talk about Super coming into this map. I mean, he has put up, I think, the most kills almost in every single game here so far, it feels like. I mean, throughout both series as well, like, he has just been on top. So if you're going to beat this team, you got to make sure Super is not making impactful plays. You got to trade this guy. Do not let him go rogue. Do not let him get individual gunfights coming into this hotel, which you typically get a lot of with the size of the map and how wide it is. But absolutely critical to shut this man down if you want to come back in and have a shot at that second search and destroy. As I think we're getting a quick little restart, jumping back into this one as everyone gets loaded up and ready to go, Alan.
Yes, indeed. Then we're only 45 minutes away from watching over some North American action as well. Oof.
Yeah, this has been a long series, hasn't it? I actually didn't really take that in as a player perspective. Like, it's been a long time in this series for them.
For 3 maps, it's been a very long series. A lot of break time with the reset and the search, leading into long delays there. Hopefully not the same thing here. Okay. Just crossing fingers. We've had obviously some major class-breaking issues that have kind of forced us to be in this little... Yeah, we'll see. Kind of moment where it's just hopefully you're just hoping and praying that things go right. You don't have to wait for too long, but I don't know where we're at here. Not sure what's going on. I don't know.
I hope you weren't asking me because I got the update right here. Let me tell you, Alan.
Yeah, that's the script.
Yeah, I got the script.
Turn the page, Austin. Golly, dude.
You're right. My bad. There we go. We got her. Page is turned. Ready to go here, buddy. Just waiting to get into her, and we'll see where she takes us. That's kind of the big point here from here on out, as these guys have made us vamp a lot so far in the day. But yeah, we're just waiting to get in.
Hearing that there's still some class bugs going on, at least though. So try to get the nice seamless little hype up, build up, anticipatory build into the map. We are starting up again. Now we just wait. We wait and we hope that everyone loads in and no one ends the lobby. We're good to go. We don't know until we're in. We don't know until you know.
We don't know until we know, but they're giving me more time to fill in lines during this script. So I'm getting more 3Ks and 4Ks drawn out here throughout the page. So
no writer's block
I feel
today?
No, not today. They're just letting me do it on the fly. I don't know who gave me this kind of control, but I'm here for you.
It's all those ad-lib classes you've been taking. Which makes me wonder, for those that go to like improv and ad-lib classes, do you think the teacher just makes up the lesson on the spot?
Must. That sounds like the best job. I'm just gonna make it up today. We'll see.
It feels like that would be like a requirement. Like you can't pre-plan an improv class.
Kind of right. And if so, you're not doing it right.
True. Into the fray we go. And it looks like we're in without too much issue, and the originals come out only dropping, well, Furious twice, and everything else is looking pretty darn solid. Opening 10 seconds action, plus an opportunity to try to fight for new, but Na'Vi fight back. Good kills across the middle of the map. Rencor gets 3 in this life. That will help his team reestablish control of the right side of the minimap.
Furious going to try to soak up some of this time, but you still got players from Na'Vi that could maybe threaten the exits. Yakko's going to do exactly that and just try to slow down the originals from making this rotation. Yakko actually manages to find 2, but because you lost Sukari over on the right side, the originals are able to fast track through mid. Now they're here first. Furious will win his first engagement, and it actually goes a bit awry here for Na'Vi, not really controlling the right side of the map.
Another bad Semtex. Good wall bangs through the doors, though. Kind of softening up a couple of players. Na'Vi blocking spawns, now hitting from the front. Huge double from Yakko. Tries to slip away to keep his life. Doesn't quite work out for him, and with that, the originals right back in for the time. 42-12, current time. 30 seconds still to fight for, and it does look like Na'Vi are going to give this one last little finesse. Rancor's killed mid-map will make things a little bit easier for Yakko on the finesse play through stairs. Gets the kill just off screen. And with that, he gets a double. Ooh. Goodness, that is so big for Na'Vi, who also have numbers on rotation.
Yeah, it's really going to set them up well. You got Sukari in the back, finding kills, able to cut down Henry. One more player down low. As long as he plays his life, I mean, the better it is for Na'Vi just to soak up time before worrying about the push to come through. As Gizmo shows us the slowest peak ever, but Sukari was not going to budge. He'll find the elimination in the back. The Na'Vi are in, but originals are also here.
It's a 2v4 right now on point. Oh, Super gets denied. Rancor as well, turned away. Originals, convincing moment potentially for them. Henry, a double into the front. Now he can kind of push the zone a little further forward. Stun will not fully connect. Semtex once again doesn't quite make it around the door frame. So no information off of that. So he gets a look at Super in a 1v1 and then pushes into Rencor. What a play from Henry, who nearly goes for 5. Killing spree not quite earned yet, but the regen is in and originals are on rotation where Rencor meets them.
Yeah, he'll be able to get a read as well, saying, listen, they're just going to chalk that up, just playing for exits. And let's just try to make some moves together through the back here. It looks like a bedroom push through as well as mid for the originals, but you got to get through Super. He has had a slower start, but he could heat up at any given moment, and this could be one of those moments he is behind the play from the originals.
Yeah, Sukri as well, also kind of another key part of this map. Not finding much of anything at the moment. 3 and 7. He's just getting his first hardpoint time right here. But look at the zone around this hill. La Na'Vi all over the map. Henry trying to just brute force his way in. This is a tough gunfight to take with a Vaznev, so he changes his mind, goes up top, finds Super down the ladder, who turns, nearly gets the full snap on. But the gunfight is avoided long enough for help to arrive, and now the originals with numbers, trying to neutralize time. It's Yakko in the corner for the double. Slips away from Henry, who's on the hunt. Tries to work in. Yakko! What a map from him! 11 and 7-4 in a row, and largely the only member for Na'Vi who earns time here at Bar until the scrap time is forced to come through.
Wow, it looked like Yakko had looped around like right in their faces there around the outside. Comes back into the point, wins the gunfight. Nice moment there from him, and huge moment here for the team. Na'Vi now just down by 10, and they're actually here at the new restaurant hill first. They do have to worry about Furious, who could come behind Freezer and really break this play open, but he's able to find the first. Can't connect for the second, but Rencor, he's found 2, looking for the third.
Look, you see it from the victim's perspective. He snaps over to get the second, and then not even off regen. Still goes for 3. This is in the face of a 3-11 start from Sukri. Need to get him set up. Rancor's action inside the hard point eventually turned away. Originals back in. Sukri up top needs to win that gunfight. And now the Originals once again back into the supremacy with the opportunity to take 20 plus seconds worth of scrap time as Nave are offering to take their focus to rotation.
Oh no, Gizmo cuts 2 down in the back. And now that's going to delay things quite a bit. You take a look at the spawns. They kind of spawn right outside of restaurant. It's going to probably force them to push through and maybe just work all the way to the back of kitchen. And yeah, that is the case. You have to get through Henry. You have to make sure it happens cleanly, and Henry has just shut it down all by himself. That's a 3-piece. And now they have to reevaluate their look into the point.
Yeah, Sukri is on rotation. He was waiting for that play around the back to happen before he made a step forward into the hard point. Now he kind of has to hold his life while his teammates are coming off spawn to join him from the front. Although, that said, the Originals really aren't in a position to deal with the hard point itself, or are they? Gizmo from inside gets 2. Henry still on a fox spree. Gizmo's not done. And the Originals are starting to light things up. 140, 104, and now the cross being watched. 6 is earning the cruise missile for Henry. And that may just confirm the full scrap time here, although Sukri's going to give it a go.
Going to try to give it a go. Not going to happen. Both players actually cut down right through the bottom there from Gizmo. And when Henry's playing like this, when he's the one finding the multi-kills and opening hills just wide open, it is a very scary Originals team that you have to play against, because now Furious and Lucky are the ones that are just sitting in the time, happily collecting it, while the subs are starting to find just a lot of advantages around the map. It's a different look. There's a 60-point advantage because of it, and now Furious, he finds a great couple kills here to open up P1. Both teams are still fighting for the time.
Yeah, just every major gunfight that's happening either on rotation or on the initial break/hold attempts, it's all tilted in favor of the Originals over the course of the last couple of hard points, including this moment right here. Furious, snapping. 6 in a row for him as he's got a second cruise missile now for the Originals. So many tools, but the only bit of shining light possibly through the clouds here for Nave is the fact that you don't anticipate a lot of kill potential off of these cruise missiles. They can definitely assist in information, which is almost more critical than the kills themselves. Scrap time going to go away with Nave, but they are outside of the rotation going over towards lobby. And this setup is largely looking for mid-control as Nave try to get together their break.
Has to be a swift break, too. You can't allow the Originals to soak up too much time here. Have to try to be convincing. Super through the middle. Able to find the first. And he worked for the second. Backstep, such a problem. Henry working at the best he possibly can. And, well, his teammates are just getting all the info and winning all the gunfights. The Rancor is the only one up at the moment. We'll try to make a move into the point, but it's just all the Originals. They are shutting down push after push.
Yeah, it's a really heads-up play from Furious in particular. You have to highlight. He was the one kind of watching through Chandelier. Once you get a read that the majority of the hits coming from mid, you just take your time, hit the pinch, blow up the play completely, and the Originals will soak up every single second. No kills anywhere to be found for Nave. And on the opposite side, everyone positive, if not majorly so. Henry's gotten to another 6 spree. I mean, come on. Team's just running away with it.
I mean, it's not a shot at Henry. I just don't remember the last time he played and looked this good. Like,
what, the obtained roster from Cold War, probably?
Maybe, yeah. It has just been incredible from Henry, man. He's having a series of his life, trying to get them to that map 5. And, well, they are certainly on par to do so. Lucky going to start to lace up the walls, try to get a read, try to get some shots and some damage in. And the break, well, feels like it's just a matter of time. The Originals, they get in cleanly, and now they have a chance to put it away here in kitchen.
Yeah. And based on how things have gone, it only feels like a matter of time. And yeah, unbelievable. 23 and 16 for Furious, 24 and 15 from Henry. Holy smokes. And the opposite side, no one positive. Just an absolute dominant display. Okay. Took us a while to get through into map 4, but didn't take us long to finish it. And now you can see why, apparently, you just don't play the Originals on this map. 250-86 was the first map they played on this mode, or first time they played this map back in groups. And this one, not as dominant, but nearly.
Woo. All right. Well, it's a way to get to a map 5. We did kind of lay out that LaNave would probably be looking at a 2-3-5, and that does appear to be the case if they're going to be successful in taking the series. They would have to get it done in 5. And the Originals, I mean, we expect them to kind of be, you know, that team when it comes down to Hardpoint. They were able to deliver in both of them in this series, but have to certainly make some adjustments now going into the S&D, because we saw LaNave pick them apart in what was a really close set.
Yeah, absolutely the case. So, man, it's tough, I think, to go back and forth like this. You know, when you've got some great convincing moments for Nave, you know, surviving through 2 different maps, really, to say, I guess, is kind of the biggest thing. And then to come back out, you're feeling good, you're feeling hot, and you get to be, you know, absolutely shut down this hard, this quick. Got to be able to shrug it off, move into a search and destroy where it really is anyone's game, I feel like, especially with Super sniping the way he was. But
Yeah.
the scoreboard says it all. I mean, 24 and 15, 22 and 18, 23 and 16, lucky for a minute 45 plus, still going +5. I mean, yeah, not much else to say.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, it's just all one-sided. Definitely what you love to see out of the Originals here to force the map 5. A lot of huge moments there coming on through again from Furious. He's been really good in the respawns.
Yes.
I know we talked about Henry quite a bit. He was probably the reason that one was as dominating as it was, with just some of his individual plays. But Furious, I think, has just played at a pace as well that has almost looked a little bit different, I feel like, than other weeks when watching over this Originals team. He's just been so fluid, so comfortable, and it's really paid off here for them as we take a look at the final map. It's going to all take place on an El Asilo search and destroy, Alan. You know what that means? We're going to get some more sniper play.
Yes, yes, we are. That much you could take to the bank, cash the check, it's coming. No need to take out a loan. It's not far away. I don't know where this reference is going. I don't know. Just making things happen right now. But while we're waiting for map number 5, we'll take just a brief pause. While we do, get on social. Let us know what you think, because this has been a series. Nave looking to possibly throw out 2 upsets on the day, whereas for Goob, he said it was going to be a lower bracket run easily for the Originals.
Easily.
I imagine he's sweating a little bit. So if you want to tweet at us, tweet at WeAreClutchGG, or just tweet using the hashtag ChallengersElite. We're going to send things to a break. Map 5 coming up. See you at the backside of the break. Welcome back, everybody. We're into map 5. How about this? Elimination on the line. An opportunity to get to tomorrow and the lower finals also for the victors. And Originals will be on the offense first and foremost. Sucre does get first blood. Super sniper rifle. It's an aggressive angle backside A. And that all of a sudden gets us to a 3v2 favoring LaNave.
You know, like Theoden's phrase, like in Lord of the Rings, Twin Towers, when the war begins, it's like, so it begins. That's exactly what I feel like the introduction should be when we get Super with the sniper rifle. First shot connects. And now, man advantage for LaNave. 45 seconds on the clock, though. Can still make some moves to A. A is open. Henry, though, going to have to try to navigate it with no dead silence. So you can certainly see him just working it. And, well, there is a chance for a free plant. They should know this now.
Yeah, Super really doesn't have a great angle at it. And actually, I think that was a defensive stun that just got blocked by the door being shut at the end right there. This bomb will be planted on the potential post plant. It's all going back over towards the bar side. One up top, one down low. Nave are trying to get a read on this, but it's hard to, really, honestly. I mean, you've got really no intel at all, and Super's, you got to remember, still just has a sniper rifle, so what can he really do? Besides maybe watch across while someone tries to hit a hop, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Yako on for the defuse. Shots coming out, pushes Yako off. Down low. Shot stored to tag with the pistol, and Nave used that as a chance to credit some assists with the kills coming out. No problems for the defuse.
No problems, and well, you framed it up beautifully. So you can't do anything but watch the cross, and luckily he's able to tag both players up, but I'm kind of surprised that both players commit to, like, jumping in or, like, giving up the high ground here. Maybe Yako is holding it from an angle where they can't fully see, so maybe some wall bangs were coming through, so they were kind of panicking, like, he's on bomb, and they all just kind of rushed down to see if they can get him off the defuse. Either way, Yako plays his life quite well. Whether it's a stretch or not, it works out. LaNave, they will strike first.
Okay. But this is the side that you would assume if Lucky's going to scope, he's going to really be able to dominate either the A or B, depending if he does actually want to try to scope. He's moving over towards the B top AC. No, he's got a tack out. He's going to play a little bit more aggressively here through the fence line. Doors open already. As that's going to be likely. Furious is on just the inside. Yako's going to walk up behind him, though. No alert system for that play at all. He just wraps through kegs and then just dives on into the site for free. Goodness gracious. Now the bomb can get planted, but Lucky will be there for one trade. It does force Sucre out, who tried to contest, but the former teammates will see themselves live to tell another tale and fight another fight.
Gizmo has the dead silence, but has the AR. Both players are going to be retaking with an AR. Keep that in mind. I feel like Gizmo certainly heard some footsteps down low as he'll try to drop down, and Sucre, he's going to wrap all the way around. Could work out for a pitch right through mid. Rancor gets right on the desk, but Gizmo doesn't commit to the gunfight. Wants to reload. We'll get there. But Sucre answers back. 1v1, 20 seconds on the clock.
Gizmo's got to make a decision here. He's actually got a really nice spot to try to defuse this. He's just going to hop. Sucre has to check. He has to jump in and commit to this as well. And the footsteps actually scared Gizmo off the defuse. Oh! Sucre just takes a handful of sprinted steps forward. And I don't know what causes Gizmo to make this call. He hears the door, he hears the footsteps, he backs away, wants the gunfight, and barely if he gets the gun up, Sucre, a huge clutch up for his squad.
Yeah, Sucre with just a nice route to also reposition inside of kegs where you could see it. I think it was Lucky who drops down, wasn't really fully ready for that gunfight. Maybe expecting someone to be inside the site, but what a play. Huge moment there. LaNave 2-0 up early. The Originals having to find an answer. Needs to be here in round number 3. Do not want to go down 3-0 in map number 5.
Not at all. Oh, and Super gets first blood up top. Dude, as much as there are other great snipers in Europe, there may not be a single other sniper in COD right now that takes that aggressive of a line all the time. I mean, he is at tack range with the scope almost always, if not potentially Vaznev range.
That does tend to be the case a lot with that man. No fear. I'd be a little bit scared if I was on the site right now, and I was Henry. There's a lot of noise, a lot of explosions going in and around. And, well, his teammates are starting to drop around him as well. Stun, gonna lock him up, can't move. And that is a flawless round as LaNave retake. And will go 3-0 up.
That's a really heads-up stun, by the way. You just get a little further into the window cell to bounce that to make sure it gets in that back corner. You've already used your opening line of sight to make sure no one was over towards couch, so it's a small thing. Because if you just toss it in kind of softly, you don't get that full bounce off the wall. It may not get to that full corner. Unreal stuff. So a convincing start here for Nave. And honestly, you haven't really had to get much from Super. It's been Yako who's been running rampant over the course of the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, Yako and Sukari just really feel like they're kind of just doing whatever they want. Some of these rounds getting away with quite a bit, especially once the numbers start to dwindle, which has obviously been the case for the Originals here. Numerous rounds. Super's going to keep that scope out. No reason to put it away just yet. Good stun check. Also get some info down low. And we'll just start to scout out the Gags, get a read on what's happening. Meanwhile, you're looking through the left side, and Rancor works for a kill, but Gizmo's still in a good spot.
He can't stay here. There's no one else to help him on this trade, and as he's stunned, there's no way he gets out. Yeah, that's just like really good further isolation for Nave after the first blood. There's just no way that Gizmo stays tall, so now Henry kind of forced to have to make a play. Dead Silence is in. He gets the first shots onto Super for the kill. And that actually is a really great place to get a counter, because now you can play the offensive window outside of A to make sure there is no further push through, and that's a brilliant move from Henry. It won't stop the bomb from being planted, but at least it puts you into 2v2.
Does put you into a 2v2, evens up the odds. And Henry might find both players. He's been so good on the day. 3 in a row for him. Site has been cleared out, and it's not planted for the clutch spot up top, so you're going to have to peek this. You're going to have to get a good look in, and well, Sukari catches him on the reload. Oh, he finishes off the first. Doesn't commit to the second. Gonna back up with a Dead Silence and the reposition. Oh my goodness. It just cannot go the way of the Originals. A 1v2 to put round number 4 up for Le Nave.
And Sukari is coming out saying, don't worry, team. I had a bad map 4, but I got you. A couple of huge moments to clutch up for the squad. Because honestly, that route from Henry is perfect. It is the ultimate route to deal with that outside A pressure in a 2v4. Clean up the top floor, get control of the window, bounce down, and it makes that whole setup so much more one-dimensional, but it doesn't matter when Sukari gets the full-on 4-piece and the 1v2. And now 4-0 down. And the Originals, this feels desperate.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got Furious with a sub outside B. You're just hoping that no one's watching him, and Sukari is.
It's so forced. It feels so forced right now. It's like we haven't really been able to work through the outskirts of A. Haven't really been able to work inside for a bomb plant and then hold. Let's just try to work to B, but Sukari getting that first kill gives you all the information you ever really need to know. And lucky he's got the scope up, but he has not really been gifted any angles this map.
No.
He has not been gifted any freebies, any free chows. They have all pretty much come by way of kind of walking into them. And now Lucky just going to slowly walk down low, has the Dead Silence, but A feels like it's the only option.
Yeah. They're going to be allowed to plant. Lucky has to connect. And he does. Quick trade, though. Super quick buy. But Gizmo in the corner. Information. Oh, Sukari again!
They can't win.
How many clutches has Sukari had this game?
Too many to count. Too many to count, man. I was even looking at this angle, and I was like, oh, Gizmo's got this. He's got the read. He's got the first couple of shots, but Sukari just puts him away. Wow. Another one. And the streak, just to add a little cherry on top, as if it wasn't bad enough right now for the Originals. This is a map that they have never really had to experience. Being down 0-5, this roster.
God, dude.
Unbelievable.
How do you get into this map right now? Because Yako took away everything down low with the sub, and now Sukari is denying everything on the exterior. Cruise missile earned. Just to kind of throw a little bit of extra consideration your way. And the Originals are going to hard stack down through mid. Stuns out. This is a challenge for Bar. And the Originals are sneaking through here. I mean, Furious is already in. And this is kind of cognitive. I mean, Nave are waiting to make the call to use this cruise missile. The thing about this, though, is these forward defenders could realistically stop this play to B just by finding the kills on the backside of this play. You can't really commit to B without any help downfield side, and as the opening first blood comes through, yeah, Nave's going to reconsider their options.
Still got 2 players stacked down low, and Lucky's just going to be responsible for giving them the comms on what's happening at B. So, yeah, this is a fine setup by all means. Nave get a lot of information. There's players on their side, but you don't really feel like you can do a lot with it unless you just want to go in there and challenge them. So 30 seconds left. Still pressure on the Originals to finally get on the board. You have to plant this if you're LaNave, and you have to make a decision.
That sounds a pop for Jaco, but he loses a teammate, and he loses his whole team now. He's just trying to hope he can find the gunfight versus Lucky, who... Oh, dude, how many hit markers has Lucky had today? That has to be at least the 4th. Jaco, down low, big piece of Furious.
Whoa.
Gets the kill, and now the 1v1. Oh, he didn't finish the reload. For a moment, you thought maybe.
I mean, you almost just feel like it's just like bad juju to keep the sniper out with this many hit markers, right? Like, Lucky's got to be telling himself, like, the game does not want me to have this in my hands to match what Super is doing. I have to put it away because I'm getting hit markers. I mean, a point blank hit marker like that running into the site, that one's going to feel really bad. I mean, the ones we've even been seeing earlier, just very, very questionable. But that's the first one, Alan. I've not seen a full sale all year long. I'm not going to really hype it up until we get close, but it's a start. It's round 1.
It's a start, and the cruise missile was spent that round, so I won't call it a 2-for-1, but you get something. Jaco, stun, connects. Pops open the door, and then doesn't commit to staying in A. Mind games. Super aggressive scope. Watching the bottom bar cross. Bomb going to be planted, though. And it will be a post plant where Henry and Furious will stay in the site. Jaco's going to see that no one has crossed over towards Couch, though. And you could break this down really easily. Yeah, great. Semtex in. There's the pop out. No worries. First kill in. What is happening with this setup? But do they expect that Henry's also here? That's the real question, because he could still surprise from this corner. It's the first. Nearly predicts the second, but now it falls to Lucky. No better time to show up than right here, right now. 1v3. First one tallied. Second one down low, already on for the defuse. Has to get there. Super standing and holding. Have to drop down. Finds the kill. 1v1 now with Rencor, and the time will expire, even though the knife will land, and the Originals get their second.
All right. Every full sale usually takes at least one insane heroic moment in order to pull it off. That is your one insane heroic moment for round number 2. I mean, an impossible situation up top, the bomb's being stretched, you have to drop down low, and you still manage to get in there for the kill and almost the third. Well, okay, you got rid of the streak. You're starting to clutch up a little bit. Maybe there's something to work with here, but defensively, you have to put up another big stop to shut down LaNave.
And it's no longer on the lines of heroics. You have to put together a game plan that's going to work to counter what we've seen from Nave. This may be part of it. Gizmo on aggressive corner can help towards A. Can also try to threaten the outside areas towards this back field side. He does see Rencor. Doesn't want to risk giving away his life. He's got Furious already deep. He's going to try to hunt out the kill. Well done. Good patience. Bomb, though, is planted. And into the 4v3 we go.
Super's just laying prone in the stairwell, just trying to play his life. Gizmo gonna give him a chow. Super is out of the picture. Last 2 players, have to imagine, should be traded. Super, he's pulled off some clutches. This one not gonna happen. Clean retake and clean opening call to push through the side lanes there to get into the back and shut down Rencor. Originals 3 rounds in a row.
And there has to be some sort of a read here, right? That, like, hey, if Super's going to take this scope inside to play either topside, second floor to second floor crosses on those little balconies, or if he's going to try to take an aggressive angle through some of the tight doorways, let's try to make a route happen over through that B fence line alleyway. I like that idea. More so than that, even if the play through B doesn't work, you still had Gizmo aggressively over towards kind of the dividers at A outside. So it's, a really cool adjustment. Try to put a little bit of pressure onto Super and maybe even take him out of the inside of the map completely. Guns out early for both sides. Nave's defense will see themselves not just use those stunts to chance to get information, but they're already up top inside of the offensive top air bar area. This is not where you want Nave to be if you're the Originals.
Oh. Definitely not where you want Super and Rancor to be of the two. Well, they could come right behind it. Look at Yakko just inching up to the window, but Furious draws first blood. Henry has to try to deal with the pressure again. Door opens in his face and Yakko's in for the entry. 3 versus 3. LaNave gonna just stay in the site and try to stick it for the defuse, but Gizmo finds one. Does he cross in time? Oh, the bomb's being defused! Oh my goodness, LaNave! They just stick the bomb, and they will upset and eliminate the Originals in map 5.
Oh, the pinch comes through just a touch too late. Izuku just locks down the doorway, tags her in. I think Gizmo makes the call. He's on. I think it's Lucky from behind that I think eventually gets the final 2 kills, but it's after the bomb had already been disposed of. And what started with an absolutely unbelievable display from Yakko is followed up by Sukri. Clutch after clutch. Hero play after hero play. And Nave take down Team Notorious and the Originals in the lower bracket in the same day to get to top 3. Didn't see it coming, but I think our smiles say a lot. That's some impressive gameplay.
Remember what I said coming into the Notorious series? I was like, Alan, I'm kind of at a 5. I'm not there just yet. All right, now I'm at an 8 or a 9, baby. Let's go, LaNave. I'm here for it. You guys are, without a doubt, the underdogs coming in, and you've been able to upset now not 1, but 2 huge EU teams through this lower bracket. And we said it probably would have to happen in 2-3-5 fashion. They Neslo their way through the series. Sure, they dropped the hard points, but when it came down to the S&D, I mean, everybody took turns going off here, especially Sukri and Yakko in this final map.
And I think the most important thing about this Nave team in this particular scoreboard is they didn't have to rely on Super.
Yes.
You know, that was, I think, going into this entire day, we didn't really say it. We said it without saying it, I guess, is kind of the best thing. It's just like, Super's unbelievable. This guy's nuts. He's, you know, the best player in EU Challengers, maybe, if not probably. And now you're in a situation right here to where your full team is stepping up around you. Yeah, sure. And a lot of the other moments throughout the rest of the series, Super was a key reason towards the success that Nave had. But for your teammates to come through and kind of let you, rest a little bit, not be needed to be called upon, that's going to feel really solid as far as your hopes building towards not just top 3, but maybe even further than that as we look back over the series set here, bud.
Yeah, oh yes, buddy. We take a look back over. Hard points, not going to go the way of LaNave, but what a tight map number 2 it was. I mean, so many crazy exchanges throughout that entire map. It took us a while to get through. And then the strongholds in the end to be able to clutch up after going 4 down and losing the B site. Like, so many insane moments that could have went the absolute opposite direction.
Sure.
It just didn't, and again, it comes back to, this clutch factor that I kind of kept hitting on with LaNave that we just have not really seen, right? We've seen so many 3-0s against this squad. We've seen them get close. They've played a lot of maps, a lot of teams, extremely close, but they've never really been able to get there. And it's great to see them finally get there, beat a strong team, have just such a strong performance in the S&Ds, man. Incredible stuff. Hats off to these guys. I'm excited to see what they do tomorrow.
Let's take a look back over the bracket here, because, again, this takes us to the conclusion of Europe. And what a run it has been for LaNave Del Mysterio. 3-0 against Signs, a 3-1 in surprise fashion, starting with an unbelievable Hydro hardpoint to beat Team Notorious, and then here a Map 5 winner against the Originals. So, what I think all of us were looking at of a top 4 situation that would have been some combination of Affiliate Esports, Awoba Bobs, the Originals, and Notorious. LaNave can insert the Grim Reaper meme here and start knocking on doors because they've taken down 2 of those 4 with a chance at Affilion tomorrow, where we're also going to see who matches up with the Awoba Bobs in the grand finals after they have not dropped a single map yet against also a very difficult bracket, if we're being honest.
Oh, without a doubt, man. I mean, yeah, they've had to do very similar things to be able to get here. Noctum was one of the first ones, which was actually, really respectable squad. And then going right into that winners round 2, I think we were all expecting that one to be like a map 5 just banger. And Awoba Bobs, I mean, as much as some of those maps were close, they still make pretty slight work of Notorious, and then another 3-0 here in the winners final. They'll just be sitting that grand final, happily waiting to see who they play up against. But like you said, not dropping a map. They are looking absolutely ridiculous.
And one last look before we get ready for North America. Here is your current update to the standings and prizings here in Season 2. You already saw the bottom 4. They're going to have to re-qualify. And just $1,000 is kind of a thank you gift for playing. Whereas the teams now are fighting for a large majority of the cheddar. $20,000 still up for grabs for first. Second would be 10 grand. Third would be 6. But the originals finish at 4th. Notorious tied for 6th with retirement pending. Then Noctem and Signs, DFR to these playoffs finish in 8th. So with that, of course, now we look forward to the same action, the same rounds, all played out in North America. Austin, final thoughts before we send off to the North American squad.
Oh, God. I mean, where do you go? EU's been a banger. NA's going to be just as good. Man, it's going to be crazy tonight, all right? Don't worry about predictions. Just go in, watch, have a good time. That's exactly what I'll be doing. Who knows what's going to happen in NA, but I'm here for it.
I'll be right there with you, brother. But we're going to send things off to a break, get everything ready to go. It's North America coming up next. Don't go anywhere. More crazy COD Challengers action to come backside of the break.
Everyone, welcome here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We are away for just a short period. We're about to get ready here with North America. We've had all that European nonsense. We're here with the behemoth region that is NA. I'm Infinity. Joining me in the desk, as always, is Proper. Andy, mate, we've been talking about it basically all week long here. NA has some banger matchups as we get into the final week of play.
It just really does feel like if it's not exemplified, what we just got through, especially with European Challengers Elite for playoffs, anybody can beat anybody. And I feel like that gets further exclaimed when you start taking a look at this breakdown that we have left for North America's playoffs.
Yeah, things are getting crazy here. I think North America is just always, unsurprisingly, it's North America things at this point, right? Things just do get crazy in the playoff bracket, especially. Europe's getting there for sure after what just happened earlier on today. But yeah, North America full of surprises. Let's take a look at kind of how everything has gone down so far. Let's start off today with the pricing for the overall structure here with Season 2 of Challengers Elite. 50,000 overall on the line between kind of the top 12 teams. Already right now, top 8 place at the end of week number 1 of playoffs. Rocker Academy and Twisted Theory going to get $2,000 apiece.
Yeah, and you can see everybody at the bottom 4 omit. Joke is on you. What is old Aphelion? And I'm not even too sure that roster's even together with the news that just came through with Parasite. And then Boston Academy. All 4 of those teams have to play back through the qualifier that is taking place after Texas. But still a lot of money on the line here, Brody.
Yep, still a lot of cash. As I said, the lion's share of $50,000. So a lot of cash still on the line. Of course, 20,000 of that going towards first place. But let's take a look at the bracket as things have broken down so far. I already mentioned it there, as you saw, Rocker Academy and Twisted Theory. They're already out of the tournament. But here's a look over towards the winners bracket so far. Decimate Gaming and Convoy Gaming currently sitting in the upper bracket finals, Andy.
I think what's still surprising when people take a look at this first and foremost, and they haven't really been keeping track of playoffs ever since the conclusion of Season 1, is to see Rocker Academy did lose to Decimate. Obviously, a different look for them. We'll talk more about this much later on, but the way that the bracket is shaped up and the way that we've gotten ourselves to that winners round 3, Brody, I'm not too sure all of us had our bingo card set correctly.
Yeah, to be honest, you never really do in North America, do you? It's always an insane region, but we didn't quite expect this. I think we should take a look over the lower bracket to show you guys exactly what we mean. Again, it is stunning to think about the fact that Rocker Academy currently sit out of the tournament. Like, they're done at top 8, despite being just such a solid team this season thus far, of course. I mean, it narrowly avoided, unfortunately for them, that LAN championship desired, but they did win Season 1 of Challengers Elite. And so that means coming into the day, Andy, that we are going to have a new Challengers Elite champion for Season 2.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Wars 3-0 in the winners bracket side, and then you see Smog Alpha eliminating your previous Season 1 champions, the runner-up at that Boston Open. You're like, well, what the heck is going on? Trust me when I tell you, Glowfrosty, Gus, ProMR, and Velox have found themselves new strides here in Season 2 of the league. Taking down your former champions, and they go up against Team Warrior. Yeah, Brody, I'll go ahead and echo what you opened up with the show with. It's just going to be a masterful clinic of just anybody can beat anybody here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a look then at our first series of the day. We're starting things off in lower round 2. It is win or lose, win or die here, you might say. And let's start off with the conversation around Hype Esports taking on LAG Academy for this losers round 2 matchup. Bink, Zero, Darkside, and Estriel. And I don't think it's really deniable that this roster has been the biggest surprise here of Challengers Elite in season number 2. Everybody knows what Zero is capable of, but maybe if you haven't been all that clued in Challengers over the last few months, and perhaps maybe the last year, kind of extend that for players like Estriel and Bink especially. Like, these are all pretty much new names, really putting a lot of stock in themselves with this Season 2 appearance.
Yeah, Bink has always kind of like hung around, especially since the introduction of the Elite Series, but even more so than that, Estriel, if you're still unfamiliar with this young individual, I mean, he was a part of like that era of like BO4 grinders, essentially, when everything moved to PC. And it was Modern Warfare 2019. Estriel was still playing BO4 with the likes of Lurid 47. There's some Canadians, and I know diehard fans of the olden days that would remember that name quite clearly indeed. And, well, I mean, what a perfect name of an organization is Hyped Esports, because this team definitely brings it.
Absolutely. Zero leading the squad of young guns there. They go up against a squad of, well, young, but still pretty experienced guns here on the other side, of course. You guys know what these guys are capable of. Diamond Con, the designated survivor from the original LAG Academy roster that managed to take it all home at Raleigh during that open event, joined by Neptune and Spark, formerly of the mainline LAG roster, and then, of course, Noisy as well, the newest addition to this lineup, joining from that Awobabobs NA team. Honestly, this LAG Academy roster has been so impressive to me, Andy. They've just looked so good. And I've been kind of almost surprised surprised in a way at the bounce back that we've seen. I don't know if surprise is the right word, but certainly impressed with the bounce back that we've seen from players like Neptune and Spa coming down from the CDL.
I think there would have been concerns, right? We didn't see LIG Academy in Season 1, and some of those improvements like you were talking about really came through quite wonderfully indeed, especially through that qualifier here for Elite Season 2, and well, even that top 4 finish that we got to see going all the way through the Boston Open as well. This team is gelling well, quite wonderfully. They are your #1 team out of Group B, after all.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the records then for these guys moving forward. What's gone right? What's gone wrong so far this season? Of course, these guys are ultimately even at 5-2, currently sitting in lower round 2. So you're not going to be expecting the best win percentages overall across the 3 game modes. I think LIG Academy definitely across the board here does get the better look, especially when we look over towards that hard point for the map #1 and 4 in the series. But when it comes down to the control, Andy, Hype Esports, no slouch.
Yeah, I think the hard points might actually just be completely regarded as LIG Academy's wheelhouse. We know that that team definitely brings out the slaying. Not that saying that Hyped Esports kind of falls behind. They've kind of fell at least 50%. You see their hard point win record of being outpaced when they do lose out those hard points in certain crucial points in time. My eyes are all after those 2, 3, and 5s if we end up going the distance, of course, in between these 2 rosters. The S&D prowess in between this entire lobby is at an all-time high.
Absolutely. Well, who are the players we want to look at then for this series between the 2 teams? Let's take a look at the AR battle then for these guys. Zero, of course, on the left side for Hyped Esports and Spark on the right for LIG Academy. Starting the conversation very briefly here with Zero. Andy, I gotta say, I have been highly impressed in what I've seen portray here in Challengers Season 2 in a way that I haven't been previously with him before. I think, you know, the London Royal Ravens statistically wasn't that impressive sometimes. And I think, as again, you look towards this like Challengers stint towards the end of Black Ops Cold War. I don't know if you remember like the Hot Tub meta roster in Europe. And again, I don't think it was that impressive. But here, this is like a whole new Zero. He is coming out to play. He is leading this squad, both in terms of just being the IGL for the team and also just on the stat lines as well.
And we've seen what this means for Trey Zero Cartier. I had to make sure I got all 3 names in there before we end up seeing the confusion that is inevitably going to be coming through in this lobby. But obviously that pace differential was working out quite wonderfully for Zero, especially working away from the London Royal Ravens roster. Just seeing Asim do everything this side of the Mississippi and just slay out. Zero stepped into this Hype Esports roster wonderfully. But Smart, yeah, don't bat an eyelash at those stats. He's filling in a very difficult role, especially when you think about the other 3 players holding down those longer lines of sight so that way Neptune and Noisy can go crazy.
Yeah, we know what Spark's capable of, right? 2021 Challengers champion. This guy knows what's up, and he's very, very good here in a Challengers pit. So do not underestimate him whatsoever. Going head-to-head with Zero for basically everything here moving forward. Again, it's for survival, but let's take a look then at the map set for this best of 5. What battlegrounds will we be seeing these guys go head-to-head on? And it is slightly interesting to see. So we have Fortress Hardpoint, Mikado Search and Destroy, LSE Control, Hydro Hardpoint, and LSE Search and Destroy as well. Andy, thoughts here right off the bat?
I'm kind of surprised, well, not necessarily surprised to see that the Fortress Control got taken away. LIG Academy are not a fan of that. They have not played it all year, but for the Fortress Hardpoint to come through, for that to be allowed for Hyped Esports, but that essentially tells me is that they have obviously done their homework. They know LIG Academy, they played Hotel Hardpoint more than anything. One time that Hyped Esports played it, they lost it 238 to 250 versus Team War back in week 1. So the Fortress Hardpoint was left in. So you throw that gamble into the mix, saying that we can get hotter than you, LIG, even though the last time LIG Academy played this map 1, even specifically, Neptune and Noisy just made Convoy Gaming look like absolute buffoons on the map. I think like Neptune dropped like a 1.38, and Noisy was shortly behind him at 1.33. Those guys definitely have those routes about them. For LIG Academy, just to only play it once, they look pretty damn good on it versus a very good hardpoint team.
Yeah, I think that hardpoint is for sure going to be interesting. And on the other side of that conversation again, Hydra is one of the better map mode combinations here we have for hardpoint between these 2 teams. So I'm extremely interested to see kind of how that one goes down later on in this series. But wasting no more time here, Randy. We're ready to get underway with the penultimate day of North American action in Challengers Elite Season 2 of LIG Academy and Hyped Esports taking on one another here on Fortress Hardpoint. And already the first wave of gunfights going down here, vying for control over P1 will be Hyped Esports in an attempt to try and unearth these players. Bink from the street side will be able to take down a couple. And this is a good amount of control, really, I think, for Hype, just in terms of raw map control. But as I say it, 4 go down. And, well, we're podcaster curse, like, what, 20 seconds in? Just great.
It's just fantastic timing works out for LAG Academy, right? I mean, if you're hyped esports, you start off on that side of the map, you really want to hold on to those spawns, but you don't want all that time to go over towards LAG Academy, who just hold the line, play through mid, let the gunfights come towards them, they make the micro movements, they walk away with 23 seconds off of P1 and the setup to P2 early. If you're hyped esports, those are going to have to come through the back, you got to get Diamondcon out of this positioning.
Yeah, Diamondcon again, he loves this back positioning, and you can see it off screen. He picks up 3 down that street side. Hype Esports sent back to the respawn point, and the 4th will be dealt with. Zero, of course, going under the Cartier name here in this game, will be taken down. That will give LAG Academy here about 15 seconds or so of freedom around this hill. Really only 1 hit left in this one for Hype Esports before they have to start considering the rotations. This is a big one. Can they hold? Spark towards the front. Will lose Noisy, his teammate in this situation. Shots into Estriel, but now that does not translate into a kill just yet. Spark has to deal with pressure from the other side. And this is good. I think this is a great look from Hype Esports to try and get a little look in towards the kill. Unfortunately for them, though, not enough to solidify some time. They will have the backstop, though, is that next rotation.
It's just DC again. That's what I was saying off their initial push. You got to get Diamondcon out from those back pallets, that scaffolding area, whatever may have you. There's a whole bunch of mess over there. Diamondcon walks away on a 5 spree, anchor out those spawns. So even if there were trades, even there was a 3-for-1 at one point, Hype Esports never really had the numbers because the trades came through. You just got to chalk the rest of it. Just set up over here at P3. This is a money hill within its own self. You should be able to get a full 60, but rotational gunfights for LAG Academy are already coming through, making Hype Esports rather uncomfortable for their initial setup.
Yeah, this might look like the worst position to be in the world here, but this is ultimately Fortress Hardpoint. This is not that unusual to see a team 50, 60 points up after P2. Response from Hype will be integral. Now surviving a barrage of utility being thrown their way. Bing picked up a double defensive side, and Darkside will come out to help here as again the trophy has depleted fully. Zero's got nothing left, needs to be supplied a new one by Bink, and it will come. 25 seconds left now, and I think LAG Academy, again, you're looking to try and take some stragglers down. You can see they've already kind of resigned themselves here to just rotating towards munitions.
All right, so here's the firm handshake. Like you were talking about there, Brody, you get a full 60 off P2. We'll do it over here by P3, more or less. Got ourselves just about an even game going in towards P4. Again, middle of the map still being held by LAG Academy. Darkside looking to cut this, and it is what you need, especially out of your SMGs. This is what Hyped Esports was lacking through the group stage when they went overall 50% win record. Their SMGs need to stay activated like this.
Can they? That's the question. Darkside, Estriel going to come around the back line here for Hyped Esports. Estriel in for one. Needs the help from the other side as well, and the timing is just not there. Zero, he's taken down. Bink towards the top. Cannot do anything. Noisy will pick up a double. So the first wave of defensive gunfights go in favor of LAG Academy, but players point up towards stables. Might give an opening to players around the back line, but Noisy has read that one perfectly. Knows exactly where Estriel is coming from. One last player for a look. It is Bink. Does pick up a double here. This is enough to, again, make LAG Academy feel a little bit queasy inside. Give themselves not just a little look, but they'll actually give themselves control here in the back 15.
It's a good time, and those are good kills. That's another spree that they shut down for LAG Academy. And these 20 seconds will, again, keep this game pretty even ahead of a very, very mixy hardpoint, or it can be. Get your tax into position. That's why you're seeing LAG Academy put a lot of focus over here by P2. It's not just that they like this side of the map, it's all the head glitches, plus the stables control you can get from this. In the big 1v1 and towards the back, shutting down Darkside, so that way you can maintain that presence across that north lane, Brody. Is the formula for success when it comes out of getting 30 off of P5.
Yeah, but is the formula of success actually going to take into account a player like Estriel already picking up 2 here? Hyped Esports in a good stead to break, and Estriel picks up the 3rd there. LAG Academy and Earth within 20. There's a real good look here for Hyped Esports. Got to make sure you keep an eye on Neptune as he flies out from maps. Will be taken down there by Bink as part of yet another 2 pieces. Bink has had a ton of those this game, even if KD might not show it at 16 and 12. I'm now looking for the back 25, and LAG Academy not in that good of a spot here, to be fair. This is almost like a Fortress Control-esque position, because you've got to try and break through the rotation from P5 to P1. They will do so. Diamondcon trying to find his way out. He does get shut down by Estriel, but I was talking about that escape towards P1. They have done that at least.
Yeah, they've had snuck through the gates, but I mean, a fantastic break, and yet hold from the front from Hype Esports kind of forced LAG Academy to bite off more than they could chew for that proverbial spawn trap, like you were saying. Almost felt like a Fortress Control there at the end of our first set of hard points, but for LAG Academy, they agree to the firm handshake. Hype Esports get a full 60 off of P3. They'll have about a 10-second lead, but presence on the map, LAG Academy, they're back to their own devious ways here, Brody. They're setting themselves up on the favorite side of the map with this street control, and they're making Hype Esports absolutely feel with an abundance of time off of P1 early.
Here's a look over towards our other lower round 2 match that's going on simultaneously with this one, folks. Smog Alpha taking on Team War in a very important matchup. War currently leading in that hard point, although you can see Glowfrosty having a good game at 20 and 12. Big AR presence going to be required for Smog Alpha to climb their way back in towards that game. We'll see whether or not they can do so off the back of a good parking lot hold. But back towards our focus matchup here in LAG Academy again. They got some good time away on P1. Now looking to try and make this rotation happen. They had Neptune making a long flank towards the next hill. And actually, to be fair, still have a good look with a massive 1v1 going on over that direction, but Diamondcon not able to get anything done. So Hyped Esports should be the first team to touch it.
What LAG Academy did on the first set, Hyped Esports need to do just as well, if not better. The setup is mostly inside of Art. You also have Bink that's holding the cross, just watching all these players cross these P1 trucks, and that immediately gets conveyed to Darkside, but doesn't mean you can win the gunfight's top tree, not that easily when it's already being pre-fired and pre-aimed, but it sets up Cartier, Trey Zero, and towards the back. Find yet another two.
Zero. Trying to provide this coverage around the back line here. Should be able to catch a couple of layers off guard, but no, get some bad timing. Now Neptune will be able to take him down. Noisy from the side door as well. Really starting to aggress, and Estriel has so much to do. Estriel for 2, Estriel for 3! And that is a brilliant hold. There's still a 4th left to go, though, and he will be the boiling point for him. Fortunately, though, Hyped Esports, Darkside was there to pick up the slack. So again, big scrap time from them. And again, we talk about kind of the overall context here, right? Even if they don't get that scrap, what happened last time, Andy?
Yep, exactly that. It's just that Hyped Esports, they held P3 for a full 60. LAG Academy, they're more than aware. You even got player 5, DC. He steps off the hard point just as everybody's pushing through arches, but Estriel, have yourself a map. Number 1, 21 and 13. Even the trades are fine. You would think so long as Diamondcon doesn't find 2, sneaks his way through, still has 2 more in towards the back. And he would have to go even further Herculean than he already has. And by then, Hyped Esports have already set themselves up. They have those spawns over by Ring. The resistance are down. LAG still trying to force through the front.
I got a feeling this hard point on both rotation 1 and rotation 2 will be something we'll revisit later on down the line. LAG Academy, though, still want to fight tooth and nail for it. And why wouldn't you? Noisy picks up yet another 3. And they will flip the script here. Back 30 now, potentially going LAG Academy's way. And this is a bit of an awkward spot now for Hyped Esports. How much do they actually want to put into this one? Because again, you go too aggressive, you force a spawn out from LAG Academy, and that will not favor you. As we rotate over towards the next hill, a couple of kills do come through. Trying to get some wayward gunfights, perhaps take Noisy down, but Neptune again, out towards the middle of the map now. That should generate some space for LAG Academy to fly across for the rotation, but he does get shut down by Estriel in from behind. Again, Estriel has just been piecing up this game.
That 2-piece is fine if you're LAG Academy, because you did not let off the gas. That was that initial push overside P3. So you negate Hyped Esports from getting the abundance off of P3. You keep this game with just at about even. You need your SMGs to continue to heat things up. If you're Noisy Neptune, you need to follow up on this damage that Diamondcon and Sparta you're finding to shut down Estriel.
Got to shut him down. You've got to shut this SMG pressure, I think, on the hold down from Hyped Esports. Darkside, unfortunately, not able to bring anything to the table there, as again, another 2-piece comes through from Neptune. LAG Academy, they're in. Huge 35 seconds here on the clock for them to grab. We'll give this one look. Darkside towards the left side here, unfortunately, has been stunned up and isn't able to help. Zero, so now might well have found a flank here and a route from behind that they did not expect. Takes down 1 from hardpoint again. LAG Academy now losing a few crucial seconds and aggression on towards the hardpoint. Will be Estriel as well. LAG Academy here have completely been confounded by what has just happened to them. Again, that SMG pressure from Darkside and Estriel just so frustrating to deal with, and that is valuable time to take on the back half of that hill.
And keep in mind, Joe, I mean, that initial break that came through LAG Academy, 3 towards that bottom south side street, was fantastic, and they were able to break on in, but Hyped Esports, again, they find the thread that's sticking out of the sweater, they yank it, and the entire sweater comes apart. That's LAG's holds attempts, at least over the past 4 hard points or so. 227 to 211, LAG Academy. They thought that they were going to have close spawns. They get gifted some flanks that come through inside of Art. 3-for-1 trade comes through. They get possession of the current hill.
Yeah, the good news here, though, I guess, for Hyped Esports is regardless of what happens, LAG Academy cannot finish things here on Blacksmith. They still can, though. So they might want to give this one more kit before really focusing on the rotation towards P1. Streak now going to be brought down by Estriel, and there it is. Now they can no longer do so. Regardless of what happens, we will be going towards P1, but Smart up top and single. These are huge gunfights to take again. We've got to consider that map control for the next rotation here, Randy. Yes, there's still a lot of valuable time over towards Old, but still, this rotation will be huge.
You can't kill Estriel on the hill. These tables have been held the entire time. It's 5 seconds, but LAG Academy, this is just still sweat dripping down your brow because Hyped Esports only need 10 seconds. Can still close it out here on P1. DC's holding the cross. In-map control is still an argument that needs to be made.
Here we go. Hyped Esports trying to fly across. Estriel on Darkside over from Sedens with a couple of kills. Spartan Neptune, what can you do inside? Neptune has been stunned up now, tagged up as well by a nade. Neptune, you're in trouble. Spark goes down. Hyped, you're on the kill. The flank is in from Estriel and Zero. That should be the final nail on the coffin here for game number 1. A close affair between these two teams, but Hyped again. They surprise and they impress here in map number 1.
It's just another hard point map that gets so close for LAG Academy, and they unfortunately lose it. I mean, this is why their differential is so close, because when they lose hardpoint maps, it's always within like 40 or 30. Yet another one comes through. They had a great opening first few hardpoints, even through that first set, really. But it felt like that once that P3 came through on the first set and Hyped Esports, they got that initial 60. Estriel just found himself a 6th gear, and he just did not slow down. I mean, this is a guy, again, that comes into this across group stage and the first day of playoffs with a 0.94 KD in hardpoint. You know, coming into this, I'm like, all right, well, maybe Estriel's going to try to set up on the hill. Darkside's going to try to push for the rotation, you know, try to marginalize why Zero is the only player with a 1.0 KD, excuse me. Estriel just left everybody have it in that fortress. He looked very comfortable.
Yeah, like, this is not surprising from Estriel, I think, right? I mean, I look back towards Raleigh, especially, you know, when we looked at kind of that Electrified Steel roster, I think it was top 8 where they finished back then. And again, Estriel was doing these kind of things. Highly impressive here, and this is the best roster that he's been on so far, arguably in his Challengers career, and he is showing up for it as well at 33 and 20 kills, 25 non-traded at the end of that game. And I think the big kicker for me as well, he's doing that inside the hill. He's got 8 objective kills, 1 minute 42 inside the time. Estriel is like, I'd say, 40-50% of the reason they win that game, to be honest. Like, just having a huge impact on map number 1.
He could really be that guy. I mean, 33 and 20, 25 of those 33 non-traded. But, I mean, you go back to a point, not that I hate, you know, beating the dead team with an unfortunate broken stick. That was the 2nd overall series of hard points. Bart had 4K damage. 4K. 29 and 21 overall. The ARs were lighting things up. It just mostly came down to maybe some timings that Noisy and Neptune were unable to find. Maybe they didn't have that entire AOR coverage because the damage was being laid down. It just was not followed up as convincingly enough as Estriel. See with that 3,500 damage, like you pointed out, Brody, and Bink also behind him at 35 with 10 assists himself.
Yeah, look, it's not like LAG Academy were just being completely put in the dirt. I mean, like, look at the scoreline. It's 250 to 238, but it's still like Estriel was a problem in map number 1. Hyped Esports again. They continue to surprise a lot of teams here. Perhaps the Titan Slayers in North American Challenges Season 2. A good start of the series for them then. I think overall here, Mikado Search and Destroy, that is up next for these guys. We haven't seen LAG Academy play this at all, I believe, Andy. We have seen Hype play it at least once.
Yeah, for Mikado Search and Destroy, no, we have not seen LAG Academy. But hey, how things have gone so far, we didn't see Hyped Esports on a Fortress Hardpoint. They won Fortress Hardpoint, albeit by 12 points. They still did it, so I don't know. I mean, gonna have to hit up Austin because apparently Visions is the one writing the script today. So Mikado Search and Destroy is interesting within its own self. I mean, especially when you're talking about just overall, I guess, just search and destroy, right? I mean, you take a look at LAG Academy, 4 and 3 overall through Season 2 of the Elite. 2 of those 3 losses were actually in playoffs. They lost the Embassy Search and Destroy 4-6 to Team War in Winners Round 1. They lose to Twisted Theory 1-6 on LSD-Low. So maybe this could just be one of those wrenches that you're just throwing in there. Obviously, it's a pick that we haven't seen. Maybe it was just hard feed with them continuously.
Yeah.
Tough for me to say with the information that I have in front of me at this current juncture of time. All I can tell you is that LAG Academy, they better have it because you don't want to be 0-2 down versus Hyped Esports roster.
Yeah, I mean, like, we talk about kind of the veto process for this series overall. I think it's been pretty good, I would say, just generally speaking, from what we've seen. You know, LAG Academy recognize, look, we can clearly see that Fortress Search and Destroy is the map we need to get rid of in Search and Destroy, so we will do that. And then on the other side of that conversation as well, Hotel was removed by Hyped Esports. So the right picks, I think, were made. I think what's going to be interesting, I think, as we get towards that game number 5, is the fact that, like, LSE Loads and Search and Destroy has been, like, abysmal for both of these teams. LAG Academy, maybe not so much. They've only played it once and lost it once, but at the end of the day, I don't think that was a kind scoreline to them. And for Hyped Esports, they've played it thrice and lost it thrice as well. So that's going to be an interesting one when we do get towards that game number 5. But still, it's going to be interesting to see kind of the Search and Destroy, how everything breaks down. We'll take a look over towards the scoreboard for map number 1. Significantly more convincing scoreline, you might say, for Team War here as they take a 250 to 154. Geo and Wardy. I will say something, mate, right? These guys have been so impressive this season. I think specifically in Season 2 of Challengers Elite for Wardy, I don't think Season 1 and everything kind of before Season 2 was good for him at all, but he looks really comfortable now. And I can say that almost the same thing for Geo in a way, who has put so much stock into himself here in Modern Warfare 2.
It's just going back to the roots if you are Wardy, right? I mean, you remember when he first moved over to North America, even for a New York Subliners bench player, mostly playing a lot of AR at the beginning of the season, so he goes back to his roots, especially at the tail end of Season 1 when he was representing Convoy Gaming. He picks back up the SMG, and the guy looks right back into his own territory. So into this offense we go. It's already a 1v4. LG Academy, they're going to lose it. Mercado Las Almas, search and destroy, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody hit A. They didn't have Trophy Systems round 1. And I can only imagine that there was a lot of damage soon, about maybe the first 5 seconds.
I feel like you got to be like a cattle auctioneer to properly cast a very fast Mercado A hit. Sometimes things just really just go super fast. And, well, that one there, as you say, 1v4 is not going to come through. So Hyped Esports starting pretty strong with a 1-0 start. Estriel, would you believe it? 2 kills in that situation. Kind of unsurprising in a way that he's going to be the one throwing himself in towards Cantina. And bomb, please, folks. Thank you. Trophy system will be down to deal with any incoming nades. Oh, no. Oh, no. Pink, buddy. What are you doing?
Recovers from it, though. Able to at least get the own trade. You still have the bomb here if you are Cartier, right? So you're going to turn this into immediate Cantina control. Your LAG Academy, you're mostly just looking to swarm this, making sure that they can't exit. But you might just play for the retake. The information, the sound cues are here. They know where they're rotating towards.
Be careful here. You don't want to play for LAG Academy in this moment, but that overextension might well actually come and help them in the end. Or maybe that they were going to run straight into them and their ARs, but not ready for it. Or LAG Academy. Bing trying to fire some shots across the way, and Neptune almost takes him down. And he might still do so, to be fair. Bing, not ready for it. Neptune wins that 1v1. Bomb not down just yet. Noisy might be able to capitalize on it through tunnel side, and he's able to get one, but no more than that. So now 1v1 here. Darkside Neptune. Darkside flies out. And immediately shot down from the skies is Darkside. Again, LAG Academy. They do almost get gifted that in that situation, but it is ultimately a 2v3.
Yeah, I mean, the aggression hit over towards the yellow van. I mean, worst that can come of it, obviously, you force yourself into a 2v3 situation if you're LAG Academy, but you still had them trapped. I mean, you knew that nobody was going to be crossing towards that back alleyway. You knew your cuts were safe. Noisy had the bomb covered like you were talking about, so just put out the information you were given in the chows and trades that ended up coming through as Neptune cleans up with a nice 2 in towards the back. Dark almost had the entire ace. Knew he had to take the challenge there. Towards an LAG offense, we will go. Last time it was an all-aggressive A hit. You see dead silence in the back pocket of at least a few of these players for LAG Academy. They're going to be, and they're going quickly.
And nobody has challenged just yet from Hyped Esports, so if LAG capitalize quickly, should be alright. And that's a brilliant first blood as well. Estriel, unfortunately, not able to land the shots that he required, really desired in that engagement. Bink trying to fire some shots across the way. He gets tagged a little bit, but again, it does not translate into a gunfight, and it gets worse as well, doesn't it? Because Zero from the middle of the map does get taken down. Hyped Esports, you kind of left in a situation here in a 2v4 where you have to play this together. Can't really afford to be taking wild ones. Darkside is actually going to try, lays down for the gunfight. Drop shot is good for the kill. Now dead silence has been popped here. 20 seconds on the clock to make this one happen. A lot of shots being pushed out towards from Bink, excuse me, and Darkside tried to make something happen off the back of it. Bink doesn't really have the time now to make this 1v3 happen. It's a good look, and it's a good play, I think, from Bink and Darkside there, with Bink providing that covered fire, but again, just the transition is just so hard to pull off.
Only so much you can do, especially in a 2v4, and you have to fully retake 10, and you already lost your one player that was pushing through the cuts, so... Yeah, I mean, that's why Mercado, that's why you really want to be careful with the amount of numbers that you allow to sneak on through, especially in a post-play when it comes down to this B, S, and D site. Just for the amount of setups, windows, doors, how many players have that silence, what corners are they lurking in? Oh my. Wonderfully done there for LAG Academy. Hyped Esports now got some trophy systems on lock here. Gonna be an A execute.
Trophy systems will help in the initial hit. It's Hyped Esports, quite a lot of real estate. Watch toward the middle of the map, though. That is tough spot. Big gunfight for Kim. Elsewhere, though, Diamondcon has fallen, and Neptune knows he needs to trade this for at least one, maybe a second as well. Get some good shots in towards Darkside, but ultimately, the Vaznev a better weapon for that situation. Now Spark finds himself in a 1v2. I'd have to come back for that bomb. That's the big thing, but Spark being put some shots into him. I think this is going to have to force Spark all the way back. Does not want to play this too aggressively.
That silence runs out as well, so the likeliness of this round being clutched up would have to mostly either come through a lineup or gifting out a separate 1v1. The rotation, smart call coming through from Hyped Esports. They know Smart's last location off of Darkside, just jumping over by the dumpster. They're going to get this bomb planted at B, and the post plan's a top-down situation in around 10.
Yeah, it is that dead silence is the problem here for Spark, isn't it? He's going to be hurt. That's if, of course, they're not watching in that direction. I guess some bad timing from Bink. He was up top in the window, as is Darkside, to be fair, so either one could catch him here in the alley. They haven't looked yet, and Spot actually might be able to get some good timing. There you go. Now he's making some noise. He knows where these guys are located. Has to snap onto him and just cannot make it happen. And again, I think you called it perfectly right. That dead silence runs out so early in the play that he just doesn't have anything to work with.
Yeah, I mean, if you're smart, right, you find that kill onto Cartier. He was the last player for the offensive team that was running up towards the P6 balcony. I mean, unbeknownst to Spart, that bomb was patty caked up there, so LG Academy didn't press forward, but they tried to still act on the information of the two players that were over by Cantina. He was the last player alive, and he had dead silence, obviously, so he did push all the way through. That was the right play, expecting maybe them to full wrap around. Did not know what the setup was looking like by Hedges and Dumpster, and it came back to bite him in the rear end. So Hype Esports at least to stop the bleeding. They're going to expect a full A push this time.
Trophy system no longer there. Or at least it's not far enough in that that utility will be stopped. Doesn't matter anyway. Noisy going to draw that first blood. Neptune. Well, actually going to get the second. We'll get the team shots from Spark, but he will pick up a kill in this round. And yeah, 0-1 versus 4. This is tough. 4 gets the second. And there isn't an immediate re-challenge here. So 40 seconds to the clock here. This 1 versus 4 possible.
All right, let's be wise about this here. We got Noisy and Diamond Con. Noisy's dead silence, I'm sure, has run out quite some time ago. Going to be playing in the 1-for-1 slot on the Dumpster. You can see with the X-Ray, Cartier is just trying to get the wall spam shots onto DC up top, but know where he's coming from at this point. He's got a trophy. He's making a lot of noise, and you just have to lock down the line of sight. LAG Academy, why I asked, are they going to expect a full A on push? It was that down to that last player for LAG that just saves some utility, the stun around the bomb, rather than just eating everything over top of the hedges. You get that information early. There's a trophy system there or not. You have the player up close. You turn that into immediate Cantina controlled. Noisy just throws a corner, dives over towards the hedges. The team shots from LAG Academy are just so electric. Yeah, Cartier almost brought that back from being gifted back-to-back 1v1s with attack in hand, but LAG Academy, they go back-to-back offensive rounds.
You know, there's not much worse than being a trophy tack player and having to re-entry for a 1v2 in towards A, to be honest. So I do kind of feel for Trey0 there in that situation, but now, towards this round, LAG Academy, they've already given up full control over A, relying on either a hit from behind from Noisy that might well work out. Unfortunately, has been spotted, so have to back away here for the moment, and we'll just keep on throwing shoulders for information, and of course the presence towards the middle of the map as well for LAG. They're relying on stopping this plant. The re-entry is going to be tough, and well, Neptune just gets eviscerated by Bink there. Now they need to get something moving. Noisy, unfortunately, misses a couple of shots towards the end of the gunfight versus Estriel, but it's okay, because DC and Spark have actually picked up not just 2, but a third. Now 1v1, and Zero has the information as to where that last remaining player was, and Hype Esports, again, they get control early on. LAG, they're relying on a retake through mid, and that just doesn't happen.
So bold. I mean, Cartier just drops. Zero just has the snap. Yeah, the information was there, but I mean, bold call in that moment just to come flying out from the house. That's what we were talking about, Zero, at the top of the show. Just coming away from that London Royal Ravens roster. This guy is back to mischievous ways, taking childs like that and walking away with it, too. I'd be feeling myself, too. It's the offense for LAG Academy. It's at least an offensive round for Hype Esports. They continuously get away with the kills. The offensive setup this time around for LAG Academy is mostly from mid, but they barely get any information.
Again, this is really passive for Hype Esports. You've got to be cautious, and well, Noisy does land a nice nade on towards Bink for the trade. Now 1 versus 3 very quickly here for Estriel. Yeah, you're going to go overwhelmed. LAG Academy just fast as you like there on towards the site, and yeah, just very quickly overwhelmed. Just lost control.
It's just so easy to depict, isn't it? I mean, when you barely get any information off of just stunning and nading L, you know mostly the push is going to be coming through either from the full-on flank through tunnel, or you're just going to have to immediately snap over towards your right, over towards Dumpster once you push through tunnels. Just nobody watching that mid lane with an AR or sniper for Hype Esports just comes back to absolutely bite them in the rear. Continue to shake hands with offense. Just aggressive push after aggressive push. We are in the late game now, Brody. Round number 8. What's Hype Esports have for us? Don't be surprised. Gonna be throwing some nades over there.
We're in the end game now, bud. See if Hype Esports can do anything about this. We'll really want to be in a situation 4-4 is significantly more favorable than being 5-3 down in a search and destroy. Now looking to try and trade things out. And that's nice. Shots over the top here. Neptune does get taken out. Was he not phased just yet, though? Knows his positioning is imperative of the round. Still, it is that positioning that is threatening towards Hype Esports, but again, Bink is providing so much cover fire. Both Zero and Estriel are able to capitalize on it, and Diamondcon now finds himself in a 1 versus 4. Like, GC's a pretty good player, but 1v4 in that situation with no control over A, again, it's the Trey Zero problem. You've got to attack, trying to run straight into a bomb site that is fully controlled by Hyped.
Even DC, I mean, he tried going for at least like the little, I don't even know what you call it. You're able to lay prone on that ledge, and you're able to see top balcony. Obviously, Cartier, as smart as they come, he's in the league for crying out loud. That's why we keep gassing him up. He was more than aware of the situation at hand, especially in the 1v situation. Going back to kills. It's Mercado Lasama, search and destroy. One player pops off, the other one soon to fall on the opposite side. It's mostly just coming down to being able to get first blood and staying out with your life. Nades over the top again. A lot of focus for Hyped Esports around the mid-map, but all for LAG Academy are coming across this back alley side.
Yeah, a lot here. That far forward player pushed up. Dark side, he's just been spotted out by Noisy. He should be able to capitalize here. LAG Academy, they are. Traitor in though. 2 for 1, ultimately in favor here, and now make it 3 for 1 as well. As Bink goes down, Zero once again left up in a 1 versus 3, and the situation not all that different from where he was previously again. The attack player, he's got a trophy system. His entry is reliant fully on anything given for free by LAG Academy. That's just not going to happen at this level of Challengers Elite. And LAG Academy, with that surge, DC with a huge double, they get control.
I'm pretty sure off of judging this, the way that DC is able to get those 2 kills, I mean, he finds the first over by Hedges, I'm pretty sure, and then just B-hops his way across the tunnel side. Eviscerates a player off the middle of the map for that 2-piece. Like you're saying, crucial as it may end up being, that's what we were talking about, turning that first blood into something. LAG Academy, they find that first blood, they keep the throttle down. In another offensive round this time around, though, LAG Academy up on map point. This could very much so end here if they could read this correctly. Delayed nades over the top. Going to be looking at least in the middle of the map. Cartier is being left behind just for this mid-map push, and, well, he might be gifted at least 1.
Zero, he is in the position here. The entire round is effectively on what he is able to get around this back line. Spots out Noisy, you can see it on the map. Ready for that gunfight, does go for it. Curious to see whether he'd wait a little bit. No! Spark decimated by Zero. Now advantage here towards Hyped. Might be able to catch Neptune as well. Yeah, Zero is just cleaning everything up at the moment. Henry Huber. Now Diamondcon in a 1 versus 3. Jesus.
That's why I highlighted, I mean, you send everybody, even Zero stepped up over by the P4 truck, threw his nades over. And whether LAG Academy we're counting them all or not, there's not a whole lot that you can expect, because that's the first time that wrench was thrown into the system. Someone being left behind over by your offensive spawn. And you wait for the delayed flank to be coming through, because that's really LAG Academy's formula for search and destroy, especially for the past, what, like 5 rounds, just aggressively hit over towards here. You're always trading dead silence anyway, so you should always have one available, you would think. And Zero makes the right call, forces out the round 11.
Big round 11 here to be had. Diamondcon towards the middle of the map again. This AR battle has been so imperative so far in this search and destroy to success. You can see LAG Academy here. They got an initial look over towards A. They're still banking on something towards B as well. But they have to be certain of what they're doing, and right now it doesn't seem like they are.
Looking for the timing, the wind, the wall bang. Neptune just playing the spot. Be able to find it at all. It's just clearing a lot of space over by B. I mean, just like you were saying, you're playing so scared right now if you're LAG Academy. Hyped Esports, they answer it back in kind. Zero made the rotation happen. If Noisy starts pushing out, I think he broke that window. Cartier is going to hear this. No, he doesn't. But still, the execute to A is on.
Yeah, Zero's play, I thought that was going to be a huge 1v1, but Noisy will back out. Favoring towards AA, and there it is. Now the trade's going down. 1v1. 3v2 here as Bink does pick up Neptune. The bomb now going to be sat down inside bottom cantina. LAG Academy have left themselves not a lot of time to make this one happen. They need to pull off a miracle. And Noisy searching every single crevice for something, anything for free. It's inside cantina. That's where the action's happening again. 10 seconds on the clock here. The bomb has been picked up, but you need to get the plant down or get these players. And again, the information is just not there. The time is just not there. The plant most certainly not will be anymore. Diamondcon 1 versus 3. That is not going to happen. And that round 11 was so slow. It was LAG Academy. I think they just left it way too late.
I'm just confused because Noisy was inside a tin. He was clearing so much, but you still had everybody else for LAG Academy saying, "Nah, bro, we're good." The only player that was in a position that would have shut it down if Noisy even came out the back tin alleyway would have been Zero. I don't know. Whether it was nades or maybe they saw something, maybe they smelled something in the middle of the markets over by P1, L, Dark. I'm not too sure, but I mean, that's one that LAG Academy are absolutely going to start kicking themselves for because that was one of the freest rotations I've ever seen. Zero just had to rotate all the way through that back alleyway, more or less, just to hold down his iron. Saw nobody was full flanking all the way through. It was a wonderful answer for Hyped Esports defensively, what was about 5-6 rounds straight of LAG Academy just running at you, and just said, all right, we'll just play our irons. Just hold your spaces. We don't have to make a move. And LAG Academy just run the clock dry.
I just don't get why Noisy was clearing so much space if they're not going to capitalize on it.
It could have been a full flank, maybe through like the backside. I didn't see how Noisy died there, but it's still one of those things that like you start clearing away all of the bomb site.
Yeah.
You even saw there like halfway through the round, or about like maybe with like 40 seconds remaining, that LAG Academy started conceding even the back Barber alley. They started rotating back through P7. Mid-map was being held. They could have very easily rotated all the way through Forklifts, not unless Noisy was suggesting you could have got a timing through Forklift. I don't know. That's the only argument for me. It was just a strange round. Weird. Need a shower.
I'm sure there's an explanation somewhere. I need to hear it. I'm sure we will at some point. We'll definitely ask. But anyway, regardless, Hyped Esports off the back of that 6-5 up there in the search and destroy, 2-0 up in the series ultimately, and we can take a look at the map set as it currently stands. LAG Academy, again, you know, we talk about kind of the overall context of this roster post Raleigh, obviously, with everything that happened with 3/4 of the roster being brought up towards the mainline LAG team, and then Diamondcon, of course, being left behind. These guys, the new LAG Academy roster, being unable to qualify for Season 1 of Challengers. They're certainly in a lot better stead here now. Obviously, they've managed to kind of stabilize and obviously do really well at Boston as well, top 4 there. But still, I think for them, it would be a disappointment to fall out of top 6 here in Season 2. It's not what they would want in this situation now, 2-0 down, Hyped Esports.
Yeah, no, exactly that. Especially when you start going into the overall gamble that is that map number 3 of an LSCLO control, right? I mean, very easy to execute offensive rounds, but also very easy to execute displacement from one's teammates. And, you know, that's the one thing that we have always been harping this LAG Academy roster for, even when we saw them way back when for Season 1 qualifiers, even for Boston, and even throughout the entirety of group stage. Yeah, they came out of the group stage only dropping a single series. Whatever. That's not necessarily what matters. What matters right now is how close all of their respawns have truly felt when they do get pushed against the wall. They've been buckling a lot, but that's mostly in the hard points. For LSCLO Control, last time that they played it, they did lose it 1-3 versus another team that was very, very good at picking up that pace, that tempo. I went back to watch that LSCLO Control this morning, Brody, when I was eating my cereal, and I got to tell you, I mean, Team War absolutely had their way, and mostly just came through the inside, the middle of the map. I mean, the SMGs were just a non-benefactor. That kind of gives me PTSD of map number 1 for LAG Academy.
Right.
That was one of the main reasons, not really the main reasons, but a big reason why they lost that Fortress Hardpoint, albeit within 12 points, is that Estriel was just having his way. You have that same recipe here. We could also be in store for a 3-0.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, I think, just where we're at right now in the series. Hyped Esports 2-0 up over LAG Academy. We need to see a reverse sweep from the LAG boys if they want to survive here in Season 2 of Challengers Elite. Let's take a look over towards the Bravo scoreboard, though. At the end of that game number 2, Team War, of course, they took game number 1 in a rather indomitable fashion. Well, game number 2, I think, was a convincing victory here for this Smog Alpha roster. And Velux, a name that I think for a lot of people has been really surprising this season. I'm sure that I don't think we were that surprised. I think he's a CCL alumni, I believe, right?
That's right.
He has been so good for this roster, and for us again, I mean, he's just been so impressive. 11-3, how to him over towards Hotel Search and Destroy.
Out of the Armada, full sale. Lux, I think he went like double negative in map number 1. He goes 11-3 in the Greenberg Hotel Search and Destroy. All right.
Pretty good.
But, I mean, it's
Thanks, bud.
It's not bad.
You had to do him like that, didn't you, bud? You really have to say
it. I mean, War, though, it's just interesting because, you know, you go into the Hotel Search and Destroy. The last time they played it was against Twisted Fury. Yeah, say what you will about, you know, Dak for Charlie Hixie. They still won at 6-3. So here's that entire series, and I hope that they enjoyed their stay at Greenberg Hotel and they got a lot of good sleep because they have a tri-date with some Fortress if it ends up going the distance. Oh, my.
Yeah, interesting one, I think, when we talk about kind of Fortress control, generally speaking, because that is extremely favorable to Team War, just generally. I think, you know, like, they're 2-0 on control, and Smog Alpha, they're 0-1. So I'm intrigued to see kind of what went through the thought process for Smog Alpha there. I mean, obviously, they don't actually get in terms of the actual ban itself, but they would have got the pick between Hotel and Fortress, and I don't know why they didn't pick Hotel. I don't know. Regardless, it's a weird one. I'm not too sure the thought process was there, but they're going to have to go through 3 fortresses in a row. And you know what? Let's check out what's going on with Smog Alpha and Team War over towards Fortress Control. As we've got Glowfrosty, Goosify, apparently, Velux and Promar. It's the only time I'm going to do it. Andy, okay? I just want you to know. It's the only time. We're getting out of the way now. I'm not going to say it again.
You're not going to hear it from me, but... All right. Welcome to Fortress Control, everybody. Opening engagements were 1. Smog Alpha only lost 3 lives, so this is where you start getting into the question. Where are some of these ARs located at? How do I get out from these power positionings? And you still got Velux, so you got to be worried about top single. Nice shots actually coming through from Gio. He had a great map 1, if I remember the scoreboard correctly, and it's just all off of those trades that everybody can get reset up. Team War down in 25 seconds.
And Velux, huge triple there towards the end now on 6 in a row. So the cruise missile, he's not running score streak. Shout out to Super. And we'll get the cruise missile off the back of that. Good plays now coming out from Smog Alpha, and Velux in a position that they're just frankly not going to expect. Promar going to make the baby pop over towards the double doors, and I think Team War in this situation, rightfully making the correct decision. Don't over-aggress here. Don't give any kills away for potential round number 5, because, you know, as we well know, Andy, very often a round number 5 might well come down to kills, just given how hard it is to make some tick progression here on Fortress Control.
Yep. Mercado Search and Trio is a Michael Bayfield across that A lane. Fortress Control is defense, 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 offense. What was that round 5, I swear, is where we always see something crazy happen. It happened on EU playoffs earlier today. Visions and Shift got themselves a real interesting treat that was Fortress overall for Control. But that mostly just comes down to dealing with some of these annoying players. That's why I was asking. I mean, you see Velux, he's 6-0. You're already highlighting, I mean, getting a streak early on, especially when it comes down to Fortress Control. No easy feat, being able to get segments at all. Whatever it takes to get some of those tick progressions and those advantages to get that round 5 defense.
How about this from a start from Smog Alpha, though, overall? Gus and Promar going to combine for 3 here, and that 3 down will give quite a lot of space up towards the Smog Alpha roster. Team War needs to be quick on the retake, and that kill again from Glowfrosty in the map just doesn't help. Nice nade from Gio, though. Got the retake. Second ticket progression will be good, but Velux in for a massive double, and now Gravity towards the backline here finds himself in trouble, able to pick up 1. Gus will take him down, though, and that is the capture through Smog Alpha. They send Team War absolutely reeling off the start.
21 now plays up against 25. Gus is looking for more top boat as well. He's going to find it. You got to get him out from this position, but Velux was trying to join him. Wardy will shut him down. Gus knows that he has so much more left to do here in this top single positioning. Wardy, more than aware, the task at hand gets stunned. Assistance has arrived. All of this time has bought so much space for Smog Alpha to not really worry about a massive spawn trap, but they're losing arc control as we speak.
Yeah, there's always that kind of conversation point, right, about kind of how do you handle it once you've lost B, like where do you go on the map, and Team War, to be fair, are doing mostly the correct thing. They didn't have any presence towards the Blacksmith side, though, and that is the problem. That's why Smog Alpha have managed to filter out towards the mid. But one more wave of gunfights and things will stabilize for Team War here. Just need to make it happen. Gio towards Lorry will be paramount to doing that. Good start. Wardy now starting to filter through maps as well for a second, and Gus is just completely uncomfortable. You can see it in the position. Not going to land a single shot there on towards Wardy. He was still just jumping around in bottom maps, but still, they haven't advanced off that position. Promar now going to get a double off the back of it as well, and now this game might well have opened wide open, but no. Gio coming in for a number 1, and we are relying once again on individual efforts. Perhaps Gus can make it happen here towards A. There's 1 looking for the double, but no, Lau will deny. And Lau actually picks up a double himself again. This is crazy from really both sides, to be honest. Smog Alpha offered up a little bit more leaving them than Team War would have liked.
That was a big 2 from Lau. That stops any sort of momentum that you could build off of yourself with an SMG. Just flying out of double gates, and Lau, even off the spawn, too, finds himself in a position not only on a 2-screen, but also playing in a 1-for-1 spot. So this is mostly coming through the Blacksmith. Lau's aware of it. He confirms it with that 1 player pushing all the way through. So now you feel like if you're Smog Alpha, desperation starting set in. You think that this entire wrapper on the back is going to work, but it has taken so much time.
And you don't anticipate Lau in the corner as well. Lau for the double! That's 5 in a row. And if he can get what Velux has in his back pocket, that will be huge. And no, Gus will take him down. And this is not a good position to be in if you're Team War. Yes, there's 5 seconds left on the clock, but Smog Alpha, they will touch on towards A. No trophy systems to speak of just yet. So Promar's going to have to do this a little bit dazed and confused thanks to the stuns thrown in his direction. And Velux taken down. Promar for the truck is not able to survive. And again, Glowfrosty is bullied out of the hill. So Team War will survive that barrage over towards A. didn't aggress too much once they realized that B was lost, and that was the good decision I think that was made. But Smog Alpha, I think they'll be relatively happy with the fact they managed to get those 3 ticks with the capture.
Yeah, it's really big from Lau again, continuously. I mean, obviously, tip your ARs at the end of a Fortress control, but I mean, if those ARs aren't watching those long positionings, Lau isn't finding those trades continuously. So we'll give you the conclusion of that map number 3 between Team War and Smog Alpha. We're back over towards our main focus of the match, and the story upon ourselves here, Brody. LG Academy about to get 3-0'd because, I mean, this A zone is already taken over pretty quickly. We always say it does take one good hit. It seems that Hype Esports found that, at least for 60 seconds.
And the question then, therefore, after that, isn't it, is just how do they make the transition over towards B? LG Academy, a team, again, that we were talking about the veteranship on this roster. They're generally speaking cautious, but you can't be too cautious when it comes to Ezreal, who picks up a double and opens up a ton of space. Now Noisy really the closest threat to deal with here. Do they realize it? That's the question. They have to be somewhat wary, given their spawn positioning, that someone is on the flank towards the front line as well. Unfortunately, Darkside and Ezreal not able to win out on their engagements. And yet still, for all of the effort I think that Hyped Esports were putting in there to remove these players from Green, or more accurately Noisy, still haven't done it.
And Noisy can just continue to be annoying over here. I mean, he's getting a lot of sound cues, I'm sure of it, but look at how everybody, the rest of the map for LG Academy, are just playing off of what little information Noisy is finding, but it's opening up a little bit of a plot hole. It's going to be top barbecue that's being contested. Good positioning out from Diamondcon to negate all of that push around the back, and then even Noisy jumps out of the house, able to find at least one. Those were big kills. It shaved away so much time off the clock. Just 40 seconds now.
Hyped Esports relying on a working flank. Diamondcon should be ready for this. It's on the other side of the top. Darkside making a ton of noise, and look how much aggression Hyped Esports bringing around this backline. This is a big gamble from them. Zero and Ezreal do fall on the initial hit. Darkside and Bink now kind of left stranded here. 20 seconds left. I don't think Darkside has much choice but to just try and move. Get something working. I've just found some nice timing. He's on the hunt for that kill against Diamondcon. Honestly, I probably would have played that a little bit differently, but maybe that will work out. Hyped Esports. Off the back of it, can they get a touch on the point? Again, Noisy still in this position that he was in earlier on, has not been removed whatsoever. Darkside does get a touch, and Bink should be able to as well, but taken down from Tool's side. And again, Hyped Esports, instead of trying to deal with Noisy, instead of trying to deal with the pressure towards their spawn side, they try and make some flanks happen. I think there was 2 separate occasions there where they could have got it working, but neither just able to go through.
Yeah, I mean, you can act as if that top house positioning won't matter much of anything, but even if you deal with those 2 players over towards AC, if you deal with the player top bricks and barbecue, party, whatever it may you call it, I mean, that top window positioning, either you snap on him, you deal with him, or you just completely win outright, and you don't lose a single life as you're executing over towards being that proverbial 3v1 if you're not trying to worry about Noisy's positioning. It just doesn't work out. It takes so much time to clear all the corners inside of this main building. Esports gonna have to feel okay with just those 3 segments over at A, because LG Academy's for their initial offense. Well, of course, they're looking for B control.
Yeah, this is a good gamble coming out from LG Academy here. Noisy. Dead Silence not activated just yet, so he will be heard, but it's okay, because Noisy wins the 1 versus 1 anyway. Back of it, Neptune able to get another 2. So this is a lot of pressure being brought to the table right now for LG Academy. AR should be good to deal with it. Zero up top. Just snaking the bricks at the moment. Darkside able to get one from mid too. So for LG Academy, I mean, this opening wave of gunfights isn't actually enough right now. They're not comfortable to jump on the point, and off the back of it, well, they're still left looking for the kills required. Ezreal will clear. It's a pinstripe kill feed. Ultimately, though, that does favor Hyped Esports, as LG Academy haven't made any progress whatsoever.
And look at what they're still spawning. You know, typically when this B zone push goes completely awry, you spawn parallel over towards A and you get that execute over there. But Hyped Esports actually still spawn over by the shack. Transitional gunfights were found for LAG Academy, so they're able to hop into the B zone. At least 2 players so far. This first segment should be theirs.
Should be. Noisy, that's a good call, especially through that fence. Can be a little bit janky sometimes with the aim assist, but nonetheless, Ezreal around the flank will pick up a double. Darkside with a double as well, and Hyped Esports, they clear a lot of space, and LAG Academy now spent back to the respawn point. They haven't got any control over the red tower, so Zero here could well be the playmaker for Hyped Esports just to try and keep these players at bay. Also joined by Bink inside the point, and they will both double up here as Hyped Esports get the clearance required. 10 seconds left on the clock. LAG Academy, if you want to get something working in this game, it's going to have to be a full send. Darkside will overextend towards Green. Now looking for more is Darkside. It just makes these players feel uncomfortable. But it's going to be Ezreal who does fall inside the points. LAG Academy, they get a look with 1.6 seconds on the clock.
Smart just needs to stay alive. He does have some help. Neptune is over here, needing to pushing over by Bricks. He's cutting down the reinforcements. He finds the first. There's another one. Him and Smart are here. Hold on a second. The 3-player stack is in. The kills come through over by the fence line. And you're also stopping the clock over by 8. Diamond Con's been over here. He's trying to clear away top money. He'll lose that gunfight. LAG Academy do not have control. Not quite yet, but they got the time.
I mean, at least they didn't make the dominant swing from B to A. That would have been troublesome. Hype Esports. I'm still confused. Absolute confusion there. Love to get a replay of how that one went down, but it's okay because things have stabilized at Hype Esports. Look at Darkside and Zero, by the way. Combined 10 spree between them. Neither has got that fabled cruise missile just yet. Now Zero should have, as long as he's not using the score streaks. Neptune flying down from up high, though, trying to create some space. I will be able to do so. Nobody watching him just yet. Now on the point is going to be Neptune. Clock will be stopped. Again. They know where Zero and Darkside are located, but it doesn't matter. Zero is able to pick up one. The first tick will be through now. Spark and a call now. Spartan Noisy in for the double, but ultimately the trades go in favor of Hype Esports. Bink now for a final 1 versus 1. And we'll find it versus DiamondCon. There's still more coming off the respawn point kit. Bink now will be joined by a teammate, but that is not good. Zero's nade lands, takes him out of the equation. LAG Academy now find themselves in a 4 versus 10 here. Last chance saloon. Spark looking for the double on the point, swings out and will find the double headshot. Is it enough? 4.6 seconds now. Spark goes down. DiamondCon 1 versus 3, just trying to waste some time for Neptune to come through. Checkers, DiamondCon goes down, and there goes Neptune as well. That is significantly closer than it needed to be. Goodness me, Andy.
I already preemptively wrote down 1 tick for LAG on their offense.
Yeah, that should have been done.
That's crazy. I mean, for the one that even Smart and Neptune were able to find an opportunity, much less an avenue, to get over towards that zone and start forcing out the rest of the reinforcements for Hype Esports over by the shack. But then to be able to convert that 2v2, it was just a really cool setup and a really good conversion. And overall just rectifies the unfortunate start that was LAG Academy on their offense. Segment's not too far gone. It comes out of consideration for a round 5 defense. Hype Esports hopefully not too shook enough. They're playing this rather slow. You already lost Darkside, but Estriel, even with Dead Silence pop, taking a long time to try to find effect with it. We'll find the first. Has trouble with the second. Trades are still coming through, and Zero's trying to convert that into tower control.
Yeah, this is the key thing again. I mean, I always shout out Austin when we talk about the tower control because he loves it ever so much. And I'll do it again here. This is Austin's favorite position. Zero will utilize it correctly. Trying to provide coverage while 3 players stack the point here. This will go very fast if LAG Academy are not able to deal with it. Bink has the information thanks to Zero that a player will be sitting up top. Now 1 coming from the other side as well. They don't anticipate DiamondCon coming from up high. And, well, Zero hasn't been enough from this power position just yet, to be fair. That is going to be crucial for Hype Esports to still have a good look over towards A. But LAG Academy, at least they are aware of it. They know they need to remove Zero from that position, and finally DiamondCon is the player to make that happen. But Bink, again, still annoying our Hype Esports. They will have 1 more player in and around this point, but finally they will clear. Estriel now the closest player to have a look, and he's been heavily tagged up.
And while that push was happening, keep in mind, Noisy went over by house, and because Cartier was still inside of that tower, all of Hype Esports were still spawning over towards A, continuously, parallel to it. 2 segments are all that they have. We're down to 23 seconds. Nice Semtex from Bink will unearth at least DC from top AC positioning, so the map, it feels like it's flipped. You still have Neptune to worry about up towards the top side of your admin building. Noisy off the respawn finds yet another one. Now you are truly in desperation mode if you're Hype Esports to try to touch one of these zones.
And they can still do it. 6 seconds, though, it completely eliminates any chance for a flank here, and a lot of utility being thrown towards that doorway. They know where Hype Esports are going to come from, and it's just going to be complete evisceration there towards the end of that round as Hype Esports, excuse me, not able to get that capture fully through. I will say, I think, you know, we have to kind of give them the flowers for the play that was just 3 stacking the points to get those 2 ticks of progression in. Because that is going to be important when we talk about kind of the overall consideration for a defense round number 5, given what LAG Academy just did to them the prior round.
Yeah, we'll see. They just need a full zone capture, and they should be able to walk away with it, but no, it's just really interesting. Just the blind faith that you have of LAG Academy, because while that A push was still going down, keep in mind all Noisy did was just sit inside the house off of a second respawn, and he just held down the back flank, just trusting that his other 2 teammates were going to be able to at least find the space to stop that A zone conversion. Works out. LAG Academy for their offense kind of gets stuffed. They lose that first blood. Darkside is already on a flank. Depending on the timing here, he could stop this push openly, but Bink will find a second. LAG Academy now trying to find themselves in a map positional favor. push one of these zones.
And Dead Silence will run out now, so Darkside should be heard as long as he makes a lot of noise over towards that side of the map. LG Academy though, approaching through B, and once again it will not work out. Oh, the AR pressure is just so good. It's a triple between Zero and Bink once again. Darkside gets a 4 for the pick and mix there. And LG Academy, back to the respawn screen they go, and they will have to start to focus on an A hit here, but Darkside still in this position that we were talking about earlier on. No Dead Silence to work with. He is heard by Noisy. Noisy predicts it perfectly that a player is coming on the flank, and now LG Academy got a good look at A. Estriel on the flank once again. The door has been opened. They're well aware of it. Diamondcon takes him down. This stack should be good enough here for LAG.
You lose Spart top tower, but that's just a mere consolation kill if you are Hype Esports. You are not recontesting this. 60 seconds added on towards the board. 24 plays up against 23, and an avenue has opened itself up. Hold your irons for long enough over here on the defensive rock, especially with DC's positioning. You should know that you're getting those close spawns around the back. The chess game is on. Hype Esports, they try to flip out the map, knowing that they have to defend this side. But Cartier already lost the one towards the backside of Pride Rock, so now the spawn trap might be in. You gotta find these trades if you're Hype Esports.
Darkside again, paramount in the fight. Looking for kills. There you go, nicely done. First is in. Now looking for more around that back garage area, and it's just not going to come through. Estriel will keep them in the conversation at least. Bink's still hanging around as well, but Estriel knows just how important pushing all the way through is. LAG Academy, they had one player, and I don't know how DC dies there. That must have been a car bomb or something. Just didn't realize that happened. Estriel just trying to be annoying around the defensive side. Oh, that kill versus Neptune would have been nice, but just not going to get it through. Now Hype Esports looking to take these guys out of the field before they get anywhere near a goal of their own. Good coverage coming on through. Bink for the double, and well, that will leave Noisy on his lonesome. 45 seconds on the clock.
Parallel spawn coming in from Trey Zero, so he picks up that rock positioning. He pumps out a few players that are playing close towards his zone, and that player was Darkside. Double weapon setup, gets some damage. He is layering on the pressure. He has help from Estriel as his SMG duo. Now he can take this positioning inside of the house. Dead Silence popped and all. That could be the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, this one feels like a round number 5. I can smell it. Spart trying to get some kills here. Darkside will finally be taken down. He's just been such an annoyance, a thorn in the side for LAG Academy on their offenses. And to be fair for Hype Esports, they're not in a bad spot here. I believe they still already have a streak on hand from Zero. And Bink and Estriel will close out this round. I mean, all right, Estriel's down. He gets hyper-aggressive towards Neptune. He does take him down. Bink will finish that round on 5 in a row. So 1 kill away from the cruise missile. I believe the Hype Esports here do have the offense for round number 5. So at least you've got something in the arsenal here to work with in this final round.
It's just interesting to me when you have LAG's best look to be able to get over towards that B zone. You had DC all the way in towards the back. You had players around the fence line. It's just how snappy these SMGs are really playing, you know, in between Dark and Estriel. They're just executing on where the information is being conveyed from, whether it's audio cues or teammates communication, and they are just winning a lot more ones here in this matchup alone of LSU Look Control. And we have seen the other 3 times that Hype Esports have played this map mode combination, all group stage long and elite stage at that. They'll have to win an offensive round. We've seen them being able to fully convert at least one of these zones and across both of their offenses. Need to go for the whole enchilada if you want to close this out on the 3-0. LAG Academy, though, looking to set up comfortably in mid-map. Try to send themselves to at least a map 4.
You know what it is here? It's 1:45 in the morning. You're making me think about
enchilada
enchiladas. What are you doing? You know, I'm a big boy. You know what I'm like. Come on, man. Don't be
Love me an enchilada.
ruin my whole diet plan. Anyway, Hype Esports looking for the first look over towards A again. Got to remember that streak, I believe, still is in the back pocket here for Zero, so bring it down. Here we go. Bink did actually get one off the back of his spree, and
That's tough.
ooh, that is tough. That is so hard. Oh, it gets taken down before it lands. So that is gone. Hype Esports really wanted that to give them their first look over towards A. They still have zeros to go. 40 seconds on the clock. That nade is not actually going to connect on towards DC. Maybe the kill will, and it will. But a lot more work to be done here for Hype Esports. They've got to clear some space. And Spart is really the first big problem to deal with. They will do so. So the clock will be stopped now. 30 seconds or so left on it. And B progression starting to come through for Hype.
It's just one player, though. So Darkside, he clears almost everything that he possibly can. Tools, kegs, it's all clear. Estriel's up top money. So he's going to be able to at least watch this positioning as everybody from LAG Academy are starting to exit. A very annoying position. Even holds it one shot. The trust is all in. The kill's soon to follow. 60 seconds out on towards the port. And Hype Esports are finding exits as well. Now, luckily enough for LAG Academy, off of that B-zone conversion that is finally being tacked on over, you do have those close shack spawns. You don't fall into a spawn trap. You cannot allow yourself to, because the middle of the building is already here. Hyped Esports are trying to convert the zone quickly.
And they're going to bring the streak down as well. Zero's going to bring it down. Information there for Hyped Esports to work off. They know where Noisy is coming from, and you can see the pre-aim off the back of that from Darkside. The stack is in for 2. Gotta deal with Noisy here. The shots are not good enough just yet. Somebody has to take down Noisy. And in doing so, it's a distraction away from players coming through checkers. Darkside isn't ready for it. Neptune flies out and towards the point and takes him down. A lot of trades happening here. In the end, it is a 1 versus 2 for Zero, which he cannot win. To LAG Academy. From the back foot there. And that is a streak utilized by Zero, by the way. Another one now coming down for Darkside here. They're trying to make this happen.
They want to at least confirm all their known positionings, because player number 4 is Cartier. He's all the way on the flank trying to clear away the back. A trophy system of all things. Who would have thought? Keeps DC alive all the way in the backside of the tree. But Cartier immediately hit this flank. DC at least sees the one further away. Snaps onto Zero. Takes him out of this positioning. Bink needs to try to follow it up. The Semtex will be there. But we're, again, just trading clock for what is inevitable trades. Even Bink, 1v1. He's one shot, no stim. You lose this gunfight. The rest of your teammates are trying to hit through the double doors. They're caught in a pinch. We're going to be down to 40 seconds.
Uh-oh. Darkside on the point of 1 versus 3. Does get taken down here to LAG Academy. Going to be able to clear the point. That is not good for Hype. That is all of their utility out of the window here for Hyped. And can they get anything going now? 29 seconds on the clock. Estriel just a smidge away from earning his dead silence. So that would be good for the flank. Zero joins him in that endeavor. It's going to be a 2-2 split here for Hyped. Got to be careful of Noisy, though, making a flank of his own. You can tell that he's going to have dead silence ready to go. And if he earns the kill, rest assured that streak is going to come straight down from the heavens. But Estriel will land the first blood in this one. Noisy does not get away with the kill just yet, and Darkside actually takes him down there, so that's going to be the streak out of the play. Neptune and Diamondcon, though, will pick up a double of their own, and now a 2 versus 1 on the point for the moment. Diamondcon just trying to play his life for a second here in the 11 versus 8, gets the first, but not the second. Estriel for a 1 versus 1 around the boxes, and it's going to be lost there for him. Spark wins out, 3.6 seconds now on the clock. Last couple of players around the point here. Hype not out just yet, but Bink is going to fall, and Zero just sitting in the corner for a second. He's losing all his teammates around him. Estriel comes in for a double, but will get no more than that. In the final moments of the round, LAG Academy, they hold strong on their defense. Hyped Esports, they had so much in the armory in that final round. 3 streaks, and they could not make it happen in the end.
Oh, it's going to come back to haunt them, isn't it, Brody? I mean, I'm surprised it even got down to as close as it did. Oh, man, I felt like that once you had that conversion, especially that the overall scramble that happened after the B-Zone even got converted for Hyped Esports, that they immediately shift all their focus. They only walk away with 1 tick of progression on that A-Zone for that push. Zero calls in his initial streak. And yeah, Dark, say what you will. I mean, scold him maybe. Like, he calls in the streak. If he finds those kills on the backside of that truck, then it would have been massive. You saw it meant everything for Cartier to be able to hit that entire flank. He would have completely bamboozled anybody that was top tower over by the rocks that was stayed alive. But then you start piecing it together in your head, and you're like, why is that SMG just running back out of the middle of the open? Well, he's being communicated to by his AR. DC on that back pickup. I got a trophy system, buddy. I'll keep you safe. We can maintain the flank, and we can maintain presence on top party. And it works out so well for LAG Academy, not only to get the resource, but to exhaust the clock, inevitably keeping those close spawns and at least staying alive in this best of 5 series.
If I've ever seen one, I'll be honest with you, but round number 5 again, definitely something going on there in terms of that final round down, and LAG Academy no worse for wear off the back of it, so they will survive for the moment here now, 2-1 over in that series. But the series going on right now in lower round 2, reminder folks, this is for elimination, of course, being in the lower bracket, excuse me. Smog Alpha 2-1 up in the series versus Team War. Again, Smog Alpha have been a wonderful team to watch with kind of the resurgence of Glow Frosty, formerly known as Hamza, formerly known as Glow Frosty before that again. And of course, Velux, the new kid on the block, joining Gus and Pro Amar from PRS Gaming. Smog Alpha, though, at the moment, are only down in this one, but they do have control of the rotation.
And it's so interesting that Smog Alpha are even okay with coming to Fortress Control, much less picking it. But Team War, on the other hand, hard point. I mean, this is again where it might have to fall on the back end of Wardy. We saw him have a great performance, at least statistically. We saw it also come through in our main focus for lower quarterfinals. It's an SMG's playground, but the setup for Smog Alpha is a good one here for P4.
Wardy pushing through for the double, nicely done. This top railings control is so integral to holding control, and Paramar will pick up 3 there, not the 4. Felix almost gets number 4, but Wardy once again will double up. This is 4 in a row for him now. Unfortunately, he is made weak still, not able to get back up towards 100 HP for that next gunfight, so not going to come out looking any better. Still a fight going down for this scrap time here. A worthy 10 seconds to look for if you can. Velox knows that it's unlikely Ego Challenge is going to come through Gravity or any player over towards this side. Gallows and Gravity actually ends up winning one. Rotational battles being won by Smog Alpha here, so they will get the first look on this next hill, or Team War, excuse me. They will get the first look over towards Blacksmith, but they have to be cautious about where Glowfrost is positioned at the moment.
We always end up talking about these crosses that are being set up, but I mean, it's also within the hill as well. Velox was coming off of a fantastic map number 2. Didn't see the scoreboard for map number 3, but all I can tell you is that you just need these guys to continue to remain online, especially if Glowfrost is going to be playing these longer lines of sights. Your SMGs and your face gunners need to be available at all times. It has worked out wonderfully for Smog Alpha on this P5 hardpoint, Brody. Team more than understanding the task at hand. Got to turn that mid-map control into stables, but you cannot allow Smog Alpha to suck up all this time. Need to contest it. They'll get away with it. Just about an even game going into the second set.
This is a really close game between these two teams at the moment. Looking across the board again, players like Wardy, Geo, doing excellent work here for Team War. Lau as well at 17 and 17. We were talking about these players coming in towards this one against Smog Alpha. The other side, Gus is currently the best performing player on the Smog Alpha roster and trying to get some control over the munition side. It's going to be Team War. Wardy now once again starting to piece up. This is 3 in a row for him. Geo and Gravity going to double up as well for a couple of kills. And map has now been flipped. Team War, they do the job required. And this is a really good position for them as Wardy just continues on this spree. One more. The cruise missile will be his. And he runs out of bullets for it. Gravity will finish off that gunfight. Perhaps Gus can give him the kill. But no, the Fastnef not favorable in that position. So no cruise missile just yet. And as a matter of fact, Smog Alpha have completely flipped what could have been a terrible situation for them.
Yeah, but Wardy, if you're Team War, you turn that 5 spree into an abundance of time, just about 30 seconds off of P1. Yeah, you lose the spawns, but how Smog Alpha are able to do it amidst P1 is how Team War attempted at the very least, trying to get arc control and get a player top rails, hit that route over towards the back street, and those spawns might have been yours, but it kind of leaves Smog Alpha vulnerable, come through open and close where Team War. Snaking on the head glitch is Gus, 20 and 16. He'll be able to lock things up for the initial time.
Gus is just so good at what he does here on Smog Alpha.
Oh.
Gunfight towards the middle. Yeah, Velox just runs out of bullets there for that gunbird versus Gravity. Still disgusting nonetheless, but best positioning here. Smog Alpha wanna just brave one more hit from Team War, and it's going to come through those double doors. Geo and Gravity open things with a couple of kills, but Velox able to get a double for himself. Might be able to convert for a triple here, and flying out for the middle window, he does. And Velox now in a paramount position here for this rotation. A rotational battle versus Wardy, which he will win, by the way. But again, his job is far from over. He needs more! And Velox is just completely sweeping the field. Still somehow alive, finally goes down. But Velox will at least open the door here for rotation towards Nuke.
And Gus is locking down scrap time, keep in mind, you, so you would just feel like that all these trades towards the back needed to be a little bit more focused on if you are Smog Alpha, because you were still trailing ahead of this P3 rotation, which we know, all even up to the levels of the CDL, is a money hill within its own self. It's all about maps control, baby. Smog Alpha more than aware of that. Team War with the close spawns, they'll have the setup.
And this was big for them. They didn't lose control. Now a really good opportunity to get a full 60 off this hill and some serious distance between themselves and Smog Alpha, and force us to a game number 5 here. Gravity will open things with a 5 in a row, looking for number 6. Turns away at the wrong time, though. Doesn't quite spot out Promar swinging through those double doors. Wardy will be there to trade things out, but overwhelmed here as Gus and Glowfrosty sweep the hill. They will now be in for the back 25. Close spawns, though, still in here for Team War. Velox going to pick up yet another double, and only one player will remain in and around this hard point. Wardy will be that player, and actually in doing so, anchors down the spawns for Old. This is brilliant for Smog Alpha. They get a lot of time away from Team War on P3, and now they've got the spawns for P4 as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a job well done if you ask me for Smog Alpha. Yeah, you're still trailing in this game, just about 30 points or so, but you kept Team War rather scrappy over towards what should be a full-on 60 more often than not, especially with the setup that Team War had. And now you have Arts control. Top single, Velox. He's going on yet another spree, 4 in a row. He will be traded out, but it's a 1-for-4 trade. Team War are inevitably looking at their initial push here at 4.
Here we go. Big hold for a Smog Alpha. Wardy trying to penetrate through the bottom side. First 2 shots are good. Geo now looking to double up here with him. Gus has the cover of the cannon. And he is the cannon at the moment, playing extremely well inside. That is a double that will benefit Smog Alpha here as they continue to soak up this time. Now in the lead here in this game. Team War looking to reaggress through that street side. Got to be careful with this Promar is currently laying in wait up top, and he will pick up one. Gus down low for another as well. Combined 7 spree between those guys now as Promar picks up another one towards the back line. This has been a stellar hold for Smog Alpha. Team War haven't even had one single look.
It's just the recipe for how to make 2, 3, and 4 on Forge's hardpoint just go your way. Smog Alpha, seemingly undeniable on those 3 hardpoints, it would seem, especially on the second set. They flipped the lead back in their favor. Top single control needs to be there to be able to turn mid-map back into your favor. Lau was able to take down Wardy, so that's a gift to kill here for Smog Alpha. Set up this flank. Promar's all the way in towards the back, and Team War, I'm not sure that they're aware of it. Yeah, they should be now. They're stuck in a 1v1 versus Wardy, but it allows Velox to get inside of the positioning of maps.
Velox has just been an absolute animal. I think that's the only way to describe him here for Smog Alpha. Fortunately for him, he will be overwhelmed there. Gravity now looking to soak up some time. Unfortunately, he goes down as well. So Frosty looking out for map side in for a 1. Still a valuable amount of time here, especially towards the back half of the game. 15 seconds still worth fighting over, and Wardy well aware of the fact. Going to reaggress through archways. Couple of players has been stunned up, no trophy system to help him out, but that's okay. Look, it's scrap time at the end of the day. It's 5 to 6 seconds. What's more important is that rotational battle going down on the minimap right now between number 8 Gravity and number 4 in Pro Amar. Geo, excuse me, will actually win that gunfight from afar. Gravity still in that position. Smog Alpha now and have to try and reaggress through street side. They lose control of P1.
They played so far and early for the future that it allowed Team War to be able to get those P1 spawns. It comes down to players like Velox, like you were saying, turn up in a big way. He's clearing everything but the trades. Just are not there. You got the close spawns, but you allow Team War more or less to set themselves up even more so to get closer towards that 250-point mark. It just comes down to the contests in the trade gunfights. It's been so good for Smog Alpha towards the end of that second set. 2 for 1 thus far. And even keeping Arts in their favor, Smog Alpha just need to contest P1. They just need to sneak away with a little bit of this time, Brody. They can try to close it out on P2.
Wardy comes through though. Yes, he takes down Geo, but also that kill versus Glowfrosty is so huge, and he gets one across the map against Pro Amar. Yes, it's a Fastnef battle, but Wardy just wins them so consistently. 32 and 24. He is absolutely the shining light for this Team War roster at the moment. Now, big rotational battles going down. Velox trying to get control around this backline. Has the support of Gus and Glowfrosty as well. Around munitions. No, Velox, you have to finish the food. No! Lau comes through for the double. Team War, they've got the opening battles in favor. Smog Alpha gonna give this one more shake. Pro Amar trying to come through here for the flank. This is one big hit around the back line. Glowfrosty opens proceedings with 1. Gravity on the other side of the stage for another as well. The trades are currently in favor of Smog Alpha here as they try to get through. Velox runs out of bullets for the fight, and Gravity and Wardy combined for 3. Pro Amar, can he get anything done in that final engagement? The answer is no. Gus will jump on one last time, but it is over. Team War with the resurgence from those final 3 hardpoints, and I mean, Smog Alpha, of the back of munitions, I mean, that was the most convincing look. I know he came into it late, bud, but that was the most convincing look we've seen out of either of those teams off the back of that munitions hold. I thought that was the one that would have put Smog Alpha in the favorable position.
It really did feel like that, especially for the amount of rails control, mid-map coverage, but like I was talking about, you know, Smog Alpha, they mostly just try to play for P2 before even P1 became active. It was just the battle over towards that back alley, wasn't it, that allowed all of Team War to be able to get that stables control and push through for the inevitable victory while also getting like 20 seconds off the P1. And have it, but Hyped Esports, LG Academy, they are also in their map number 4. Just about even Stevens going throughout the second set so far.
Yeah, we're bouncing from match to match at the moment, folks. Of course, this is lower round 2. There's 2 matches going on simultaneously. This one, very close between Hyped Esports and LG Academy. Back of that 3-2 victory on LSELO control. Right now, though, here on the P1 rotation towards P2. There's still 35 seconds left to soak up on P1, but Zero in a crucial position to try and hold on towards those fabled P2 spawns. Knows how important it is to try and hold on to them. Neptune, gonna give it a go. Breaking this rotation. Playing in and around Dome, but will outplay Bing, looking for a massive gunfight, and he does find it. So LG Academy now knocking at the door with 15 seconds left, but they do get a wealth of time off P1.
Got to be able to turn these spawns into something, especially if you're Hyped Esports. Good shots on a Neptune. Let that fish get out of water. And even the upfront gunfights are that much better coming through for Hyped Esports. Yeah, good, even trades. You've allowed Spart to at least find one. That's all the way through Ruins. Radiage thinking that he's already towards his first cut. He's going to be get to the timing, though. This should be easy cleanup coming through for Cartier. It absolutely is. And the pull from the front, just as good as yesterday. Hyped Esports will walk away with the initial time.
Yeah, Zestriel again towards that mid-market, just causing carnage for LAG Academy. And realistically speaking, LAG Academy, they need to be responsible with how much effort they put into this. There's only 35 seconds left, but you don't want to influence the spawns, but you lose control of rotation towards the next hill as well. Zero providing the coverage across the middle. Yes, one player has crossed in towards the hard point. That is Noisy, who does pick up a crucial double and might be able to do more damage, but it's Zero for 6 in a row. He will now have a cruise missile for later on during this game. The door has been open, as a matter of fact, for the rotation anyway. It's an early rotation coming through from Estriel. Darkside. Big 1v1 around the backline. Estriel does win it. Neptune down for the count. Again, the numbers overwhelmingly in favor of LAG Academy here. I think for Estriel, just knows he wants to try and play anchor if he possibly can at all. Maybe just try and bait some of these guys out, but no, not going to happen. Noisy wins it.
And that's why you saw in those final moments, like before P3 even popped, Cartier stepped up of the hard point, maybe thinking off of that previous positioning on the backside of P3 that maybe you could have gotten those spawns. But LAG Academy, they had control inside of P3 towards that north lane. They have the majority of the players, so they'll keep the quadrant under lock, and they fully clear it away. Not to mention all the opening time, nades galore. What is going on in here? It's a 2 for Noisy. Sparty will take him down with the Semtex himself. The spawns will flip inevitably, but LAG Academy would have loved to be able to get all the rest of the time that is here at P3. But Hype Esports will bounce on back. They'll soak up this 20 seconds. They'll continue on with their lead.
Yeah, this AR control for Hype Esports has just been chef's kiss. I think up top there with 21 and 16 was Zero. We saw what he was able to do earlier on P2 at 17 and 11 as well. The reason right now where they are in control of this game, only by a little bit, but control is control nonetheless. On the backline now. Hype Esports know, given the spawning location, that probably someone is here. Neptune has a lot to do inside his native waterhouse. Looking to be overwhelmed. Hype Esports here, they've got the numbers to make this one work, and they do get that kill. So big rotational battles now being won by both Zero and Estriel. And now starting to over-aggress in towards Ruin side will be Darkside as well. This is brilliant control so far for Hype Esports. They've got those back spawns.
They're playing so far back as well. This is a really good setup for Hype Esports. It just comes down to winning the gunfights outright. No trophy system. Cartier is going to be left 54 HP. Finally gets one available. The immediate gunfights, not to mention the pinch that got set up from Estriel. They only found one, but just being able to find that timing through P2 to be able to hit that mid-cut sets up Hype Esports wonderfully. Not only to cross 200 points here, Brody, but you also got Estriel through the pit, just making an absolute nuisance in the back line for Hype Esports. Finds 2 on rotation.
Estriel, this is the hill right here, Generators, where you're going to be relying on a player like Estriel to go huge. We know that he's capable of it. Hype Esports looking to close things out. This is it right here, right now. Estriel, what can you do? 1v1 against Neptune around the top line, but no, Neptune better in that situation. His fastness is cooking at the moment. LAG, they get the wipe required here for the first halt. Now what does the positioning look like off the back of that wave of gunfight? Spark aggressing through Ruins, but stunned up is he. Estriel going to take that kill every day of the week. And there will be a moment of reprieve here, a grace period for LAG Academy as Hype Esports have to traverse the map. It's about a 3-10 seconds or so. Here they go. Being able to pick up the first tier on this aggression. Zero around the backline does get dealt with, but towards the front it is going to be Darkside in for a 1, and he'll only pick up 1. It's a good deal coming through for LAG Academy. They deal with all of that pressure. 15 seconds left, still worth fighting over given the fact that Hype Esports are so close to that 250-point mark.
As leader's advantage within his own self, Neptune understands that he will get gunned off of the old hill. He's going to be calling out where some of these players are located at, all the way back towards P2, and well, Neptune wanted to deal with it, but that is a big investment, especially going in towards P1. Only 17 seconds is what Hype Esports need. Spread across the map for LAG Academy, all across this north lane. Trying to maintain spawns ahead of P2 while soaking up a majority of time here at 1.
Yeah, Hype Esports do not want to over-aggress. Yes, those spawns it's very strong for P2, but don't get too aggressive. Do not live to regret this play. Players like Neptune trying to find their way through the water side know how important this control is. Unfortunately for Spark, does get overwhelmed there. Now you're relying on Neptune coming up from the water, and Zero's going to bring his streak down. They'll now definitely know where Neptune is located, but it doesn't matter. Any Neptune's actually going to pick up 2. This is okay for Hype Esports. 20 seconds left. They can still finish it off the back of P1, but they've got those P2 spawns to work with. Bink is absolutely being pummeled by the nades being thrown in his direction. The trophy system will provide the cover required, and Darkside now in for a double. Estriel also there with the cover. This one is done so. Hype Esports send LAG Academy home. Looked pretty close to start with there on Hydro Hardpoint, but towards the back half of the game, Hype Esports, again, it's that AR control, really just started to separate themselves from LAG.
I mean, to be fair, I completely wrote this series off. I was like, you know, the hard points will be blase blah. LAG Academy are very good at hard point, whatever it may have you. It should definitely favor them. Every single map was a banger in this series. It was so good. Just Hyped Esports have come up to a different level, and it feels like this is where they've been at ever since we first saw them week 1 after the group stage. They kind of fall under the same suit as like that Decimate squad, right? So that we can see the skill ceiling of this team. It's just about finding the pieces of the puzzle to work together. Estriel for this roster has never looked more comfortable. The SMGs in particular, both off of the Fortress Hardpoint map #1 and this Hydra Hardpoint as well, just made the SMG's map 1 of LAG Academy look extremely uncomfortable, and then they made the ARs even that much more uncomfortable on a map like Hydra. I cannot stress to you how difficult that is, the amount of timings that Estriel and Darkside were just fishing out. Time and time again, backed up by good AR support from all of Hyped Esports, be able to make a milli-whopping in that second set of hardpoints. We hopped in, it was an even game. It did not end that way at all. I think through the second set, Hyped Esports only allowed LAG to maybe like soak up like 50 total points. That is absurd.
Yeah, I kind of attributed a lot of that towards the AR control, but as you say, at the same time, I mean, you're looking at players like Darkside and Estriel. They really did pick things up towards the back half of the game. We can see that there in the final KDs, because I don't think Estriel and Darkside were having that good of a game about halfway through. Then when we jumped in, really, it's fully AR control. But towards the end of it, 21 and 21, 18 and 24, they do manage to pick things up somewhat. And again, with the kill time inside, they do their jobs for the most part. 11 objective kills for Darkside, and a lot of those do come from those final few hard points. LAG Academy on the other side of the board, though, Neptune, I think, performing basically up to scratch. We know that he's been the strongest player on this roster so far in Season 2. I say so far, the journey's over. But 24 and 17, it's not surprising to see him do it here on a map that will suit him in Hydra Hardpoint, but still. Hyped Esports, man, this roster just continues to look good.
And they're going to have to continue to look good as well as we take a look at this best of 5 map series. At LSE looking control, I mean, a lot of people could have ridden this off. This could have been a 3-0. A lot of could have ridden this up that we should be loading into an LSE Search and Destroy with how map #1 may have gone, and even the Mercado Search and Destroy. Again, I'm sure that LAG Academy are going to lose some sleep over this, but you only have so much time. You got to get your sleepies on, is what Brody likes to say here, and you got to get yourself well rested and suited up. Yet, not the finish you wanted here for Season 2 of the Elite, your first time out if you're this LAG Academy roster. But even more so than that, you're going to be looking towards Texas to really make a further impact on the season.
Yeah, like that's the one thing I will say here is for LAG Academy, like it's not the end of the world, right? Ultimately, I mean, you've already just placed 4th at Boston, so like there's no need to go panic mode at the moment. You've got Texas coming up. You know what you're capable of as a roster. Just like hit the reset button, work on some of the things that maybe went wrong there in the series. And you'll be perfectly fine. The thing that kind of makes me laugh, though, you kind of talked about it, right, in terms of, like, we expected LAG Academy to win the hard points, but on the flip side of the conversation, like, the one map in this series I expected Hyped Esports to win was the control, because they were 5-2 in it coming in. Like, it was by far and away their best game mode out of 3 here at Modern Warfare 2, and it was the one map they lost in the end. So, man, we already talked about it. It's North America, it's Modern Warfare 2, it's challenges. Who knows what's going to happen, bud.
Yeah, no, it's exactly that. I mean, anybody can beat anybody, especially when you're thinking about these North American rosters. I mean, we go through Roster Mania. It almost feels like twice a week and sometimes a dozen times per month. But even more so than that, it's just about being able to find that comfort. And it's a welcoming sight, especially when you're thinking about this Hyped Esports roster. We talk a lot about how even Noisy Estriel, they were teaming together all the way back towards Raleigh with like Cheen and Mox. And this guy now is on a team along with Zero and a good bunch of individuals to make a very good run. Again, for Hyped Esports within its own self, you lose 3-1 versus Decimate. It had about 6 days in between that loss and winter semifinals into this very moment of time to clean up as much as possible. You look good versus LAG Academy, but the day's not over quite yet for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's move on the conversation then, because we're going to a game 5 here between Team War and Smog Alpha. Not sure what the map is for this one just yet. We're about to find out. Is the map set will come our way? It's going to be Fortress. I should remember that we had a triple Fortress from our earlier look. Of course, it's the best mode, best map here in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. We absolutely love to see it. And so far this series, after Team War, I would say I think we already knew that a lot of the battle in this series would be kind of how the hard points went down, considering it's been a pretty strong game, I think, for both of these two teams. Control was always a question mark for me, considering I think it was 4 and 3 for Team War, 3 and 4 for Smog Alpha going in towards this one. There isn't really a lot, I think, to separate these two teams just overall.
Oh, and it even gets more closer when you talk about the Fortress Search and Destroy, specifically for Season 2 of the Elite. Both teams are 2-2 on the game mode. The last time that War did play this. It was versus Twisted Theory, and they lost it 1-6. Smog Esports on the other side. They did play this against Rocker Academy. This was the 6-1 in that best-of-5 series. Went the distance that one did, but when you're thinking about Smog within its own self, I mean, even from what little we saw from that scoreboard and what little we got to see from that map 2 in particular, was nasty and Search and Destroy. Look, when you're thinking about the longer scheme of it, Promar, Gus, Glowfrosty, we didn't see a lot of them, and Velux as well. We didn't see much of anything for all 4 of these players really in and out of the Elite Series all last year.
Yeah.
If you need a quick brush up on what a lot of these guys do when they are not playing through the highest level of Respawn, they're playing Search and Destroy.
See whether that translates then into a victory here. Is what on earth is this? Smog Alpha overwhelmed over towards B, and that's something you never think you're gonna hear here on Fortress Search and Destroy. B plants are so rare. Glowfrosty now left up in a 1 versus 4, and this is like, it's Fort Knox. It's Fortress, Fort Knox, whatever. It's so hard to get back in for Glowfrosty here.
Oh, this is Albagger Fortress.
I hate you.
Oh, with the sniper, though. Love to be able to find that pick. Does somehow find it onto Gravity. That's through the brick. Casual. He's going to take this 2 spree, maybe. Finds another AR, but I mean, there's just no way you have enough time for this break. Stun doesn't even find anything. He should be pieced up the second that he leaves this main archway. And Nade confirms the area. Gun skill comes through, at least for both players, but Nade is the difference maker for me. Yeah, B pushes for offense. I mean, we talked about this a lot last week. And I know Shift and Visions even talked about this as well. When we do see a lot of Fortress Search and Destroy nowadays, especially for the season of the Elite. He executes for round number 1. It almost feels like Mercado in that way. Teams are starting to find that timing to be able to look through the middle of the map, rip that player off of the open stairway head glitch, and just kind of snowball your way over towards B. Because you have no trophies, you have no dead silence to contest Art in over by the gallows early. Not a bad look for Team War for the first round.
Yeah. I think that might be the first like dedicated B hit that's actually worked I've seen in Modern Warfare 2 so far. So good start from Team War. Pretty good start on the defensive side as well. As Lau will open proceedings with the opening snipe and deeply entrenched in towards AR War or D. Be the player to first encounter Smog Alpha on site. I think they know as well just how passively they're playing this, that someone is probably located around, or maybe they don't. Glowfrosty is making a ton of noise here, and Wardy will pop up. The pressure, the coverage is good from Pro Amar. Glowfrosty will also pick up Lau as well, so this is a flipped script at the moment. Now 3 versus 2. Gravity trying to trade things out, but not able to get it done.
Wardy at least trying to go 1-for-1 in that positioning. That was just about everything. Defensively off the first blood, Velox also finds a trade. Bomb gets recovered here by Glowfrosty. Comes down to Gravity in a 1v2. He's a trophy system player. Gonna be looking for the exit. Glowfrosty just playing the head glitch on the bomb side itself. Very tough gunfight indeed. But all off the first blood from Lau with the sniper rifle, especially through the doorway. It was everything to set up Wardy on that backstage positioning. And like you were talking about there, Brody, I don't think that they knew he was there. The moment he popped up, you saw that Velox was just playing on that back stairway area. Just looking at open more or less to see if the challenge was going to come through from Lau and the sniper rifle. Or if anybody was above that or on the backside of the stage, whether Tax got wind of Wardy's positioning or not. It was a wonderful slow roll retake coming through from Smog Alpha after being first blooded.
Absolutely. Smog Alpha, good response coming out of them. Snipes paramount, and there's no way Team will do this again. Right? Well, even if they try it, Promar is now positioned to stop it. So they know that that's not going to work. If it's going to happen, it needs to be pretty fast. So Team War now have to rethink this play. Got to get past Glowfrosty, who does have the sniper rifle over here, but it's not so far pushed forward that Smog Alpha have full control over the site just yet.
All the wallbang shots. Wardy knows somebody's open. You try to commit towards this full-on push. You know you have numbers, but don't know too much about Art, and just as soon as you do open-close, those gunfights come through too easily. Numbers flip in the favor of Smog.
I wondered what we were seeing there on screen for a second. Oh dear. TV3. Wardy and Lau. They're gonna grab bomb. Lau now. 1 versus 1 towards the middle of the map. Promar knows he needs to keep his head down in this situation. Glowfrosty trying to provide the coverage. Wardy off the back of it. Oh, the oppressiveness is not enough. Now Lau needs to pull a clip on.
Oh.
A 1 versus 3 would have been nice, but he does lose the 50-50. And yeah, Smog Alpha. I think Team War did early on in that round, Andy, want to try and make B happen again, but I think as soon as that door was closed, they're kind of just left them a little bit stranded as to what they wanted to do.
I love the call, at least to be able to show a lot of faces through P1, through that mid lane. You find first blood, it's a 4v3, then you full on retake back over because you know you're going to cause doubt in the minds of Smog Alpha. And to be fair, they did. ProMR wrapped all the way back around top maps just to be able to defend the B site over towards top ring. So you forced out what was inevitably a 3v2. You know, 2 players in and around open and close. It's just not being able to win the gunfights. Yeah, that sucks for Team War.
All right. Well, these snipes have been pretty crucial here. In the search and destroy thus far. Wow. Did not get the 1 versus 3 to happen last round. So now he's looking for an opening snipe over here towards A. Smog Alpha also have to get past Geo. So the information should be good for Team War. And, well, Glowfrosty will get away. Geo not going to get enough of a look for the kill just yet. But again, this is kind of oppressive. It is very hard to get into A with all the coverage that Team War are putting down for the moment.
Number 3, Wardy pops Daddy. I was wondering if he was going to commit towards the jump, or he's just going to push around back cannon side. He's going to use his dead silence, put himself in a 1-for-1 position here, top boat. Smog Alpha, I mean, they're getting their trainers on. They're trying to rotate this back over towards middle of the map. No! Geo turns on Velux. You also got Glowfrosty top single. Wardy was here yesterday. He turned it into a 2-piece. It is all crumbled. Smog Alpha thought they were trying to get their thievery on with the B execute. It does not come through. Wonderful stuff coming through from Team War on their defense.
Yeah, that was a good effort, I think, to be fair, from Smog Alpha. It's unfortunate in a way that Velux does die. Gets turned on there. Not sure who it was in the end. But yeah, good effort, I think, to try and adapt from the situation they were in. Not able to kind of win much map control over A early on. So they're like, right, let's just full send towards B. Let's see if we can make it happen. But they just get taken down on the way. So 2-2 now here in this search and destroy. With Gus and Gravity dropping donuts for their rosters. I know what Gus is like early on in the search and destroys. Finally, now he's off it. From the donut to the breadstick, he goes. And again, this is what happened last time. Team War did not feel confident enough to commit towards a B. They didn't have anything, any control over the site to make it happen.
It's just the 3rd time you're going to show a lot of face. You're going to start seeing these adaptations come through, especially for Smog Alpha. But Gus is all the way to the backside of the B site. He's expecting this push to still come through. Geo's out on an island, and Gus just looks like he's defending P3. Kills come through. It's Gravity. Need the full-on ace to be able to convert this round. They know exactly where he's located at. He's also 1 shot.
Yeah, Gravity is... there's some unsavory terms that I would use to describe Gravity's current situation. The polite way is he's stuffed. There's not really much that Gravity can do here in this situation, to be honest, unless Smog Alpha play this awfully and just aggress him 1 by 1, which I think Tom would take in this situation. Yeah, there's not much that Gravity's going to be able to do. Just sit. Just chill. Get a book out. Start reading a chapter of your favorite book, because you might as well just use this 30 seconds well.
Just so baffled by War's decision to show triple face towards A again, or towards B again. Like, it's just...
I mean, like, it's a shake-up. That's what I will say, right? It's Gravity shelling out towards ProMar here. This is a lot of Gravity that he's given away for free. Yeah, nothing's going to happen. There might be a late challenge for Velux, but no, not going to happen. And yeah, you know, as I said, it's a shake-up. I think it's working so far, even if they are down ultimately. Like, it is making Smog Alpha clearly feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, and it mostly just comes down to forcing more doubt, I guess, when it comes down to their setups. But really, the B defense, when it comes down to Fortress Search and Destroy, it just takes that one guy to watch the cross, get the second guy to then rotate over to defend the back B site, and this time around it's just the top statue side. So I don't know. We'll see what their next offense looks like. It is Smog Alpha's turn. And the way that they are just posted up around Art, they're playing for a streak or they're playing for some very easy picks. And Smog Alpha, this has been in their MO, especially on Fortress Search and Destroy. They make this feel so big, waiting for the first pick to come to them.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, at least it's not as oppressive this time around from Team War, right? They don't have anybody inside the A site. So Smog Alpha have that going for them. But they are currently playing for an over-aggressive play. It's not going to happen. You can just see the 3 players chilling around hay bells. The Velux now needs to play aggressive. Dead Silence is in the back pocket ready to go. Or wherever that Dead Silence thing, radio, is held. I don't know. On the utility belt somewhere. Here they go. Smog Alpha. Trophy system down. Lau knows the call is being made. Hey guys, they're coming. They're on the way. Wardy looking to try and help out his teammates, but the cross is done just as Lau looks away for a second. So now Team War trying to make this retake happen. Bomb is going to be planted, but Lau through the stage for Glowfrosty. So now a 3 versus 2. Players have already fallen. Velux and Gus now trying to hold on towards this site. Velux after picking up one, backing away. Maybe trying to bait some players through, but Wardy around the backside will be picking up one. Lau just going to jump straight on the defuse here. And Velux, as soon as he picks out towards this, Wardy is ready for it. Absolutely well played from Team War. And Wardy just going to pepper the body to make sure he knows that that was a good play as well.
Yeah, again, I mean, you've exhausted so much time. You allowed Wardy to get his dead silence and his push on over towards the cannons. Remember last time defensively when it came down to Fortress, Wardy did the jump up towards top boats. And if you're Smog Alpha, you didn't want Wardy to get in that position, but he takes the secondary route, completely hits the OE through double stairs and up towards top rails. He deals with Gus, who was that safety net for Velux, who was able to find that very crucial kill, which at least kept numbers marginalized for Smog Alpha in their post plant. They were not expecting, they were not counting out Wardy's very long and patient flank for the retake in and around number 7. Here comes Team War towards A.
Once again, find themselves struggling to get full control. Smog Alpha. Velux has a lot to do here with attack in hand, and also has to be wary of the fact that the player might be jumping out from the window. The coverage should be good from Gus. If that does occur, or maybe Pro Amar, somebody needs to make sure that the flank doesn't happen. No trophy system anymore if there was one. Gravity now going to be peppered up through the stage again. You can shoot through that, and, well, it's going to get even worse now for Team War, isn't it? As Lau tries to make a Yakko jump happen, and that is just not easily repeatable. Smog Alpha, again, it's just so oppressive right now. I think teams trying to make A happen, and I'm kind of getting an idea now why Team War are favoring these B hits.
Well, you're wondering why that initial push was just so bad. It's just, you don't have a trophy system. And that's why we're seeing a lot of teams struggle to be able to make that Gallus A-bomb push happen. Is because if you don't have a trophy system, that Semtex confirms damage on the back of you. You know as well as I do, Brody, you can wall bang that entire stage. So that player that's playing inside a closed or open can just spam through it, find the hit markers, just start peppering down this player, commit towards a full magazine. You not only get bombed down, but you keep all of the offense just trapped. So really have to be careful. The trophy system is here for Smog Alpha. Doesn't mean that Team War are short of any throwables.
This is hyper-aggressive from Lau, and he'll regret that. Giving Glowfrosty way too much of his head. Smog Alpha now find themselves one man up. Again, no trophy system, just like in that previous round, but the question has to be asked, how much utility has been exhausted? It doesn't even matter for Tom. Gravity's going to pick up the kill around the backside anyway. And now this is awkward for Smog Alpha, because that bomb is stuck down around the site.
Because they've shifted so much focus in and around Art to make sure that Wardy doesn't flank this time, but he's playing in a patient position inside of close. Bomb still needs to get recovered here. Gus has now joined Glowfrosty on the back stairs, trying to make this recover come all the way through. Wallbang shots will at least confirm damage, but Glowfrosty's moving closer towards the bomb.
Yep, the traversal has happened, so Glowfrosty should be able to recover the bomb, and actually gets a kill on towards Gravity as well. Geo now knows the urgency has been dialed up to 11 in this round, and just goes a little bit off time with his teammate. Yeah, I mean, like, they knew how important just making that jump across towards the stage was, and Glowfrosty does it pretty perfectly, to be honest.
It's just the most minuscule of timings. Not go Team War's way of retaking that or not. It's just so tough. You want to check because you want to make sure that at least you get the free kill onto the player that's trying to plant the bomb. Or you could just hold your positions and maybe try to find an exit, because it is so hard when you are a team that's trying to plant inside of A on a 3v3 to be able to not only overwatch your player that is leaving the bomb site after planting it, also find that kill inside of open. Smog Alpha gets your job done. Now leading by 2.
What? Okay. All right, bud. We'll talk about that one later on. Glowfrosty gets the opening blood, but Lau with a sniper rifle. It's okay. All the transgressions from Wardy are out the window. Lau is more than making up for it here. With the opening snipes, or the return snipes, we should say. Velux and Promar now 2 versus 3 to close out this search and destroy. And yeah, Gravity has got his snake on. Velux not ready for that one. Promar 1 versus 3. Good luck, have fun with this one, buddy. It would be miraculous to make it happen. Through the stage, we'll take down Gravity. I might just be eating my words here. 18 seconds on the clock, though. Again, the urgency is pretty high, and Promar still needs to reserve 7.5 for the defuse. Maybe you can take Geo out from the back logs, but that is just not going to occur. Lau saves that round.
Yeah, 1 round at a time. You think that's what was the play call? And just like, hey, Ward, do you want to dive in front of this Open archway, I get you
Just a
trained.
bait.
I got the sniper.
Is that the excuse we're making, bud?
I don't know. It's just wild to me that Lau even hits that first, and then we immediately pop up to him, and it was a snap through the window for the second. That second kill doesn't come through. You don't feel nearly as comfortable to be able to execute over towards the stage the way that Team War did. Run out of time, though. Smog Alpha more than aware of this. Glow Frosty 12 and 4, by the way, just anchoring things down either sniper or AR in hand. They're going back towards an A push. Team War will be able to be here in kind, though. Trophy Systems to keep early nades at bay for Smog Alpha.
It's pretty slow here in this round. Nothing occurring just yet. Once again, we find ourselves back in that stalemate that we've come to expect over towards 8. From waiting for the trophy system. It's not going to happen just yet. That trophy system for them has already been utilized towards the back line to even get to this point. So we should get in just a second. There it is, now thrown across. They should be able to withstand any nades as they try to make this jump across towards 8. Again, though, 35 seconds on the clock. They have to make something happen now. Finally, they jump across. The bomb should be planted.
These nades aren't going to be able to find much of anything, but the players up close are going to get tagged by these nades. So now your SMGs need to kind of push up a little bit, but as Gio with an AR, he only finds peppering damage, and the flank gets shut down. Smog Alpha with numbers in the bomb planted.
Yeah, this is tough. You put so much emphasis on towards the defense here of the site from afar that you have no map control whatsoever. Gravity trying to fly out. Play with physics. It's just not going to happen. Smog Alpha in game number 5. They get it done versus Team War. They slay yet another Titanic team here. And they will keep themselves alive in the lower bracket. A close search and destroy between these two teams.
It's a close one for sure. That last round was just unfortunate. I mean, it was almost graced by Lemony Snicket, a series of unfortunate events. Team War did not have the tools to retake that site the way that they attempted to. Again, when you get that trophy system like you were calling, Brody, you're waiting for that second so you can execute on the Gallows bomb site. Those nades that were up close, well, that player is going to be damaged up because the trophy systems do not block nades up front stage. You need an SMG to be able to chow out quickly, if not an AR to be able to chow through open, to be able to get the trade that can inevitably come through, and you swing that back in your favor. But it was a double AR sniper SMG setup for Team War, and Lau could not get a position for open, be able to get the players out in time. Once that bomb gets planted, Wardy falls almost simultaneously to that play going down. Oh, man, it's just all unfortunate that some heroics need to be coming through. But Smog Alpha, man, yeah, I mean, a couple of these players were getting loud at Boston when they were upsetting teams over there. They formulate here for Season 2 of the Elite, and they continue to take down top teams, only losing hard points along the way. 2-3-5, a very, very real win condition for them to potentially make their way to Grand Finals.
Yeah, like we said, this series was going to be 50-50, I think, coming into that game number 5, especially when we looked at it. It's like, it's not a surprise to see it so close, just given kind of what the head-to-head looked like in terms of hard point search and destroy and control coming into this one. So, again, I'm not surprised it went all the way towards a game number 5, but big clutches coming out from Smog Alpha there in a couple of crucial moments in that Fortress search and destroy. Really, I think the first couple of maps are probably the biggest differences between the teams there. Obviously, a 200-154, pretty dominant start on Mikado hardpoint, and then that 6-3 Hotel search and destroy going the way of Smog Alpha. Again, good looks early on, I think, for these teams. They got much closer as we got towards the back half of that series in the end. It is Smog Alpha coming out on top. They now survive. They've got themselves top 4 guaranteed. They have to move forward for another matchup very, very soon. But next up on the docket, going to be the winners bracket final, mate. Decimate Gaming taking on Convoy Gaming. I cannot wait.
It's going to be good. You got old, new champions, players that have been trying to make their way back to the CDL, players that have already played in the CDL this year that are now back in Challengers as well. The narrative's all over the place. Decimate continue to get better. Convoy has a hardpoint repertoire. It's going to be good.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely insane, mate. I cannot wait to see what happens here with this winners bracket final. Again, Decimate, they're kind of looking at, I would say, Season 1 EU Elevate form, you know, with the kind of the playoff surge that they've had, and Convoy Gaming as well. Absolutely no slouch. There's a lot of history between these two teams. We'll talk about that all very soon. But first of all, you know what's up, guys. We're going to send to a very brief break here. When we return, we'll go Decimate Gaming and Convoy Gaming. Don't go far. Hey folks, we weren't gone long there as we ready ourselves up for the upper bracket final here in Challengers Elite North American playoffs in Season 2. Decimate Gaming taking on Convoy Gaming. And it has been an interesting affair, I think, for both of these two teams, I think, with just how the season has gone thus far. Because really, for both of them, to be honest, like, you compare their regular season over in the group stage to kind of how they have been so far in the playoff bracket. I don't think anybody had them doing this over in that playoff bracket at all.
I mean, look, even Convoy Gaming, when you go back and you look at the core three, I mean, you have legendary names that are represented here for Convoy. I think we always knew that they had it in them. It was just whether or not they were going to be able to produce on the highest level, especially when it came down to playoffs. Even for Decimate as well, those 4 players, will deep dive into them here in a moment. You can never really count them out on the wavelengths that they bring when it comes down to the Challenger stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's start the conversation then with Decimate Gaming here. Of course, they're going to be the first on the docket, and you guys, you know a lot of these names already. It's been an interesting affair, I think, just for this roster, generally speaking, because it was effectively like LAG Academy 2.0, really, right? I mean, TFL Enterprises / Decimate Gaming, they won Boston, then 3/4 of the roster ended up in the CDL, Yuli at the Diamond Con of this situation, if you will, and then a number of CDL players coming down to try and help them out. Of course, Johnny hasn't played in CDL this season thus far, but Prelude and Dave Paddy coming from their respective CDL rosters. But, you know, again, this roster, they seem to have got together pretty quickly here. They've been looking pretty good every single match we've seen them so far. They've been making improvements, and now they look like a team. I mean, you look at this roster on paper, and you're like, yeah, this should be like a behemoth team. Now they're actually starting to look like one as well as we've gone to playoffs.
Yeah, the only game mode that's kind of eluded them has been the Control. 3 and 4 overall, 6 and 2 for Search and Destroy. No surprise when you got these individuals that are representing the team. And then 8 and 4 for Hardpoint. But yeah, they start off their season 1-3 loss versus Smog Alpha. We saw that that's no easy team to truly take down, but they have been progressively getting better. I mean, to be completely candid with you all at home, if you're unfamiliar with the Decimate roster, Yuli, like Brady was talking about, the rest of his teammates all get picked up following that Boston Open. How to form this new team within about, like 24, 27 out of 28 hours, whatever it was. They've been progressively getting better and better. Their hard points, their executes, their breaks, their setups, and even holds and Search and Destroy as well. All things to write home about.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, on the other side of the bracket here, we have Convoy Gaming meeting them in the upper bracket final. This roster is effectively half of the Ironblood Gaming roster that you guys know from Season 1 and half of the Convoy Gaming roster that you guys know from Season 1 as well. And it is that interesting mix here. I mean, you've got such a veteran talent on the roster of Gunless, Classic, Pristini. Obviously, these guys storied players within Call of Duty Esports. And then Rex, who has had undoubtedly the best season of Call of Duty he has ever had so far in his career.
Yeah, I mean, it always comes down to the player just feeling comfortable with a bunch of individuals, and that just seems to be Rex's equation when it comes down to this Convoy Gaming roster, who, again, when you talk about both Pristini and Gunless, when they were in that Ironblood Gaming roster, I mean, their hard points were just so good. I mean, you bring this into a team that is classic, that has always been really good, especially in and around the objective, and Rex just feeling right at home, whether it's that third AR, second SMG, whatever may have you, depending on the map for Rex. I mean, this guy has really looked so good. I mean, definitely the best that I've ever casted Rex. I know that he definitely has some numbers that he can voice out when it comes down to Twitter, but here in the Season 2 for the Elite, Rex is taking form.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at kind of where these guys' strengths and weaknesses lie. Obviously, it has been a dogged battle. We will say that much. This isn't kind of like the indomitable head-to-head that you would normally expect from two teams facing off against one another in an upper bracket final. They've had to fight pretty hard, and there are some strengths and weaknesses to talk about. Let's start with kind of the hard points here. I mean, both teams looking pretty good, but ultimately Convoy Gaming do come out on top at the 75% there. That is 9 and 3 overall, by the way. S&D, though, in favor of Decimate Gaming, and then, of course, Control in favor of Convoy. So things looking actually pretty clear-cut here in terms of which rosters do look better overall in their respective games.
It's just very interesting, especially when it comes down to those hard points, because like I was talking about for Decimate, 67%, it feels like it's kind of inflated because this team's been learning as they've been going along. They've never played a single Fortress hard point, but across the other 4 maps that are in the pool, they've been going a lot of 1-for-1s, especially in their group stage. But Brody, they haven't dropped a single hard point all playoff long so far. Definitely something to talk about. Convoy on the other side might be able to take advantage of Decimate just as many times as they've been able to win these hard points. That third map is going to be everything for Convoy, as Decimate have not won a single Control all playoffs long.
All right, well, what players are we looking at then for this series for the upper bracket final here? Well, we already mentioned it there. We touched upon it, Rex, of course. I mean, we can't not talk about Rex because I mean, he's arguably the best player in North America right now, right? I mean, like, it's such a wild story for him to be performing this way in Season 2. He is playing out of his mind. On the other side of that conversation as well, Dave Paddy, of course, has kind of been dipping in and out of CDL, however harsh that sounds, over the last few weeks and months. But still, I mean, it is just a wild story to talk about when it comes to Rex, right, Andy?
It just is, because, I mean, #1 statistical player in North America, second globally, the one that's only beating him right now, I think, is like Super at a 1.33 overall KD, but, I mean, just promise me when I tell you, if you've been living under a rock and you have not been watching anything Challengers Elite Season 2, just keep your eyes out for Rex. I don't care what map mode we're on, I don't care where the venue might actually be. Rex is always on the map, the cogwheels are always turning in his head. Be able to make these plays, and he's walking away with a 1.37 in control, 1.3 overall. I mean, this guy's just crazy. It seems that he's found his strides.
Yeah, Rex is just like so impressive at the moment, I think, just generally speaking, for what he's bringing to this roster. And it's been a wild season for him, I think, just overall so far. Again, he was on that Convoy Gaming team previously, and that Convoy Gaming team hadn't found any success really. I mean, they basically placed dead last in Season 1, right? So it's been a weird one, I think, for Convoy, and I think for Rex especially, but he looks very comfortable on this team. We'll see how he handles things now, looking forward towards this upper bracket final. But let's take a look at the map set then for this one. An interesting veto process, I think, as we look towards kind of, again, those strengths and weaknesses for both of these two teams. Hotel Hardpoint, LSELO Search and Destroy, Hotel Control, Mikado Hardpoint, and then Hotel Search and Destroy. The pinstripe hotels we have here for our best of 5.
It's almost like a hotel lasagna, almost. You got like the white sauce. Sorry, man. I always got food on my mind.
Enchiladas, lasagnas. What are you doing to me, bro?
Hungry. I'm sorry. Please leave me alone. But it's surprising nonetheless that the hotels were allowed to come through, specifically for Convoy. I mean, when you're looking at for Decimate in this map 1, they played it 3 times all season long. They have not dropped it. They have an impressive 250 to 177 win versus your Season 1 champions of Rocket Academy in Winners Round 1. Convoy are 2-1 on the map mode combination. But again, it mostly just comes down to the search and destroys. If you are Convoy Gaming, you feel like that control should be a guaranteed game mode, especially with the prowess that this team has been able to showcase all season long. You never really want to count out what this Decimate roster has been cooking up in their time off in between Playoffs Day 1 and Playoffs Day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And we kind of compare the head-to-heads of these rosters right now, especially as we look over towards Hotel Hardpoint. That is the map #1. This one does favor Decimate, right? As we said, they're 3-0 in it right now. They're looking pretty confident coming in towards this map #1. You kind of asked that question, right? What is going right for Decimate in the Hardpoint game mode? Well, first of all, it's Rex, right? We can't not talk about Rex in that situation. And then secondly, you're looking at O'Johnny as well, who I think, like, you know, I know we were not Rex, sorry, excuse me. I don't know why I'm talking about Rex. Yuli and O'Johnny is the players I was looking for. You know, O'Johnny is just such a weird conversation point because we wanted to compare the AR players there, and that's why we talk about Rex and Dave Paddy. But O'Johnny sometimes flies under the radar, and so far this season, again, it's been, you know, talking about kind of success for him, previously on Team War as well. Now finds himself in this Decimate Gaming roster, and he is so influential in and around the map here for Decimate. Those are the players, I think, again, Yuli and O'Johnny for me that you're looking out for here on the hub.
Yeah, because you go back to even Decimate success. You remember that TFL Enterprises roster that we got to cast over even in Grand Finals. Their hardpoint was electric. The only team to ever take hardpoints off of them, funny enough, was actually on the other side. It was Iron Blood Gaming with the Core 2. Again, we were talking about with Rossini and Gunless. All of that said, though, all jokes aside, yeah, I think you're right to highlight Johnny's ability to be able to slay out. This is another guy that when you're thinking about it, you know, comes into the league last year for what was the Vegas Legion, is now, or what was Paris Legion. Now Vegas Legion just always gets me so confused.
Fine, mate,
and then they get themselves in a position where they're like, maybe a sub isn't right for me. AR is where I want to be, and he's playing mostly AR in this game. Just needs to be able to find that comfort to be able to pick up that SMG and pick up the slack, because I mean, Prolute got a .92 as far as hardpoint is concerned here in Season 2 of the Elite. I feel like with Prolute and his stature of being a former Challengers champion and just coming off of the Vegas Legion itself in the CDL, to be able to be dropping numbers like Yuli's 1.118. So I like calling out Johnny there, especially in the respawns. This guy can absolutely pick it up when it needs to be, when it gets left behind, I suppose.
Yeah, you know what's funny as well? It's like his story is a little different to the rest of the roster, right? Because while you're still kind of talking about players that are all looking to get back in towards the CDL, O'Johnny joining Dave Paddy and Prolute in that endeavor, like O'Johnny is the one out of 3 that hasn't played in the CDL this season, right? So it's kind of like just looking to get back in here and prove what he's worth on Modern Warfare 2. It does rarely happen, getting back in towards the CDL from Challengers, but hey, And if we can do it, it's Johnny. Decimate want to have it start here over towards Hotel Hardpoint. Let's see if they can live up to their success so far in Season 2 of Challengers Elite on this map mode combination as we get into the swing of things. But it will be Convoy Gaming that start off with that initial sweep and the initial time as well.
It's a lot of time to be soaking up, so it's a lot of time for Convoy to be able to figure out where Decimator are located at. Again, holding on to that right side of the map is just about everything when you think about getting ahead early, but becomes a little bit more of a confusion radar, especially for Convoy, walking away with about 30 seconds off of P1. Decimate feeling comfortable with their setup to make sure they don't get broken up early.
Gotta be careful here. Gunners around the back line. Oh, almost picks up a second, but Daypaddy will deny. On the other side, Julie, a massive 1v1 against Rex as well. Cannot do anything with the D2 Heady. One player will filter through towards the help desk, and Presenia, actually picks up a massive gunfight versus Daypaddy. And the flip of the spawns will come through here, so Convoy Gaming actually managed to pressure in all the right places, and now they need to get a second wave of gunfights to push Decimate Gaming away. Again, they've already got the flip through. Now they just want to hold. Johnny behind this help desk now trying to find some time and space for his team. Shots on towards Gunless towards the stairwell. Here they go. Decimate trying to find their way through. A couple of players through Spar as well. Johnny finally over the top is able to remove Gunless from that power position in a second to boot. 4 in a row for Johnny. And Convoy Gaming now spawn towards this backline. This is not the best position for them.
No, it's not, because you can realistically hold this from the front, but Convoy, they win the gunfights, allocated right in front of them, and they're able to at least break back through the spawns. But that's what I was talking about with Decimate. I mean, you allowed those 30 seconds to come through over by P2. Convoy broke it up so early, so a lot of hard points. Still a lot of map 1 left to be played, but Decimate need to be careful not to get broken up yet again for another hard point. If that is a recipe for disaster for Decimate, it needs to get rectified here on this P3 hard point.
All right. Decimate, they need this time. Do not want to lose this away to Convoy, otherwise they will find themselves in deep water. On the back line. It's 2, and very quickly, both of those players are removed by Daypad. A car bomb from Yuli to close things out on towards Rex as well. So now for Convoy Gaming, gonna have to be a little bit more honest through it. Through the threes they go. Steeney, because they are just too aggressive. Gunless should be able to close out with another gunfight. Now Yuli has the help of these kitchen counters ready to go, and also Daypaddy in the backline that Convoy Gaming need to take him down. Daypaddy was on 5 in a row, so that is a massive kill to take, but Yuli finally does fall, and Convoy Gaming, it was a battle of attrition for them, and that attrition is far from over as Johnny comes through with a final 2. We said that was important time for take, and they will do exactly that. 10 seconds remain, and already the battle is starting to go down here over towards the new.
You get the parallel spawns here if you are Decimate, so you start cutting all the way through top and bottom bedroom, bottom luggage, whatever is available to you, but Convoy Gaming still spawning into the backside of P2, so this battle has not been won yet. And Presinius found himself a little bit of an opportunity. He is top bed, and Daypaddy was not aware of that positioning, so that pressure is going to be felt for you, who thought he was going to be able to contest P4. And it forces Prelude's hand to get Presini out from that very annoying position, so just when you thought the transitional gunfights were good for Decimate to maybe hold from the front, Convoy answer back with their spawns.
And these spawns, though, they can be a little bit janky sometimes. You've got to be wary of the fact that players from Decimate will be spawning in their backline, and that does exactly happen here as Prelude picks up a double. Has to go for the reload here, so not ready for the gunfight versus Gunless. Still, those back spawns good now for Decimate to get the back 25. And again, Convoy do have to be somewhat cautious here of how aggressively they push this. Do not want to lose control of the middle of the map for the rotation towards the next hill as Johnny picks up a double. That might well happen. Prelude gonna stick the dead silence down towards the board. Steeny, Rex, they're preparing themselves for gunfights over towards Jewelry. But again, Decimate off the back of that hold here, Randy, they put themselves right level with Convoy.
They're trying to get themselves those kitchen spawns. That's what you're seeing in an immediate focus for Decimate off of P4 to hit all the way through Atrium, find those kills back, Jacuzzi. It just does not work out in their favor, and that's why you highlight Rex, who was his top jewels, just trying to maintain this north lane positioning ahead of this P5 hardpoint. And finally, some battles being won towards the backside of Jacuzzi. So Decimate, their battle, they wanted to get this side of the map. Now they have to contest the hardpoint.
Yuli starts proceedings pretty well for Decimate with their opening blood. Plays around the other side though. Daypaddy and Prelude, they tried to go a little bit early. Johnny now going down as well. And, well, Yuli had the pinch workman, but now, as a matter of fact, will be up with the rest of his teammates towards kitchen side. So, Convoy, looking pretty good. Again, you have that rotation towards the next. So, at the back of your mind, Pristini thinks that he might be able to catch a player off guard towards the kitchen counters, and that is not going to happen. Last little look towards Old as well for Yuli, who almost gets that second ult towards Gunless, but that does not happen. So Convoy here will put themselves about 50 points or so up over towards Decimate, but it is Decimate in control of New.
Remember, that was their play. Decimate, even ahead of P5 popping, they were trying to get Atrium control. They really wanted to maintain this side of the map ahead of this hardpoint. It becomes rather annoying to try to break towards the backside of this area of the map. 2-for-1 trade. Kitchen hit is still very much so happening, but now Gunless last alive. He would love to get himself this kill streak, but actually he's able to do it. He finds Johnny, so that's 6 kills. So unless he's running score streaks, he will be able to at least get that one in his favor. But Convoy Gaming now spawning parallel across the middle of the map where Johnny's watching them. Decimate accruing in abundance of time.
Got to be careful, though. Very easy to get overwhelmed here towards the back line. There is 3 players really starting to aggress towards Dave Paddy. He was up there just sitting in the most weirdest position you will ever see. That nade might unearth him. It still doesn't. A 3 versus 1. Crossfire is good for Decimate here to hold on towards 15 seconds. Convoy Gaming will lose their lead here going towards the next set. And as we look across the border towards the KDs, right now Convoy Gaming, I mean, for the most part, yeah, Pristini and Gunless are having excellent games. Classic at the moment seems to be struggling at 5 and 16.
Yeah, 5 and 16, not where you want to be. 38 seconds of hard point time. Off as you may be, this game is still just about even, Stevens. Just expect Classic maybe to try to pick things up, or it's your guy that you were talking about. Johnny finds 2 off screen. Rex the last alive. The #1 statistical player here for North America can only find 1 here. E1 so far. First 20 seconds are going to be good for Decimate here in the second set.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, Convoy hanging on is pretty impressive considering they are in this position in terms of those KDs. So, Classic, you can start to pick things up. Convoy might well be in a really favorable position here in this game. A lot of time going their way on P1, though, for Decimate. Pressing through Statue side. Rex will be taken down here. You want to be cautious because that's 3 down, that's 4 down. And uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. This is not good at all. Decimate, they get the vast majority control of P1, and now they've got a really good look at P2 rotation as well.
Yeah, it's just starting to turn disastrous now for Convoy Gaming. What was a game that was slipping through their fingertips is now dropping all over the floor as 40 seconds accrued for Decimate off of P1. They hold the spawns ahead of P2. The spread isn't bad either, but Convoy aren't exactly in a position to try to contest this early. In the hit, it's mostly going to come through the back of Spa, where Dave Paddy is just licking his lips, damaging towards the second. The cleanup should be here, you would think, unless Pristini can go big, of which he does. Big 3 here for Preston. Now it's just clearing with these players in towards the back, and the break is here.
Grab it out of the hat well and truly for Pristini there. Fortunately, he does fall. Those back spawns still in for the moment here for Decimate. Prelude trying to play his life, and he does so extremely well with enough kill on towards Classic. Now, Decimate. Control. Again, this is the disastrous moment here for Convoy Gaming. We hit the back 25 seconds, and this is still a lot of time to give away, right? And you have to make that hard decision. As a player does get away with spawn towards ult, you need to rotate.
You also can't allow all this time to go up. That's why you're seeing the urgency coming through from Convoy of why they need to clear away the back spawns, while also getting a very good break onto P2. They never get the spawns in their favor, but P2 to P3, it's not exactly right next to each other like you call up, Roddy. You got to be able to get this rotation. Decimate reading the room. They know they have the leader's advantage. They can afford to go through the middle of the map early and force Convoy's hand.
That was a mistake. That was just, I don't know, man. We'll talk about it after this game if it does go Decimate's way. Right now, though, they're trying to make a case to close it out here on Kitchen. This has been a phenomenal last 3 hard points from them, and it looks like this one might be all over. Gunless trying to come in the side door, does pick up 1. He's got a mountain to climb here. 2 players inside, 1 player over towards the middle of the map as well. The coverage still looking pretty good. Dave Paddy providing some team shots alongside Johnny around the backline. Gunless has repositioned. It doesn't matter. The AR power is too much to handle, and Decimate will close things out with Dave Paddy being double positive at the end of that game. Goodness me. We got a little booty shot in at the end there, but Decimate, they were given the booty to Convoy Gaming in that one. Those back 3 kills, I got to bring it back to that last rotation because, like, it's so important. I know that you need to make sure that you don't give away the 20 seconds. I know that 20 seconds is important in the context of where they're at in the game, but half-assing a rotation like that is not the way to play it because that is exactly where they went wrong.
I don't think it was a half-assed rotation. I think it was much more of like a case of like reading the situation at hand. Like if you break back into P2, you know you didn't win that last gunfight for spawn, so you want to hold P2 at the front. It just comes down to those 1 or 2 players. I didn't see who it was. Not to point out fingers, not to call any names out, but I mean, if you lose those gunfights back double arches, through restaurant, through atrium, through couches, whatever it may have you, well, the rest of 2 of your teammates who are very positive, by the way, both Pristini and Gunless were.
Yeah.
Trying to recontest P2, you can hold that from the front. You can keep them spawning on the backside of hole, on the backside of that parking lot, but lose those gunfights, that avenue opens up for those 2 players for Decimate to take that 2v2 through the restaurant, get the spawns for Kitchen, then it all just starts spiraling out of control. Where I think the winning moment mostly came through, especially for Decimate, especially came down to the end of the first set. where they gave up what felt like 30 seconds off of P5 ahead of P6 because they knew damn well the only way that we're going to break ourselves back into this game and start getting more momentum is if we just hold the west side of the map, they get those close spawns in their favor, and they got about almost like a full 60 off of P6, which is very difficult to do. The amount of times that Convoy broke back through Kitchen, we know those AR battles can be rather hard and difficult at that. You also had pinches coming through top luggage continuously. Decimate from there on out just never relented. Yeah, Yuli 19 and 17, but he had a minute 30 worth of hard point time. Dave Patty was electric double positive, like you said. 3K damage was being followed up continuously, as you see, he has 10 assists to his name. But you look at Persini, 23 and 20, Gunless 23 and 19. You can see the elephant in the room, obviously 8 and 25 for Classic. Not what you want to see out of Nicky D, but Rex also didn't have a good go of things, 13 and 22. It's just the pace, it's the cohesion for Decimate. I know it said that they would non-applicable when it came down to a coach, but we were looking at their roster, but I mean, you got 4 players that know what it takes to play at the top. This team has progressively gotten better and better, and it was showcased so wonderfully in the second set of hard points.
Yeah, like, the thing is, I gotta give Convoy some props because they were hanging on despite having one of their primary SMG players not playing very well towards that first set. But, like, I think it's staggering to think about the fact that Decimate effectively chained together 4 kills back to back to back to back. Like they got P5 control or P6 control, they got P1, they got P2, and then, of course, ultimately they made that P3 rotation as well. Like, I think in those final 4 hard points, between those final 4 hills, Convoy got all of about 20 points. Like, it was not good at all. Decimate Gaming surged towards the end of that hard point, and they win a crucial map in the series. We already talked about why. Both of these teams coming in towards this one, 8 and 4 for Decimate Gaming, 9 and 3 for Convoy Gaming in hardpoint respectively. And there is a big difference when we talk about the Search and Destroy and the Control, the success for these 2 rosters respectively. When it comes to Search and Destroy, we said it, Decimate have a better look. Right now, they're 6 and 2 in that game mode, ahead of the 4 and 5 of Convoy.
Yeah, and the only 2 Search and Destroys that they lost was what, an 0-6 loss versus Choke is on You. Still have to go back and study the VOD on that, how that ever happened. And a 1-6 loss versus Smog Alpha in their very first group stage match, even played as a team 1-6 on Mercado. So they get rid of the Embassy, more or less feeding to Convoy's love of that. They have also never played an Embassy Search and Destroy either. So Convoy gets rid of the Fortress. Decimate to allow the Asilo to be open, probably knowing damn well that Convoy are also 2-1 on the Search and Destroy itself. Probably leaving it open tells me that Decimate definitely have some tricks up their sleeve, because we know what Asilo Search and Destroy brings to the table. Obviously could enable your long-range ARs. You know Dave Patty loves to be able to show off those nerdy spots. Also very good with the sniper rifle as well. But a lot of that pressure does rely on your fraggers, your SMGs. So for me, if you're looking at it from Convoy, Rex and as well as Classic need to have a better map 2 than they did map 1. If you're not winning these gunfights continuously versus what we got to at least see in between Yuli and Prolute, Yuli, again, off of this map mode combination, even when he was playing with old Decimate, TFL Enterprises with Uriel, was so good at Prolute can step into those shoes. I mean, Decimate might just go with a 2-0 lead here.
Yeah, this is the key thing. I will say, like, a lot of the power in Search and Destroy specifically does come from O'Johnny. I always say O'Johnny. I don't know why I always pronounce the O in O'Johnny. There's a lot of ways we could go that way. But regardless, yeah, Johnny brings a lot to the table, I think, in the Search and Destroy for Decimate Gaming. On the flip side of that conversation, though, when we're looking at kind of players to really step up here in the Search and Destroy again, Gunless is already frying. Like, yes, they didn't win map number 1, but Gunless did his part. Pristini did his part as well. But Gunless is very good at Search and Destroy. He always has been. You know, even go back to, like, this is a massive throwback to, like, the Infinite Warfare days, if anyone remembers that, like, during Gunless's basically breakout year. You know, he was a staple Search and Destroy player. And Rex as well. I mean, we can keep giving Rex his flowers, but he is also very good at Search and Destroy and always has been all the way back in Vanguard as well. So, yeah, those are the players I'm really looking at to step things up here for Convoy Gaming in the Search and Destroy. I say step things up again. They were doing well enough in map number 1. Just do more of the same here in Search and Destroy. Play hyper-aggressive, try and shut down Decimate Gaming early on in this Search and Destroy, because you need to kind of flip the script after how that hardpoint ended. Yeah,
no, absolutely the case. I mean, have to essentially kind of go back and wipe the slate clean. Act like the map 1 never happened. If you are Convoy, that map 1 might end up happening if you do end up losing the Search and Destroy naturally. But I mean, for Convoy, especially for Search and Destroy, I mean, I'm glad that we bring up a lot of these different points. But I mean, ultimately, Search and Destroy for Convoy has been their weaker of the 2 game modes. 4 and 5, 2 overall. The majority of their wins, obviously, 2 and 1 on Asilo, 2 and 2 on Hotel. I just think that, again, you know, you had time in between last week and this to be able to step up in a way to be able to showcase your abilities to adapt as a team, especially knowing that you are playing for what is now top 4 and decent amount of money when it comes down to Season 2 of the Elite. I think you're right to bring up Johnny and his flexibility it brings to the table. I mean, Rex even has a 1.14 in Search and Destroy. When it comes down to opening duels, he is the overall breadwinner for his team. 6 out of 4 of the times, he's 60% win opening duel percentage. You really do feel like that it's going to come down to first blood, especially for LSELO to be able to turn the tides early in these rounds.
Okay, that's fair enough. Well, regardless, again, this is a big map. I think if Convoy can take it away. Things have been weird today. I will say that much. I mean, we've been talking about records. We've been talking about kind of what we expect out of these teams. Again, even going back to that kind of first series of LAG Academy taking a control, which arguably they shouldn't have done in the series. And, of course, Hype T-Sports taking those hard points as well. And even back to, Europe earlier on today. I don't know what was going on with Europe. Something that was in the water over there in that region because it was a weird day with, Lanave Del Mysterio doing what they did in that final series of the day and a Wobble Bobs. Also beating out Apheli in EU as well. I don't know what's going on in EU, but it's been a weird day. I don't know if we ever really expect anything. And the thing is with North America, we always say this, you expect things in North America and then they just don't happen because it is such a hyper-competitive region. It's such a deep talent pool, and a lot of the teams as well, you got to remember, even Decimate Gaming and Convoy Gaming are perfect examples of it. They made new rosters for a season 2 of Challengers Elite, right? And of course, moving forward in the season, hopefully as well. And that's the case for I want to say 6 or 7, maybe 8 of the teams that we have here in season 2 of Challengers Elite for North America. So you just don't know what to expect with these kind of newish rosters, if you will. I think what will be interesting, Andy, is moving forward, right? Beyond season 2 of Challengers Elite, what do these guys look like at Texas as well when it comes down to that LAN event?
You just feel like that the timing is absolutely of the essence when you're thinking about those teams that are obviously traveling and playing at Texas, because we have all of Elite Season 3 finals, that's concluding tomorrow, and then you have Texas the following weekend, so you feel like that these teams are it, right? If you're obviously trying to make some last-second changes, which of course they always occur, we always know roster mania is an inevitability when it comes down to North America explicitly over the years, but even more so than that is that the changes need to be quite permanent, that you feel like it'd probably be easier just to brush up in all the quarters of the room when it comes down to these rosters, especially when you're in the top 6 situation that are these teams that are left over for playoffs. At the end of the day, I think that these are absolutely going to be the representation, whether they're playing under Decimate or Convoy next week's time or in Texas. I think this is it, and I think that Convoy need to be able to showcase all of the years of experience with their Search and Destroy prowess, especially to come back from not only this series, but what is a 4-5 overall record in the game for Season 2 of the Elite. I know it's all online. Say what you will, these guys obviously show out when it comes to LAN. But even more so than that, going in towards that that entire event, having that abysmal of a win rate when it comes down to Search and Destroy is no comfort for me when it comes down to the potential map 5s that would be there at that event.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm one of those people, it might be foolish, but you know this about me, I put a little bit of stock, don't get me wrong here, I definitely know there is a difference, but I think people always minimize online performances, obviously comparatively to LAN in the context of this conversation, but people still always like to be oh, they're onliners, in regards to certain teams, or oh, they haven't done it on LAN and whatever. And I just don't put so much stock in those conversations sometimes. I just think for the most part, I can't think of a time, at least recently, where we've kind of had a bolded team that were not performing on LAN comparatively to online. As a matter of fact, there's actually situations on the opposite. I can't remember, it was against Electrify Steel last season, right? It's just you do it on LAN, but they couldn't do it online towards the end of the year. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just feel
those guys were doing the 4-corner challenge when it came down to what host would have been better.
True.
But I mean,
yeah, that's true.
Even more so than that, I think you can't always put all the stocks in online versus LAN just from the fundamentals that are exemplified. That's why we talk so highly about this Decimate roster on Search and Destroy. Without further ado, let's get it on.
Let's get it on, as Alan would say. I tried to do my best Alan impression there. I don't know how it was. Someone rate me in the comments. Give me a little social soundboard on that one.
I don't even know what show that's from.
I don't. What show is that from? Well, you have to tell me afterwards, but I need to get the referenced up on the 70s trivia from Alan. Regardless, Decimate in this Search and Destroy already not going so well here. It's a 1 versus 4 Dave Paddy, as that attempt over towards field side has completely fallen apart, and well, Dave Paddy gets the first few shots in towards Pristini, but no more than that. I was going to say there was a second there towards the end of that round where I thought Dave Paddy might have just made the great escape, but it runs right into one player on the other side of the fence.
Celebrity Deathmatch is the name of the show.
What is that?
Old show on MTV. Anyway, this show mostly just comes down to first blood, especially for the first few rounds. You were talking about Johnny trying to make a very aggressive hit in the bottom side of the building, gets taken down. Second player gets easily red. Ready for Convoy picking up a kill along the way. So, offense first round. Not looking too good for Decimate, as they were just aggressively trying to win out their gunfights. See what Convoy do here with their initial rip.
Feels like a push over towards field, just like that prior round. Will it be more successful for Convoy here on the offense? But be careful. Dave Paddy's positioning. That stun will connect. Now the information was certainly there. Stun is thrown out from Dave Paddy to try and prevent Classic from over-aggressing. Elsewhere, Pristini has been taken down in the middle of the map here. So Convoy Gaming started to be funneled in towards this side of the map. And that is not the best thing to have happen to you, especially as Gunless falls as well.
Carrier Classic. I mean, he's upfield. Not a soccer ball. I don't even know.
It's a football,
what
mate, Tom.
Well, Classic is taken down nonetheless. And Rex, yeah, he's about soon to follow, and there's just not a whole lot you can do. Again, I mean, you get numbers on defense. You get to see exactly what is soon to follow. You just have to post up on last known information. Just wait for the push to come to you inevitably. It's happened 2 times over now. Really, now that we get some Dead Silence and Trophies change, probably see a lot more diverse strategy, but it always comes down to first bloods, especially for Ela Silo Search and Destroy. Only 2 rounds in.
Yeah, Convoy Gaming there, just done that round. Just again, you get stuck in the field, as you say, without the soccer ball. Which I'll,
I was trying to go with like up creek without a paddle, but
no, you did.
It didn't really work.
No, it did work. It was just, I would appreciate, you accommodating me being British here, bud. That's all I'm saying.
It's North American Challengers, bro.
Yeah, I know. Whatever. Shut up. Brits lost. I get it. Anyway, Convoy. Looking for a strong defense. That has not happened here. Pristini already taken down, and that serves up quite a lot of space for Decimate here to get the bomb down. The post plant, though, is pretty strong towards bar side at least, but they are relying on Johnny picking up 1 frag, and he does exactly that.
Oh, even Rex, the help. It's all there. Dave Paddy, now it's up to Gunless. 1v2. Dead Silence. Half dissipated. He barely sees Prolute over top of the bar. Shots are decent, but Gunless is going to be 1 shot. Monaco will come all the way through. And I will not lie. In that moment that Johnny was laying behind the door, I was thinking maybe some nades come through. Maybe that door will get a kill. Maybe it'll happen live on air. Not going to be the case at all. Just a really good post-plant situation when you're thinking about it. Again, you exert presence to the middle of the map. You see that there's really no resistance. You can get that bomb planted. So, the retake's mostly going to be coming from their side, especially when you have the flanks all covered. Decimate 2 in a row after losing the initial.
Yeah, it was quite worrisome, to be fair, because there were players pushed all the way back in towards bar. Like, if Johnny dies there is a chance for Convoy, but chance tonight. Johnny's heroics once again coming out to play. We talked about him in the Search and Destroy before we got into it. 3-1 start for him, 3-1 start for Prolute as well. And in this round, Dave Paddy will serve up a nice snipe on towards Classic. He is donezo here in round number 4, and that slows everything up. Pristini tries to pick up the pace with a push towards the flank, but Johnny will deny. And now Rex and Gunless, a 2 versus 4 situation. These are the players again, though, Andy, that we talked about being the ones to watch for Convoy.
AR, no Dead Silence, 55 seconds. Eventually, you have to recover the bomb, and every sound that you put out absolutely heard. You know it. And Privilege pushes all the way up towards house, finds that kill for free. Now it's up to Gunless. Needs the entire ace. He's going to clear away tower even before he commits towards this entire flank. I mean, he will just run out of time in this round. That silence won't even be a factor here. So you think that Gunless is mostly just going to try to pick up a few kills. This round is all for naught. We'll get the first on a Dave Paddy. He had a sniper, but the trade inevitably will come all the way through. But again, it's that first blood. Listen to this. Dave Paddy, his opening duel win percentage in Season 2 of the Elite, that's 73%, 8-3 overall. But when this guy takes an opening duel, you feel like more often than not, it's probably with the sniper. If it's not going to be him, it's Johnny. He's 11-6 for 65% opening duel win percentage. Again, it's Ela Silo. You win those first duels. Decimate, as strong as Search and Destroy prowess as Convoy might exemplify, you find those first picks. It's worked out so wonderfully for Decimate. 3 rounds in a row now just to post up and wait for the trades to potentially come through.
Oh, these players belong on a Western. How good they are at the duels. 5 in a row now for Johnny. 4 in a row for Prolute as well. If they get these streaks, it might well all be over, and that is a beautiful nade right off the rip from Johnny. Pristini does not expect it to bounce out. Convoy haven't been too shaken, but they realize how much space they've created over towards B, and I think this might be the target of attack now for them.
You got Prolute all the way pushed up towards Garage. The only thing that's not necessarily open is going to be this back party area. Prolute is watching it. That top window positioning could also be something you'd be worried about, but it looks like Yuli's in a position to maybe try to gear a player up here. Almost pops Dead Silence, finds the first. Retake's becoming doable, but not expecting the cross. Classic needs a big flank to come all the way through.
Ooh! He gets the 1v1 against Dave Paddy. But he is very far away from Rex, and Rex here, his dead silence will run out, so now needs to get on crouch mode. As soon as he drops down, he should be heard. Let's jump a little bit further away from the site to keep his secrecy enabled, but Yuli falls to Classic in the middle of the map here, so Johnny now, 6 in a row. He's already accrued the cruise missile and goes down a Rex. That is a brilliant retake here from Classic and Rex. The defuse will be good.
So, I mean, Classic, his flank was just about everything. You get that player out from the top. Window positioning, it's so little information that you do get for your players that are playing around the garage side, right? Because, I mean, Gunless finds the first, you lose your top rock positioning. You find the second, that's on the flank all the way up towards top house. Now those players that are inside the site, I mean, they're forced just to play in these one-for-one positionings, and it's just easy reads, bait and switches soon after for Convoy just to fully retake the site. They understood just as well as anybody that if that bomb gets planted over at B, it's either you hit it immediately as that bomb gets planted or you don't retake these positionings at all in a post-plant situation. That's a great round for Convoy to stop the bleeding. Decimate won 3 in a round previously, or 3 in a row, excuse me, previously. Round number 6 might be the difference maker to tie things back up.
Decimate relying on presence inside the A site here in round number 6. Convoy. A lot of bullets through the door. Finally, it will be opened up there from a stun from the other side. Yuli goes to close it. Another stun comes through. That door will not close. And it's opened up again. Yuli is currently losing his ones with the door. Stinging now on the other side does get taken down by Dave Paddy. And Convoy, they are trying to find their way through. The trophies are so frustrating, though. Gunless cannot get anything working. It's a 3v4.
And you think that it might just still be one player inside that site. That's why Johnny hasn't moved. Well, it's because you have numbers. Players that are top side of Kitchen, and Prelude even chows out on the back side of the metal stairs, finds another one. Now his push mostly going to be coming through the front. Yeah, Classic finds one. He's 40 HP, and he can go no longer. So Gunless needs to try to commit towards the pinch, of which he picks up another. Needs to be at least 2 more kills for Gunless to be able to secure the round, but he might find an opportunity here, Brody, with that silence. Commit over towards B.
He has to have the timing, though. And he's out in the... Gunless, man, get off that roof. Get off that. 9 seconds left now. He's going to have to go for the plant. He should be able to get it down before he gets challenged. But past that, I think it's going to be too late. Yuli should be able to take him out. And that is exactly what happened. Decimate's defense there was so strong. I mean, forget the 1v1 with the door. Nonetheless, Decimate, they held full control over the A site. And Convoy just not being able to get anything in that mid-map was just so problematic.
Yeah, I think it was mostly, again, just coming down to, yes, the door was open. You used a lot of utilities just to maybe try to stun, keep the player that was on couches weak, whether you knew it or not. Johnny was inside that area for such a long time that Dave Paddy, he saw nothing come through over at B, probably twice on over. He just comes back up top, Kitchen, lays down more pressure as soon as Convoy is starting to push over towards Kegs. And even Prelude shutting down the flank that was coming over by the A lane as well. It's just so massive. This is why we talk about Decimate in their search and destroy for their strengths. Just to completely read the enemy and just find some of the most unique timings. 5 and 2 for Prelude, 6 and 3 for Johnny. They're just shutting down Convoy when they feel like that they get a momentum head full of steam. Defense is a big one, especially for Convoy if they want to try to bring themselves back into the search, Brody.
Some distance between the two teams now. Pristini, oh, again.
AIDS.
That is the second time, at least, that has happened, where Pristini has just seen a nade fly across the front of his screen, and there's like a split second where you'll know, like, oh snap, I'm dead. Johnny's going to bring this cruise missile down now. Prelude picks up yet another one. It's information at this point, right? Even if Johnny doesn't convert it to a kill, they now know where Classic and Gunless are located here, and they should be able to get inside the site, and they know it was clear.
Close plan is mostly down low at this moment in time. Dave Paddy's going to start climbing all the way up for that clutch positioning, but the bomb's not even planted for the wall bangs on the lockers. Classic is one shot, no stim. Now the last player alive is Gunless up top. He's in admin. Dead silence is about to run out. Dave Paddy's also watching it. Didn't get the read through stairs. Dead silence not pop though. And Gunless still needs 2 more kills.
It's got time, to be fair. It's 1 versus 3 as possible, but 1v1, and doesn't have the ADS ready to go versus Prelude inside the site. So Decimate again, just so strong. And you pointed out, I think at the start of the round, right, Andy, it's just these opening nades. I mean, it's so menial, but at the same time, it's big, right? You just open up the first blood just time and time again.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like a stun check that comes through over by Kegs, but whether Johnny's just throwing his frag grenades and cooking them to an utmost perfection, continuously. I mean, it's just so big for a lot of different reasons, right? Because he finds the first over by the side doors that leads to pillars in that A control zone. Then he gets the second in another offensive round onto Brasini over by Kegs. It's just so good, and it only posts his first blood percentages as well, not to mention the cruise missile as well. Convoy going for broke. They try to flood through the middle of the map. It's a 1-for-1 thus far.
Ah, Classic cannot win that one. Yuli peeks in for a second. He'll find it. And now you're in trouble if you're a Convoy. I mean, you've been in trouble for a lot of these search and destroy rounds, but that bomb is now down, and you don't have any information as to where these Decimate Gaming players actually are located. Dave Paddy, snake in with a sniper. Yuli's going to enact his dead silence and move up towards that alley side with, of course, the coverage of Dave Paddy. Might well be about to blow this play wide open. Ooh, not good timing. Going to open the door, and that will give the sound cue away towards Rex and the, well, visual cue as well that someone's on the flank, but I don't know if he's going to be expecting Yuli to be laying down in that position. 1 versus 3 is just not going to be there. And yeah, Decimate Gaming, they're good at search and destroy, better, at least in the records, comparatively to Convoy Gaming. That bears out here on LSELO.
Yeah, I mean, hey, for the first time showing out on LSELO search and destroy for Decimate, not a bad look. I think we're starting to understand fully why you don't want to play this team on LSELO search and destroy. It just panders to all their strengths. So to be fair, on any search and destroy map, I think you could probably say the same thing. Just some outliers, obviously, as far as group stage is concerned. But damn, the Decimate looks so good throughout almost every single one of those rounds. I mean, even those 8 rounds, the first one that they lost was just because it was round number 1. Obviously, you know, that silences no trophies. I think like both Johnny and Yuli just come flying through the middle of the map. Essentially what we just saw from Convoy in that final round number 8. But I mean, from there on out, it was just so smart coming through from Decimate continuously. They were systematically executing every single one of their round plans, and most of it was all slow. You never really had a player that was aggressively getting wildly through a lot of these rounds, defensively or offensively alike. This is what makes this team so deadly, is that they're so good at getting so much information early from the round and dissecting it soon after.
Yeah, like, I will say as well, I think the vast majority of First Bloods went their way. At least it most certainly felt like that. I mean, Decimate Gaming, it's kind of like they were just peeking in towards what Convoy Gaming were offering up. It's like, I'll take that First Blood, thank you very much. And Convoy never really felt like they had a response, especially with some of those early round nades as well. Just sublime from Decimate. But taking a look over towards the stat lines at the end of that game, what went well for Decimate? Everybody, Proloop 9-2 having an electric performance there in that map. Johnny as well at 7 and 5, 6 of those 7, by the way, non-traded for him. On the other side, though, I mean, we talked about kind of players that we wanted to step up here. Rex not having the best search on the straight 3 and 6, and Pristini also there at 2 and 7 as well. Convoy Gaming, I just think they just looked a little bit uncomfortable, especially in some of those early engagements.
I was even that one round that comes through. Was it like round, I want to say like 7, where Johnny gets like that second crazy, well-cooked frag grenade, finds first blood into Kegs. He calls in the cruise missile immediately. You have Yuli that immediately hits over towards the tower because you get that information from the cruise missile. There's a player top red tower. And it's just so good. It is just flowing like water, my friend, is this Decimate on Search and Destroy. And it's just so good to see, especially with these 4 players kind of dealt a very unfortunate hand throughout the entirety of the year and throughout last year. Be able to show their strength and tenacity, even here at the best of the best when it comes down to challengers. And it only gets worse from here. If you are Convoy, again, going down 0-2 versus anybody is never good. Yeah. You think about how unfortunate their control run has been all season 2 of the Elite.
Yeah, like, here's the thing, right? I mean, they kind of want to be like that 1-3-5 team, if any, or 1-4-5 team, if anything, I think, for these guys, right, for Convoy Gaming. They lost that map number 1. Again, we talk about the importance and the hard points in the series, and the reason we do that is because we expect Decimate to win the Search and Destroys, and we expect being the key word here, because you never know really what to expect in this season of challenges. We expect Convoy to win the control, right? I mean, they're 5-2 in control. It is by far and away the strongest game mode. We're going to Hotel, which is, you know, it's not the map they would have wanted ultimately. I am a little bit perplexed as to why, I mean, like, why they got rid of LSELO? That's my question here. Because, like, here's my logic, right, Andy? And I know you're the color of the two, right? I'm just a black and white guy. I'm the grayscale. But LSELO, I mean, you've got tons of VOD on Decimate Gaming because they played it 6 times out of the 7, so they're 3 and 3 in it. But tons of VOD to work with, so you know what Decimate are going to do more likely than not. And then secondly, it is your strongest control map. So maybe, I don't know, maybe there's just something that I don't know here. Maybe like, but taking Hotel is a weird one. Or just get rid of El Asilo is a weird one.
Well, I mean, it was Convoy that got rid of the control, right? So Decimate had to pick, you know, whether or not to go to Hotel or Fortress. So, I mean, I think that if you're looking at the grander scheme of things here, if you're Decimate, you don't want to go through the toss-up. That is a round 5 control on Fortress. Right. It's a little bit of a gamble. And that was also map 3, if you remember all the way back in week 1 of group play. These two teams did play against each other. That was a round number 5 in map number 3, of which Decimate lost. So I think that that's probably what kind of more or less like shrugged that into favor, and that a Decimate wasn't going to get their more preferred control, which is El Asilo. Again, Convoy getting rid of it.
Yeah.
And you kind of go into facing them on Hotel, which, yeah, Convoy, they are 1-1. They have a 3-0 win versus LAG Academy. But again, this is a very different Decimate roster. Yes, represented by the same names back in week number 1. They look so different. I mean, they understand each other's callouts now. They are much more comfortable with each other as well. These guys were figuring out callouts week 1 of the Elite. For those that didn't know, those tweets were absolutely hilarious when I was learning what some of them were going against each other. But regardless, I think that you absolutely take the Hotel. I think that it's less of a gamble rather than Fortress, where you can get players that have been progressively getting more and more aggressive, like what we saw in the Hotel Hardpoint, that have the same performance here in the Hotel Control. And not only do you have yourself a win condition via kills, but you also have that win condition when it comes down to map control. It always felt like in that second set of hard points on Hotel, Decimate understood where to be at the right times. Convoy were lost.
Yeah, like, I guess, like I said there, it's not so much the confusion around Decimate's pick, it's the confusion around Convoy's veto. That's where I'm at. But, you know, we'll see. Maybe these guys are just big brain, like Mega Minds, and we just don't know what's going on here. They might well have a plan coming in towards this one. They are going to have to play Hotel regardless. And as you said, you know, really, I think it is important to note that that first map in the series, like Search and Destroy and aside, and we knew that the hard point in the series was going to be important. Like, it was only like the final part of the game, really, where they separated out. Like, you got to think, it was only that back stretch of 3 to 4 hard points where Decimate Gaming started to pull away from Convoy up until that point. And even before that as well, Convoy actually had a resounding lead off the back of a restaurant hold. So, like, they're not so far out of this series, even though they are 2-0 down. It has just been a couple of minute things, especially when we go back to that hard point that has separated.
Yeah, I mean, it was mostly just Classic that had an absolute dagger of a hard point. I think it only drops like 8 kills, but, you know, regardless of the matter, Rex also didn't look comfortable as well. This is also Rex, I would probably say, I can't really speak for one is his preferred game modes, but statistically it is. He has a 1.37 when it comes down to control. Rex, again, has to be that difference maker when it comes down to Decimate getting too comfortable, their SMGs getting into these very annoying positions, and Rex just outwardly slaying as well. I mean, 63% true engagement success rate in control is nothing to laugh at, as well as his 68% non-traded kill percentage across all of Season 2 thus far. And you feel like a map mode combination that is Hotel Control plays to Rex strengths, you know, being able to find those quick and snappy 2 pieces to be able to then get into a ratty position top bedroom or even back bar, depending on offense or defense lookalikes. I think that you, again, have to really rely on your Slayers when it comes down to it. I feel like it's so bad for being a broken record here that you need to fall back on both Gunless and Rex. Your Slayers, like I said for map 2, step up in a big way to shut down Decimate, but it's just simply what it has to be.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think at the moment there is a slight difference in the slaying power. Again, I mean, you pointed out, you don't want to, like, beat a dead horse, right? You don't want to, like, rag on a player for not
having
having
horses.
a good game.
No,
but, like,
I would never do that.
You love horses?
I do.
I'm not a horse lover.
You know how to ride a horse, Brody? Have you ever ridden a horse?
I know how to ride a lot of things. A horse is not one of them.
Okay.
And, yeah. Horse is not... Yeah, horse is not... I can do it in Breath of the Wild, which is something I've been doing, but that's about it, mate. That's it. Regardless, yeah, we talk about the slaying power here for Convoy Gaming, and yeah, it's like, I hate to do it, but like, you need to have your SMG pressure a little bit more, I think. Like, Classic can't have that game again here in the respawn, like, especially when it comes down to El Asilo, when you are relying almost on anything on, like, flanking players sometimes, especially to kind of approach B for the defensive side, or for the offensive side, excuse me. And yeah, you need like full slaying. You need everybody kind of firing on all cylinders. That was not there in map number 1. So maybe that can happen. Convoy can have a good go at things here in this series. But the one thing I will say is ultimately, like, don't underestimate these guys. Like, again, you look at the veteranship on this roster. Like, Classic is a reigning Challengers champion right now. Gunless and Brasini, of course. I mean, these guys have seen so much success over the years in the professional circuit, right? Not just in Challengers, like in professional Call of Duty. These guys are some of the best. And again, Rex as well. I mean, he's just been looking pretty good. So don't underestimate these guys is what I will say. Convoy Gaming, they still have an in this series. But I mean, obviously they have to win the control, because if they don't, they're out. But beyond that as well, I would say it needs to be in a dominant way just to get yourselves in a good mental headspace for the rest of the series.
I mean, I'm pretty sure this is something like Shift Visions we're talking about on broadcast. This might be like where I really started taking a deeper dive into this. I've even noted this as well. I think this is the best that we've seen of Presini. I mean, dating all the way back to like BO4 champs. Like, yeah, say what you will about Modern Warfare. You know, when he had his time spent in Florida, then Seattle, through Cold War. Had his ups, had some downs. He subs in for Atlanta FaZe for like one map, and it kind of like reinvigorates him in a way. And I got to talk to him a little bit at Boston last year during the Vanguard year about just how he's been progressively getting better. He's going back into that more like a tough regiment. Didn't have the showcasing that he wanted at Boston this year from Modern Warfare 2, but you're in Season 2 of the Elite around these guys. It's kind of like the same thing that I talked about with Rex at the top of the show. And it's just allowing this playstyle for Presini to really be a lot more emphatic. That said, it hasn't really been able to be showcased that much, especially for the El Silo Search and Destroy. He was getting bombarded with nades and red on these very aggressive hits every single round. From the hard point, he was showing up in a massive way. Just comes up to that follow-up, I would say, that if Presini's leading the charge and he wants to be that first player in with the AR, the SMG then needs to follow. So I'm more or less kind of giving your argument a little bit more grounds, perhaps. But yeah, I'm trying my best out here, bro. But like, I think regardless of the matter, I think that Presini is also kind of part of that recipe of Gunless and Rex need to be stepping up in a big way. And even say for Classic, as far as slaying is concerned, Preston needs to continue to be consistent.
Yeah, we will say as well, by the way, we've been giving Convoy a lot of flowers here for their control. They should win it, I think, overall. But still, like, Decimate, they're only 3 and 4 in control. They're not bad at it by any means. It just happens to be their worst game mode across the board. So they could still well close things out in a 3-0 fashion. And that would put them in great stead, of course, a grand final spot for tomorrow. And in a 3-0 fashion would be pretty good way to get it done. But still, off the start of this one, it will be Convoy Gaming on the defensive side. Decimate's initial efforts over towards B have completely fallen apart. And to boot as well, Presini will get control of Bedroom side. Now Convoy feeling pretty happy with that.
And nobody in a needed position, obviously, to get kitchen control. But there's the old razzle-dazzle when it comes down to hotel control. Try to go B first, doesn't work out. All right, cool. We spawn parallel over towards A, just win the gunfights, forehead of which Decimate are able to do. They're able to at least get that first segment. Looks like Convoy, the way that they're maneuvering through the map, not too comfortable as far as lives are concerned. Maybe you can find a couple of exits, but more or less, you feel like numbers are not going to be here, and they're still trying to give out these 1v1s. This will be 60 seconds out on towards the board. Convoy just trying to hold the line, keep players out of reach from this V-zone.
First wave of kills coming through from Decimate Gaming now, looking pretty good. Unfortunately for Prolete, does not manage to preserve his life over towards the point, and Presini actually doubles up there as Johnny flies through towards Statue. So Convoy Gaming again, pretty good start, much to Presini, really, I think, in this one. And Gunless, unfortunately, not going to be in that one against Yuli, who manages to push through Bedroom side. Fortunately for Convoy Gaming, Rex is there to trade things out, so they haven't lost full control just yet. The close spawn's not in effect just yet for Decimate as well, but they're going to try and enact this through the flank. Classic. He's ready for it. I get some bad timing and does. Over aggresses and faces down 3 different players from Decimate. They're on the way, Andy.
They're on the way. I mean, you still have Presini in his top bedroom. He's going to get bumped out from Rex's positioning. These trades into the back are so big. Classic, able to at least show up. Dave's still back here past check-in. Unbeknownst to him, Gunless will spawn in right behind him over by Hole. So flank has been fully taken down. Hold on a second. I mean, Presini actually over ingresses, and so does Rex all the way through couches. So now that side of the map has been completely cleared away. If you are Decimate, it just comes down to these players up front.
Indeed it does. Convoy Gaming doing a stellar job at keeping these guys away for the moment here. Not a single tick given away on B with 40 seconds remaining on the clock. Gunless going to fly towards the point. He's already been peppered up, so you'd have to imagine that Johnny should be able to take him down if he gets aggressive. But no, Gunless back up towards 100. Players falling around him. Gunless now becomes paramount for this play. He needs to play his life perfectly. He's already picked up 1. Is he going to get the read that someone's coming in from behind, though? And if he does, which direction will it be? 20 seconds again. Gunless needs to play inside the bedroom. A couple of players from Decimate also starting to aggress through Statue side. Gunless uses that 1. Prolute opening up with the first blood. Presini takes down 1. The trade is in. Dave Paddy goes down as well. And now Prolute is the last remaining player. He will fall 4 seconds, and you're not going to get across the map in time. A is all that Decimate will get in that round.
Yeah, and that's, again, a really big B defense when you're thinking about how much time was just shaved away. I mean, Presini just staying up in top bedroom, what felt like eons, gets bumped out from that positioning. Rex picks it up. Almost had a little bit of an opportunity to maybe try to show presence over by B, but the trades in towards the back from one of which was Classic, was so massive just to be able to shut down that flank after he got all the information being gunned over by Chandelier. That, I mean, that play within its own self felt like you exhausted about 40 seconds if you are Decimate. It goes absolutely awry. You can never get Gunless out from that D1 positioning. You can't show any presence over by B. So, able to win the defensive round. This Convoy with only allowing 3 segments of progression so far. What do they do here as far as their offense is concerned? It's been map control. They're trying to exact flank. Johnny will find 2, but it's answered back with a quick 3. So, this parallel spawn is going to be everything. Where do you go from here?
Uh-oh, 4 down. Pristini pushed all the way up. Decimate, they will realize this. They should do anyway. Actually, I don't think they do. Yuli. Oh, it was a good look for Pristini to take him down, but team play coming through now for Decimate. They overwhelm, but just like this, Convoy Gaming once again going to get 3 stack through. Classic for another one as well. Decimate, they would be wise to chalk this. 2 stack over towards the point. They're already getting a look over towards A as well. Pristini is that guy, but he goes down. And that was stellar from Convoy Gaming. 2 huge wave of gunfights in towards that backline, and they get control of B.
Well, Classic even not popping Dead Silence, just able to maneuver, find damage on a Dave Patty. He's already over here towards the back shop. Also able to win the first on a Dave Patty. That was a trade, though, after Dave was able to take down Rex. So the flank isn't fully in. Look at Convoy also maneuvering around the kitchen. They know that Yuli's around here. They deal with the player over towards the back, and Classic stalling out the clock.
He has been tagged up, down to 13 HP though. Wants to get the regen through before the reach out does, and well, yeah, it just doesn't. It goes up to 38, but no more than that. And Prolute doubles up for another one as well, so it looked a little dangerous for a second, but Decimate will stabilize. But look at the wealth of time on the board here in this game. 1 minute 40 on the clock or so. Prolute starting to aggress through kitchen. That is some good news for Decimate, but Convoy, we always say this, it only takes 1 here, Andy.
It really does. Prolute, though, that silence still kicking all the way down here inside a kitchen. Ooh. Great information to take down Gunless towards his back half wall, but all the stuns and everything else that was thrown through here, the cut should be easy lineups for Yuli, is able to fight off 1 more. And yeah, Convoy, they had a lot of time, but Decimate were constantly taking digs at that life lead that Convoy had and just brings it back to about even. Now it's just the returning trades and the gunfights to come all the way through. The SMGs in between Prolute and Yuli have been showing up in a big way. They will find themselves a handful of more kills, just down to a minute for Convoy's offensive attempts.
And they still are as well, by the way. That was another attempt there from Convoy that does all right. And now they have to go again. It will take about 20 seconds to get close, so... And they get it done. Cornier's watching Connector. Trade's already going down. Pristini flies out from that area right behind him. Now Yuli looking for some coverage from Freezers. And if anything, I think Yuli in this situation is try and play distraction so that Prolute on the other side can do exactly that. He does do so. 5 in a row now for Yuli, looking for number 6. Would be a stellar way to close out this round, but Classic with the read. For 1, looking for the double, throws out his utility at the wrong time. Everything out towards the point, and it will be the thing that takes him out of the situation. 20 seconds now on the clock, but Prolute does go down. So Convoy, they have a look at this. 15 seconds now. Donnie over this seating, gonna try and take some players down. Gunless, he gets some shots into him. Yuli towards Ruggs as well for the double. Only Rex left to deal with, and he is in a 1 versus 3 situation on the point. Overwhelmed are they. And Convoy Gaming, they had about 2 minutes to make it happen. They just couldn't get it done.
They had about 2 minutes and about a 5-life lead, but all it takes is 1 good hit for the offense. All it takes is really just 1 good kill feed to come through defensively, to not only get restaurants control, you get players in over by kitchen, and you saw what it meant, even just having 1 player defensively inside a kitchen, even when Prolute went down there towards the end, before that last push ended up coming through, even stepping foot inside a pantry forced Classic to spawn all the way over by Valet. That is how potent that positioning is on the map, not to mention how when you do get that kitchen control, you know that most of the hits, if it's not coming through kitchen, it's going to be coming through the side door as your flank was secured continuously. Nice resurgence for Decimate in their defensive round before it started looking a little bit too crazy, but it's these opening breaks again. Convoy find the first 2.
They do indeed. Convoy opening up pretty well here, but a response in kind from Decimate as they themselves find a double, making it a triple. As a matter of fact, Yuli follows up with another one. A Daypad, you can really feel he's starting to feel himself here, moving from side to side, looking for more, but no. Rex and Gunless, they will deny. Decimate now gonna have to rely on the mid-map control that Yuli's offering up, and that goes away as well. So Convoy Gaming have now done a stellar job at deep defending B. And they transition over towards A is the next question on our minds.
Johnny's on the Godhead. He actually gives it up for a small amount of time. Rex finds the best time to chow that. And he also gets a read on Yuli over inside of Ruggs. The stun will not connect. Post corner also needs to be at least taken care of if you are Rex, but the gunfights inside a restaurant and through the atrium are big. Another 2 kills coming through for Convoy. The first segment just gets secured.
Rex over towards Connector again, doing big things and gets that gunfight. Now looking for more. Johnny on the other side. The shots will be good to try and ward him away. Again, these guys, they're spawning up towards Kitchen. Rex is trying to piece them up. Almost gets number 6 there, but he's going to be shut down before that streak can go all the way. 25 seconds now. This has not been a good offense whatsoever from Decimate. And again, we consider the ticks for a prospective defense round number 5. Decimate will be thinking about that. Classic. Turning for 2. Rex will pick up that second, but it doesn't matter who picks up the kill. It goes through. 10 seconds for these guys to get past the defensive spawn. Classic is just laying down cover fire after cover fire, looking for number 3. Yuli will take him down, but it's all good because the trades will be through, and Convoy will be very happy with how that defense went at the end.
People are asking, especially off of that map 1 performance from Rex, you're just like, look, casters, you said that Rex has like a 1.3 KD, not only overall, but in the control. Why is that? Well, the guy's a lunatic. I mean, he's just taking all these crazy chows, AR, SMG. He doesn't even care. He's just feeling himself, man. That 5 spree, yeah, would love to be able to get himself a cruise missile, whatever. That is just so much pressure that Decimate just have to answer. They sent 3 players just to push through Atrium. It was one guy, but it felt like that he was the raid boss on that offensive attempt. A single segment for Decimate on offense. Convoy's win condition is set. Obviously, if you could win the offensive round, that'd be great. You already got yourself a pretty good opening to get 2 ticks, and you guaranteed yourself a round 5 defense.
All right, well, Decimate, they need to have a really strong defense, as you say. That's a good start from them. And a really good start overall. They haven't died just yet, yeah. No bedroom control just yet, so that'll give Convoy some quarter over towards B. Proloop, though, wants to regain, and yeah, they just don't expect Proloop from this position. Dead Silence has been activated, and he is silent and deadly, moving across the map at the moment. Surely someone takes him down. That stun will finally connect just as he gets involved in the gunfight. So finally a 1v1 does go Convoy Gaming's way, but this is a ton of time that has been wasted off this initial break.
Then he finds his own trade. You saw one player that's over here inside of the cat room. That's going to be Yuli. He's actually down low, excuse me. So this is a double-edged hit. You got Rex over by A. This is information maybe for Decimate. They want to keep B within their favor. On back Spa. And Yuli's going to get dealt with over by D1. So this is going to be a little bit of a shift coming through from Convoy. They like the presence over by A. Decimate are okay with it. Just making sure that B does not go too far gone. They'll hold their 4-life lead. They'll hold mid-map. They're going to chalk the A zone.
A little bit of calm now between these two teams. Decimate prepare themselves. Brace for Convoy to transition towards B. It's a great start. Pristini flying across for the team shots alongside Gunless for a player to be removed from couches. But again, it's bedroom control that that's where the problem lies at the moment for Convoy. They know it as well. Try and shift here. Proloop will be the player sitting upside top. He's got a lot to deal with in this position. How ready is he for it? Nobody challenge him just yet. Finally, here we go. 1v1. Pristini wins it. That's a good opening.
Bedroom control is yours. If you lose your player, your help over by Statue, Yuli picks up 2. So just where the hit through the front was successful, the hit around the back just simply was not there. So good call for Convoy. They only got 2 for 2 trades, making sure that the flank at least does not get pushed out. That was Proloop. He gets dealt a swift demise over back line. Down to 45 seconds. Convoy again just chipping away at the lives that they're behind on.
Managed to break through bedroom side. Rex follows up with another one as well. A lot to do here for Proloop. You need to play your life at least. And no, Rex gonna double up now. 23 and 16 is Rex having an analytic game here in game number 3. And now we'll find his way up towards D2, trying to zone these players away. And of course, they just cannot get out. Stuns, nades being thrown in their direction. Only one player on the point. Actually, no longer the case here as Classic does go down. Rex towards D2, though, still problematic as ever. And Convoy really haven't missed a beat, despite the fact that they've lost a player or 2. They still have mid-map control. They still have control of B as well. Decimate. Still no control whatsoever. 28.3 seconds. It stops as Johnny and Yuli now going to pick up a double. One more goes down. Yuli will pick up a double. And yet still, Convoy continue to beat this drum.
Oh, Rex getting a couple. The Semtex out. The nade will connect onto both sides. Trophy system late. Does not pick up the nade on the opposite side. So 1 for 1 we go. Player number 7 still over here. Classic still looking for gunfights. He's able to find one off screen. It's just up to Johnny. He's able to clean up the zone, but the trades are here. Pristini can touch. And I don't know if you're going to be able to get it here in time. They're taking the long way around. No, they cannot. Convoy Gaming. Wow. It does only take 1 good hit, but it was the continuation of that first hit that comes through from Convoy that just never allows Decimate to get set up on those back head glitches. And it's Convoy again that just always send players to hit these routes through Statue. I always call for this for offensive teams that get stuck in the mud when it comes down to a B zone execute. Hit some routes. If you got players up front, send SMGs through Statue. It just comes down to that one timing that pays massive dividends for Convoy to be able to get the presence on the B zone, slowly start attacking, getting those ticks of progression, because we know that in that moment that Decimate were chalking it. They knew they had a round 5 offense, so they just need to wait for numbers, but never let them get set up, as they just constantly just were berating their front spawn with so many SMGs.
Yeah, I think, you know, those last 2 rounds were so different, I think, comparatively to what we saw in the first 2. Again, the first 2 were pretty even, I think, for the most part. Fair play to Decimate for bracing, what was it, like 2 minutes over towards A there in that round number 2. But then, of course, I mean, that round number 3 was incredible, I think, on the defense, just right from the rip again. Rex was just doing silly things. Classic, I think, also pretty helping out there, just getting some of the team shots alongside him. And then, obviously, that final round was just so well played, I just think, from Convoy on the whole, just continuing to attack B. It never really felt like Decimate were fully able to clear the point, and you can see it now in the final KDs at the end of the game. Stini at 25 and 19, Rex at 24 and 18 as well. Gunless at 24 and 19, and Classic also has quite a lot to say. 12 of his 20 kills were non-traded at the end of the game there, Randy. Again, Convoy Gaming, I mean, that is just one of those cases where they did just outslay the opposition.
55 engagements for Yuli. I mean, the only player that got close to 20 is Johnny. He only went 18 and 24. Convoy outslayed Decimate. I don't think that goes without a question, but I think what immediately has to be considered is where a lot of the help or the split-second decisions were being made for Decimate in a lot of these opportunities for Convoy to be able to show so much presence over by a lot of these zones when they were inevitably capturing them towards the end of their 2 offensive rounds. Sure, the opening breaks were not good continuously for Decimate, barring that round number 4 is when they finally do win an opening break, but then they get completely broken right soon afterwards. It's just one of those things, again, that for Convoy for 3 rounds straight, they get so much presence through the entirety of the map. They make Decimate feel very, very trapped and play very scared even through that last and 4th and final round where they win the opening breaks. Just nobody pushed that much further forward to put them in a potential spawn trap or to look for more outside of Yuli. So we knew the control was going to probably go the way of Convoy, not in the way that we got it in a 3-1, but maybe the strides are finally being put down for Convoy to start this reverse sweep hope.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you kind of hit the nail on the head there, right, Andy? You know, ultimately, we expected Convoy to win the control. They expected to win the control in this series. But again, it comes back to that conversation point of, like, with how that search and destroy went and how I think we expect the search and destroyers to go, generally speaking, because that is where the biggest gulf between these 2 teams currently lies. It's like that hotel hardpoint is still going to sting. We have to look back towards that map number 1 now to see improvements coming in towards map number 4. We will say this much. Again, you know, when it comes down to it, map number 1 was extremely close. Up until those final 3 kills, I'll keep on saying this, Andy, it was very, very close. And there wasn't that much to separate these teams whatsoever. So, you know, Mikado Hardpoint, if the same thing can happen again here, if they can kind of get the slaying power they found in that control over towards this Hardpoint, maybe they will have a better look and at least force the game number 5.
I will say this much, as far as Mercado is concerned, this is a much better look when it comes down to overall records, maybe even for Convoy. You know, you played it twice, you won it twice. I mean, take this with a grain of salt. You have maybe like a 6-point plus differential over Decimate, who are also 2-0 on Mercado Hardpoint. Yeah. But it's the wins that they got along the way. You know, being able to beat Team War on this map 250-170, I think does say a lot, especially in a winners round matchup or a losers round matchup, or winners round matchup. I'm lost all over the bracket, Brody. I've lost my map. I don't have an atlas. I don't know where I am anymore. But regardless of the matter, I think if you are Decimate, this is again another map forward to where like you can feel very comfortable for yourself. I mean, yes, say what you will about the hotel control, kind of slip through your fingertips. Obviously, something you might need to clean up ahead of what your tomorrow looks like, or even later this evening. But I think even more than that, this Decimate squad has looked progressively better as far as hardpoints are concerned, and you just need your SMGs to be able to continue on with these playmakings like you were talking about, kind of rally behind what we saw on that hotel map number 3, Brody. And I think Convoy might have a good recipe to at least send this to a map 5.
Yeah, I mean, that is the key to victory, right, ultimately. I think especially when you look towards Convoy Gaming side. I mean, yes, they outslayed in that map, but who did they shut down on the other side, right? Who's been causing the problem so far in this series? And you're looking over towards, but again, players like Yuli and O'Johnny that is so frustrating to deal with. And they didn't have the best games, despite Yuli just like coming out and just like having, 50 engagements or something silly like that. Like, still, you managed to shut down those players in the right moments there in those games, and that was kind of the key to victory for Convoy there in map number 3. So if they can translate that across here to Mikado, they will be okay. But again, I have to say, you have to have everybody firing on all cylinders here, just like what we just saw in that last map, and they will be pretty good. They're going to have a lot of momentum coming in towards this one, and they'll be feeling, again, okay with it. You know, we'll underline this, we'll bold it as well. Like, Convoy are not a bad hardpoint team at all. Like, they were 9-3 coming into this series. They're feeling pretty good at this game mode. Like, it's still arguably their strongest game mode. Like, it's something that we absolutely still have to consider here.
I mean, for Convoy, again, like I was talking about at the top of broadcast, when you're thinking about it for, you know, I guess the core two that was Iron Blood Gaming, that was Gunless and Persini.
Yeah,
they were the only they were the only team that actually took hardpoints off of that TFL Enterprises roster that we were even sitting there saying throughout season 1.
Yeah.
We were like, they are the best hardpoint team. Well, the only team that made an argument was that Iron Blood Gaming roster, and a lot of that work was done from Persini. You really do feel like, I mean, it always feels like whether it's an AR or SMG in Persini's hand, he's always really in the right place at the right time. That was even more kind of notified. Go through that hotel hardpoint map number 1 when you start dissecting it, because Persini still had a great map number 1, right? It just mostly came down to the slaying prowess that was soon to follow off of your ARs, just being in those positions. We talked about it continuously, like, Gunless Persini in this fantastic positioning, but it's just the follow-up wasn't there, either from Rex or from Classic itself. But I think for a map mode combination like for Mikado Hardpoint, you just need to be able to, again, rally off of just playing off of these very unique timings that we saw from Classic throughout the Hotel Hardpoint. Mikado is a lay of the land for that, especially when you're thinking about the ever so wanted double dose rotation when it's from P6 to P7. I always say this a lot, again, as we had our lobby break, as I'll leave you with this point, Brody, is that you want to mostly look towards that P6, P7 rotation. You can get SMGs in and around between those two different hardpoints, just making sure that that entire side of the map is yours. You could end up walking away with not only a very emphatic map number, or I guess map number 4, but a first series of hardpoints with an abundance of score.
Yeah, and you know what's funny in a way? It's like we've come to identify, I think now a few months into the Modern Warfare 2 season, like crucial rotations, I think is what I will say. Like these big, like P6 to P7 is one of them on Mikado Hardpoint, and we go back to that Hotel Hardpoint in map number 1, and P2, P1 and P2 is another one of them, right? Because you get those back spawns towards the back of P2, and it almost feels like very, I want to say like tire shop, Hackney Yard P2-y in a way, right? Where you're just continuing to respawn around the back line, and it's a problem for any teams trying to break in the front. You have these crucial rotations, and this is something where, again, you go back to what happened towards the end of that Hotel Hardpoint. Like, Convoy lost that rotation in a really bad way. Like, they got swept by Decimate Gaming. All 4 went down, and then Decimate obviously were able to capitalize and get control of the right side of the map there. And that was really, I think, the winning moment, if there was one, even beyond talking about, obviously, the P5 that preceded it, and then, of course, the P3 that followed it as well. When we go down to Mikado here, you need to make sure you recognize that, like, if we're in that position where we're holding P6, let's like really focus on making sure we do get control of P7, because as you said, like it's a money rotation, I think was the term that I wanted to coin. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm patenting that term, mate. It's gonna happen. Enough of the Nestle, mate. We're normalizing the money rotation. But regardless, yeah, I think that's what I'm looking at here. If they can recognize that, if Convoy Gaming get control of that, then yeah, they should be pretty good. But again, these guys, no slouches in Hardpoint, despite what happened in map number 1. Perhaps they can have a good go at things here on Mikado Hardpoint. They certainly need to. We'll see how they start this one off.
Favorite side of the map. At least is Decimate for the time being, but I love that route that gets actually pushed by Persini. That causes a lot of discomfort for Decimate in what was going to be their favorite side of the map, but hey, SMGs gotta be feeling right at home, especially if Persini's making plays like that. So Convoy breaks back in. You still have to take a look at that P7 rotation that's being pushed at least by Decimate for the time being. This P2 fight is not done yet. They want these close spawns, Brody, for what could be a money hill.
Rex still fighting for that rotation. Unfortunately, will lose the 1v1 against Ulyss. This is a massive kill to make. Ulyss died, by the way, on 5 in a row. Hasn't died just yet. Looking for number 6. And, ooh, well, he does actually get it versus Classic. The trade will be good. So, Cruise Missile has now been accrued in the back pocket, ready for Decimate Gaming. They get the close spawns towards the back alley, and they're ready to go. And they immediately transition here with that opening wave of gunfights versus Convoy, feeling pretty caught. Convoy should give this another look now as they try to make their way through tunnels. Gunless, part of that initial push of Daypaddy, just being so annoying towards this top side. One player has gotten in. It is Classic, who picks up a huge double, and Gunless finally able to take down Daypaddy here. They will unseat Decimate.
A lot of time here. 30 seconds left to fight over, and you can see Decimate. They're not done quite yet. They're feeling comfortable with these trades that are coming through. Even Frolud up top, thought that he might be able to beckon for some more time, but whenever you start to hit this rotation, it feels like Decimate might be lacking. You can see player number 8 on the minimap is Johnny trying to cut mid-map, but sending so many players over by Old, you've allowed Convoy to at least send players over towards the rotation, so you feel like this is not to be an end-all, be-all, because, I mean, you got players for Convoy Gaming that are trying to turn Scrap into Initial, and the more time Classic buys over here, the more emphatic this rotation might become.
7 in a row, by the way. Classic 12 and 5 start for him. This is a very, very different script than what we got in that map number 1. Having a hell of a go of things here. It was important time for Convoy to take away. Now they want to hold in the rotation. Rustini going to recognize where Yuli was in the middle of the map. Not before he takes down Classic, of course, but nonetheless, the kill is made. Now Convoy. 2 versus 3. In and around this point, Rex goes down. There goes Gunless as well. It's surgical from Johnny and Dave Paddy as they do break in for the back 40 seconds or so. Classic, though, has been feeling himself in this game so far. Goes a little bit early from his teammates, and we'll try to get a look at that back 25 seconds or so. Decimate looking pretty good for it, but they have to consider the rotation because it is a big fight.
Yuli getting a snake on in the back. That's just so annoying. There's only so much you can do. It's a great angle top of that side, or the side of the dumpster, really, just to be able to get a makeshift head glitch, but quick break comes through. Decimate at least trying to make an argument for P3 Money Hill, but simply not there as Convoy fights for the scrap of scrap time. This rotation over towards 4 is going to be a big one. Again, getting control over towards E7 inside top Cantina is everything. Yuli gets at least some damage onto the first, reads the second. He's one shot, has some help from inside the hard point, so great opening gunfights and setup initially here for Decimate thus far.
Yeah, as I said, this was a big rotation from them. They're holding it pretty well at the moment. Prolute, though, has to recognize now that players are coming from behind. Does he recognize how many is the question? Only able to pick up 1 as Gunless jumps over the wall. The parkour. Now looking for more here, trying to double up. Classic goes down. Gunless still alive here in the situation at the back of that trade. Now Johnny will have to deal with at least 1 coming in his direction. Look at this pinstripe kill feed at the moment, and ultimately it will be in favor of Decimate as they get the close spawns. The back 20 will now go their way, and I like this from Convoy. They cut their losses, they go for the rotation, and that early rotation works out really well.
Yeah, you want to get 10 control here. Most importantly, you want to try to at least make sure that nobody comes to the middle of the map, so that's why I was questioning how long is it going to be for Prestina to give up this Cantina push. A lot is coming through the back. Classic has so much to do. He's stunned up. He sees so many nades, but the stun wears away. He's got some assistance through the courtyard itself. And you got Presini cutting down middle of the map. 2 players towards the back, though. Decimate trying to break this early. Only able to find at least a couple trades, but through the middle of the map, Dave Paddy reigns supreme. Break is already in.
Indeed it is. And now what does the post-break look like here, Johnny? Oh, okay. I was going to say, he almost got a 6th in a row, though. That would have been a second cruise missile on board here for Decimate, but not going to be for the moment. Still holding on. Classic. Oh, goodness. That was almost a knife kill there towards the end, but will not get the slash that he required. Now back 25 seconds here for Decimate. Things will be pretty calm, but look at over towards the rotation. Prolute has managed to find his way through. Should get caught, but no, actually wins the 1v1 against Classic. And now the door is literally open here towards the backline, but also figuratively for this rotation too. Prolute looking up the stairwell for the kill on towards Gunless, but they get pieced up. Now it is Yuli, who is now looking to find his way through. Dave Paddy also on 5 in a row, by the way. Oh no, they will not get the first wave of gunfight to Decimate.
Cutlass finding that too. It's a bait and switch for a 3rd in a row. Allows the setup to be in, at least for Convoy for the time being. So you really have to fly if you are Decimate. You do not want to get these players all set up comfortably, but Presini hits a flank. No dead silence required. Out from Barber. Shuts down any sort of rotation for Decimate before it even happens.
Again, Dave Paddy is still on this streak, by the way, at 15 and 9. Looking for number 6, he will find it. So there you go. Cruise missile now has been earned. Trophy system will be down, but that is a lot of time going the way of Convoy Gaming. This is that important rotation that we were talking about, Andy. Wave of gunfights going the way of Convoy. Rex and Gunless combining for 7 between them. You have to be cautious of a player like Johnny making this flank happen. Genie knows about it. Head silence activated. Oh, loses the 1v1. So Johnny now gets a good look. The close spawns will be through for Decimate. And Rex towards that back wall has to go huge.
AIDS is at least confirming that there's nobody immediately outside from this back door, but the longer Dave Paddy takes, the quicker he's going to get flanked. Presini's right behind him, and yeah, there it comes through. Yuli was calling in the streak, by the way. That's why you saw all the I guess, the hesitation coming through from Convoy to try to commit towards that push. And immediately going to be answered back with another one. Classic had this cruise missile some time ago back towards P2, calls it in towards the back, can't find anything at all. He knows that everybody's trapped inside a small, but the pinstripe kill feed is already in.
Yeah, that trophy system was really the problem. If anything, if he lands it anywhere closer, it doesn't do anything. Trade still going down, though, for this time. Prolute will fall. Convoy ultimately come out on top after, what, the cruise missile duel and all the gunfights off the back of it. Still, this has been a lot of time not really going either team's way. The start of that play, and Daypad is going to bring his down to boot as well. That's a play. Convoy Gaming, maybe they were pushed inside small, but it's just not to beat for the moment. Does it give Decimate the opportunity here to break on through? Well, that most certainly won't, as Pristini and Rex maybe had the final thing to say here. Yuli will fly through small, looking for the back 10 seconds or so, and Yuli will find the triple to get it done. 22 and 11, by the way. He's having a heck of a game.
Some would say a cruise missile fiesta. I say it's a cruise missile fiasco, because I'm not too sure whether the third one was even really needed if you are Daypad and Decimate. Carlos, you break back in for what, 5 seconds? You're able to get control of this map. But Convoy, they're still set up inside P1. Prolo's at least holding this cross, but you have to be able to deny them all of this time. You cannot allow yourself just to play for spawns ahead of P2 and allow Convoy to get, what, 20 seconds or plus off P1?
Yeah, big decision to be made here, I think. Prolu looking for more here to try and get some control over this 20 seconds in P1. Will actually reaggress through towards the cut. This is a very far pushed up position. Do they recognize it? Yes, they do. Classic. Good call to pick up that gunfight. This game could not be closer between these two teams, as Convoy Gaming now going to have to vie for the rotation. So have to be careful, because Prolute's over towards the half wall. He's already picked up one, and that does basically put apart the entirety of that flanking play. Yes, he goes down, but it's just the slowing up of Convoy at the moment in some crucial situations as they try to reaggress towards P2.
The Crossless being held over by Yellow Van. That's Prolo. That's a big kill to find for himself. And he's also being shot at by Gunless. So, you know, this hit's supposed to come through from the back. And Yuli, oh man, I don't know how he got away with that gunfight. He was barrel stuffed by Pristini, but still able to get away with highway robbery. Still spawns in towards the back. Estimator more than aware of this. They have numbers, but the pinch is on.
Yeah, they can come through this back alley, but they actually need to get some time away from this one. Daypad gets a team kill as part of what was a three-piece ultimately. Dolly following up with another one as well. This push has not gone as well as Convoy would have liked. Gunless still alive in the situation, down to 27 HP, but he makes it happen. Magic from Gunless here on 4 in a row. Now looking to put some shots through the wall for some more. Again, this 15 seconds is crucial time here in this game. You cannot afford to give this up. Prolute comes through with a double, and Yuli certifies that the back 10 will go their way. Now a race to the rotation.
Look at the spawns that actually just came through for Pristini and Gunless over by the tin alleyway. And Rex was already top 10, unaware of this. You got 2 players now for Decimate that's pushing over by the forklift. Yuli off the old hill is going to start pinching through Banana, but this hit is mostly coming through from the back, and Convoy might be set up for this.
Classic,
man.
Huge double over towards the back line. Now this kind of takes a lot of dimensions out of the play for Decimate as they spawn out in Narnia as far as the hill is concerned. Yuli was the closest player to have any kind of look, and he is going to be dealt with as well. Convoy, first wave is good. Now require a second to put this one home and send us to a map number 5. Yuli with the first blood though. Free firing towards the top window to take down Rex, and it is Classic who has gone monumental in this game. Finds himself another double on 5 in a row. There is the support in gunfights. Pristini is heating up around the kill as well. Decimate, you know you gotta go. And Pristini is just cutting them down at every single avenue. Johnny now trying to find his way through. Last chance saloon here, 1v1 for Prolute. Cannot get it done. It is going to be Convoy Gaming sending us to a game number 5. That is an eclectic performance from them.
The reverse sweep has its legs. We're going to a map 5, and Convoy come out of Mercado Hardpoint absolutely swinging. Oh man, you really do feel like Classic did not forget about that map 1 performance. Came into this map number 4 just reeling behind all the pressure of what Gunless and Pristini were laying down continuously, and just had his way. Good heavens. I mean, Rex is the #1 statistical player, but I think Classic is trying to make at least a steep argument for that when it comes out of Mercado, baby, because that guy was everywhere. You saw his massive spree that comes through over by P2. Even for the break that was inevitably required, I would say, for P3 for Convoy, after shaking hands with what was an early rotation from Decimate on P2. They broke P3 very, very quickly, and they did not relent. They did not give up P3, not only in the first set of hardpoints, but also in the second as well. When Convoy were truly set up and they had numbers inside of the hardpoint, it just felt like an impossibility for Decimate to fully break them.
I tell you what, we were kind of knocking Classic for his game number 1 performance. Yeah, so that's out the window now, mate. I think he's well and truly made up for it. But what was so many consecutive sprees? I mean, right from the rip, I think it was a 7 spree. He set the tone for how he wanted that game to go. And most certainly, he ultimately did. Decimate Gaming, on the other hand, though, I mean, like, the usual performers are there. Like, Yuli's 27 and 17 It's just you're getting shut down by such incredible plays from Convoy Gaming. And again, just so much of that slaying power being brought to the table by Classic. He finished with 52 engagements overall, 21 non-traded kills, 1 minute 11 inside the heal. He was doing it all there, bud.
It's just it wasn't it wasn't answered on the other side. I mean, you have Yuli 27-17, a minute 35. Prolu was that guy that was trying to do, I want to say mostly like both Presini and Classic's job, right? I mean, Prolu was always that guy that was trying to go on a rotation, try to find these overextensions, try to turn those into kills. I mean, 16 and 25 is just not really what you want to see. Even 2,400 damage. Presini just follows shortly behind him at 17 and 28. But for the ARs were then placed continuously, that really felt it was more echoed across the streets of Mercado Los Alamos, wherever Rex, Gunless, Presini were looking at. Classic was thriving on the complete opposite side. Just an incredible performance. Take a look at all 5 maps here, where we've been and where we're going. I mean, we got another stay here at Greenberg Hotel. And man, I tell you, I've never been more confident that somebody might get reverse sweep until I've seen these past 2 performances from Convoy.
Yeah, like, okay, so the storyline, obviously, we've been talking about it right a lot. The Decimate are inarguably the better search and destroy team from just pure record standpoint, and even, I think, from the eye test that we saw in map number 2. But again, the story for Convoy is you need a reverse sweep. You started well enough on that hotel control, and that was expected. Mercado hardpoint, again, we talk about the hardpoints being kind of 50s in the series. They did it. But this search and destroy is going to be a mountain to climb. The question then becomes, like, does the momentum they've built up from the last couple of maps, does that get them through towards this search and destroy? Right? That's ultimately the question for me, Andy, because again, we talked about that map number 2, and like Decimate, they had full control over the map. Like, it didn't really feel like Convoy, even with the rounds they won, really in it.
Yeah, I mean, El Asilo was definitely more of a head scratcher just because, I mean, you just felt like continuously for this Convoy Gaming roster, you were trying to get your players into these very aggressive positionings. It just felt like that Johnny did his homework, obviously, when it came down to his frag grenade timings to be able to shut things down continuously, if not being able to find damage. The information trade continuously for this Decimate squad on that map number 2 was very, very good. And hell, even the last time these 2 teams did play, as far as group stage is concerned, this went around 11. And I'm pretty sure it came down to that final 2v1, and it was, again, all off of just that early information, but it was Decimate that was constantly just parading, just always being more aggressive. That was week 1 Decimate. This is now playoff Decimate, where they've had a lot of time to be able to play with one another. And that El Asilo, map number 2 that we saw, was light and day of the many different search and destroy rounds that I've seen from this Decimate roster continuously. I think that Convoy need to be prepared for it when it comes down to hotel search and destroy. Again, timings are everything. Getting information off of wallbang spams, get your ARs in those right places, stun checks early. Could be just about the difference maker when it comes down to either getting those first bloods or not. Because if you don't know where Dave Patty's sniping from, you don't know where some of these players for like Prolude or Yuli are just lurking at, it could all just spell disastrous when it comes down to a potential reverse sweep for Convoy.
You know, I'm so glad you brought up that last best of 5, because I completely forgot that these guys have obviously played, both being in Group B, and that best of 5, so for those of you guys interested, it was a game number 5. The game number 5 was anticlimactic as hell, and the reason for that is because we had this exact situation, and I mean, not exactly in terms of the map scores, but Decimate won the first 2 maps, Convoy won the next 2, then we went to a Fortress S&B, so different map, for game number 5. It was a 6-0 to Decimate.
That's the one thing I will say.
Yeah, exactly. Now we know why. They learned from what happened in that prior series. But still, it's kind of funny that we're here again with Convoy trying to reverse sweep once again. Albeit the stakes are a little bit different. Obviously, this being, week 1. That might have been like even day 1, to be honest. And this obviously being the winner bracket final. Very different stakes, I think, overall. But still, like, it's kind of funny that we've got to this point again where it's just like, hey, Convoy, you're looking to pull off a reverse sweep once again versus Decimate Gaming. But you need to actually pull this one through. And you brought up the really good point again, like Decimate have gone from strength to strength this season. They've made so many very obvious improvements in their gameplay because ultimately, I mean, they were basically a very last-minute roster to try and put something together for Yuli, considering his teammates just left him for obvious reasons. So, yeah, Decimate just looking so good now. They've made improvements quite clearly. How different does this Game 5 actually look? I hope a little bit different, at least, so we have a game. But, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, you just feel like that hotel search and destroy does play a little bit more to the strengths when you're thinking about Convoy. 6-2 win versus Twisted Theory. That was in winners round number 1. They also have a 6-2 win versus Smog. So, I mean, that is no easy team to beat on a search and destroy, no matter the map mode combination. But you feel like that it does kind of, like, piece together what we got to see out of one of which was Classic on that Mercado, right? Being able to fish out these timings, dead silence plays, to be able to get in these knowing positions, defensively, getting inside of that of the couch's positioning early is very, very big if you have an AR's Overwatch. Offensively, you know, SMGs love to be able to make that dead silence push all the way across the restaurant. Maybe Classic is that guy to pick things up if it's not Rex on the opposite side. Sniping AR. First Bloods need to be, I guess, very, very different than what we saw from that map number 2. They were losing almost every single First Blood, I want to think, maybe -2 rounds.
Yeah, it needs to be there. It needs to be present for a Convoy game because they just weren't. And a lot of it was like down to early pressure, I think, with like the utility. The utility usage, I think, on El Estilo, you said it, it's a different map ultimately. Like El Estilo is so centralized towards the middle of the map, but like I would argue that utility usage is easier to do than it would be on Hotel. But still, like it needs to be there needs to be some kind of response to that early utility, you know, those stuns and especially those nades, which were just sublime. I feel bad for Steny, man, because he was getting bullied by those nades early on in the rounds on El Estilo Search and Destroy. We'll see if things are different, though, over towards Hotel Search and Destroy here for a game number 5. Just waiting for the game to get underway here. Apologies for the delay, folks. But it's okay, because this is an episode of the Vamp podcast, whatever you want to call it right now. We're having a ton of fun. And I guess this is a good time for me to let you guys know right now that we are kind of getting involved, like, with a little more social media presence here on the broadcast. So if you guys want to get your thoughts in, you will kind of have a look at them with our social soundboard segment. Just put the hashtag ChallengersElite on any tweets that you guys want to put out there. Give us your thoughts on how the series is going so far. And of course, give us your thoughts on basically everything and anything you want to regarding ChallengersElite. There you go. You can get at WeAreClutchGG in there as well. So we'll most certainly see it. And we'll get your tweet on stream as long as it's not wild. No wild stuff, okay, guys? Don't be naughty, all right? Try to be safe.
That's why we have either Shift, Seymour, Nick. They're looking at them all. We're making sure there's no nuttiness going through on the social soundboard. But yeah, get your thoughts out there. Let us know how you feel about it, because obviously, I mean, I'm not on Twitch chat while I cast, so roast me, I guess. Even roast me. You know, Photoshop my face on the main character of Far Cry 3. Well, I'm here for it at this point. I feel like I just
people have moved on from that, bud. That's not. I think it's you're soap now.
Okay. I don't know. Is that a
That's
compliment?
A good thing, though.
Sure, I bet.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Though. I would say that your hair is your best feature, bud. Is that's not that? I promise that's not an insult. That really, the way I said that
you know what? Right.
It really sounded insulting. I really wasn't, bud. I mean, like.
Thanks, man.
Shoot,
Appreciate it.
Like, I feel like I'm gonna be in the doghouse now for the rest of the.
Probably. It didn't take much. Honestly, it didn't take much for you.
Oh, it does not. Does not take much. Yeah, apologies for the delays, guys. We're just waiting on a ping of players having some problems right now. So I guess what we'll do, instead of us just sitting here vamping our lives away, we will go to a very quick break, or I always say very quick. I don't know how long it's going to be. I'll level with you guys real quick here. I don't know how long the break's going to be. We're going to get everything sorted on the other side. We've got the game number 5 here between Decimate and Convoy. One of them is about to guarantee a place in top 2 and the grand final. Time for the game 5 here between Decimate and Convoy. We apologize for the delay, but don't worry about it. Absolutely. Fire we go as Yuli picks up the first blood, but trades in from Classic and Gunless. It's an advantage here for Convoy.
Still have Johnny. He's got the bomb, and yeah, that's what I was worried about. I mean, Johnny pushes all the way up inside of couches with the bomb in hand. He gets a gun. So now Dave Patty has to do a recovery mission. You can just see on the mini map. I mean, everybody, Gunless, Rex, Classic. Don't give this guy Ashley to 1v1. This is the last thing you want to do.
It's early in round number 1, though, isn't it? So he's going to wait well for the Stead Silence to be activated. And, I mean, Convoy pushed so far back, and of course, Dave Paddy can have gotten the open. Something happened here that as soon as... Okay, well, he gets one. I was going to say, as soon as he gets the position, he should be taken down, and in the end, he will be. I do like the escape plan, to be fair. That is some, like, Phil Coulson stuff right there. Just shoots the floor right below him to drop down. Love to see it, but Convoy Gaming take the win anyway.
That would have been James Bond, Dave Patty edition. That would have been a really cool cover, maybe, but Semtex would have been there to maybe clear him out, dropped him down. Regardless, Van does go boom when Semtex nearby. Here's my caveman speech about the analysis of that final 1v2. Comes down to, again, first bloods. You know that Decimate love to get aggressive before they start getting their util. But it's rounds 3 through on is where they get dangerous. What does Convoy do here with their utility?
We shall see. Utility not so great for Dave Paddy, it would seem, as he just throws a stun towards the lip over towards the luggage. Yeah, luggage Pristini trying to make his way through. Big 1v1 for Yuli to fly out and pick up that gunfight. The bomb will now go down for Convoy. Most punch should be good over towards D2, at least for Rex, and it will be as he picks up a blood. Yuli flies out from bottom bedroom, and Rex is more than happy to take a free kill. Buy one, get one free day for him, apparently. Numbers in favor for Convoy here as this retake has completely slowed up for Decimate. They're looking for something, anything. As soon as they cross the way, yep, Johnny will be donezo. And there goes Proloot as well. Rex did so much there in that round, despite an excellent start, really, from Yuli.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of feels like a very simplistic yet beautiful execute. I mean, you don't get the stun to open up the bottom luggage stores. You know nobody's sniping down there. You're even playing on the main display case that is right next on the bomb site itself, so nobody's challenging bottom bed. Pristini gets the information the hard way. Unfortunately, runs straight into Yuli, who finds that first blood, but the bomb gets planted. And so long as Rex is never chowed nor never overly damaged to give up those back head glitches, yeah, that's a tough position to ever gun anybody who has an AR in their hand.
Pristini looking out towards Rug's side. And there's pressure here as Decimate were looking over towards B, at least for a couple of players, but no. Nothing just yet. Those guys are going to hightail it, run towards their teammates as they now maybe going to attempt to make it. They're already down here, so this push is possible.
Well, there's a good reposition coming through from Pristini. Just outside of Secret. He sees two players cross, especially through that main lobby area. Rex is just going to hold it. Proloot cannot push past to get this bomb planted. 45 seconds. We're in a mere stalemate.
And Rex still has a lot of power in this play, though. Of course, he is just so deadly. Laser focused with this AR. Unfortunately for him, that little look has given quite a lot of power away for a Decimate here in this situation. And now Gunless goes down as well. He was on 4 in a row. Now no longer the case. It really does feel like the path is just opened wide here for Decimate to fly towards B. They will be able to get this bomb down. But again, it is Rex who finds himself in the powerful position to do something about this towards the back line. What can he do? Let's just wait for Pristini.
Pristini has taken the entire tour of Greenberg Hotel so far. Come down to Rex maybe to find some opening damage. I mean, they might not know where Pristini's at, but before he gets here, Rex is probably going to go down. Pristini needs to go, like, yesterday, because Rex already gets taken down. That's why Pristini was taking so long time. Yeah. He uses Dead Silence just to flank around pass hole. But even when those first bloods came through and we were in that 4v3 standstill and Rex was holding over by the Falcon side, I mean, Pristini started that entire flank all the way past restaurant, through shops. And when he finally came around back spa and back statue, he was like, well, where'd everybody go? And Rex is just like, I don't know. I gave up the Falcon push. They all 4-player just rushed through couches and through the atrium. Found that opportunity, that avenue like you were talking about, Brody, to be able to hit through line and get that bomb planted at B with their numbers. If they knew it or not, it was the utmost right play. They got that execute for free.
All right, well, Decimate, they're on the board here. Powerful round number 3, but they need to have a good response here in round number 4 as well to keep themselves close with Convoy. Pristini aggressive through rugs. It's a good look over towards B for the moment here for Convoy. They have a hand or two in towards A as well. Mid-map control for them, is it good enough?
Snake in that one box. Really knows the push isn't coming over towards A. Information is at least on the 1 over by B and through Wine, but that's not where the push is coming from. And again, this is where Decimate gets so deadly. They find information, they back up, they hold the space. And again, Yuli's in this bottom positioning, but Gunless, he got some cover fire, so he can cut away through this A bomb. Maybe get the bomb planted. No. Big 2 kills come through. 2v4, bomb dropped.
Yeah, I like the veracity of the play. They're effectively in a 4 versus 2 there for a pretty long time, but Decimate come round and back up their positioning on the defense, and now Rex, I was going to say Rex and Classic left up in a 2 versus 4, but it is just the former of the 2. It would be miraculous if this happened, and it is a flawless defense from Decimate. Early on, that looked good for Convoy. They really felt like they might have faked out Decimate with the initial push over towards B, but nope, not going to happen.
Yeah, it was just Classic that was over there. Remember, he found some damage. He found it in like a little bit of a damage exchange through Wine, but everybody stayed alive. That by that point, those 2 players that were defensively over there for Decimate just back up past Kitchen and maintain mid-map control because there was no more utility. There was no more presence being shown for Convoy in that part of the map. So they knew they had to pick up couches. They knew they had to help out Yuli over in bottom bed to stop that A push from coming through. Almost got away with at least the plant, but the coverage from couch is just a little bit too strong.
I've been in duel for the snipe kit. Rex trying to take on Johnny, and well, Rex is just not having it. Backs away. Gunfight's on side site though, going down, and now in a 2 versus 2 manner. The bomb will be down on site. Johnny, of course, on 6 in a row now after his previous round heroics. Is Missile ready to go for later on during the search and destroy? But with the bomb in tow, do Decimate want to drag this one over towards B, or is they still comfortable hitting A?
Just waiting. Oh, the barrel sticks out. That's all the information you need if you are Convoy. Dave Patty's still holding the same Godheady. He's just expecting for these guys to chow out. There's the sniper shop up top. Johnny goes down. Dave Patty lasts alive in a 1v2 versus a sniper and an AR down low. And he's going to take the long route. Doesn't have dead silence, Brody, so this might just be his best play. But Gunless Rex, they haven't budged.
Yeah, that's the ultimate problem, isn't it? It's again, Dave Patty tack, trophy player. Good luck with this one. The crouch his way through. Should be able to get the bomb at least. The stun check on towards bottom. Wait. I'm gonna try and bait these guys out, but I don't think they've fallen for it. Yeah, he tried to make the audio cues and make it appear as if he's rotated over towards B. Gunners will go for a late check, but Rex should be able to close this round out. And Convoy, I mean, look, that is a high-level play from Dave Patty, but Convoy, just don't fall for it.
There's just so little you can do, especially being that player. He had both utility left. Got a trophy system. Comes less likely, especially with Rex and Gunless just playing bottom bed. Even if somehow Dave Patty found the timing to get over towards B, 2v1 for a retake, always better to maintain your numbers rather than just isolate yourself, especially versus the versus Dave Patty, who is just the reaper of 1v1s. Nice little stop there for Convoy as far as an offensive flurry was concerned. Not going to be looking for the same as they have a 1-run lead.
All right. Convoy. The early trades, and it won't go in there. Oh, goodness me. What is that? What is that? Holy mid-map control. That was fast. The whiplash.
Headshot. I don't even think it mattered. Wow. I mean, I love that attempt that comes through from Convoy. Again, you try to get aggressive through couches through the middle of the map. It's just the standardized setup. Again, Decimate are always going to do that, especially in the later rounds. Aggression doesn't work out for them early. They just hold the line, play their line of sights, hold the irons. All the engagements come to them. Rossini still sitting on the goose egg, going around number 7.
Convoy Gaming here in this round. Going to have to deal with a heavy B kit coming through. Bomb's already inside restaurant, but look behind. Classic. Well, yeah, no dead silence to make that play happen. That's why he was crouching his way through. A bit of an audacious play, not having dead silence to try and make it happen still. Now Rex on the other side for a 1 versus 3 on the point. The first 3 shots are good on towards Johnny. Needs to turn and burn on towards Proloot. That's not going to happen. Gunless 1 versus 4. Veteran player on the board for the Convoy roster, but just not going to pull that off in a million years.
Convoy, whether they knew the information or not, as far as utility is concerned, there's no way that they would with Dead Silence and trophies. If they are keeping track of them, honestly, then that is a freak of nature of a team. But regardless, that hit through restaurant just mostly comes through just stun checking your way through statue, lobby, making sure that nobody's pushed up through atrium, and then you just hold your irons expecting for the challenge to come out from double arches. It does deliver for Decimate that time around, as Yuli and Johnny have a combined 14 and 6 KD. Good heavens. These guys are having a field day here as Decimate have flipped the lead only by 1.
Gunless just boops his teammate on the
Get
head.
Goomba'd by it? Did he fall to the ground faster?
I think he might have done, mate. I'll be honest with you. It's alright. He's recovered. He's fine. Classic might not here in this situation. Yeah, lovely nade from Dave Paddy to take him down. Johnny's going to bring this streak down as well. That's a big investment for the round now, and it does feel definitely now like a round, especially with a one-man advantage that Decimate need to win.
Johnny has all of this backlot, at least confirmed. And you got Prelude that's pushed all the way inside of the back P2, but Gunless has one of the best head glitches here in Hotel. One of these side walls. Prelude has to concede the space for now, knowing dang well that Convoy are trapped in here, but you want to maintain at least your presence on the map. 3 plays up against 3. This bomb recoverable. So a lot of time left to be played with.
Yeah, recoverable as well for Decimate here in this situation is control of bedroom. I mean, they don't have any at the moment. To reposition around. Yuli from luggage side, he's not going to check in time to stop the defuse. But what does the pose plan look like? Rex gets away. Elsewhere, Johnny has taken down Pristini from bedroom side. Gunless, they know that he's probably going to be over towards D2, and yeah, this is now going to be all she wrote. You have to imagine Gunless for 1 versus 3 would be spectacular. They're going to offer it up to him. Still no trade yet. That stun will connect, and Johnny finally takes him off D1. So there you go. Retake will be good for Decimate. But they gave Convoy a fair bit of breathing room there in that round. And that trade off the start was so huge to bring Convoy back into it.
Yeah, I mean, you invest the cruise missile. You really want that round to be won. If you are decimated, luckily enough, you're able to at least find it. I mean, there is a realm that Rex is able to clutch that. He has the Godhead. He's able to reconvene back over towards D2, or D1, excuse me. But it's some of these players for Decimate that are holding on to their utility until the very, very late parts of each round. It's just so impressive, the discipline. Just to know that Hades Sun's nades might be coming in handy. Either that or they're forgetting in their early rounds. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit. But regardless, it works out. Decimate just maintaining numbers. Playing off the information that they're given, even off the cruise missile. 9 and 3 now for Johnny. 6 and 5 for Dave Patty. Is now if your Convoy, yeah, you have to defend this B zone. This B site, excuse me. You cannot allow these players to Decimate to get through Restaurant too easily.
Oh, Rex! God, Rex was a cat. Definitely been down at 8 lives right now. Survived that engagement. Still 4 versus 4 as Decimate have cleared quite a bit of space of that play. They know that Yuli's pretty far pushed up. They just don't know where he's pushed up just yet. Rex now going to activate the Dead Silence here to try and counter where Yuli could potentially be positioned. Snipe. Will he find it? Yes, he will! Yuli runs right into the line of sight of Rex, and Rex might not be done here at the shooting range. There are more players on site that Rex could take down.
Big trades, though. Keeps the 3v3. Offense not really liking what they feel over here at A. Prelude with the bomb. He's going to quickly rotate all the way through Secret. Dead Silence will run out before he actually gets here. And Pristini, he's made the read. Does Prelude check it? No, he doesn't. 20 seconds remaining. The trade needs to be there. And Johnny's not anywhere near this play whatsoever. We're down to time. And I don't think you can find these kills.
You certainly can't rotate back. That's the big problem. Pristini gets another disgusting gunfight there. Pristini's so paramount in this round. And he will get the third as well. Goodness me. Pristini just destroyed them. And to be frank, it's a bit of an unexpected position right towards that catwalk, so I kind of get why Prelude didn't anticipate it, but still, Pristini has to be given flowers to the plate.
0-8 to 3-8 in 1 round. That's Pristini right there. World champion, by the way. Just making the hard reads, just making sure that nobody can push through rugs, through the cat room all easily. He held the line there ever since First Blood was struck. He'll find 3 within that round and be the sole reason why Convoy completely stopped Decimate from making that rotation happen over towards B. But job's not done yet. Need 1 more round to force out of round 11. It's going to be mid-map coverage coming through for Convoy, but some players with Dead Silence in tow trying to clear this restaurant very quickly.
Dead Silence now going to be utilized. Pristini, it will run out for him. He crosses towards this mid-map. Probably going to get some timing against Prelude, but Prelude will actually back away here, and that opens the middle map up to Pristini if he does choose to cross it. Still, Convoy again. This happened a few rounds ago, where they just felt kind of stuck in the mud without much to work with.
I have no idea what's on the other side of B, by the way. Prelude is just in there. Whether he's making auto cues or not, this is the Decimate special. Got players in 1-for-1 positions. Rotation was also here from Johnny. He's over inside of the side doors. Stun's not going to connect. He sees Pristini cross. We're running out of time.
Yeah, Johnny should have seen him. Call should be made. There you go, Prelude now down over towards B. This is a lot of noise made towards B, but again, Yuli shouldn't fall for it, especially with the information given away from Johnny. Dave Paddy trying to snipe through, but literally the doors are closed upon him. That nade will open them up, and Dave Paddy snipes from the bomb with 10 seconds left. Dave Paddy with the sniper rifle. Dave Paddy with the sniper rifle. What is that?
That is David Paddington, the third Esquire, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness me. Door gets closed literally in his face. The Semtex gets held. It opens the door. He finds the bomb planter a mustachio's hair away from being planted and turns that into 3 in the round. Are you serious? Oh my goodness me, oh my. I mean, Dave Paddy barely even broke out the sniper rifle for 1 on Hotel. He finally sees Rex pull it out, I think for like 2 rounds, and he's like, I quite like what you did right there. So defense, as the play call would be, let's play 1-for-1 positionings. Let's just see if they try to execute through the middle of the map. I'm getting no information, stuns, trades, whatever may have you. Dave never left bottom luggage. Stun comes through, the door was open, he was holding his irons in his scope for a long time. Finally, he gets 3 challenges. Well, I guess the one wasn't really one. He was just trying to at least keep the plant alive, but finds 3 kills with the sniper rifle, 3 bullets only required. Dave Paddy, my heavens.
I'm so shocked, mate. What is that? I mean, like, I kind of get it, right? Fair enough, you know, they line up for him, I guess. But at the same time, like, you've still got to hit those shots, and Dave Paddy does it flawlessly. Here's a look at the final stats then at the end of the game. Dave Paddy, of course, that sent him to 9-6. Johnny, unsurprisingly, at 11-4. So crucial to so many different rounds, 9 NTKs. On the flip side of the conversation, again, I mean, it's like the usual suspects that are appearing for Convoy Gaming. Gunless had a good game, Rex had a good game, but beyond that as well, I mean, Convoy just outplayed in so many different crucial situations. I will say they played it very, very close, and it is extremely different of an outcome to what we saw, again, when we go back to that best of 5 previously between these 2 guys.
Yeah, it just comes down to the stature of Decimate. When you get the ball rolling for this team, they are getting the hardest of reads, especially in Search and Destroy. We do really have to exclaim that this team is not the same Decimate roster that we saw even in Week 1. Yes, by player stature and by namesake alone, absolutely. But this team hit the grindstone, and they came out absolutely swinging towards the end of the group stage, through playoffs itself. They'll need to clean up control, whatever may have you. Your Search and Destroy continues to look like this, and you have at least 1, if not 2, maybe potentially 3 good hardpoint maps within the rotation. I mean, I feel like we're going to be like a broken record. We're just going to keep singing the praises of Decimate, bringing home everything when it comes down to from Boston to this moment in time. We felt like it was chalk for this Decimate roster, for Yuli in particular, as all 3 of his teammates get picked up by different CDL rosters. But man, does he have a good bunch of individuals with him as they punch their ticket to grand finals in a map 5 fashion.
Yeah, the first map 5 here in the upper bracket, and it comes down to the upper bracket final for it to happen. It is the exact same circumstance that we saw in that earlier group play matchup between these guys, where it comes down to game number 5, and Decimate Gaming, they will deny the reverse sweep from Convoy. They are now going to be in the grand finals, awaiting the winner of the lower bracket. See who will face them for the title of Season 2 champions. For Yuli to go doubling up, I think, after what happened over towards the LAN event as well. I think it's just been such a wonderful storyline for him, I think, to see this Decimate Gaming roster. Keep an eye on that moving forward. But here's a look over towards the lower bracket. Smog Alpha going head-to-head with Hype Esports for a chance to play Convoy in that lower final.
These guys have been waiting patiently for that matchup, Brody. They are just licking their lips, trying to see which bit of the competition they have to cut through next. Even maybe see Decimate, who again have themselves the night off now, as they just are feeling pretty darn good about themselves. Back-to-back map 5 wins versus Convoy twice in 1 season. I'm going to be feeling pretty darn good with that one within its own self. But I mean, Hey man, Smog Alpha versus Hype Esports. That one's going to be a banger and a half. Hype coming off of a map 4 win versus LAG. You also saw Smog being able to continuously reap as far as the lower bracket is concerned. Nobody even had them beating Rocker Academy. Can they make the miracle run happen?
Mate, I'm so excited to see this lower bracket semi-final. Who will make their way forward in towards the top 3? Smog Alpha or Hyped Esports? That's the question we've got on our hands. We're going to send it to a break there before we get there. On the other side, lower bracket final, the final match of the night. And welcome back here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's time for the final match of the night here in the bracket play segment of Challengers Elite Season 2 with North America. It is the lower bracket semi-final. Smog Alpha taking on Hyped Esports. Again, a battles for survival and really a battle to take on Convoy Gaming in that lower bracket final.
Is that much more of like, I don't know, it feels like it's like a date with like, I don't even know, man, because like these matchups have been getting increasingly more difficult for Smog Alpha, and yet they continue to deliver. This one versus Hyped after taking down LAG. I mean, these guys are looking really, really good on the day, Estriel included, but we're going to dive into it soon hereafter, and this one's going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, like, it is an interesting story. I don't think I expected either of these two teams to be in this position, you know, come this point in the season, right? I don't think I would have said, if you would have asked me, who do you think your top four is going to be? I don't think I would have had either of these two guys, and that's not like I guess like an insult to either of them. It's just like what we expect based off past performances and such. Like, they have been a pleasant surprise. Let's get in the conversation then. Let's talk about Smog Alpha first on the left side of our board. Again, this roster, again, one of the surprised teams, half of PRS Gaming, joining alongside Glowfrosty and Velux from Twisted Method. And honestly, these guys have just been such a pleasant surprise, generally speaking, to see Gus and Proamar find more success after a probably, I'd say, relatively successful Season 1. It wasn't exactly what they wanted, but ultimately, like, they made a statement entrance. Honestly, I really love watching this roster when we get a chance.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, like, you know, insert Velox coming on in, former Full Sail Armada, a collegiate player, gets himself a good group of three to be able to represent not only their skills. This kind of echoes what we were talking about the other day on broadcast. It's like, has it always been there for Velox? Has he always been that gross? Is he just waiting for the right bunch of individuals to really showcase his talents and abilities? I would say absolutely, because Glowfrosty has looks so good. It's good. It's nice to see Glowfrosty back into the mix, especially for challengers leading the upper echelon. This guy's been tweeting out for years, ever since like Modern Warfare 2019. He belongs here. I've seen it on streams. I've seen it in other matchups as well. You can see even with some coaches in the fray, this team is looking pretty darn nasty.
Yeah, Glowfrosty, I think, wanting to get back to the Black Ops Cold War form, I think is what I would say about him. You know, we know that he was very good in that game, and he's already looking pretty good here in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Again, the Smog Alpha roster is not to be underestimated, with Fady and Gmay on the coach staff as well. Flip side of the conversation, though, we look at this Hyped Esports rosters, and I would argue these guys have been the single biggest surprise here in Season 2 of Challengers Elite. Bink, Zero, Darkside, and Estriel. Again, it's that classic story of having a veteran, Zero in this case, leading a young talented squad with Bink, Darkside, and Estriel joining. And honestly, like, again, there's just so much power on this roster just in terms of raw slaying power. It's why they've been able to surprise so many different teams.
But it's mostly just coming down to that consistency and finding it. You know, we got to see glimpses of it, especially through the group stages, you know, with wins over Team War, when they won that in Map 5, beating Omit in a Map 5 as well. And then it continued on all the way into playoffs with a 3-1 win, originally, funny enough, over Smog Alpha. We'll talk more about that here in just a bit. But then how well they were actually doing just to be able to keep pace even in a 1-3 loss versus Decimate. I think you're mostly looking at these last two guys on the screen in particular. Darkside and Estriel haven't had the sexiest KD ratios across the group stage, but have really come into their own. Estriel specifically on the day.
Yes, absolutely. Estriel is just like, he's such an interesting player to watch. Again, I talk about kind of his story this season thus far, and it's just like, I go back to the Electrified Steel roster from Raleigh, where Estriel was just such a standout player and made a real impression on Austin and I when we were casting that event. So let's move forward then to take a look at kind of the head-to-head records of these guys as they currently stand. Of course, win percentages, mostly what we'll be looking at here. And yeah, 50-50, I think, on the hard points in the search and destroy height. But again, control is really what we're looking at for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at it from Smog, I mean, they don't have like any massive win percentages, you know, comparatively, like when you take a look at Hyped Esports with their 71% control win percentage. Yeah, that's something that you can absolutely write home at. Smog doesn't have one of those. But what they do have is taking teams to the distance and winning the map veto process to be able to give themselves the best roadmap to potentially take a best-of-5 series. You'll see them drop hard points. You'll see them drop search and destroys, but I'm glad you bring up that control, Brody. It could be the difference maker when it comes down to this overall best-of-5 series.
Yeah, although I say that, you know, it's kind of funny. Again, we were at that point when they were playing LG Academy earlier on, and it was the only map in the series which they ended up losing. So that was kind of funny to see when we did get to cast that one. But what players are we looking at then for this best of 5? We already talked about one of them, Estriel on the right side for Hyped Esports. You know, look, I think statistically speaking, has been underperforming just a little bit below average. Velux on the other side, though, I mean, he has been such a revelation this season. You know, it's been wonderful to see him come out and make a real name for himself.
Yeah, people are probably sitting there just absolutely exasperated that we ended up talking about it, Velux versus Ezreal, but it really does feel like that whenever these two guys are going off for their respective squads, they really feel like that they are unarguably the best team in the game at the moment of time. That control KD for Velux, obviously a big difference maker as far as why Smog Alpha were able to win as many controls as they are. But even Ezreal, I mean, 0.85 overall KD, look, we got to see it. I mean, firsthand, if you just are now joining us in the broadcast and you miss this Hyped Esports roster versus LAG Academy as our first matchup here tonight for playoffs, you didn't see Ezreal just absolutely dropping bombshell performances. Even in the maps that they lost, Ezreal was still dropping a stellar performance of a game.
All right, we'll take a look at the map set then for this best of 5. Show you guys what's coming up here for this series. I'm getting to see this for the first time, really. We have Hotel Hardpoint, Fortress Search and Destroy, Hotel Control, and then a double Mikado to close things out. You guys can see the bans below that as well. Starting off then with the Hotel Hardpoint between these two teams. Again, you know, we'll see. I mean, like, this is not a map, I think, generally speaking, that does favor Smog Alpha overall.
No, but again, you go across any other series, I'll probably end up saying that just because of the sample pool. But I mean, this Smog Alpha squad has just been kind of in the wings of just continuously impressing a whole bunch of different people. So going across the standardized map set, especially when you take a look at this first 3, Hotel, Fortress, Hotel, these are just feeling like map mode combinations that you should truly have in your back pocket if you are Smog Alpha. I mean, they got rid of the Hydra, LSilo, and obviously the reason being is because they don't want to go back to the Hydra warfare that was the 100-point club that unfortunately was the previous time that these two teams did face off against each other. But even more so than that, I think that for Hotel in particular, this is going to be setting up SMGs wonderfully. This is going to give us a really good gauge, Brody, as far as what ARs and SMGs are really going to stack up against each other through the specified map set.
Right, and I'm really glad you brought up that kind of the SMG and AR conversation, because we talk about Hyped Esports, and, you know, we asked the question of, like, where was their firepower in that series versus LAG Academy? I gotta say it, man. I mean, Zero has been so impressive in that AR role, you know, as has Bink as well. Like, those guys are so good at what they do. And it was a massive reason, I think, at least just getting to see Hyped Esports in that series as to why they were able to take it down. It's just, like, AR control of the map, like 95% of the time. I just pulled that number off thin air, by the way, but, you know, I'm presuming it's accurate. Yeah, just Zero and Bink, man, they're a problem. I think that is the key to victory for me here when it comes down to this. Just make sure you shut those guys down watching the long lanes we have here on Hotel.
Yeah, and to be honestly speaking, I mean, you have a good bunch of ARs to do it on the opposite side now, don't you? I mean, for Smog in particular, I mean, when you're thinking about Glowfrosty, this is a name that has been around for quite some time. You go all the way back to Modern Warfare 2019. How about FaZe Academy? Glowfrosty at that point in time. The reason why we started talking about this guy as far as his tenure when it comes down to very good at long-range gunfights, and that's why we trust Glowfrosty not only to snipe in the Search and Destroy as well when it is the Smog Alpha roster, because it makes players' positioning on the map that much more potent, and that's why we talk about those AR duels, being able to lock down these longer lines of sight, because it kind of wraps a beautiful bow as to why we were talking about Velux and Ezreal, because if it's going to be one on the long-range battle, well, then your SMGs better be able to pick it up. Can't just be one or the other.
Well, yeah, and that's where the pressure comes from Smog Alpha, right? On the flip side of that conversation, where I would argue that the ARs are the big thing for Hyped Esports, and the other side of the conversation, Velux is just such a problem with the SMG. Like, it's weird to even think I'd be saying that coming into this season, because again, Velux is like a new name. Like, yes, he's not new entirely to challenges, obviously, but he has been playing prior to Season 2, but he's a new name certainly for us here on the casting desk, and he has made so much of a name for himself, just with that raw SMG aggression. That is what Hyped Esports are going to be looking to shut down here on Hotel Hardpoint. Cannot wait to get into this one, folks. Just waiting for the game to get underway now. We apologize for the very long delays that we've had here today. It's a very late one. It's 4 a.m. for me at the moment, bud. I'm ready to go. I'm feeling pretty hyped, even though it's 4 a.m.
Yeah, you feeling pretty spry for a caster there in the UK casting at 4 a.m. You know, that means the world to me, Brody. Honestly, makes my beat heart. Or makes my beat heart? Makes my heart beat. Where's your heart? I swear, I'm not having the best of days. Choosing the right words for the right place in my sentences. But, you know, regardless of the matter, yeah, I'm just really stoked to be able to see this one really come all the way through, because I want to kind of echo what you talked about when we first hopped into this this series as a whole. I didn't have Hyped Esports and Smog Alpha this deep. I didn't have Smog Alpha eliminating Rocker Academy. I didn't even have Rocker Academy in the lower bracket. NA has been truly the wild west when it comes down to the challenger scene.
I mean, that's the big one, isn't it? Like, for me, it was so teed up perfectly that I almost had it, like, this is like the conclusion of a trilogy, if you will, for like Rocker Academy. And I feel bad because they're probably watching at the moment. They're like, Freddie, why are you talking about like Rocker Academy? Let's stop talking about us, right? But it is an interesting conversation point when we come into the season. It's like, right, Rocker Academy. They're season 1 champions, but they didn't manage to get first place over, or even second place over at Raleigh. They fell short over at Boston as well. So like, surely you'd think, right, that hey, look, LAG Academy have been dealt with, TFL Enterprises have been dealt with, like they're the top dogs in North American challenges, and then they come out in top 8, and it's just like, what is going on in NA? Like, that is such a massive shock. It is very easily the biggest storyline to come out of Season 2 Challengers Elite, and it does create quite an interesting picture, I think, ahead of Texas again, because that was the storyline going into Texas. Absolutely, it was like, Rocker Academy are the #1 team in our minds, and I expected that to be the case coming out of this season of Challengers Elite. I know that's presumptive because a lot can happen, but still, like, it changes up a lot to see them placed in top 8 like that.
Obviously, some changes can still come through. We don't wish any ill on anybody, but I mean, if changes have to come through even for a CDL team, these players at the very top are obviously going to be the quick pickings to be able to make rosters work for CDL, and then, hey, it's North America, so we very much so could be under roster mania right now, and nobody told me about it. So, I mean, it's just one of those things that Rocker Academy, look, even the namesake for that roster alone, you even go back to old Electrify Steel back last year before they even started playing with Real when they were playing with Pentagram. And that Core 3 has always been making it work. So, I mean, yeah, came up short, at least got second place in Boston. Top 8 here in Season 2 of the Elite. They have to requalify, or not requalify, rather. They're still in for Season 3 of the Elite, but I think regardless of the matter, that Rocker Academy squad is going to constantly always beckon to be one of the better teams in the game. I think where the next question has to start really converting itself is to which team is going to be beside them as far as top 4, because that's always North America, isn't it? We always know that like the top 8, top 4 are like super close amongst one another, but it feels like it always kind of gets like rattled up, like especially with the tail end of an Elite season. We never know for sure who's actually top 6.
Yeah, there's a lot of conversations, I think, to be had among Texas. You know, Hugh is going to be that next challenger. I think Decimate Gaming have kind of regressed into that position again with what we just saw. Convoy Gaming obviously catapult themselves in the conversation, and even like teams like Hype T Sports and Smog Alpha, right? It's just like now you're in the conversation as well. You never know. One thing I always get interested in, because, you know, obviously I'm a European guy, you know this, or I'm a British guy technically, but from the European region, whatever. I'm always interested to see kind of what the international teams look like versus the North American teams on kind of home soil. And, you know, the conversation has always been like, what was it, Elevate over towards the last 2 events? Obviously not Elevate anymore now, Aphelion and Esports EU, Weberbobs as well. Like, how did they handle now with this North American shakeup? Because, like, Rocker Academy was their biggest threat, and now who is it? You know, does Europe finally get an event victory here? I don't know. I just don't know, man. There's a lot of questions we have, and I do always love kind of the beauty of that LAN environment where you finally get to see kind of regions collide, if you will. And even in that region, man, like the power rankings have already been shaken up. I mean, where do we have Lenave now? They've just come out and got top 3. Like, what? I don't know, man. We'll see.
Yep, I think that's the same amount of questions that we asked ahead of Boston are the same things being shaken up from Season 1 to Boston, Season 2 up into Texas as well. It just... Can't get me there soon enough, Brody. I know it's only about like a week out, but I can't get there soon enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what we'll do, guys, while we're waiting for the game #1 to get underway here, is we're going to send it to a very small break so we don't sit here vamping your lives away. We're back in just a second with game #1 here between Smog Alpha and Hype T Sports. All right, folks, it's time for game number 1 here between Smog Alpha and Hyped Esports. We didn't have to wait that long, it would seem, in the end, to finally get these guys into the lobby. Smog Alpha will kick things off on the better side of the map. Let's see how they get on. The first wave of gunfights, already a flank going on, with Veilux trying to make his way behind. And this opening kill might well help Smog Alpha try and get some time away from Hyped Esports here, and, well, it will do exactly that. Darkside going to be forced out of the hill.
And Hotel Hardpoint not exactly been a great one for Smog Alpha all Elite Season too long, but playoffs might be a different belly of the beast. I mean, they're just holding and posting up this side of the map. You end up having at least Pro Omar and Veilux just causing a little bit more of a ruckus through Atrium, through line. Keep Hyped Esports at bay. I mean, even if you get gun off of the time, did a stellar job of just maintaining the flank, just making sure that you can hold the rotation very far in the future ahead of P2.
From up. Looking for a rotational battle. That is a big one to take down against Zero. So in terms of getting step 1 done, that's good for Smog Alpha. Step 2 is making sure you don't get a flank like this. Bink has managed to get through Spark. Got some free coupons ready to go. Now looking for more damage around the back line. There is one. They're still knocking the door over towards Spar's side. It is a pinstripe kill feed, and now they know where Bink is as well. So Bink's going to have to try and play this one from, I was going to say, a disadvantageous position, but Bink makes it advantageous regardless. And nonetheless, just overwhelmed by Smog Alpha, who continue to hold those back spawns. That was a good effort from Hype, but it doesn't work.
Might be setting themselves up maybe to try to pick it one more time. Yeah, I was thinking about a question. Can we send at least one player maybe on the rotation? That's going to be Estriel. You have to find a kill all hardpoint long, and it seems like Hyped Esports will struggle to find even a second off of P2 here in the first set of rotations. Quick gunfights coming through. Smog Alpha close spawns. They'll be able to win it outright. They'll be able to get just about a full 60 off of P2. End of this rotation, going over towards the kitchen hardpoint itself. Hyped Esports need an answer back. That way they do not let this first set of hardpoint spiral out of control.
Looking for a 2-2 split again. 2 players around the back line. Pro Omar and Gus. ERS duo. Can they make their way around that back line? Well, Estriel will get the read, or Bink will try and provide some kind of cover from the corner. And, well, it is good enough as Zero picks up one. That entire play falls apart. So Smog Alpha now going to have to do the front of the kitchen. Darkside pushing up towards Freezer. The 1v1, and he will find it against Glowfrosty. But on the other side, Gus has already picked up a double. So Darkside now needs to get right back in the mixer, and he does go down. So Smog Alpha here, a pretty good look towards the back 25.
Yeah, this is a good 20 seconds if you are Smog Alpha to fight over rather than just kind of firm handshaking in and going over towards P4. They're already setting Pro Omar on that very long route. Gus, by the way, gets his 5th death. He's double positive now, 10-5, but the pressure does not relent. Smog Alpha already setting players, maybe trying to contest top bedroom. Darkside is the only player up here, gives it up for the time being, but love that discretion that is also being exemplified. You can see Veilux down low. He's just holding his life, just trying to see where his teammates spawn in and seeing what gunfights they could potentially win.
I've got to be careful about players coming from behind, though. Veilux, one of those guys, does take down Bink from the bedroom, so it's a lot of coverage that has dissipated for Hype. Darkside feeling the key. Pro Omar aggressing through lobby. This is a good hold now coming through from Smog Alpha. Glowfrosty wants to try and aggress on towards Estriel and lose that 1v1. Now nobody inside the hardpoint for Smog. The thing is, it's hard to actually get through when that coverage is being provided by Zero, but unfortunately for him, his teammates do go down around him. He will be the last one left alive here in an effective 1 versus 3. Pro Omar trying to get some exit frags, and we'll actually pick up that gunfight against Zero here, so looking pretty good to try and create some space in and around this hardpoint, and for really the rotation as well. They have to be careful here, Hyped.
Yeah, no, that was actually a wonderful job by Hyped all the way until this one moment of time. Just keeping Smog Alpha away from P4 from accruing so much time. It just comes down to these straight gunfights. Cartier, Zero had a good look at maybe number 3 down the hallway there of Wine, but mostly just comes down to rectify what was about to be an unmitigated disaster, losing a lot of pressure through the middle of the map. Smog Alpha, though, with these close kitchen spawns.
And Pro Omar already opened up proceedings with the double, though. That's the problem. Zero can try and stay in player's life all he likes. Smog Alpha and Hill for the moment. Zero is, still to be fair, doing exactly that. But Veilux on the other side for the double. Gus gonna combine for the third. Estriel's gonna have a little look at this hill and does unseat them for the moment. But it is the Glowfrosty. Now, final player left alive for Smog Alpha on that initial. It's Smog Alpha. You have the response time and time again. I mean, look, Hyped Esports, they get a good look at the back 15 and they do take a little bit of time away from Smog. But again, look at the rotation towards the next, Andy.
It's all about chipping away at the lead if you are Hyped Esports, but we got to start seeing some securing of about 20s, going 30s for 30s if you really want to bring yourself fully back in, because you're still trailing by about those 36 points. Veilux Gets behind Cartier. I don't think that Zero knew that Velux was even going to be flying back here. How could you? He's got that on top, even snaking inside a kitchen. This is not the active hill, keep in mind you, but Velux is just holding them at the kitchen hill, making sure that nobody even gets a good look over towards Valet.
And Velux, again, just providing so much of that SMG power that we were talking about before we got in towards this hard point. Now it's time for the AR power to step things up. Glowfrosty at 14-7 has most certainly done so here in this game, but needs to provide the coverage. One player does get by him in Bink, but Gus deals with him. Glowfrosty now, business as usual. Another one. 4 in a row for Glowfrosty. Velux with bedroom control as well. This initial has been superb from Smog Alpha, and now you're in danger because Smog sells 80, 90 point advantage over Hype. That is huge.
You just got a full 60 off of P6.
Yep.
That's so hard to do, but it all starts with Velux just hitting that route through Jacuzzi and just buying so much time over by Kitchen. By the time that those trades might even start to think about coming through for Hype Esports, Smog Alpha knew it was either mostly coming through top or bottom bedroom through the atrium, and those were all being watched. 16-8 for Glowfrosty, 13-8 for Gus, 17-11 for Velux. Yeah, Pro Amara 11-13, still got 40 seconds worth of hard point time, and is really just forcing his way for a lot of these rotational gunfights to make Velux's job that much easier. Need an answer, though, if you are Hype Esports. Like you were saying, Brody, you're still trailing by what is now 80 points.
The problem, I just think, for Hype Esports is every single time they get a look at the hard point, like, there always seems to be like a double or a triple from somebody on Smog Alpha. It was just Glowfrosty at the start of this hill. Gus has now produced another double as well to try and attain some time. And Hype, I mean, look, they're in a good position here. They've got rotation towards P2, but they need to make sure they hold it. A couple of kills come through now for a Smog. It will give them a look towards double arches rotation. Zero, can he double up here? Yes, he can. He'll actually triple up inside statue. And there you go. Finally, Hype gets some breathing room.
He still has some pressure. Still surmounting over towards the chandelier. Player number 8 is going to be Estriel. It's going to be the first point of contact over here. Darkside can't help him. He's being bombarded with nades. So Estriel up front is able to find 2. The Semtex will at least find that trade. But I mean, Estriel, I would definitely say he definitely did his job. He got more than what he needed. He finds 2. We also got Cartier playing over by Check-In. That'll be inevitably traded out. First push, scathe away for Hype.
Can they get more, though? Smog Alpha could still do some serious damage with a push in. Promar tries to fly through for the kill on towards the side, and he will pick up 1. There is a trade from Bink, but there is only 1 trade. It's Glowfrosty and Velux and Gus, while the fire department is through, and the fire department as well, and truly doing its job right now, putting out the fires. That is Hype Esports. Velux towards D1 as well. Just doing a stellar job. Smog can't finish it here. Hype will go to the rotation regardless of what happens, but still, like, that is another big dent in Hype in this map.
Yeah, it really is, because, again, it's that leader's advantage. I mean, it's that leader's advantage. This is now a casual 100-plus point lead. Casual. I mean, you can only give up 3 seconds now if you are Hype Esports. Full 60 to full 60. I've seen steeper mountains being climbed, but Pro Mars are trying to make an argument.
There's 1. All it'll take is 1 good hit, 4 points, and it'll all be done, though. Towards the backline, though, Zero has been really pivotal for this Hyped roster to try and keep them in the conversation. Velux and Gus try to force their way through, as does Pro Amar. I think feeling themselves a little bit too much now as Smog as they try to make that hit happen a little bit wayward. So, first hit doesn't go well. Trophy system now down for Bink here to try and survive yet another wave of Smog players spawning over towards P6. Here we go. Trying to find your way through. Glowfrosty and Pro Amar are going to be the players to pick up some kills for a Smog Alpha. It's a 2 versus 2 on the point. Now it's a 1 versus 2. Can Velux get some last-minute attention? No, he cannot, but now it's a race towards Noob.
Towards Noob has 3 players over here. If you are Smog Alpha, Kindle presence, check-in positioning. Gus does not carry, checked out yesterday. It might be a 1v1. Gus is behind D2. Bink will wallbang him. So numbers now over here for Hype Esports. Oh my.
Oh, okay. I am starting to get really concerned. I know that Smog Alpha are 4 points away. Like, what is that phrase? The mustachios hair away? The phrase that you use? That's how far away they are right now from getting this game victory. But Hyped are getting dangerously close to making a serious comeback. One of the best comebacks we've seen in challenges. And they get it done. Well, kills coming through over towards the other side. No is the answer. Estriel will give it 1 more look towards the old.
Okay.
That was 5 in a row for Estriel. Yeah, that is the biggest sigh of relief you'll have seen from any Challengers team so far here in North American Season 2. Because Hype were down by, like, a lot. I know that's not like...
107 points they were down by. Like, that is, woo.
Oh, dear.
That was about to be naughty. I mean, like, they could have closed it out on the Kitchen Hill, obviously. Like, it just came down to the kills. You saw what they were mostly playing for Smog at that point in time, right? Make sure you get the close spawns, and then you overwhelm them with numbers. Just those few players that were in the hill for Hype Esports were just going Giga Chat in that moment of time. Even Bink on rotation found like 3. Somehow was just piecing everybody, whether it was the top bedroom for the last kill in that spree, regardless of the matter. It's just what you get on Hotel when you start piecing together hard points and break attempts while also keeping the enemy team off the hard point as long as Smog Alpha were. It is not every single day that you cast over a Hotel hard point. You got a full 60 off of P6, all off of the forward setup from Velox to be able to find 2 inside a kitchen, set up his players and his teammates mid-map so wonderfully. One of the biggest difference makers for me in that map 1 win. Even Velox, 16 out of 23 non-traded kills, about 2,800 damage, was beating the lobby in that damage category, and as far as engagements are concerned, 22 and 15 for Glowfrosty as well as that AR to overwatch all these plays that were being pieced together by Velox. Gus right behind him at 22 and 15 as well. Yeah, Smog Alpha just slayed the hell out here on this map number 1.
Yeah, you talk about kind of the crucial point there where they got like a 90 to 100 point advantage off the back of P6, and then of course the rotation of to do was pretty favorable for them as well. I just think there was just so many 2 pieces and 3 pieces coming out of Smog Alpha in the first 60 to 70% of that game that Hype Esports would just consistently find themselves in unfavorable trades. That was really the only situation. I think the only player that was actually trading out effectively during that period was Zero, because Zero, again, we talked about kind of what he was doing with the AR. And that shows out in the KDs as well. He's the only player positive at the end of the game. And again, the reason for that is because early on in the game, he was the only one keeping pace with the entirety of what Smog Alpha were bringing to the table. Just extremely well played for Smog Alpha as they take a dominant map number 1, even if the scoreline doesn't exactly show it in the end. Fortress Search and Destroy, that's up next.
Now we start the replay factor if you are these 2 teams. Again, these 2 teams did face off against each other in winners round 1. Hyped Esports did win it 3-1, in the way that they did it by winning maps 2, 3, and 4. They lost map number 1. At that point, it was an Embassy hardpoint. They lost it 250 to 169. Is that in totem of the potential ending that is Smog Alpha here in this season of the Elite? Probably not. I don't know. But the Fortress Search and Destroy was that map number 2. Hyped Esports did win it 6-4.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me, of course, is Hyped Esports. Again, we talk about kind of their Search and Destroy record. Generally speaking, I will say it is their worst game mode of the lot from a statistical perspective. I know, like, it's kind of hard to say at this point because it's like we're looking at the top 4 teams, and I think worst just as a word to use in that circumstance. It makes it sound, it sounds like it carries like such heavy negative connotations. That's not what I mean. It's just like when you look at it compared to their hardpoint and control, it seems like, you know, they are the better game modes for these guys. But still, you already talked about it, right? I mean, if these guys can win 2, 3, 4 in that earlier matchup, albeit the stakes are a little bit different here, they can most certainly do it again. We're looking towards players again, though, when we talk about Search and Destroy. I will keep on saying a lot of it's down to the AR pressure, and I still think that is the case, because when we talk about historically speaking, for the players on Hyped Esports to show up in Search and Destroy, it has been Zero, it has been Bink that have come out and played really well in the S&D game mode. So that's what I'm looking at again. And to be fair, I mean, they weren't so far out of the conversation in the first map. It's just trying to get your wheels turning here from map number 2.
It's just when it comes down to Fortress, right, as far as Search and Destroy is concerned, it is just so heavy on the risks that you're willing to take, right? You know, in Fortress Search and Destroy, and we did see Smog play up against Team War on this map mode combination, at least ever so briefly, but I mean, you really have to be able to take risks. Or that was a control, excuse me, but I mean, for Smog on this map mode combination, they're not a team that screams, we're afraid to take risks, and we're going to be very hesitant. What I'm mostly worried about with that might be on the Hyped Esports roster side. You know, Ezreal needs to bounce back in a massive way. And when it comes down to this entire Hyped Esports roster, not a lot of them have the outbreak performances when you're thinking about opening to a win percentages, right? I mean, they're losing more than they are winning. But even more so than that, for Fortress Search and Destroy, if you are getting a little bit more aggressive and you can keep that pace going for yourself, it can really throw a team like Smog Alpha in for a loop. A team that kind of, I don't know, kind of holds themselves over a tall mountain when it comes down to the snipes that Glowfrosty does bring to the table, the pressure that Velox also offers, not to mention the S&D prowess between both ProOmar and Gus historically through a lot of different Call of Duties.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Is you're looking at Gus and ProOmar that are like native S&D players, and Velox, who's like really annoyed to deal with. Like, I don't know if you guys, I mean, maybe you guys are just tuning into the Challengers broadcast for the first time with that matchup. Like, here's Velox. He's a hyper-aggressive player. You just saw it in map number 1, right? And that in S&D is so freaking frustrating to deal with, especially on Fortress. Because Fortress is a map, like, Albeit sometimes you can have kind of these stalemate positions where, like, you know, teams are vying for control over A. And I think we saw that earlier on again with Smog Alpha, right? Where they were just like trying to find a way in towards A versus Team War. But sometimes as well, you're looking at like players like Velux with the SMG to fly through that main fortress building, right? That's the big thing for me. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes, man. Honestly, though, I think this is a crucial map in the series for Hyped Esports. They already will have some plot to work over, of course, because, like I said, Smog Alpha only played this, like, what, about 2 hours ago? I don't know.
2-2 overall for Smog. Hyped Esports 4-1. They did lose this to Decimate, but again, that 6-4 win in winners round 1 might just be enough. 2-for-1 trade, though. Offense still has the numbers advantage. Still don't feel comfortable enough to be able to plant this bomb. Glowfrosty is paying a lot of respect as far as what this play might be looking like. But the bomb's going to be planted before Glowfrosty even has a look at an engagement.
And Estriel being peppered up there by Glowfrosty for the exit frag, but it's just not going to happen. And now that makes the situation, well, not great, really, for Promar and Glowfrosty here, to be honest. Of course, no Dead Silence to work with. We are in round number 1 after all. Promar going to have to do this loud and proud, and he will get it against Darkside. That is a massive kill up towards the top railings, towards the front low. Glowfrosty unable to win his engagement. And Promar's going to pop the Dead Silence here for the 1 versus 2. I mean, like, might help you win the 1v2, but with the position, I would have just saved that for the next round.
I would have much preferred to save it for the next round. I mean, could have also been swapped for a trophy system for another player that already kind of got cut down earlier on, but it makes now your playability as far as the upcoming offensive round a little bit scarier, right? Cartier was able to find 3 within that 1 round. Massive stuff coming through from the ARs itself of Hyped Esports. You saw just the immediate post-plant setup. I mean, how annoying is it? You got Estriel just playing on the backside of that forklift. All the pallets, head glitching. Cartier, wallbang as you may try. Very tough to get a player out of his caliber from backstage.
All right. Bruno start for 0 there in round number 1. Once again, we find ourselves in that early round stalemate where Smog Alpha will be trying to cross. Estriel. Problem at large. Smog just don't want to move just yet, despite the fact that, realistically speaking, they've got quite a bit of control. What? How?
Was that Sunset supposed to go top single, or was it supposed to open up the doors? I think it was supposed to open up the doors, but spaghetti all over the floor of Fortress now. Got a full-on retake through close. They found the first.
It's a good start on the retake here from Hype. We'll say that much. Bink is going to recover the redemption arc for him there. Estriel towards the backline. That's unfortunate. That's a better Semtex from Gus. That's a well-aimed Semtex. Now Zero finds himself in a 1 versus 3. He was 3 in a row after that round number 1. Now, certainly no longer the case. I have so many questions.
Yeah, I don't know, like, maybe, like, Darkside maybe thought that Balhard was going to keep him alive, or that Semtex was supposed to be the one to open up bottom single, because you saw Darkside was also cooking a nade.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he was just going to yeet it up top single. He didn't find any information off of his stun, so I don't know. Weird.
Shrug shoulders all around, mate.
Whatever. Offense for offense, whatever may have you. Like, you're the Benny Hill music we got here in round number 3 regardless.
Oh, dear. That was weird. Anyway. Smog Alpha aggressive on towards A this time, and it works out. First blood for them. Promar going to be responsible for that. And now this is what we were talking about before, right? Where teams kind of get aggressive in towards A, and it leaves Hype just in such a weird spot.
Just this early stun stopped them from getting up towards those back stairs, right? That's what we was talking about. That first trophy to get them up through back stairs, and the second trophy to plant the bomb. But Bink has found himself an avenue. Middle boxes, just front maps. Can't challenge it. I mean, Glowfrosty is playing the hay bale head glitch. But is this an opportunity as Darkside has the bomb to maybe rotate all the way over? Seems he might actually get some good timing. Cartier is the bait. He gets Glowfrosty off of that positioning. None of Hype has moved. They don't know what the information looks like on the other side. Nobody has utility anymore.
Yeah. It's a big problem. If they do choose to go towards B, to be fair, they've only got 1 threat to deal with. But Bink might do it through the middle of the map. Has to be careful that he doesn't get caught with his pants down by Gus. And oh my god, Bink has just eviscerated Gus. See you later in the next round, bud. And now we're seeing these fabled B hits. Smog had to deal with it earlier on versus Team War. They're going to have to deal with it versus Hyped.
How do you do this, though? Like, I feel like it mostly has to come through maps. That's a big first kill to actually find. So now you can actually hit this through the main gates. That's going to split the post-plant situation to look at 2 different open arches.
Yeah, it's just a lot of different places that you can sit here, though, if you're hyped, and Smog will be well aware of that fact, and they don't anticipate Darkside to be in whatever that weird hedge treatment is. So Frosty now going to have to move away, gets the kill on towards Spink. There is time. There's absolutely time for this 1 versus 2 to happen, and Darkside gets cooked. Goodness me. In the whatever cooker you go, Darkside mate, Glow Frosty is just had him for breakfast. Or dinner. Very late dinner.
He's starting to get that push past benches. You're like, I could have sworn that tree had attack 56. No, it was just Darkside playing the corner. And if you're Glowfrosty, right, you're making that push happen. You find the first. I mean, there's only so many positions that Darkside could have gone because Glowfrosty comes back through that same area. You would have seen him go all the way past the fountain, you would feel like, up towards the stairs. He would have already been in a gunfight. So by proxy, just knew that it was that last situation. And a 1-for-1 just comes down to your gunny, your reaction skill. Glowfrosty will get the better. Cartier found 3 within 1 round. Glowfrosty answers back with his own, plus a retake. Smog Alpha won 2 in a row.
All right, Smog Alpha, massive clutch for them. Glowfrosty's going to be very happy with how that one went down in the end, at least. Smog Alpha, they're on the offense. Again, it's that same position that we were in a couple of rounds ago. And short of Bink, team killing his teammate, things should be okay for Hyped on the defense. It does cross. Estriel, that is beautifully done there. Catches the arm of Glowfrosty. Thinks, you know what? I'll take the whole body.
Frosty actually finds the dive timing. But he can't plant the bomb. He had a trophy system to keep himself safe. Estriel rips him apart. 2v4, and this retake doesn't even really have to be anything. I mean, you feel like it has to be Velux coming through top single. Gus is also being wallbanged to oblivion. Can't encroach towards the bomb site. Velux has a sub. I mean, if you want to try to salvage this round, it's going to have dead silence play through Velux, you would feel, but not a whole lot of time to make this happen.
Do you actually want to invest it as well, is the other question, right? I mean, like, it feels a little bit futile because you need to at least get the first blood. That's nice. Team shots from Gus and Velux. We'll pick it up. Now the fly out towards the window and pre-fires the wrong spot. Estriel is there, but now Gus finds himself right in the Hornet's nest. Good luck with not getting stung. And yeah, I am kind of appreciative of the fact that he didn't utilize the dead silence there because it can be used a little bit better maybe in the next round.
Yeah, you're going to be frustrated, though, if you are Smog, and you felt like that it came down to at least one player maybe checking that. I don't know whether or not Estriel found some immense timing or not through close, but there is that little sliver of the doorway. That wooden door does not touch the ground. You can see players crossing all the way through in that stage. I don't know if you've played ranked games or you've even loaded into a fortress, but you can wallbang all of its entirety, you would feel like. That second trophy system, keep him safe from nades inside. It's just the wallbang spots, the discipline that was exemplified from Hype Esports to stop the bleed and keep it even in around 5.
That nade didn't go as planned. We can see it from the other side. Smog hit a nade on towards the frame of the window. It gets right back out towards the middle of the map, so no information whatsoever gained off that. But on the other side, Hype still have a mountain to climb in terms of crossing towards A. You know how easy it is now. Teams to push up and get the kills once they've crossed, and here you go. This is exactly why Glowfrosty, sniper in hand, you can shoot through the stage, and well, Zero learns that firsthand. Gus will take him out with the Semtex in the end, and now Bomb is stuck on site.
Now the shoe is on the other foot. Things on the flank, though. Tough engagement. Glowfrosty just putting on his ballerina act, just balancing across that stone beam. It's still forced Bink's hand. His dead silence has run out. Yesterday, he has to try to find 2 kills inside of maps. He gets stunned up. Darkside, he's got an SMG. Give me a player immediately in his corner, and that's Glowfrosty to find that kill. And you feel like that Bink's efforts might all be for naught. All these players are just going to run towards the back staircase player inside of Blacksmith. But yeah, Glowfrosty with a sniper makes that play happen. And it's the delayed Semtex, the delayed utility usage that comes back to bite all of Hype Esports in the rear end. There wasn't that second trophy system. I don't even think there was the first trophy system on the staircase. Yeah. It's just how players have evolved on Fortress Search and Destroy continuously, especially in these later rounds. You should know that you're playing all the way in towards the back. Or Smog Alpha, Hyped Esports just waiting for that trophy system, but they hold on to the Semtex to come all the way through. They stop the bomb plan off of Glowfrosty's initial pick with the sniper rifle. Get that lead right back, albeit by 1.
Yeah, close search and destroy here between these two teams at the moment. Not a lot separate. Glowfrosty might well beat the Emulsifier. Or anti-emulsifier? I don't know, the other thing. Separates things. Glowfrosty's trying to do it. That's the point. 5-2 at the moment. for some snipes, and this is really in anticipation of where Hyped have been trying to take them out before they get to the stage.
Estriel just finds the timing. Again, it's this closed stairwell that has now been the unfortunate flutter of Smog Alpha. Now 2 defenses in a row for Hype Esports. And Estriel again, I mean, it is just a mere pixel. Like, we have Codcaster, we can see ProMR's X-Ray, but Estriel is just seeing mere pixels on his monitor, knowing that nobody has crossed A.
Yeah, he's got that 1440p monitor, I might see, mate. Just getting a couple of extra pixels onto ProMR.
He is in the monitor. Like,
Yeah.
how do you see that?
I don't know, bro. Catching ProMR and 8K. Not enough for a kill just yet. Lying on a play from behind. Gus attempts it, but backed away by 0. At least Gus gets away with his life. 4 HP in a dream. Now making this one fast start. Smog Alpha. If they could get the bomb down, that would be huge. They're going to wait for some of the utility to come their way before they attempt the flank. It's going to happen. The plant goes down. Now 2 versus 3. Gus trying to play his life. You've already got the bomb, and yeah, that was a Hail Mary play coming out from Smog Alpha. They knew it wasn't really going to work, but why not try, right?
Just such a nerdy defense. That was really your only play. You're not wrong, Brody. Why not try? Because you know Estriel's going to be playing at the closed arch stairwell. You know, you just have to kind of jump right past him and just pray to RNGesus that he just doesn't rip your head off as he's jumping through with the headshot multiplier with the TAC 56. But talk about the nerdy position, even coming through, I think was Cartier, bottom map side door that leads to bench. Just knowing that off of that first blood, the Smog Alpha, really the only way Smog was going to work their way back into that round was maybe finding a pick through the middle of the map. So the door opened ajar for Cartier, just watching that P1 exit, completely keep ProMR at bay. So even Stevens once again, round number 7, stun open the door. Pretty casual stuff. Smog Alpha just waiting for the challenges.
Once again, it's just the fear, the tension that if you cross towards A, you will die. I know it. It's scary, to be fair, isn't it? If I was in this position, I'd just be like, I'm going to the back of the map, not having it.
Got the tension in the search and destroy with a butter knife right now. Trophy system's out. Stuns will be coming through. These nades won't even get over there because, well, you have at least a trophy system. But when Semtex does sneak through, we'll be traded by Velux.
Numbers, though, for Hyped. Even if they don't have the map control that they desire, they're hitting B. They're going for it. This is bold. I will say that much, because Velux does have the coverage. Should be good to double up on him, though. And Gus pushing in towards A is quickly going to realize that, hey, guys, you might not want to let this cross happen. Gus is going to pick up 1 by the push through towards doubles, but that is a chow. That is... Oh, my God, I thought we were going to get big there. Yeah, what is going on? Switching around to the left. Gus is still alive somehow. Not going to be able to stop the plant, but the post-plant kill might be good enough. Finally, will be taken down from the side door. Yeah. 4-3.
Lead back. Off the offensive affairs again, just... For me, it mostly comes down to, I think it was like Bink that found the timing in the middle of the map. When you get that Semtex and the trade comes through, once Velux is able to find that trade off of Cartier's Semtex for first blood, Bing chows over by cannons through that mid lane, and he catches a player, I want to say, over inside of Stables. And that just halts all of Smog Alpha. And when Bink's in that positioning, he can immediately communicate that to Hype. Hey, I got this A lane all covered. Wonderful rotations and execution being exemplified by Hype Esports. So I go back towards their devious ways. Again, it's Estriel. He's the raid boss in this defensive route. Can you get past him in this damn pixel that he sees?
Estriel's providing so much coverage to the site, and now that was a quick sprint across. ProMR trying to get the bomb down, but Estriel, again, instant recognition, and just, yeah, even when you're crouched, you're not getting past Estriel. You will get that kill, and again, it is this situation, right? The bomb is now stranded on the site, and even if you go and retrieve it, you don't have the numbers to make it happen.
Blade, jump across, Velux. Got no trophy, gets stun checks, Semtex will keep him locked in place. Bomb's recovered by Glowfrosty, and he's on the stage, but last time it was a delayed peak, so you wait for the challenges to come through. It's on 2 different arches. 1 for 1 we go. Numbers advantage in the defense.
Yeah, Velux still the key to this play for Smog Alpha, and Hype Esports well aware of the fact he's probably just lurking around the corner. Glowfrosty can take the head off 1. That would be huge. At least he's going to be able to plant the bomb. Velux's coverage should be good enough. Bink's going to push that left side, though. Velux, is he ready for it? Yes, he is. Good kill. Recognizing now that Darkcypher is coming around from the side again. Still got to consider the fact that Zero is still in the play as well. Scaring these guys off for the moment. Now going to have to re-aggress through both sides of the doors. Zero, can he get it done? Swinging right, he's going to go down, and now it's going to be 1v1. Darkside does trade out, 24 seconds on the clock.
Darkside needs to wait for the regen as well. Well, Frosty could just play the back and stage. He's snaking the head glitch, but Darkside rips him to shreds.
Jeez.
Oh my god. I swear there was a goal of Frosty backstage there a second ago. Holy retake, Batman. Darkside just eviscerates him, puts hyped up on map point.
You know what? I will say, though, for sure, like, Smog Alpha played that so well in terms of retaking the site. Like, to get the bomb down for Glowfrosty, like, yeah, I don't think you should have been allowed to get the bomb down, to be frank, but they were still scared of Velox, and that 2v3 almost happens, but Darkside just cooks him. Jesus. Sheesh.
He was one shot. I mean, Darkside was literally one shot. He was redded on the screen, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's such a hard gunfight versus an AR. I know the SMG, yeah, whatever. In that range should probably win it. But Frosty has been having himself a day. Now down by 2, map point. Hyped Esports looking to at least push this to a map 4 guaranteed.
Yeah, looking pretty comfortable, but look at how aggressive this is on the defense from Smog Alpha. Unconventional is the word I would use, because you're putting a lot of faith in Glowfrosty over towards site. If he goes down, this is an easy plant.
They're not going to be able to check this. All the nades that come over the top is being caught by the trophy system inside of open. But they're trying to make sure that Bing cannot find any focus towards that P1 lane. But there's no immediate assistance. Finally, Pro Omar comes over towards that closed archway head glitch to help things out. Once it inevitably goes crazy for Glowfrosty. He heard that trophy system plop. You know he did.
It's just a battle of nerves at the moment, isn't it, for Glowfrosty? It's like, will he move at any point? Because he is still the playmaker in the situation. Gus has drawn first blood, and attempted flank from Bink will go alright. And finally, Glowfrosty goes off. Picks up one on towards Estriel, but no more than that. Wasn't quite the play that they thought it would be, and now Zero going to answer back with a double of his own. 2v2 we go. Darkside, again, aggressive. Will pick up one, and the trade is not there. And now they've indicated exactly where Velox is positioned. Now's the time to use Deddy. 1v2, 15 seconds on the clock here. Velox coming around from behind. He's not going to be able to stop the plant, but what does the post-plant look like? Slowing up to a snail's pace. Might be able to catch Zero off guard on the other side of the stage. Again, it's the lack of information. As soon as the snake comes through, should be done. First 2 shots out. There you go. Now Darkside and Zero repositioning. The team shot should be good enough. Velox is going to just keep on dipping and diving around. The reposition will actually come through from the second, but there you go. Zero closes things out. And Hyped Esports with the back 3 will put some distance between themselves and Smog Alpha and tie this series.
Hey, so they did it at least one round cleaner than the last time they played Winners Round 1. All jokes aside, I mean, you can just see how much respect in that defensive round for Smog Alpha being bought for Hyped Esports. They put 3 players to hit over towards cannons and pass secret to make sure Bink did not poke out over towards the P1 trucks. Because every single offensive round, I want to say for like 4 straight for Hyped Esports, they were always putting Bink in that positioning, whether it was damage or just a full-on kill that was coming through from that mid-lane side. Bink was always exerting pressure in that position on the map. So they sent 3 players over there aggressively. They don't find the kill initially. Yeah, he's able to find the trade, but even when Smog have numbers, it just takes one player. If it's not going to be Bink over on the flank, Cartier lines up 2. If it's not going to be Estriel on defense, who seemingly is untradeable, by the way. I know it's very tough to be able to see that door peek from the offensive side of things, but it just felt like that Smog just never could find the timing. They never have the answer for what was such a standardized defensive setup. And Cartier absolutely feasted. 11-4 for Trey Zero. 7 of those 11 not traded, by the way. I don't know if those number stats are all favorable past like highest streak, and I don't really care because Cartier absolutely feasted in this S&D.
Yeah, you know what's kind of funny is just like that. It feels like we've seen an evolution in the way that Fortress Search and Destroy is played. Like, Estriel just made it look so easy. Every single time that Smog Alpha went to approach to get the bomb down on A, Estriel was just like, "You're really trying that? All right, I guess I'll just come and get the kill, and then you guys can do what you want after that." And that happened like 3 times at least on those offensive efforts from Smog Alpha. It bears out, I think, just what Estriel, he finishes, 6-6 overall, 5 of which were non-traded, and a lot of those were those peaks in towards the site. But I gotta give Zero a shout, man, because he is 11-4 at the end of that Search and Destroy. We already talked about what he's like in Search and Destroy before we got into it, and, well, unsurprisingly, he's just there again in Search and Destroy doing just 0 things. They will tie the series up now at 1-1. A big map victory again. We talked about kind of the momentum that Smug Alpha might have after that map number 1. That is the response that I think Hype Esports really required.
And now we go into a Hotel Control. Again, this was map number 3. It was played in winners round 1. Remember what I talked about after that map 1 loss? The way that Hype Esports were able to beat the Smug Alpha roster was by losing map number 1 and then taking the next 3. Is the plot armor too thick? I'm not too sure. But they were able to win the Hotel Control last time these two teams played. It went to round 5, and yet Hype Esports were still able to walk away with it.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for sure, right? When it comes down to Hotel Control, we talk about kind of the big performance really for both of these two rosters. And again, it is much of the same storyline that we've been talking about all series long. The best performer for Smug Alpha on Control, it's Phalanx with a 1.32. Again, these are stats pre-today. I don't know if that's been updated. This is just what I had down. And Zero also at 1.22 as well. So, like, it's just the regular story where Smug Alpha are so reliant on their controls. They're just playing hyper-aggressive with SMG pressure. And on the flip side of the conversation, it's just AR map control that gives Hype Esports a really good look into any given series. I will say this much, Andy. We look over towards that last series between Hyped and LAG Academy. What was the one map they lost? It was a Control ultimately. So maybe that's kind of the look here that Smug Alpha have, despite what happened last time these two teams.
Elosilo, Hotel, I mean, apples and oranges, but they're still fruit at the end of the day. You're not wrong, Brody. I think that what you're mostly going to be looking at is to be exemplifying a lot more discretion when it comes down to these picks being found. If you are for this Hype Esports roster, obviously we have a lot more recency analysis when it comes down to this Hype Esports roster because we didn't get to fully see all of Smog in their matchup versus War, but I mean, nonetheless, the way that they were still able to take it, a 3-2 win on Fortress Control, nonetheless. Could have been a war of attrition. Could have been some nutty plays when it comes down to their offense. We might not fully know, but I think that for Hype Esports, one thing that they need to rectify, especially from an Elosilo Control over towards the Hotel, like I was talking about, being able to capitalize on a lot of these different trades and picks being found through the middle of the map. If the SMGs are going to find these picks, ARs need to encroach on forward and get in these positions to be able to get trophies down, start stopping the clock a whole lot sooner. It just felt like a lot of the offensive rounds on that Elosilo versus LAG Academy for this Hype Esports roster, that they had opportunities to be able to stop the clock, and they were just kind of deers in headlights, just waiting for the next shot to come all the way through. They were never really forcing the engagements. They allowed LAG Academy to dictate the pace continuously through a lot of those defensive rounds.
Yeah, for sure. Well, right now, 1-1 between these two teams here as we get in towards the Control, the swing map in this series. Reminder, folks, kind of where we're at, generally speaking. This is lower round 3 or the lower bracket semi-final. One of these two teams is about to go home in 4th place. The other one guaranteeing top 3 in a spot to face Convoy Gaming. But we want to know right now what you guys think overall about kind of the series as it currently stands, maybe just challenges on the whole. We're introducing kind of a new feature here where you guys can get involved in the conversation with the social soundboard. So if you guys want to get involved, all you got to do is go get your tweets out on Twitter. We know that people love their tweets. I most certainly do enjoy tweeting absolute nonsense, so I'm sure you guys will as well. Just at WeAreClutchGG, get the hashtag Challengers Elite in with your takes, and we might put one up on stream. Again, we said it earlier, one simple rule, folks: don't be naughty. Don't come out with any naughty nonsense. We won't put it up on broadcast, okay? We make exceptions for, like, Brogan would probably be the only person, but that's it. That's it. Not you.
Why is Logan catching strays, man? Like,
He deserves it.
yeah,
I don't know who Brogan is, but he deserves it.
I know who Brogan is. Shout out Logan, man. That's the homie for sure. And not too sure what's going on with this lobby, but nonetheless, I mean, big swing map mode combination coming all the way through. I mean, you're right, it's a highlight Velux on the opposite side. I mean, when you're thinking about it for this Hype Esports roster in Control, I think that we just need to be able to see. I hate to keep putting a giant magnifying glass on this guy, but I mean, Estriel has a 0.71 in Control. You just really do feel like in a map mode combination like Hotel Control, maybe your SMGs, especially the aggressors, can definitely get a little bit more into the trenches with the ARs, because you got Dark Side, he's at a 1.111, 1.11, excuse me, and then Zero's also at a 1.15. So you know where a lot of these slaying is coming from. It just comes down to, again, finding these kills, and then Estriel needs to get in his comfort zone to be able to press on a little bit forward. I think it's BO4, Justice, and I'm sure you're going to be just fine. No, I'm sorry, that's a straight dig.
Hey, that was so horrible. That was really harsh.
So fun story, actually. My first time meeting Estriel in person was, of course, at Raleigh. I was not there to cast, before I was there to cast COD Mobile with Shift. And then when I met Estriel for the first time, I shook his hand just so vigorously, and I told him, like, just outright, just with a smile on my face, I'm so happy he stopped playing BO4. The kid is so talented, man. We got to see it with that Electrify Steel roster. I'm so happy that he's finding strides with this roster as well. Still a lot more to come out of that young individual, I promise you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is the big situation here, right? It's just like the Estriel has like a lot of talent, and again, I've already mentioned it, but I saw it over at Raleigh, you know, on that Electrified Steel roster. They got top 8 ultimately. It was one of the teams, obviously, the very few teams that Austin and I actually got to cast over at that event, and it was just so enjoyable to see Electrified Steel play. They actually ended up losing that series, but like, I think what I walked away from that series, like there were 2 players in particular, like I was looking over towards Noisy and Estriel, right? And it's kind of funny because we've been talking about them today as well. Noisy obviously on LAG Academy and Estriel here, beat him earlier on the Hype Esports roster. Both of those players I think has been highly impressive. We already knew a little bit about Noisy, but as you say, I mean, like Estriel's effectively making his Challengers debut this season after playing Black Ops 4 for a long time. So yeah, it's been nice to see Estriel kind of get himself in the conversation a little bit more, but he does need to be a little bit more consistent. We've seen him win some crazy 50-50, so just do that on a regular basis and you'll be fine and dandy, mate. Let's get in towards this control, though. Hype Esports, they're starting things off on the offense, trying to make things work on B. Not that much of a surprise to see them attempt this, considering it's the harder point to take of the 2, especially off the rip, but doesn't exactly go as swimmingly as they would have liked.
Yeah, heads up play coming through from Velux, right? You go for that 1-3 split defensively because what happens more often than not, like you were talking about, Brody, especially for an opening offense, you try to get that B zone first, try to get some presence. It doesn't go your way. So you spawn parallel over towards A, but not so much the case for Hype Esports as Velux was still over there. So he's making it rather difficult just to be able to get over towards his A zone scot-free. Finally, some numbers do start to assemble themselves. First segment has been secured for Hype.
Yep. Hype should be able to capture this point now. You have to imagine a Smogger preparing themselves for the exit frags. They've allowed one player to filter through towards B. You can see Pro Amar desperately searching for that player over towards B. Got to be careful, though. Some of these exit frags now starting to go down. By the way, Zero was actually dealt with in that 1v1 from Pro Amar, and things going better as well for Smog Alpha as the initial wave of gunfights do go in their favor too. So, pretty good. I think as far as these transitional gunfights are going for Smog Alpha, doing a stellar job at keeping these guys at bay. But now here they go. It's the trio, yet boy band coming around on the flank from Hype.
I need that photo in Texas if this entire team is there. Regardless, yeah, full flank around. Smog Alpha actually playing the chess match. You see player number 7 is Velux. He's all the way over by the God, heading over by Jacuzzi. You have Pro Amar that's playing top light, so Gus has so much to do. Glow Frosty cannot get out of spawn scot-free. Gus is stunned up to oblivion. No! No, Estriel! Finds 2 teammates with the Semtex. The flank play was sublime, but it gets stopped by one of her own. There's an imposter among us.
Oh, God. First Pink, now Estriel. I mean, Estriel's markedly worse, but still. What is going on, guys? Come on. Ah, whatever. Anyway, Hype will be putting that to the back of their minds as Estriel. Now looking to try and make something happen on the flank, and he will pick up one. Dark Siphon, Zero with another between them. This is going to be a good look over towards B. Estriel now really starting to heat up on 3 in a row. The kills are good, and there's going to be coverage in the middle of the map as well, brought to you by Bing. So this is really good from Hype. The first tick will be through. They're looking for the second, but Smog coming off the spawn. It's a double headshot play as Velux and Pro Amar clear point.
Like a mid-map presence. That second tick not being depleted. All it takes is one good push. Glowfrosty gets stunned, so he can't help out his teammate. That's Velux that's trying to deplete the progress over by B. Hype Esports waiting for their numbers. Darkside is already through single archway as well, and you got player number 4. That's up top. That's Estriel. Get that with 1-for-1.
To look at 4 seconds on the clock. Oh, Frosty goes huge with the double. And that will be all she wrote here in this round. I think it was 1 tick was what Hyped managed to acquire over towards B, but no more than that. And very often, Andy, it does come down to kind of what that initial transition looks like. And unfortunately for Hyped, Estriel made it look good for Smog Alpha. That's all I'll say. I'm not saying any more than that. It was one play. I'm not going to bring it up again.
Thank you, Sport.
Wait, are we getting a replay?
There's that nade.
No.
Yeah. No! It was about to be such a good bait and switch. That free cam brought to you by Ryan Switchy. Oh, production, man. Vortex, you come through. We're keeping a close eye on that as we get closer and closer towards what feels the inevitability of a round 5, defense or offense alike. So, Esports thought it was going to be a B execute because why wouldn't it be? Everybody and their mother goes for B. Ask my rank game. So Smog Alpha showing presence over at A very quickly. Hyped Esports looking for the retake.
I don't know if you get that varied strategies at your level at rank play, but
Cool.
Hyped
Good one.
Esports. Sorry. Hyped Esports trying to re-entry. That's true from the side door. Gets shut down by Velux, and I think that should be all she wrote here. Smog Alpha are going to stack the point, get another player on. Velux joins the ensemble. As A has fallen by the wayside. So 2 minutes 10 now to make this transition happen. You've got a lot of different crevices and corners to check. Estriel from Statue will take out Gus. So looking pretty good. I think a Hyped Esports, generally speaking. Zero being cautious of a player jumping out towards this back open area. And they will do exactly that. He should be able to catch at least one off guard, but does he anticipate the second? Thinks they might be coming around the left side, but shots being taken out by Pro Amark here. Reposition coming out from Zero, and the help has arrived from Estriel as well. This is great from Hype. I thought Zero was about to get that.
Tough gunfight win versus Glowfrosty, but I mean, that positioning will amount to nothing besides just keeping Estriel trapped to look at that chandelier push, but Glowfrosty's not done pushing it. Love this pickup, actually, that happens off screen. Velox will take down Bink, who was trying to go over towards the jacuzzi, so you need to make sure that you clear away top and bottom bedroom, where you can see on the minimap all of Hyped Esports are residing at.
A massive kill there from Estriel to alleviate some pressure towards bedroom side at least. And what? Spawn in from Velux? I have no idea. I don't know how that's happened, to be honest. Bink on the flank though. Able to get another one, and well, Hype will clear anyway. Yeah. All right, whatever. It was a good clear coming up.
I mean, he was back spa, so like the game was just like, hey, spawn parallel, and he spawns them around, just like probably hearing all the footsteps in the world. Little Frosty will find too. That's Couches. Chill should know that there's a player in and around top and bottom bedroom. That's gonna be Darkside, and he finds yet another one. He's been having himself a great series so far as fighting timings is concerned. Down to 40 seconds here, Brody. 20 plays up against 17.
Yeah, Smog Alpha, at least they've got bottom bedroom control. That's the key thing. They're still fighting for top. Gus involved in that, and, well, that's a nade. We don't get to see it. It is off screen, but it's the pressure they wanted. Now trying to go for a pinch play, getting them in the presser. Romar will be the first one involved in the engagement against Darkside around this back line. And while Darkside wins it, well played from Darkside. Do they anticipate a second? That's going to be the question for me, as Smog Alpha is still trying to build up some pressure around the front line as well. And they're going one by one, and they're falling one by one in the exact same manner. Frosty goes. One last look from Velux. Going to have to wait a second, as that nade would have made them extremely weak. Mid-map pressure from Estriel. Darkside to cap off a pretty good round from Hyped Esports.
Only 3 segments, Brody.
Yep.
Hey, you are not tall enough to ride that round 5 ride defensively if you are Smog Alpha. Not quite yet. Trailing by 1, and again, it is the heads-up play that came through of chalking the A zone when they knew that it was not worth just to throw so many lives away. They just do the right call, and that's just always shift focus inside of bedroom. It's a nice subtext that came through from... Where did that nade come from underneath, Sport? I'm so confused as to how... Who left? You know, the Tooth Fairy's supposed to leave quarters underneath your pillow, not Semtexes. Modern Warfare Tooth Fairy, if I've ever seen it.
I have a question for you later regarding the Tooth Fairy, but we'll get to that after the broadcast.
All right.
FT Sports looking for a good start to this round. I haven't found it so far. Velux is the player to deal with over towards A. Pro Amar will come to join Fun. Which fun will it be actually for Smog Alpha in this play though? Velux taken down, and well now Pro Amar needs to go huge, and that is the double required. Make it a triple. Why not? Nope, never mind. Zero is going to deny, and now close spawn should be in effect for Hype Esports over towards A. They should be okay to make some progress over here.
You got some help. Darkside is now in line. Flux. Sense tingling. Ooh, not going to be able to win the gunfight, though. Now it comes down to Gus. Do you even try to recontest this? They know you're here. Ace getting a snake on. Damage is going to be good. He finds the first. Second segment is still here. And Gus, I mean, you might as well just kind of throw yourself away at this. Darkside is able to find himself yet another 2. Look, if you can find the kills, great. If you can stop the zone, even better. But you do your teammates were at least clearing away mid-map, getting themselves bedroom control, and you at least keep lives even.
Yeah, it's not terrible because of the fact that ultimately, like, Hype don't do, like, the standard thing that you would expect and, like, just have one player capturing the point while the rest try to go regain mid-map control off the back of that double. So it's fine, but like still, it's a bit dangerous to try and invest a couple of lives there at the final second, even if it is like for a good play. Now Hype trying to make this transition occur. Lovely nade from Semtex from Pelux there. English. It's Hyped. Now trying to regain control of that backside of yet another attempted flank. One player is trying to be a little bit more honest with it from bottom bedroom side, and he will, you have to imagine, pounce at the same time as his teammates around the flank.
How much noise can Cartier make? These stuns are coming through. ProMR, I don't know how many players he saw swan dive through the hole. Unbeknownst to him, that's a lot of players on the flank. You do have check-in in your favor. That's player number 5, ProMR, at least trying to stay alive over here in top of P4. Yeah, Velux will find the first. So that's a lot of information that a lot of these players are trapped on your side of the map. This is just wasting so much time.
Yeah, that was a lot, I think, from Hyped Esports here on this flank. Darkside now, the last remaining player here, the survivor of that initial play. And, well, actually, Estriel comes to the middle of the map, and that's a double. Zero finally activates inside bedroom, but he will go down in the end. He's only able to pick up one. It is pretty good, though, to clear some space. A couple of players now from Hype. They will get a tick, regardless of what happens. Any more than that, though? That's my question. There it is. First tick will be through. Estriel once again continue to clear space here for Hyped, and behind on the flank, Gus needs to go big. He's in for a one. On the other side, Glowfrosty picking up the double. Might will get the triple here. Zero going to land a nade for a posthumous kill, and will actually find it. But 18 seconds now on the clock, and you can see there, you can see Estriel in the moment just sprinting through bottom bedroom to try and get some timings against a player such as ProMR. Does not happen. And in the middle of the map, Glowfrosty wants to try and clear house. He does exactly that. ProMR does steal one of those kills away. But a sigh of relief, you have to imagine, in the Smog Alpha camp there is, again, I mean, like Hyped Esports, that is the second round now on the offense where they have got very close, to be fair, to capturing B.
Still 8 segments in total. I'm no mathematician scientist guy, but that go ahead and just tells me that one thing, that even Smog, you either win this offense and you close it out here, or you have a second offense to look for round number 5 defense. Hyped Esports going to be feeling pretty darn skippy about themselves, as we have been all defense so far through these 3 rounds of play. Regardless up, there's one person you definitely want to have on a streak coming into an offensive round. I feel like it would be Glowfrosty. 17 and 11. Get yourself a cruise missile. I mean, that's a good utility you can have for yourself if it comes down to another execute. There's the first. 2 more to go.
Start from Glowfrosty again. It would be nice. Could attain those streaks. Streak. Plural. And this is going to go widely unchallenged, you have to imagine.
More.
Yeah, he's still looking for it. Don't give it to him. Okay. Estriel doesn't actually back away, to be fair. It's Glowfrosty that backs away from the challenge. But yeah, 5 in a row now, and I think this is the primary thing for Smog Alpha, getting the streak and then maybe using it.
Information from Glowfrosty. He tagged Estriel with a nade 30 seconds ago. And that is a pixel and a half that Glowfrosty sees through the van. From Art, maybe for the long-range bait. Player up top is Bink weak. He's got to be one shot. Glowfrosty wants it. Can't get it. 2 for 1 trades, though. Glowfrosty's still searching for the 6th kill. You have so much time on the board.
Yeah, I mean, like, I will say the question I have is how much time do you actually want to invest into trying to get this streak, right? Because you always have those kind of conversations. If you don't get it, that's a lot of time invested and a lot of resources invested into making sure you do get it. Glowfrosty will stay on board with him until he does eventually die or get the streak. We find it against Bink. Bink's going to travel around towards the side stairwell. So if anybody, it will be ProMR. This is incredible.
This feels like a campaign mission from Glowfrosty.
Yeah. This is incredible,
mate. Is that a mission?
That... Stealth. Yeah, he's got everything.
He's over here. There it is.
Hey!
Build up.
What are we?
A lot of kills, actually. They know that Darkside's actually inside of couches. All the trades are good. Estriel for another heroic 2. How does he keep getting away with this?
I'll say, to be fair, you know, given the fact that A fell pretty quickly early on, there is a life advantage and a half right now for Smog Alpha. That has just been diminished a little bit, at least by Zero in the middle. Getting up a couple of kills and regaining a smidge of map control, looking for more by aggressing in towards bedroom side there. As Velux takes him down, that will open up a lane. Darkside, though. See what you can do here in the middle of the... Darkside. No, no. Darkside. Buddy, you cannot get toasted like that. That is tough. Smog Alpha, now a chance over towards speed.
Again, it couches. It's the same positioning that stuffed them on their last attempt. First segment comes through. 17 plays up against 12. This is all from the front. You still have yet to deal with Bink over inside of Couches. How is Bink still alive in Couches? Finally dealt with. Second segment is on its way.
Hold on, it's Trey 0 down for the count. Smog Alpha, they've done it. They've absolutely done it. The 3 stack through. Smog Alpha get the offensive victory when required. That will be all she wrote here on map number 3. And yeah, Smog Alpha, they just clear the space. I mean, they knock at the door a fair amount, to be fair. And they do, I don't want to say waste, because I don't think waste is the right word. They expend a lot of time trying to get Glowfrosty that streak in the end. I don't even know if it comes down.
No, he doesn't call it in, but I also disagree with you that they weren't necessarily wasting time. I mean,
Well, yeah, that's what I mean.
They lacked information as far as where they were, and they were proactively, fundamentally, whatever more words just thrown out at you, like trying to get more of the map all the way through the entirety of while Glowfrosty was playing through his single-player campaign mission of trying to find that 6 and illustrious kill, be able to get that cruise missile. Of course, he ends up finding it, doesn't even need it. We always know when it comes down to hotel control, baby. It takes that one good push, you get on that B zone, the stack comes in. I just don't know how you will let Bink stay alive inside of Couches for as long as he did. Obviously, the trophy system was there to keep himself safe, but hey, finally comes through. It's a 3-for-1 trade there in the final kill feed. They're able to show presence on the B zone. 3-player stack is nothing to laugh at when you just need one segment. Like you said, Brody, they absolutely got it because they were forcing all of Hype Esports to spawn in Bufu all the way over inside of Jewel. So wonderfully done by them. Hey, I said if you wanted to avoid a round 5 offense, you just got to win your offense right here, right now. And thank you, Smog, for delivering on that.
Yeah, you know what the difference maker was there in that final round was effectively bedroom control. Like, so often it is just the case, right, where it's just like, if you're just pushing through bedroom control as opposed to just trying to make these flanks happen like they were in their first offensive effort, then it can work out in your favor. And they actually did that. Like, they unearthed control of bedroom, like, time and time again. Like, I think for the most part, you already talked about it, right? Like, a lot of the pressure coming out from Hype Esports was Bink inside the Couches. And, you know, that worked pretty well. I think he got 2 kills in that final exchange, or at least, like, maybe the penultimate exchange. But still, like, wasn't good enough in the end. Smog Alpha were able to finally crack the egg or the nut or whatever you want to crack here. As, well, Smog Alpha going to be winning that one. Pro Amar 24 and 20 at the end of the game. Glowfrosty, I mean, his 6 spree, I think it was, maybe 7 in the end. 22 and 15 is what he finishes up on. Yeah, I mean, like, it was a really close game, to be fair. That could well have gone to a round of a 5.
It absolutely could have. I mean, Hyped Esports, they shut down that initial offensive attempt for Smog Esport, for Smog Alpha, excuse me. I just keep on, I see Esports one time, and I just think that everybody just has Esports in their name for some reason today. 22 and 15 for Glowfrosty. Again, this guy, I'm so happy to finally see him, like, being able to showcase his ability. I see it happen all the time in Challengers 8, on broadcasts and streams, but I mean, this team just is clicking on a whole different level when it comes down to the respawns, and that conversation is obviously an immediate segue into the best of 5 map set, Brody. Honestly, going to Mercado Hardpoint, you feel like that if you are Hyped Esports, this is going to be feeling pretty darn comfortable for them. The only issue being is the last time that they played a Mercado Hardpoint was in that winners round 2 match versus Decimate, and they got obliterated. A 146 to 250. They are 2-2 on the map mode combination overall, comparatively to Smog, 1-1. They beat Boston Academy 250 to 243 on this map, and they lost to Rocker. This was their map number 1 by 16 points. So their differential is an awkward one on average. I mean, their differential was -4. Both maps ended very, very closely, but I think it mostly just comes down to the slaying. Is it going to be there continuously for either one of these 1-2 rosters? I don't know. It's tough to gauge.
Yeah, we'll see, man. I mean, like, the big thing that I'm feeling at least coming in towards this one is I look towards that map number 1, if anything, right? I know that it plays very differently to Mikado ultimately, but, like, you talk about kind of what went right there for Smog Alpha, and it was just kind of dominance. It was a really dominant map from them. If the same thing happens again here coming towards this map number 4, where they just come out the gate swinging like that, like, I am struggling in a way to feel like Hyped Esports will be able to come back. I mean, the big thing for me is, again, like, we've said it so much in this series so far, but shutting down key players like Glowfrosty and Veilux that are so problematic to deal with, like, that is the thing that's kind of been the real key to success for Smog Alpha so far in this series. Just do that in this hardpoint. I know I make it sound so easy, mate, but I know it's not easy at all, just given kind of the performances that we've come to expect from these guys so far.
I need some confirmation on this. If I'm understanding this correctly, the Mercado map number 4 is actually Smog's pick. Yeah, it is. The hotel map number 1 was Hyped Esports pick. This is, oh man, this is making things even more interesting, if you ask me. I think regardless, that even more so than that, we got ourselves a nice little social soundboard. Let it all out. Hey, JB says, I need some more caster gas for Darkside. My guy is a tank. I gave him that gas. Darkside is absolutely piecing. I think that he's definitely along the lines when it comes down to one of those players that kind of goes getting shadowed out by a lot of other different players that have a lot bigger pop-off moments. Darkside is one of those players, like, I don't want to say like he's at the same level as Hixie, but like he definitely brings a lot of those intangibles. You can see it on the map mode combination. It's not just mindless slaying that Darkside brings. Overall brain power too.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? It's a conversation point with Darkside, generally speaking. His stock has been shot. I think off the back of this roster, made his elite appearance last, I think it was stage 3 or 4 on the Louisville Red Bulls roster that like got like top 8 or something like that. Like, he's been in our minds, but this has been a really good look for him. So we'll see whether or not Hype Esports can also game number 5 with him at the forefront of the conversation. We shall see. But Hype Esports at the moment, at the start of this particular hardpoint, things are not going all that well. This is a wealth of time going the way of Smog Alpha. And, I mean, really, for this, I'm looking at this right now, like, Hype Esports need to make sure they get something going on that rotation.
Yeah, they really do. You got 2 players that are already over here, Estriel, Cartier. They know that there's still 1 player in here. It's Gus just trying to play his life. And even the last 1-for-1 actually happens over by P1. So Gus... What the heck? Just trying to play around with the timing, but he has no assistance. Darkslide takes down 2 in return. Now you feel like Gus needs to go big. Well, a stab in the back is a good place to start, I suppose.
That was a quick yoink. That's just going to get 0 on the knife. Gives them a little look into towards this one. Estriel towards the stairwell, though, gets doubled up on. Phalux just takes him down. Promar now from down low. And that's a very quick resurgence on towards the hill. Type Esports, they get 11 seconds. That is all they're going to get, at least for now. Going to have to re-aggress it. They want a chance. Aids and utility going out, but there is a trophy system inside to catch most of it. 0 and Bink now going to come forth with a couple of kills. On the other side of the window will be Proamar, who's already picked up 1 and repositions around the window for the second. Smog Alpha. Jeez Louise, this was a big back 20 for them. There's still a fight going down for the last 15 seconds or so. Darkside will actually win that one, and ultimately, to be fair, that's a valuable 15 seconds.
You should know that you have a 3v3. Once you get Proamar that's over here off the respawn, yeah, they're just going to completely all try to flood on in here. Semtex is going to get good. Estriel has a really good head glitch to play up against. He has a trophy system to keep himself safe and some teammates to boot. Smog Alpha now 100% hitting through the big door. Proamar trying to play with the timing, knowing that Darkside is still leading ult.
Estriel, oh, Estriel doing such a good job. The team shots from Bink as well. Headshots are good. And despite having the numbers in the situation, Smog Alpha are not able to crack the hill. So Hype, now a moment of reprieve here. Moment of respite. Moving forward. Transitional battles being made in the middle of the map. Zero trying to take on 2 players and inside the hard point as well. Estriel looking for a double. Unfortunately, only able to find 1. So Bink now the last remaining player around this hard point. Has a couple to deal with from Smog Alpha, waiting to try and double up with his teammate, and I'm kind of surprised they didn't expect Bink to still be here. Certainly doesn't help them in that situation. Now just 1 player left alive, fighting for that last 15 seconds or so. Glowfrosty, you might as well challenge for it, buddy. He indeed will, and Darkside does win that 1v1. It's a massive hard point now for Hype Esports, and more imperatively, they have the rotation.
Another point in time where Darkside wins the scrap. It turns into initial for Hype Esports. Again, the setup around P4. You got player number 4 is Cartier. He's just playing on the back half while Estriel opens up with the first 2, and it's only Glowfrosty to find a kill in a wave of 4 for Hype Esports. Big wave of gunfights again, turning scrap into initial. They'll flip the lead.
This is a big rotation coming out from them. Can they hold it, though? That's the question. Zero. It's been a real boon of success here for this Hype Esports roster so far today. Now looking to try and cover this back alley area in a bit of a weird spot. Proamar, though, he will aggress forward on towards that gunfight, and now an opportunity has been opened up here for Smog Alpha. Estriel and Darkside do respond with a couple of their own, and Gus gets overwhelmed. That was a good look from Smog Alpha to try and take that time away, but they just could not do it.
It needs to be said, it is so difficult to be able to string together hard points when it comes down to Mercado Las Almas, but Hype Esports just did it from 2 scrap into initial time at 3, the recontest as well, and then also over to 4. 109 plays up against 78. This rotation towards Smog Alpha was here about 20 seconds ago, so you know that they're going all in for the setup up and around these windows, so just comes down to being able to win the gunfights, and poking and prodding from a multitude of different angles was Bink there on the back tin alley. Won't be able to get the better of Velox, who finds 2. It's still Estriel within this fight, who again finds yet another 2-piece. Someone's got to trade this guy. Finally is Gus, but reinforcements are not exactly right here for Smog.
Yeah, this is the problem. They're going to get overwhelmed. It is a 3v2 situation. They don't know where they're coming from. The information doesn't exactly work out in their favor. Pro-Amar will pick up a double, but again, those numbers are just the thing that befalls them in the air. And with 20 seconds left, you would be very smart to rotate in this situation. Velox is going to give it one more look, and well, the 1 versus 2, just not favorable for him whatsoever. So now Hyped Esports start to put some distance between themselves and Smug Alpha here in this game. But if we know anything about Mikado, we know it's not the end just yet.
No, it's not. You can string together P6 and P7 just as easy as, I guess, Hyped Esports were able to string together 2, 3, and then 4. But all questions, the setup. I don't know, leaving Gus out on an island over on the back hedges. And it's great help to arrive from again by Estriel. 12 and 11 keeps Darkside alive. The double challenge through tunnel is going to be good. Now these players are stranded top Cantina.
Oh, Frosty, can he do anything along the stairs? Yes, he can. Big first kill to be made, but over towards the hill itself, Darkside has already got his way in. Lovely nade from Gus. There isn't a trophy system to protect. Estriel not actually going to get tagged by that stun, but overwhelmed. I thought for a second. Big comes in at the last second, though, to provide the cover fire required here. And this is a crucial moment in this game. You need to push through as Pro-Amar picks up 3. A huge triple. That's good. I was going to say you need to push through for this rotation, Andy.
Got player number 5 that actually spawns over by Small. He finds the first. And off of that spawn, especially where these players are located at. All right, well, never mind. Scratch everything. I don't know how both Gus and Velox actually spawn all the way over by the tin alleyway. They'll take down Estriel for free. So mid-map coverage is here. Half wall soon to follow. Bink has a lot to do from this position.
He does. Overwhelmed. Doesn't quite have an eye on that left side. So now left side control here for Smug Alpha. 0 towards this back line. Will be bringing up the rear alongside Darkside and Estriel. Estriel going to go down, though. Still a good look. These Smug Alpha players have not been able to get on the hill just yet, despite being pretty close. They're waiting for the players to come through and reinforce through the middle, but it's 0 on 3 in a row, looking for some more. He will finally be shut down in the end. Back 30 now. Worth fighting for here for Smug Alpha. Still having a look at this one.
Estriel
One player
again?
inside. Nope, absolutely not. Estriel again will double up. That is insane.
It's 31 engagements through the end of the first set of hard points, and it always feels like he finds these 2 pieces to either help Hyped Esports get the initial 20 or to contest the back 20 as well. That is why Hyped Esports have an 80-point lead through 7 hard points here on Mercado Las Almas. And Smog, look, they've been making really good arguments continuously through that first set of hard points. They just couldn't hold. When they had the rotation, Hyped Esports broke them quickly. When they tried to recontest for an abundance of time, Hyped Esports had the closer spawns, and they recontest and walk away with the majority of time. And Bink is starting to piece together yet another flank on a 3 spree. Finally gets dealt with, but its stray gunfights are not going to be good enough for Smog Alpha because the return gunfights are always better for Hyped.
All right, Hyped Esports here in this situation. Really good spot to try and close out this game. They've got the rotation towards P2 from P1, and they're actually going to make sure they defend it as well. Some crucial battles over towards the barbershop. Smog might well be able to capture the last 20 seconds of this hill, and actually potential rotational battles being won, but you need more than just one, and Zero comes through for some coverage of P1. A lot of these exit frags just not going Smog Alpha's way.
Oh, it's not, and that lead has grown exponentially. 82 points. What Smog have to claw their way back from, not to mention how the back 5 seconds got conceded. Now all of Hype, they are set up inside Cantina. They hit mostly coming through the back alleyway. What are the spawns to? East to west, player number 1, Darkside spawns all the way over inside of P5. Yeah, there's no way Gus was going to be ready for that.
Still trades going down inside. Hyped Esports could well finish it here again. 20 seconds is all that's required. Glow Frosty from up top does not have dead silencer, should be heard as he attempts this push. Nope, Zero's not going to get that kill. Now the door is open here, but time really not on your side for you to wait. You have to go right about now. Glow Frosty going to do it through the top side, and while Velox does pick up 2, yeah, Glow Frosty takes him down, but that's not the worst thing in the world. Let's take a look over towards the rotation, though. Hyped Esports, they only need 8 seconds.
Only need 8 seconds, and there's still 17 left over here inside of P2, so Hyped Esports fully understand the task at hand. If they still have players that are over by P2, you know that there's a lack of numbers here setting up inside of 10.
Velox has already gone down. It's Gus up top. He's the last hope here for Smog Alpha. There's 1. Velox now going to throw a nade forward. There's 2. The triple will be denied, but again, that does leave the door open potentially for Velox to go huge, but he just doesn't anticipate being shot in the back like that. It's time for a game number 5 here to close out the penultimate day of NA Challengers Elite.
Woo, man, I tell you, you could not have set it up any better. You know, game 4, back-to-back game 5s. That's why we always end up talking about it, especially when it comes down to top 6, even in this moment of time, how close some of these teams truly are. I don't care who picks what hardpoint at this point, Brody. It may not even matter when you just have teamwork that is being exemplified, plus the slaying overall. 22 and 18 for Estriel. Again, he was Mr. Two-Piece throughout the entirety of that Mercado hardpoint. I again urge you that if you joined us late for that map number 4, Estriel was the catalyst, if you will, throughout the entirety of that Mercado. It always felt like when it came down to rotation, Estriel was finding a two-piece, either to be able to cut down reinforcements on rotation or to guarantee high deep sports for the initial time. When it came down to scrap time towards the tail end of the first set, Estriel was there again. He was just reaping the backline and reaping the back 20 seconds of a lot of these different hard points, and it becomes so annoying if you are small, because you saw them kind of understand early on, we're not being able to hold down these hard points, so we need to try to rotate early while also being able to contest the scrap time. Hype Esports did not budge. They did all of that plus a little bit better.
Yeah, you talk about it, right? It's that phrase that we always use in terms of like turning scrap into initial, right? They did that so much, but here's a look over towards our scoreboard at the end of the game. We wanted to talk about Darkside coming into it. He performs very well in that one at 20 and 17. Estriel also at 22 and 18 too. Yeah, I mean, the SMG pressure for Hype Esports just so paramount, I think, just to controlling so many of the hard points there.
And I'm the only player that was kind of really making their way felt throughout the entirety of the map was Pro Omar. He had 44 overall engagements, 22 and 22, breaks dead even, but I mean, there was no follow-up, right? I mean, Glowfrosty was doing his best to be able to lock down these longer lines of sight, only find 1,700 damage, was not good enough to be able to make Velux's plays that much more potent, to get Gus in these annoying positions continuously, albeit having 2,200 damage, just the follow-up that much more consistent from top to bottom out of Hype Esports.
And Hype Esports, oh, geez Louise, man, they're sending us to a game number 5 to try and survive. Completely different from what we saw in that map number 1, where it was Smog Alpha, complete dominance, Mercado Search and Destroy. Just very quickly here, I mean, what are your thoughts before we get into it?
I mean, the Mercado Search and Destroy can honestly be a toss-up. It is a Michael Bay film within its own self, but as far as Search and Destroy is concerned, Hype Esports definitely look better on the day thus far. I don't know, man. This Smog Alpha squad can definitely turn things up when it comes down to a map 5.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, that map number 2, bud, that was, I mean, it was so 50-50 up until, like, basically the final 3 rounds, so who knows? Who knows how that's going to go? I have absolutely no idea, mate, but all I do know is that one of these two teams is about to book their place in the bracket final, and one of them is going to go home in 4th place. Not a bad innings, I would say, for these guys, especially when we look at kind of their formation before Season 2 of Challengers Elite. But we have a map number 5, Mercado Search and Destroy, to come very, very soon. Before we get there, we're going to go with a very, very brief break here, so we can go do some stuff and things. We're back in just a second with that game number 5. Don't go far. Hey, welcome back here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's time for the final map between Smog Alpha and Hyped Esports. It's Mikado Search and Destroy. Before we get there, we asked you guys to give us some kind of inkling as to what you guys are feeling using the hashtag Challengers Elite and tagging us on Twitter at WeAreClutchGG. And here's a look over towards Kamikaze, I presume is how you're going to pronounce your guy's name. Trey showing us why he 100% deserves a spot in the league, one of the EU GOATs. You know what? I'm with you, buddy. Kamikaze, you're absolutely correct. Zero again. I mean, I mentioned it when we were talking about kind of their earlier match, right? It's like Zero's storyline, when he was in Challengers the first time towards the end of Black Ops Cold War, wasn't as impressive, anywhere near as impressive as he's looking now on this team.
Yeah, I think mostly when it comes down to Zero, there's a lot to obviously looking at, not only being the overall, I guess, like veteran for this roster, leading his team in a lot of different regards, but he's also the #1 consistent player across this entire team. 1.11, walking into this best-of-5 series versus Smog, that I think if he continues to drop absolute bombshell performances, whether it's with the sniper rifle or any sort of automatic weapon, I think it's definitely no argument to be had.
Well, we shall see. Can Hyped Esports take it here? Can Zero continue on in the bracket with his play? Well, at the moment, things going at least pretty well in terms of the trades. They've got some modicum of control over the site. I think perhaps the biggest problem for Smog Alpha isn't even with control of the site, they don't have a bomb to plant.
Isn't that just always the damnest thing? When you do an offensive round in any search and destroys, you do require that bomb. Oh, Cartier might just end up giving up this angle at the utmost unfortunate time. Darkside picks it up, though. Got an SMG. Will be shrugged away, but he's got a sniper's help here. Just comes down to landing the shot.
Do they know? I do wonder, do they know what they're covering?
I think it's behind the planter's box, so there's no way of
you
actually
can't see
seeing
it.
it.
Okay, I just, yeah, it's tough. It's okay. They're going to get bombed now, and that advantage that Hyped Esports had will dissipate. So maybe they can stop the bomb plant, but this is a lot of coverage coming from top window with Pro Amar. Yes, he has a Vaznev, so maybe that's what Zero can work with. The sniper rifle flying out. Zero whiffs on the first snipe. Now the bomb should go down, but Darkside gets a lovely kill on towards Pro Amar, whips the head off him. The bomb will go down.
That silence push might see Darkside rotate all the way around, but before he actually gets here into an engagement, Cardier's going to get into the first, and Deathsauce is going to run out here. Door's going to open. Rips Gus off of the top cantina ledge, and he also hears the next drops down at a good look at it. If he clutches that 1v3, I don't even know what happens soon after. Things that you honestly should have closed out, especially with numbers for Smog, but oh, good heavens, G Willikers. Velox just give him the absolute spin around, but he was quite literally one shot.
If we get a 1v3, I mean, obviously we didn't, but if we got a 1v3 to start this game 5, I'm out. That would have been insatiable. Doesn't matter. It happens. Or it doesn't happen in the end. Excuse me. 1 versus 3 will be denied. So, Hyped Esports now. We'll see if they can get something going. They're actually going to pick up the bomb, so much better of an offense than what we saw from Smog Alpha in that prior round. How much agent control do they have? Because this strategy, they're pretty deep in towards tunnel on the defense are Smog Alpha, but nobody over towards hedges.
Because Hype didn't connect with any nades over towards hedges, they don't know what the setup is. Dive across, gonna see a double AR setup. Gus knows that there's another player over by hedges. It's all about these trades. Cartier funds first.
One will now go down. Off the back of that, they've scared Smog Alpha away. Romar perhaps pick off anybody on the exit. I don't even know if they're going to give him anything, to be honest with you. This might have to be down to Glowfrosty and Velox through tunnel side. They're going to have to get aggressive. Promar will get a look with the snipes, but here they come. Velox to pick up 1. Trades are good from Zero, and Promar now left up in a 1 versus 2 situation. They already know where he is.
They already threw a couple shots. Gonna have to World Star them to do it. Cross being held over by the tables, and yeah, Hyped Esports able to win an offensive round of their own. You find that first blood, I mean, it's tough timing. I mean, you just got to get out of that positioning after you find that first blood. At least the player that's laying prone. The player up top should overwatch you. If not, it becomes a bait for maybe the second player. But they just kind of hold tunnel a little bit too long. It was a great initial setup defensively coming through from Smog. Again, not having that trophy system immediately. Didn't want to go up against the Michael Bay film that was the bombardment. It is Hyped Esports just chucking those things over top Cantina. Regardless of the matter. He somehow walks away with finding 3 in that AR. Trades galore.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. This is the second time. Think we have to have a sit down with you, buddy, about your Semtexes. It's not going to help Hype T Sports on the defense. That will, though. Destriel and Bink going to follow things up with some kills, as is Zero. Gus now for the 1 versus 2. And Bomb is now right down within the Hive.
Oh, Zestriel that got the double team kill. Not Bink.
Did Bink not get the teammate?
Nope, it was Zestriel. He found 2 with the Semtex on
No, Bink,
D2.
I'm referencing the earlier Semtex, like the very first one, bud. Come on now.
I'm picking up what you're putting down now here, brother. Gus waiting for dead silence, maybe. Time is not exactly on his side. On Estriel and Cardier's side. As you see them both playing in 1-for-1 positions. Cartier is top dumpster. Estriel is, I believe, acting like he's soaking up time on P2, but there's Gus' dead silence. Has patience paid off.
No, they haven't moved Hyped, so Gus still going to have to make something happen here, and Zero should catch him. Yeah, it's done. That's tough for Gus, to be honest with you. Just get stuck in the mud there in that 1 versus 2, and yeah, I just don't think, to be fair, the position you're in for there for Gus, I feel kind of bad for him, generally speaking. It's a great response, though, from losing that first blood.
Yeah, and again, I mean, even after losing that first blood, the positioning advantage that all of Hype had never went anywhere. It's just the Semtex just didn't allow them to get inside Cantina. So we'll see it from the free camp perspective. It was up top. So yeah, I think Darkside was maybe trying to do the climb up top. Regardless of the matter, you saw them immediately flip that into Hedge and Cantina control. Just no easy exits for Smog Alpha once they do get in that positioning.
Back towards A, Hype T Sports go now, and Smog Alpha employing the exact same strategy, and someone must have lagged out, so we're going to be sending ourselves back to the 2 box here in a second. You guys can get to see our beautiful faces once again. You know, it's kind of funny, though, because of all these teammates we've been seeing today, I think it was Austin that brought it up earlier on. This is like the game, and you and I had the conversation as well, because we were talking about Modern Warfare 19 with like the lack of trophy systems, right? It's like this is like one of the games where we've had like the most teammates. That's what Austin said earlier on, like on the European broadcast. I agree with him. I totally agree with him. Like, we've seen some crazy teammates come out, not just in this series, but like generally speaking, like they're just so common. It's just funny in a way.
Well, it's also the trophy systems as well, like when they end up like taking down your teammates either by bonking them over top of when they are one shot, or they're just taking down teammates because you didn't clear the enemy trophy systems. Well, always got to worry about that 5th player, whether it is a trophy system, whether it's a teammate Semtex, or maybe there's just an imposter among you. I don't know. You can't really trust many people these days. I suppose even your teammates, but you're gonna have to, especially in this map number 5. But yeah, I think what was that 2-1 for Hype Esports? Not too sure how they're gonna justify that previous round, but that is why we got GB admins. They have been hard at work all damn day long. Brody, we could just sit here and be cute.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I mean, I'm not going to insult you here. I'll insult myself. You know, obviously, I know that you're the cuter of us in the duo, and I'll accept that fact, just kind of depressingly. But yeah, we'll just sit, we'll just chill. I think for a little bit now. You guys, how are you guys? How are you guys doing right now? I want to know. We've already said it. You guys can get involved in the conversation. We don't need to bring up the graphic here to show you guys. Just tweet us. Just tweet us. Tweet Andy and I as well. Everything you want to. You can tell us how your day is going. Or your night is going. It's actually late over in America right now, isn't it?
It is 12:30 in the morning now. Yeah, I mean, I know it's 5:30 for you, Brody, but it is 12:30. Yeah, these guys have been hard at playing COD all day.
Yeah, I didn't mean to like inadvertently turn the attention back on me. Now I was just saying like this is like if it's late for me, it's late for you. That's what I was trying to go for. That's all I'm saying, bud. Yeah, no, it is very late at the moment, so we know that everybody who is watching challenges right now is very dedicated to the cause, especially considering obviously people have got work in the morning. But challenges are fun times. I don't blame you guys for sticking around with us here watching challenges. Again, a reminder of kind of the state of play overall. This is Season 2 playoffs here in North America. This is lower bracket semi-finals or lower bracket round number 3. The loser of this match does go home. The loser of this game 5 does go home. And, you know, already we've got 2 other teams currently sitting in the grand finals and the lower bracket finals ready to go, basically, in Decimate Gaming. And
Envoy.
I don't know why I'm yeah, that one. My brain is just like completely failing me. Like 5 a.m. bro. Goodness me. You've seen what I'm like in rank play at this time as well. So like, or at least near enough this time. So
I've just seen you in rank play overall, full stop.
Yeah.
I tried to take a dig at my rank, like I got receipts.
Oh god, yeah, you. Oh, I really regret that now.
I got receipts now, but yeah, I mean, look, it may be 12:30 over on the East Coast. Obviously, as late as it might be over even on the West Coast, I believe that maybe a few of these players might be over there. But I mean, 9:30. These guys are used to it. I mean, they're playing COD until what, about like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning as it is. Sometimes oversleeping cups. We don't have to name any names, especially through the early stages. But you know, even still, these guys are definitely used to it, staying up late at night playing this game.
Alrighty then, let's get in towards this search and destroy. I believe it should still be 2-1. Just going to quickly have a little check. Yeah, 2-1 up now to Hyped Esports. That's how things are looking here. Smog Alpha. Trying here for the defensive side.
A lot of space.
Yeah, this is weird.
They should know that the map has been flipped out. I mean, audio cues maybe, but posted up waiting for these engagements.
Shots through the door for Darkside. Not a lot of it going to connect. And I was really confused for a second because of the flip of the map, to be honest with you, Andy. I was like, hang on, how are Smog Alpha on the defense if they're on that side of the map? And then I worked it out. They got there in the end, but 25 seconds out. Hype to get this bomb down. They will do so because of the fact they've got free roam over the site, but it's the entries that intrigue me. Velux is waiting for something that is just not going to come anytime soon.
There it is right there. Hyped Esports playing a 4. Smog Alpha playing a 5. Retake, you feel like that silence should be online here sometime shortly. Well, Frosty's clearing all of tunnel, and he'll find the first.
A good start for the retake, but time not really on your side here, and you don't have much information in the way of where these guys are actually located. Estriel going to trade things out, and for the double as well. Now Darkside left up in a 1 versus 2. The best thing that Darkside can do in this situation is just try and get a credit angle. That is not going to happen. It is a weird round through and through, but Smog Alpha, they make that retake work.
Yeah, bomb planted for that side of Hedges, right? Because, I mean, if you are Hyped Esports, the moment that we hopped in here, it did feel like the map was unfortunately flipped. They have to get control over by Dumpster. I mean, you almost have to put yourself back in the headspace. That was round 4 for map number 5, yes. But we had to play that out like it was a round 1. So you have to throw a wrench in the system if you are Smog. Have no trophy system, keep yourself safe from the inevitable bombardment of nades that Hyped Esports threw over there. You just hit through the middle of the map, you full flank it around, and you make Hyped Esports feel comfortable with it. I'm just surprised that Hyped Esports, with clearing as much land as they did, they didn't try to push through mid-map and maybe wrap over towards B.
All right, well, Hyped Esports now putting a lot of effort in towards A. What they don't realize, Smog Alpha are full sending towards B. Now they most certainly do. We've been getting some shots in. It hasn't translated to a kill just yet.